This kind of request. Leylin squinted for a bit. Jeffrey's purifying potion was a type of middle-grade medicine, which, even amongst potions of a similar tier, was famous for being extremely difficult to brew. Brewing this potion with only 3 portions of ingredients, and within a specified time limit, was something only those who were at a level comparable to potion masters, such as Croft, would be able to pass. Tusk. Sure enough, after listing the requirements, Leylin heard distinct hisses from the magicians around him. In recent years, the larger powers within Nightless City have made their recruitment criteria increasingly stringent. At this time, a sound of complaint traveled to Leylin's ears. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Jeffrey's Purifying Potion. Jeffrey's Purifying Potion, Silence. Seeing the chaotic scene, Tyne, who had stayed quiet all this while, suddenly spoke. In a split second, tremendous spiritual power swept through the hall like a storm. This is the assessment to enter my 4 Seasons garden. If you have no wish to participate, the door's right there. Please feel free to leave. Tyne pointed to the small door at the side. It instantly became unnaturally quiet. Good. Are there none who want to withdraw? In that case, let the examinations begin. Wade glanced at the magi under him, nodded, and a golden hourglass appeared in the middle of the room. Grain by grain, the sand started to fall. Seeing that it was time to begin, the magicians quickly ran to their workbenches and started to handle the materials they had. Leylin found himself a space in the corner, and since there were many workbenches within the hall, nobody was going to fight him for this place. At the moment, he was still relaxed enough to be judging the performance of the acolytes. Since these magi had all chosen 4 Seasons garden, it was natural that they had achieved a certain level of attainment in potioneering. All of the magicians began to operate the equipment on the workbench in a skilled manner, motions quick and methodological. From the looks of it, I'll have to reveal a bit of my skills. Leylin grinned and got to work. Tyne, who had been sweeping his gaze over the applicants, suddenly made a sound of surprise. What happened? Wade asked his friend in a hushed tone. That Magus, his brewing methods are extremely perfect. Tyne came up with the word after a long pause. Look, even though the other magicians are skilled, they tend to make mistakes. However, there isn't the slightest bit of a lapse in his hands or in his movements. Everything is so stable as if it's a textbook example, but in real life. You're right. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have missed it. Wade watched the young man in the corner who was engrossed in handling a green plant. The young man was currently using his right hand to heat up the beaker, the fingers on his left hand constantly emitting yellow flames. When combined together, the color became a striking red. This is the flame combining method unique to the Dark Magi domain and is a high-level technique used in potioneering. To think that he's so proficient in this method, Wade wore an expression of admiration on his face. It looks like we've found ourselves a promising seedling. Let me see what his name is. Wade immediately went through the stack of application forms and quickly found the young man's name on the last piece of parchment. So he's called Leylin. He comes from the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy in the Poolfield Kingdom and has offended the local Lilidal family. If that's all there is, it seems like we're going to be welcoming another comrade soon. Tyne's usually emotionless face twisted in a smile. For the magicians in the Light Magi domain, they were uncaring of the fact that Leylin had offended those in the Dark Magi region. After all, these 2 areas were at odds with each other in the first place. What they were most afraid of was if Leylin had offended any of the local large-scale Magi organizations. That was the most troublesome. At times, in order to maintain the guise of unity and solidarity, they had no choice but to reject talented Magi who were on the Light Magi organization's wanted lists. The magicians were focusing on completing their own potions and seemed not to have heard the 2 Magi who were engrossed in conversation. All of a sudden, a Magus dressed in a black cloak made a sound. His hand trembled, and the chemical within the test tube that was already transparent instantly became cloudy. Bastard! You're looking to die. The black-cloaked Magus roared, countless black rays gathering in his hands as he dashed towards a blonde female Magus at another side. Stop right there, Wade bellowed, his body shimmering with light. A rune nearby the experiment tables shone, trapping the Magus within the area. My lord, he protested. I didn't see her doing anything. I only saw you trying to attack a fellow Magus participating in the assessment, Wade snorted. If this happens again, you'll lose the right to participate. The black-robed Magus seemed extremely dissatisfied as he clenched his fist. After tarrying for several minutes, he then dispelled the radiation of energy waves in anger. I am going to kill you, he glared viciously at the blonde Magus. Afterwards, he picked up another set of ingredients and began his brewing again. This is an attack on the sly? Leylin's hands did not stop moving, yet his emotions began to surge. Just then, the AI chip scan detected a tiny trace of an extremely covert spiritual force from the female blonde Magus that had attacked the black-robed Magus. Potioneering was a highly delicate process, and any tiny slip-up could cause the whole brewing process to fail. The black-robed Magus had been interrupted at a crucial moment, and the potion he was brewing was naturally destroyed in an instant. Although a spiritual attack was slight, a semi-converted elemental Magus would definitely be able to sense it. However, these two examiners prevented the black-robed Magus from seeking revenge. Could it be that the test allows one to strike covertly, but it cannot cross a certain margin nor be too obvious? Leylin surmised. With this said, the difficulty of the test had increased again. Leylin was stunned by the harshness and reality of this test from the Four Seasons Garden. However, on the other hand, the stricter the test is, the greater the benefits obtained later on. Right now, he was fueled by a fervent desire. Bang! Bang! The commotion from just now seemed to have caused some sort of chain reaction, and in a short moment, another two Magi slipped up. There was a cold glint in Leylin's eyes. Using the AI chip, he could distinctly feel that there were 2-minute waves of spiritual force aimed towards him. Their target was the potion in his hand that was close to completion. A two-pronged attack, Leylin laughed. To talk about the minute control of the spiritual force, Leylin, who had the AI chip to help him, would not be afraid of anyone. AI chip, begin secondary task and destroy the spiritual forces together with me, Leylin commanded inwardly. Very soon, a layer of spiritual force that had a trace of darkness aura met the two similar spiritual force head-on. Ka-cha, ka-cha, at the point of contact between the spiritual forces. Leylin's spiritual force had rapidly overlapped, turning into the form of a small snake. Its tiny strength continued to stack, and after several rounds, its might momentarily multiplied by several times. Boom! The two opposing spiritual forces were destroyed the moment they came in contact with Leylin's spiritual force. Not only that, Leylin's spiritual force still followed the pathway of the two spiritual forces and began a fierce counterattack. Erg, arg! Two sudden cries were sounded in the hall suddenly. The potions of the black-robed Magus and female blonde Magus immediately turned to ashes. Furthermore, two streams of blood flowed down from their noses. Interesting. Earlier, I felt that the acting of the black-robed Magus was somewhat poor, but now, have they been colluding? Leylin smirked. His elemental essence conversion had been significantly boosted. Also, with the help of the AI chip, these two were unaware, and had actually taken a small hit from him. They most likely had to recuperate for a period of time before fully recovering from the spiritual force attack from earlier. My lord, I forfeit. The black-cloaked man glanced at Leylin in fright and promptly lowered his head, afraid to look him in the eye any longer. Me too, the blonde Magus yelled. Permitted, Tyne answered. The two Magi quickly gave Tyne a bow and darted out of the hall. Unexpectedly, neither of them had any complaints or glared at anyone. At least these two know their place. Leylin thought nothing of their behavior. Magicians respected power. In the earlier exchange, he could tell that the two Magi's elemental essence conversions were not higher than 10%, so they most likely had only just advanced. They posed no threat to the current Leylin. It seemed they were well aware of this fact and quickly withdrew from the assessment, even being afraid that Leylin would pursue the matter. Did you see that? What an interesting performance, Wade grinned as he spoke to Tyne. Yes, his elemental essence conversion is of a rather high level. His ability to manipulate spiritual force is also amazing. Tyne nodded, his expression stern. And I was still worried that he was a spy from some organization. I'm afraid nobody would be willing to use someone like him as a spy. So this is your conclusion? Wade blinked. This was the first time Tyne had such a good impression of somebody. No. This is just my hypothesis. Tyne's usually expressionless face suddenly had a mischievous smile. You! As Tyne's colleague, Wade naturally knew that his counterpart's frosty indifference was just an act. In fact, Tyne had a mischievous mindset. As for Wade, who looked more normal between the two, he often had to take the blame for Tyne's behavior. The Jeffries Purifying Potion. I've completed it. At this moment, Leylin indicated his completion by waving his hands. This voice was extremely abrupt in the originally silent hall. In a moment, many gazes from magicians glanced at Leylin. Firmly held in Leylin's hand was a test tube with a milky white substance. Wade came in front of Leylin and carefully took the potion from him. He then began to scribble on a form. Very well, you can leave now. 10 days later, come to the recruitment area at the communal center and await for your results. Wade gave Leylin an extremely warm smile. Many thanks. Leylin smiled and bowed before leaving from a side door. He understood that the test had been successfully passed. As long as there were no problems when they re-examined his current status, the Four Seasons Garden would never deny his entry. Outside of the communal area were the wide streets of Zone 2 in Nightless City. The bustling activity on the streets continued as people continued to pass by. Anyone who had registered and provided their paperwork were allowed to stay in Zone 2, so Leylin was even able to see some regular humans here. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Pass regular humans who lived in the domain of light magi had better lives than those in the dark magi domain. Furthermore, the revered magicians even allowed them to obtain resident rights in Zone 2 as long as they continuously worked hard for it. However, from what Leylin saw, it was only a different form of management. Regular humans were treated at the same level as wild grasses in the dark magi domain, and they did not receive management very often. The only thing was that they would be harvested in times of need. As for the light magi, they treated these humans as pieces of property. Hence, they could afford to invest huge amounts of time and effort to manage them in order to reap greater benefits. Even in the most open-minded domain of the light magi, magicians always had a position far above regular humans. Furthermore, this gap in status surpassed the gap between regular humans and nobles. Leylin saw many situations in which regular humans, even those that seemed to be nobility, respectfully moved aside and gave a deep bow when they saw an acolyte. Leylin paid no mind to these situations, however. The test today was rather taxing, and he was prepared to enjoy a hearty feast, then proceed to Crew's house to inquire about some matters. The old geezer was very talkative, and Leylin wasn't planning on asking him anything confidential, so he was naturally willing to entertain Leylin. Crash, ah! Suddenly, a little girl in a white dress who was chasing something like a rubber ball bumped into Leylin's leg. Rather than Leylin, who stayed in the same spot, the little girl fell backwards onto the ground. She opened her eyes wide, and when she saw Leylin in his leather armor, she promptly began to cry in fear. The congested street instantly became quiet, and regular people quickly backed away. Even a few acolytes yelped, official Magus, and phrases along those lines, and bowed while drawing back. My lord, please forgive my daughter for unwittingly offending you. At the moment, a slightly plump noble prostrated himself in front of Leylin. He had cold sweat dripping down his quivering body. In the Nightless City, the authority of the official magi were extremely high. Even if they were to casually kill several humans, they would, at most, only be fined a set amount of magic crystals. If Leylin's mood wasn't good, he could just kill these two people here, and they wouldn't be able to do anything but accept their fate. The plump noble kowtowed as he pulled the little girl to kneel as well. Quickly, seek forgiveness from the Lord. This atmosphere that seemed like a befalling calamity had also influenced the little girl. She held back her sobs and blankly stared on. It's all right. Leylin picked up the rubber ball on the roadside and handed it to the little girl. He even ruffled her hair with his right hand. It's no big deal, no need to worry. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. With a feeling of a renewed life, the fatty's words were choked back. Even the little girl that he had brought along seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Do not be this impudent in the future anymore. Leylin nonchalantly lectured the fatty before leaving the scene in large strides, as the revered gazes of the passerby stared on. Do not be this disobedient in future anymore. Fortunately, this time it was a kind magician. If it wasn't, the fatty wiped off the sweat on his forehead as he scolded the girl. As for the white-robed girl, she looked at the direction Leylin headed towards with admiration. 9 days later, in a spacious room, an old magus with a head of white hair and gilded spectacles was looking at the pieces of information he was holding in his hand. Within a transparent crystal ball, lines of text appeared. Leylin Farlier, from the Chernobyl Islands, entered Abyssal Bone Forest Academy in the year 20,987 of the St. Yuan calendar. Next to these words, there was also a picture of a boy who was around 13 or 14 years old and very similar in appearance to the current Leylin. On another crystal ball nearby, there was a detailed record of Leylin's experiences in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. As long as the information was made available to the public, it was all written there. There was even an article regarding the matter of how he had offended the Leylin family. For the sake of a couple remnants, seems reasonable. The old magus nodded. Look, should we ask him to hand over the research materials he obtained from the ruins? A magus with a third eye on his forehead said, No, all official magi have their own secrets. We need to learn to be lenient and tolerant, or else all of the magicians in the organization would end up only acting for their personal benefits, leading to the segregation of groups. There were several magi who had journeyed throughout the south coast and managed to break through. If 4 Seasons Garden demanded Leylin hand over his research, it would definitely draw the ire of other magi, which would definitely provide no benefits for them. However, based on Wade's information, that magus called Leylin had a slightly different aura than regular magi. He might have broken through with some ancient methods. The three-eyed magus was somewhat unresigned. Those alternative paths that a magus might take may not have the advantages that you think they might. The old magus looked at Three Eyes beside him and could not help but remind him. Time is the best judge. In the long history of competition, several tens of thousands of years have already passed. Branded swordsmen, elemental bards, and divine warriors have all become extinct with the passage of time. Only we, who are the most traditional of magicians, have been preserved. Does this not explain everything? The old magus' eyes shone with wisdom. For some subclasses, although they might have favorable conditions when they advance, most of their routes on the path of advancement become blocked. It's not even close to us, who can see continuous progress with constant cultivation in meditation techniques. Moreover, one must believe in time and the power of influencing through goodwill. Learn to embrace them. The old magus smiled with confidence. We should not treat him as an enemy, but as a friend. After some time, he will naturally sense our goodwill. Moreover, the bountiful reserves of our 4 Seasons garden will definitely contain something that he needs. The old magus merely adopted a soft approach instead of a hard one. Even with such an approach, it did not mean that he had given up on obtaining the information. Other than the Leylin family, is the magus called Leylin really not a criminal wanted by anyone else? The old magus asked again. I've checked multiple times, mentor. Wade bowed. After Leylin went to the south coast, he usually stayed within the compounds of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy to study. He had little contact with other powers, and 9 days ago, Next, Wade gave a brief summary of how Leylin let go of the father and daughter a few days ago. Look, he's still on the side of the light. The old magus smiled as he spoke to the three-eyed magus. HMPH, it's just for show. The three-eyed magus made a sound of contempt. We always look at their actions and not their heart. The old magus said a proverb. Even if it's a show, it also shows his willingness to enter a white magus faction. That's a lot better than those unrepentant dark magi. In that case, do you mean? Three Eyes bowed slightly. Tell the potioneering team that we have found them someone with potential. Naturally, Leylin would not know of such events. However, he more or less grasped the general situation. With the strength of the 4 Seasons garden, it was very likely that all of his experiments from a young age until now would be displayed in front of a table that would be vetting him. Furthermore, they would most likely infer that he had killed Bossine for the inheritance and was now on the run. However, he was not worried at all. The great Magus Surhome had utterly destroyed the Dylan Gardens. Since the dead party could not verify anything, they would at most reckon that he had obtained some subclass Magus information and could have only advanced to an official Magus with some luck, so his future progress would be extremely limited. Moreover, he was now an official Magus. Other guilds would definitely have official Magi who advanced under similar circumstances, and if they were to try to get to the truth, they would not be able to gain the trust of these Magi who had advanced in special scenarios. At the very end, they were still forces of the light Magi, so no matter how they thought inwardly, they had to show a good reputation on the outside. As long as Leylin was able to hide the meditation technique of the great Magus Surhome and the AI, Chip's purification of bloodlines, he was not afraid of letting them find out about other things. Just as he expected, the moment he reached the reception area, he could see that Wade, who he had previously met, was already there waiting for him. "Nice to meet you, Magus Leylin," Wade smiled as he bowed towards Leylin. "Congratulations on passing the test. From here on, you are a member of the Four Seasons Garden." Wade gave a passionate smile. "I am also honored to enter such a great organization as the Four Seasons Garden." Leylin had a look of excitement on his face. "There are still a few contracts and procedures we need to go through regarding your entry. Please follow me." Wade walked in front and led the way, bring Leylin out of Nightless City. Seeing the look of doubt on Leylin's face, Wade explained, "Even though Four Seasons Garden has a few laboratories and a reception area in Zone 5, our headquarters is in the outskirts of Nightless City." "I see." Leylin nodded, following Wade to a region near the gates to the city. In front of Leylin was a large square, and in the middle there were several wooden crosses, to which creatures of all shapes and sizes were tied. "This is one of the Four Seasons Garden's contacts, from which you can choose a specialized mount." Wade pointed at a giant magical creature that had just landed from the air. "Although you can rent them, I suggest that you buy one for your personal use as transportation." Wade walked to a small wooden hut beside the plaza and greeted the person inside through the window. "Matter, give me 2 Dragon Crown Nighthawks as I wish to go to the headquarters." I got it. You told me already?" The man behind the window impatiently answered and tossed out 2 green metal sheets. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 157, Reynold, let's go, Wade called towards the distracted Leylin. "What, do you like these guys?" Wade pointed at a creature in front of Leylin that looked like an elephant, but had a layer of white feathers on its body that appealed to Leylin. "I'm very interested in these kinds of strange creatures." Leylin gave a slight smile while he made a decision. He would come here often and look around, and if he was lucky enough, there might even be a few creatures with ancient bloodlines. "Come on," Wade brought Leylin to where 2 gigantic Dragon Crown Nighthawks were. These huge birds that resembled eagles had steely black feathers covering their bodies, and their necks were dyed red. On their head, there was a beautiful protruding bone in the shape of a crown. Wade unlocked the bronze collar on the Dragon Crown Nighthawks' necks and tossed one of the green metal sheets Leylin. "This is the key to controlling them. Come, let us leave." Leylin climbed on one of the Nighthawks' backs in curiosity. On its back was the leather saddle of a mount. It seemed to be manufactured for the comfort of the riders. Leylin sat on the saddle and willed a trace of his spiritual force to enter the green metal sheet. The moment his spiritual energy touched the metal sheet, Leylin could feel his mind instantly connecting with the Nighthawk. The Nighthawk's mind was very simple, and it was only able to receive commands such as fly, drop, increase speed, turn, and so on. Its intelligence was similar to that of a child of around 7 or 8 years of age. Dragon Crown Nighthawk. Strength, 5.2 agility, 7.6 vitality, 4.9 special abilities, none. The stats given by the AI chip were simple. From the looks of it, this type of Dragon Crown Nighthawk was only suitable as a means of transportation. "Let's go!" The large Nighthawk spread its wings, and in doing so, swept up a dust tornado. Following 2 cries of the Nighthawks, Leylin and Wade made themselves comfortable on their backs as they flew into the sky. Whoosh, the strong air pressure made Leylin feel as if he were in the middle of a hurricane. "Hee. Leylin, how does it feel?" Wade, who was on the Nighthawk beside Leylin, spoke up. Leylin's eyes closed in a contented manner as he enjoyed the scenery zooming past him on both sides, as well as the blue sky and white clouds that seemed to be in close proximity. For official magi, whose bodies were much more resilient than the regular human beings, this sort of pressure was akin to a slight breeze. It's not bad. Haha, back then, I had regretted that I had not memorized a flying type spell. However, ever since I got my precious, I did not have those thoughts anymore. Perhaps one day you can have a look at it. I swear that you will be enchanted by it. Leylin chatted with Wade along the way as he observed the flying path of the dragon-crowned nighthawk. Ever since he had left the nightless city, the dragon-crowned nighthawk had been flying eastward. With the passing of time, the air in the atmosphere turned chillier. Finally, a snow-covered mountain range appeared in front of Leylin. The dragon-crowned nighthawk let out an excited growl and began to soar upwards. On a patch of ground covered with white snow, the dragon-crowned nighthawks that carried Wade and Leylin landed. "Welcome to the Four Seasons Gardens headquarters." Wade led Leylin into a tall passageway. Two acolytes that seemed to have been waiting for them began to receive the dragon-crowned nighthawk and brought them to their stables before beginning to scrub and feed them. The passageway was extremely winding, and the walls were covered with pure white snow. On the inside, however, a warm wind was circulating. From the various forks on the passageway, Leylin could see several magi with acolytes walking past them. They carried notebooks and seemed to be in a hurry. After half an hour and several checkpoints, they finally reached their destination. "We're here. This is my mentor's room, Lord Reynolds' office." Wade pushed open a big black metal door while explaining to Leylin. It was extremely spacious behind the door, and there were many green vines creeping in the surroundings. The ancient tree vines were twisted and intertwined, taking the shape of the table and chairs. Also, where some knots were, several beautiful white flowers were blooming, emitting a sweet fragrance. Behind the desk made of black vines, an old, white-haired magus wearing gilded spectacles smiled at Leylin. "Welcome. An honor to meet you, my lord." The energy waves radiating off the old man's body surpassed that of a rank 1 magus. Leylin had only come across this sort of undulation from the chairman and a couple of other magi at the bloodbath in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. It was obvious that this old man was at least a rank 2 magus. Don't hold back. The Four Seasons Garden was created by the great potions master, Aimson Denisa, for the sake of exchanging research and potion formulas. Our objective is to create equality and freedom. The white-haired man laughed with a kind demeanor. "Being able to enter the Four Seasons Garden is an honor, my lord." Leylin bowed once more. "Now then, are you prepared to sign the contract?" Reynolds asked. "I hope you don't mind, but could I see the contents of the contract?" Leylin asked. "Right, don't mind me. I've already gotten so old that I have forgotten these things." The old man chuckled and pointed at a piece of parchment on the table. Leylin picked it up and looked through the conditions. Just as he had expected, the specifications were quite lax. It was stated that Leylin had to swear not to harm the Four Season Garden's interests, and that he had to complete a specific number of missions per year. In exchange, the Four Seasons Garden would provide him with information and resources. In all other areas, the conditions were lax and did not restrain him in any way. There wasn't even any mention of what would happen to magi who left the organization. It is just as Crew mentioned. Due to some history, the Four Seasons Garden's pact is quite loose. Of course, Leylin was aware that this was just for him to gain access to some of the Four Season Garden's resources. He was unable to gain further access to the more important items. That was only possible from the start if the contract was much more strict, to the point that he had to leave a part of his spirit here. However, Leylin wanted to enter a large organization by taking on the role of a guest professor or special guest. It was for his convenience to obtain high-grade information and resources in the future. He had planned to travel across the world in the future and search for various magi remnants and did not want to just be tied down in one place. Leylin took extra care to examine the margins of the parchment paper, which was extremely clean, with no additional conditions or runes inscribed onto them. Some ancient characters were extremely difficult to notice and even similar to runes. Leylin had heard that many magicians loved to use such devious traps in order to trick others. Although the Four Seasons Garden might not stoop down to such a level, Leylin still felt that he had to be more careful for his own sake. AI chip. Scan. Check if there are any pitfalls or unknown constraints in the contract. Leylin commanded silently. Mission establishing, beginning detailed scan. The AI chip's voice intoned. Currently, after several upgrades, the AI chip was still able to hide all traces of its existence before a rank 2 Magus. Beep. Scan complete. No strange or concealed restraints on the contract. The AI chip's voice intoned. These conditions are very good. I have no reasons to refuse them. The AI chip's indication could only be heard by Leylin. From Wade's point of view, Leylin had only given it a cursory glance before readily agreeing. Very well, Reynolds chanted an incantation. Buzz, buzz, there was an undulation in the air, and immediately a mysterious eye appeared in midair. This eye was completely black, save for the scarlet light within the pupil. Trial's eye, Leylin said inwardly. This eye was extremely similar to the clone he had summoned, but it was at least 10 times bigger than what he had seen before. It was obvious that when summoned by a rank 2 Magus, the Trial's eyes would be multiplied. If it was said that the Trial's eye that Leylin had summoned when he was an acolyte had less than a billionth of the strength of its true body, this vertical eye that Reynolds had summoned would most likely have the strength of a millionth of the Trial's eye's real body. The Trial's eye floated in midair quietly, and Leylin seemed to even see a trace of intelligence within its pupils. This is different from a phantom that has no consciousness when summoned by an acolyte. The might of the Trial's eye, when summoned by an official Magus, is even stronger. Moreover, it is intelligent and can think on its own, so it is able to judge the contract fairly between both parties. Reynolds explained to Leylin. That was to say, if this Trial's eye had appeared in the past, Leylin's past ploy in deceiving the vengeful spirit Roman with a word game would have been exposed, and he would have suffered the punishment of the Trial's eye. I declare that the ceremony starts now, Reynolds announced in a low voice, and the moment he spoke, the Trial's eye trembled. Leylin could tell that the atmosphere in the air had changed and became denser. Witnessed by the mighty and impartial Trial's eye, Leylin, do you agree to sign this agreement? Reynolds asked, his voice clear and powerful in the ancient Byron language. I agree, Leylin answered his speech also in the ancient Byron language. The moment the words left his mouth, he could feel his spirit tremble, seeming to repeat the words that he had just said. The phantom of the Trial's eye shook, seeming to be the witness to this contract. So then, I, Reynolds, hereby declare the contract as established, Reynolds called out. Boom. The contract on the parchment paper in Reynolds' hands suddenly combusted, turning into ashes as they entered the phantom. Ziu ziu. The Trial's eye exploded and turned into 2 black rays, entering Leylin and Reynolds' bodies at a speed that the naked eye could not follow. Congratulations! From today onwards, you are now an extrinsic Magus. Not only can you obtain a portion of precious resources every month, you are also allowed access to most of our labs and the library, Reynolds said to Leylin. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Descartes, good, now let's speak about your allocations, Reynolds told Leylin. According to Wade, you have an amazing talent and ability in potioneering. We cannot allow such a talent to be neglected. After some consideration, we are prepared to arrange you into the potioneering team. Do you have any objections? I couldn't wish for anything better, Leylin smiled. Since there were potioneering teams, there should be other alchemy teams, battle teams, and more. Leylin only wanted to enter the organization to get a salary and gather some resources. He definitely would not be willing to endanger his life fighting battles for them. As for being able to join the potioneering team, the requirements should be related to potioneering, which was something he specialized in. It seemed that intentionally having exposed his innate skill and strength from before had helped him in his promotion. All right, Wade, bring Leylin to the Descartes of the potioneering team and then come back. In regards to the Moonflower Flame incident, I think there are better ways to deal with it. Yes, teacher. Wade gave a bow and took Leylin away with him. What do you think? My tutor is a good person, right? Wade asked Leylin with a sense of pride and boasting. Being in front of Leylin, who was now a fellow comrade, he was visibly much more relaxed. He is a wise and amiable senior. This time, Leylin naturally would not sing a different tune. Ha ha, everyone says that. Come, let me bring you to the potioneering team. Descartes, over there, is overly conservative, but he still attentively cultivates truly talented young magicians. Wade divulged quite a bit of information without much thought. At the end of the turn, a magician in black robes emerged. This magician exuded a twisted and chilling murderous aura with faint howls from vengeful spirits, causing Leylin to feel sensitive. The most eye-catching thing about this magician was his vertical third eye in the middle of his forehead. The vertical eye was always open, and its pupil was pitch black. It seemed to lack feeling or sensation, causing one to not help but shiver. Wade, this new Magus doesn't seem to be very polite, the three-eyed Magus said coldly. An icy spiritual force immediately pounced onto Leylin. Leylin was caught by surprise and immediately gathered his spiritual force to defend. Pop, fine bubbles of air in the atmosphere began to pop. The moment their spiritual forces met, Leylin could feel that his opponent's spiritual force contained a strong aura of fresh blood. This kind of odor was so dense that Leylin nearly suffocated as he could not dispel it. And besides, his opponent's level of elemental essence conversion far surpassed that of semi-converted elemental magi. Leylin's spiritual force collapsed under his opponent's attack. As if a sledgehammer had smashed into Leylin's chest, he stumbled 2 steps back, and his face turned white. The three-eyed magician looked bewilderedly at Leylin. Your spiritual force is not bad, but it's a pity that it was still insufficient. Subsequently, he did not take another look at Leylin and proceeded past them. It seemed that the Magus was trying to show off and demonstrate his prowess. Are you okay? Wade looked a little worried for Leylin. No problem, my spiritual force is just a little shaken up. A few days of rest is all I need to get better. Leylin looked in the direction of three-eyed Magus as he left. Who is he? He is Lord Caesar, a Magus personally nurtured by the Four Seasons Garden and with valiant fighting strength. He is in charge of the hunting team and is the role as our deputy commander. Wade looked at Leylin with a bitter smile on his lips. Lord Caesar believes that foreign magicians will only damage the Four Seasons Garden's unity, and believes that recruiting new magicians should be banned. As if afraid that Leylin would worry, he added on, Of course, my teacher, Lord Reynolds, does not agree with his point of view. Furthermore, my teacher was one of the pioneers of this organization. At the present, the Four Seasons Garden's higher authorities are still in favor of recruiting new magicians. Head of the hunting team, Leylin glared in the direction of Lord Caesar, and a ray of light flashed from his eyes. AI chip, estimate the opponent's strength. Based on the spiritual force emitted by the opponent, target strength estimated. Rank 1 Magus with peak strength, elemental essence conversion above 80%. With this kind of strength, it bears a resemblance to the elder from the Lilidal family. By the looks of it, if I was paired to battle against him, I'd have little chance of winning. Tons of complicated ideas were swirling around in Leylin's mind. Okay, let me bring you to the potioneering team. Wade quickly changed the topic, and Leylin followed behind Wade without comment. Along the way, Wade tried his best to speak about other topics, hoping Leylin would forget about the unhappiness from earlier on. Even though they both knew it was impossible, Leylin still acted as if he was listening attentively. After becoming a part of our team, you can live here permanently in a house for free. However, life here is very monotonous. We just conduct experiments after experiments. Hence, many magicians like to own housing in the Nightless City so that they can have a vacation over there from time to time. Wade responsibly told Leylin what to expect. After crossing several forks in the road, they came to a stone bridge that spanned midair across an overhanging cliff, which led to a botanic garden. The floor here was made of metal, and the surroundings were a tidy and clean shade of white, causing the misconception of returning to his laboratory from his past life. On both sides of the road, there was also transparent glass. Behind the glass were petri dishes in which various sorts of exotic plants had been planted. Walking earth grass, giant food flowers, face vines, with just a casual sweep of his eyes, Leylin found countless precious plants. Some were even important ingredients for cultivating spiritual force, but of course, they were only effective for acolytes. Any newly recruited rank 1 Magus would be astonished at all these things, but Leylin had seen the great Magus Surhome's Dylan Gardens that he had personally cultivated, and all these plants were nothing compared to what he had seen before. However, a shocked expression still flashed across his face. "We've arrived. This is the potioneering headquarters." Wade brought Leylin through the garden and arrived in front of two huge stone statues that resembled monsters. "Password?" The statue started to speak. "Tell Descartes that I've brought someone here for him, and also, don't make jokes to amuse yourself. If it happens again, I'll tell the teachers to change all guarding systems in this facility. You should know that I have that power," Wade bellowed at the statue. As if he knew that Wade wasn't joking, the enormous stone statue monster chuckled before getting out of the way. These two statues seem to have been manufactured defectively. The creator mistakenly stuffed a couple of mischievous spirits into the statues. "Just ignore them," Wade brought Leylin through, then told Leylin. "Mischievous spirits?" Leylin stared blankly, while immediately recalling a written account from an illustrated handbook. "Those that resemble goblins and tease people for their own pleasure, those spirits. This is really, it deserves our sympathy. To be honest, I also have some sympathy for myself." While Leylin was speaking, a tunnel behind the stone statue was opened, revealing what seemed like a structure of a ginormous auditorium. There was a huge gold chandelier suspended from the ceiling of the auditorium. There were plenty of giant candles on it, illuminating the auditorium. In the auditorium, there were numerous unusually long white birch tables with all sorts of delicacies spread on top. There were only a few magicians, and they were sitting far away from each other. Only a few of them who seemed to have a better relationship huddled together to chat. The voice from earlier on belonged to a middle-aged magician on the platform. "Here, let me introduce to you. This is Lord Descartes, the head of the potioneering team. He is a magus at the peak of rank 1 and on the verge of breaking through to rank 2. Wade smiled as he saluted Descartes, then said to Leylin. "Lord Descartes?" Leylin quickly bowed. "Hee, I know you. I've seen the clip of you brewing the medicine. Your technique was really admirable. From now on, we'll be colleagues. Everyone, please give a toast to our newest comrade." Descartes snapped his fingers, and 2 cups filled with mead flew in front of him and Leylin. "Cheers!" All of the magicians present raised their cups. "Thanks!" Leylin took the cup. The mead's alcohol content was not high, and it tasted like sweet liquor. Its taste was pleasant. "Well, since I've sent Leylin here, I will be taking my leave." Wade drank his wine in one shot. "My dear teacher is still waiting. Since you still have something to attend to, I shall not delay you any further. Leylin, come, sit here." While Descartes was speaking, the acolytes beside him immediately arranged a new long table. Countless kinds of delicacies and fruits were continuously brought to the table, quickly piling up onto the table. Leylin slightly bowed and arrived at his own seat. Only at this time did he have the chance to size up Descartes, the formidable potioneering team leader. Descartes wore white robes, onto which green plant designs had been embroidered. His face's shape was common, and on his forehead was a dark green headband, making him look extremely indolent. Around Leylin, there were also a couple of servants who were dressed glamorously. From the aura they gave off, they were level 3 acolytes from noble families. He took a look around. Solely in this auditorium, there were at least 30 official magi and countless acolytes. This was only a potioneering team. In terms of overall strength, it had already surpassed the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. The banquet carried on for about an hour and a half. After the majority of the magicians had finished eating, the acolytes brought beverages of different colors. The atmosphere in the auditorium slowly cozied up, resembling the tea parties Leylin had attended in his past life. "All right, this meal and welcoming ceremony are over. Let us discuss the allocation of work now." Descartes spoke on the platform, his voice resonating to the ears of every magician present. Upon hearing this, the magicians put down their cups. "Elmo, how's the progress of the giant dragon strength potion?" A voluptuous female magician stood up. "I am about 70% done with deducing the formula, and am currently stuck at some crucial points. I am applying for the 3rd centrifuge and supplies from the 5th garden." "Good. After the banquet ends, submit an application form." Descartes nodded in agreement. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 159, Exchange. "How about you, Martin? How is the brewing of the monthly 300 doses of frost potions?" Martin was a short old man, and when his name was called, He seemed uneasy as he stood up. See, sir, you know it. I am having a shortage of manpower. Also, recently, the apparatuses have. I don't care what your reasons are, Martin. Isn't this the third time already? Descartes' face darkened. Please forgive me, sir. Martin's face reddened. It's timely that you're lacking in manpower. Leylin will first be assigned to your team, and I will provide you with another 3 synthesizing machines. If you are still unable to complete your task by next month, your allowance for this year will be greatly reduced. Yes, sir. Martin could not help but to wipe the sweat off of his face. Leylin, who heard his name being called, got up. Next, Descartes called on several other magicians, inquired about their progress, and made the necessary arrangements. After the banquet, Leylin took the initiative to slow his footsteps and walk alongside Martin. Having you come to my team, I'm sorry, Martin apologized. It's not a problem. In any team, all newbies had to suffer at the beginning, and Leylin was well aware of this fact. All right, let's move on. I'll bring you to the lab and your room. There's also some stuff that you'll need to know. Even though Martin looked quite inept, he was enthusiastically guiding Leylin through the registration processes. Take it. They're the keys to your room, as well as your identity token. The old geezer Martin brought Leylin to a house that was constructed of black stones. Also, he handed over an old bronze key and an identity token to Leylin. The ancient key was modeled in an old-fashioned way. There were even some characters inscribed on it. As for the identity token, it was made of a translucent metal, with Leylin's name and other information carved onto it. Just with this token, you are able to go to the organization's resource point and obtain a portion of precious ingredients, as well as some advanced information. Martin explained to Leylin with patience. This token is extremely important, and if you lose it, there will be quite a hassle. You must definitely protect it well. Seeing that Leylin nodded his head to express his understanding, Martin brought Leylin to view the experiment labs and rooms. The experiment lab is a common shared area, and its number is DKH-328. The apparatus in it is rather decent and enough for an official magus. Furthermore, if you have any other special requests, you can apply for it through the organization. As long as you have enough contribution points, the organization will do their best to fulfill your requests. Leylin had heard Martin mention contribution points before. They were a method that the Four Seasons Garden used to gauge the merits of individual magi. After finishing the appointed amount of work required, an official magus could obtain contribution points. These points could not only raise the status of the team, but could also be used to exchange for essential resources and knowledge. From what Leylin could tell, this was a form of currency in the Four Seasons Garden. Speaking of contribution points, since you have only just entered, I'm sure you don't have enough. How about it? Do you want to accept 1 or 2 acolytes? These kinds of assignments give the most contribution points. Martin suggested helpfully. Actually, I don't have any plans on teaching anyone anytime soon. Leylin smiled and refused Martin's request. However, how does the academy function to protect a member's family? Leylin briefly stated the issue of him offending the Leylin family to Martin. Under the insurance of safety and personal benefits, Leylin would not mind leaving a lifeline for the previous Leylin Farlier family after all. He was still the eldest son and heir to this family in name. Also, if the opportunity presented itself, Leylin wished to make up for the fact that he had borrowed the body of this family's child. Oh, don't worry about it. Martin listened to what he said and shook his head. Our Four Seasons Garden is a lot more powerful than the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. As long as we get in contact with them, the Farlier family in the Chernobyl Islands will definitely be taken good care of. Furthermore, based on the contract that you've signed with us, before it's certain that you're dead, the Leylin family will definitely not be able to hurt your family of regular humans. There's such a rule? Leylin was a little curious. No matter that world he was in, it was acknowledged that harming one's family was a very good way causing one to seek revenge, much less in the Magus World, where the regard of law was lacking. Is this the fear of revenge? Leylin guessed. Exactly. You're fast. Martin looked pleased with Leylin. An official magus that has nothing to tie him down is the scariest, especially the fact that the Leylin family's members are not all magicians. There are definitely acolytes and normal human beings amongst them. Leylin understood that this was a mutual fear of each other. Before his death was confirmed, as long as the Leylin family dared to strike at the Farlier family, it would definitely incur the wrath and revenge of Leylin. Also, with the strength of an official Magus, slaughtering those humans and acolytes would be as easy as eating rice and drinking water. Even if the Leylin family was rather established, they would definitely not be able to handle such a loss. Hence, the Farlier family would completely be safe. "What's more, you've joined us." Martin's expression was one of pride and perhaps conceit. The Four Seasons Gardens might is not something that the likes of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy can even begin to compare to. After hearing that you joined our side, they might have even thought of withdrawing their order for your capture. "I don't really care about that." Leylin thought about Bossing, who he had killed. This acolyte of nobility seemed to be the sole grandson of the elder of the Leylin family. In addition, they had also dispatched a rank 1 Magus to kill him, who had ended up dying by Leylin's hand. This enmity could not be so easily resolved. "I've heard that the competition to be the next head of the Leylin family has reached the most crucial point. That elder is also known for being headstrong and will not tolerate my existence. Otherwise, his image and reputation will be ruined." On the contrary, as Leylin thought of this, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Right now, his strength was rapidly increasing. Moreover, once he underwent his second transition of his bloodline, his strength would definitely be boosted by a significant amount. At that time, it would not be a matter of whether the enemy would let Leylin leave, but whether Leylin would let them go. 4 months later, Leylin wore a loose white robe with patterns of green plants embroidered on the sleeves and collar. This was the uniform that official Magi in the Four Seasons Garden wore. He was presently passing through the side roads in the mountain of the Four Seasons Garden's headquarters. After walking through a tunnel full of little plant people, he arrived at an ancient square. The square seemed to be constructed in the heart of the mountain and was very large. The ceiling was made of solid rock, and an innumerable amount of everlasting light spells had been added to the wall, brightening up the entire room. This was the place in the Four Seasons Garden where he could exchange contribution points for resources. Here, whether it was an acolyte or Magus, one could use contribution points and gain the materials and information that they wanted. In addition, as an official Magi, Leylin was able to gain his monthly allocation for finishing his monthly tasks. Many magicians who wished to join the Four Seasons Garden were attracted by this temptation, which was second only to having a large backer supporting them. Leylin specifically walked towards a counter that handled the redemption of contribution points for official Magi. The staff member in here was actually an official Magus as well. This official Magus was a female, with ocean blue hair that softly rested on her shoulders. On the sides of her lips, there were traces of gills. "Hello, may I ask what you require?" The female Magus asked using the common language of the South Coast, her voice extremely gentle and pleasing to the ears. This feeling, Leylin was instead alarmed. It's extremely similar to the time when I was brewing the Azure Potion, where the voices of mermaids singing were heard. It seems that this woman has a trace of the mermaid's bloodline. Leylin's expression on the surface was indifferent as he looked at the woman and handed over his token. "I am here to retrieve some ingredients. Is there a catalog for them?" "This is the catalog of the items that you are currently able to exchange for." The female Magus swept her eyes over Leylin's token and seemed surprised as she looked at Leylin. After that, she pretended that it was not a big deal and handed over a catalog to him. Leylin looked at the list of items on the catalog in detail. This list was extremely long. Not only were there many resources that were precious even in the Nightless City, there were also many pieces high-grade information and the latest results of experiments. Furthermore, Leylin even saw some spiritual force potions that were meant for an official Magus consumption. However, the contribution points required were so high that Leylin could only long for them. Sky flower whelk fruit, dwarf frost runes, elemental crystals. Leylin's fingers stopped when they traced the words of elemental crystals on the catalog. His previous backlash from consuming them had now disappeared, so he could once again obtain more crystallized darkness energy particles to raise his elemental essence conversion. Leylin fervently looked through the entry of the elemental crystals, and finally, At the end of the list of the names of energy particles, he found the name that he was searching for. Crystallized darkness energy particles, able to effectively raise the elemental essence conversion of a magus. Also has major residual effects. Use at your own risk. Available, 5850 G1G equals 1 contribution point. Limit. Regular team members can only buy a maximum of 50 G per month. This price, Leylin frowned. Based on this method of calculation, he could purchase 50 G of elemental crystals at the most, which would deplete his contribution points by about half. He had used up 300 grams of crystals, which raised his elemental essence conversion to 35%. With another 50 G, at the very most, he would be able to raise it to 40%, which just wouldn't be enough. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164 Seasons Secret Plane 4 Seasons Secret Plane. Why is the price of these crystals so expensive? Leylin could not help but blurt out. Also, there's a limit to the quantity that I can purchase. From the looks of it, with such a method for calculating the price, elemental crystals were one of the most expensive items in the catalog. Their prices were only second to that of a spiritual force potion. Leylin had stayed in the Four Seasons Garden for 4 months and had been allocated 10 contribution points per month. This meant that even if Leylin stayed idle, he would be able to get 10 contribution points per month from the Four Seasons Garden. Furthermore, he had joined Martin's squad, and every time he completed a mission, he would receive a fixed amount of contribution points. However, even after adding all of these up, it was actually still not enough to buy many items. Although the backlash of the elemental crystals is great, it is undeniable that it can boost the strength of a magus. Naturally, it is an item that is highly sought after. The female magus seemed to have heard these questions countless of times, so she did not hesitate with her reply. Give me 50 grams of elemental crystals, and on top of that, add these 2 pieces of high-grade information. Leylin paused and thought, before pointing to the catalog and saying to the female magus. He knew that he had made a mistake. The Four Seasons Garden's monthly allocation of resources could not be stacked up, but was instead fixed for every month. That was to say, Leylin could obtain up to 50 grams of elemental crystals per month, but he was not able to wait and receive several months' worth of allocations at the same time. Moreover, even if he knew beforehand that the monthly allocations could not be accumulated, he, who had just joined, did not have that many contribution points allocated to him in the first place. A total of 80 contribution points. The female magus took Leylin's badge and waved it above a black machine. Bright red lights flashed. Following that, she then retrieved the items that Leylin had requested from behind the counter. Thank you, Leylin stuffed the items in his robes and left the plaza with a heavy heart. Leylin, a short magus, with a height of merely 1 meter and a skull like a gnome, hurriedly ran to Leylin. You're just in time. Follow me, Martin was just looking for you. From what Leylin knew about this short magus, he had also been temporarily assigned to Martin's group. The two of them had accomplished a significant amount of missions together and had a decent relationship with each other. Is anything wrong? Leylin was a little curious. As the leader, Martin would usually lead and plan the task. In other areas, however, Martin had little presence. It seems like this is related to this month's task, Leylin said. The short magus revealed a delightful smile. Ever since Leylin joined Team 3, our rate of success has been steadily increasing, allowing Martin to gain favor with Lord Descartes. In addition, since our group has been performing exceedingly well, Descartes has started assigning us other more challenging tasks with higher quality rewards. This time, it probably has to do with this matter. Other tasks? Leylin was a little curious. Ever since he had joined Team 3 under Martin, the tasks that had been assigned to him had always been the brewing of frost potions and the like. In this complicated and taxing task, the presence of the AI chip had begun to show its advantages. Leylin's completion rate was exceptionally stunning. Thus, although Leylin consciously hid some of his progress, deliberately committing mistakes, his contribution to the small team was remarkable, gaining him the respect of many of the members. Leylin followed behind the short magus, passing through a couple of long and narrow forks and eventually arriving at Team 3's meeting point. Pong, The iron door opened up at once. Leylin, Martin was slumped over at a long table and using a red pen to write, but after noticing Leylin, he briefly put his existing work on hold, his face revealing a pleasant smile. To him, Leylin was basically his savior. With Leylin's entry into the team, he had been able to complete his own task, assuredly securing his own resources this year and also helping his team accomplish some marvelous tasks. It was only now that he believed that Leylin was his lucky star. There were other members of Team 3 in the spacious room. Upon seeing Leylin, their faces displayed amicable smiles. Great. Now that everyone is present, I shall talk about this month's task. Martin happily took out a scroll wrapped with a golden ribbon out from his robe, steadily opening it in front of Leylin and the others. Our task this month is to maintain a specific area within the secret plane. Reward: 50 contribution points each. Clamor. Even though they were aware that the task this time around would be very good, the Magi situated below were in chaos. It's actually to enter the secret plane. This is really... The short Magus had a very excited look on his face. At the corner, Leylin revealed his surprise too. Such a huge reward, and also a secret plane. A secret plane was a domain that ancient Magi had constructed in order to house resources or conduct experiments. It was isolated by spells, and by the looks of it, the Four Seasons Garden possessed such a place as well. I almost forgot, Leylin. You have just joined not long ago, and probably are still unaware of the secret plane. Martin closed and rebound the scroll, smiling as he walked towards Leylin. Leylin, from what you know, what is the one thing that a Magus values the most? Talent and resources, Leylin answered without hesitation. This was the common consensus from all Magi in the South Coast. Not bad. A Magus's aptitude is set from birth and is impossible to change, and the only way to make up for it thereafter is in the resources aspect. With sufficient resources, even a Magus with an average aptitude can possibly reach the footsteps of a gifted Magus. Martin showed a face of awe. Thus, once ancient Magi advanced, they would search for an area that had a high concentration of elemental energy particles and construct a secret plane to nurture and grow resources. For this reason, it is the root of many ancient Magi remnants that you see now. As for the current generation of Magi, they are far from the overpowering might of ancient Magi, who could cast isolation spells on their own, and set up spells that could stretch and compress space. Some needed resources like space rocks for the construction, which cannot be found by the current age Magi. Thus, at the current South Coast, the inner circles of magisteriums have joined forces to open up and cultivate a part of a secret plane as a mainstream activity. Perhaps there are a few lucky ones. Those who are so lucky that they can cause jealousy, obtaining ancient remnants and inheritances, and controlling a secret plane. That is really a story of instant success. Martin's face was tinged with envy. Of course, Leylin knew what a secret plane represented, as the knowledge that he had previously gathered at the Dylan Gardens had been deeply etched into his memory. Simply owning a part of a secret plane would mean the provision of limitless resources. For a Magi who especially required resources, this was an irresistible offer. However, the capability of a Magus was limited, and one unable to build a new secret plane on his or her own. Only when working together could Magi build a secret plane. Leylin had predicted the existence of similar places in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, but because his level had been lower back then, and he had advanced into a Magus after leaving the academy, he was unable to prove this point. Leylin, you have only been here for a few months, and yet you are entering into the secret plane. The upper management seem to have a lot of confidence in you, huh? Martin patted Leylin on his back in a friendly manner. Not at all. Not at all, Leylin gave a modest expression, appearing rather shy. Ha ha, let's go. Martin laughed and took the lead, and Leylin himself followed closely behind him. The entrance to the Four Seasons Garden secret plane was near the headquarters, so that it would be easy to deploy forces to guard the entrance. Leylin and the rest followed behind Martin, and after following 5 to 6 roads, they reached the entrance to the secret plane. On the way there, Leylin used the AI chip and felt the 5 or 6 energy waves scanning over his group. Furthermore, the Magi guiding the entrance were of semi-converted elemental strength and beyond. These types of stringent and vigilant checks caught Leylin by surprise. Standing in front of them, the stern-looking Magi examined the scroll that Martin was holding once more. After which, Martin turned back and shouted to Leylin and the rest, "Get ready, the entrance is about to open." The entrance to the secret plane was a door made out of a big slab of stone, and the borders of the big door were embossed with differing intricate designs. On a platform beside the entrance, there was a Magus sitting cross-legged, whose countenance was concealed. Extremely mysterious and strong energy waves radiated from his body. "This is the guardian of the academy. Hurry up and greet him." Martin led the group of magicians and bowed first. "This is, at least a rank 2 Magus energy waves. It seems like the importance of this secret plane has far surpassed my guesses." Leylin's eyes flashed as he bowed like the others. "Since the inspection is now over, let us enter." The guardian waved his arm and chanted an incantation. Wang wang. The stone door moved, and a white light radiated from behind the door, giving off a feeling of energy waves emanating from the void. Having had previous experience in exploring secret planes, Leylin was familiar with the undulations that indicated the opening of the plane. At the same time, a bright light was produced from the scroll in Martin's hands and enveloped the entire group. When the white lights met and fused, it produced a blinding glare. As the glare eventually vanished, Martin, as well as the other magicians, were revealed to have disappeared. "Ah!" Leylin rubbed his eyes, which were stinging in pain. "This is really uncomfortable." He found himself standing on top of another platform, on which many acolytes were walking around. Unlike the previous scenery, the surroundings were a sea of green. The sky was a pure blue, and the surrounding air was extremely fresh. "Are we within the secret plane? It seems quite large." Leylin stroked his chin. AI chip analyzed the surroundings. Beep, scanning in process. Compared to the air in the outer world, the density of energy particles within the secret plane is higher by 34.7%. The AI chip displayed a chart in front of Leylin, quickly giving him the data that he required. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 161, Man-Made Rain, Man-Made Rain. "This is shocking, isn't it?" Martin joyfully said as he walked closer. "This is the Four Seasons Gardens Four Seasons Secret Plane, which has an overall land area of more than 100,000 mu, and is abundant with various types of resources." 100,000 mu. Leylin was extremely surprised. This was the land area of a couple countries from before he was reincarnated added up together. "Yeah, there are not only valuable objects and magical living creatures, but normal humans are in here too." Martin pointed towards the distance at what looked like an area of small towns and villages. "We employ normal humans to help us with farming and even working at some plantations for the Magi. This proves that being well-organized, well-planned with training, and more highly invested human resources, we can produce even more resources. The entire Four Seasons secret plane is the foundation of our Four Seasons garden and is an unending stream of treasure. Building the secret plane, cultivating resources, and harvesting, these are the main resources used to furnish the White Magi's power." An intoxicating look flashed through Martin's eyes. "These 100,000 mu of land have such a high energy concentration, and adding the special care and maintenance." Leylin sighed as he thought to himself in his heart. Leylin also felt that the old him was always living in the shadows of the Magus World, whereas right now, he could finally see the differing ideologies of the Dark Magi. The Light Magi cultivated the various plantations and animals within the secret plane, thus reaping great resources. On the other hand, the Dark Magi seemed to prefer using violence to obtain these resources. "Leylin, do you know why the previous check that we went through was so stringent?" Martin asked unexpectedly. "Why? Could it be because of the fear of the Dark Magi?" Leylin shared his speculations. "Yes, it's those wretched beings." Martin was fuming with rage when he spoke of the Dark Magi. "Those bloodthirsty Dark Magi always seek to profit using other people's toils, and cannot be bothered to run their own secret plane. Instead, from time to time, they plot against our Light Magi's secret plane." The short magician who was at the side revealed the reason. "Every year, there would be a successful occasion of Dark Magi raiding our secret plane. Although they took only the presently available resources, and the secret plane was able to resume production, it was still a tremendous loss. On the contrary, Leylin was surprisingly knowledgeable about the reasoning behind it. Although the Dark Magi grew up in a bloody and vicious environment, it was undeniable that having grown up in such conditions, these Dark Magi were more powerful than the average Light Magus. In the eyes of the Dark Magi, whose methods involved preying on the weak, the resources of the White Magi were a veritable gold mine. Moreover, these kinds of smaller-scale battles could even be used as a way for the Dark Magi to train their forces. If the White Magi had not been well organized and united, and the Black Magi themselves also had flaws and trust issues, perhaps the balance of power of Magi in the entire South Coast may have been altered. All right, I will allocate the next task. Martin stood at the corner again and waited for all the Magi to make their way over before giving his speech. Our task is to clean up an area in the North Division, getting rid of the insect pests and diseases within. We also have to pay attention to the disease that is affecting the grassland in the East Division. Black spots have appeared on the surface of horse milk grass, and we need to use the first Jacqueline potion to take care of it. Fire Eyes and Hakob go to the 1st East Division. Oak and Leylin, you two go to the 2nd East Division. Next, Martin started to announce people's duties. Let's go, the midget magus named Oak told Leylin. After everyone's duties had been distributed, the Magi and the 3rd team left the platform in groups of 2s and 3s. There is still a very large distance that we need to traverse to reach the North Division, but we have already arranged for a mount, and will be able to reach our destination quickly. It was obvious that Oak had been here a few times in the past. He brought Leylin to the edge of a building. Facing the window, he asked for 2 of the green metal plates. The controlling device for the Dragon Crown Nighthawks? By now, Leylin understood that the Four Seasons Garden totally controlled the secret plane. With the 2 piercing cries of the Nighthawks, the 2 Dragon Crown Nighthawks flapped their wings and flew towards the east. After flying for a distance, if one were to look at the riders from they had set off, one would only be able to see some tiny black specks. The whistling of the wind continued to sound in Leylin's ears. Leylin sat on the wide back of the Nighthawk, sweeping his eyes over the land under him. In the secret plane, where the amount of energy particles was much denser, all types of vegetation grew very well. For as far as the eye could see, there were lush green fields, within which there were several organized patches of blue flowers that gave off a sweet scent. This was the honey milk flower. Not only was it often used by acolytes as an ingredient used in potioneering, the nectar within the flower was also a food that all beings in the Magus world enjoyed. With the use of the AI chip, Leylin could see that within the sea of blue, there were several people looking like ants as they worked diligently. Beside the sea of flowers, there were several obviously man-made constructions, which seemed to have the sole purpose of watching over the flowers. Regular humans are in charge of plants that acolytes use as ingredients. As for ingredients that the official Magi usually use, which are more precious, they are more heavily defended and are bred in special environments that simulate the environment of the outside world. After flying for nearly half an hour, they descended into the outskirts of a small town. Greetings, my lords. At this moment, a bunch of housewives and children came out from the town, and led by a town mayor and an acolyte, they respectfully greeted Leylin and Oak. We have definitely told you everything regarding the general events that have been taking place. This is my identity token. Bring me to the surveillance tower. Oak handed over a badge to the acolyte. The acolyte seemed to be very old, and there were streaks of white hair behind his ears. He took the badge and traced over the surface of it with his thumb while chanting an incantation. With the incantation, a layer of white light emerged from the badge and formed an image in midair. The screen listed Leylin's and Oak's profiles. Lord Leylin, Lord Oak. Please follow me. After seeing the image and information, this acolyte seemed to heave a sigh of relief as he led Leylin and Oak to a tall stone tower within the small town. This is the organization's surveillance tower. I have been taking on the role as a guard and have been maintaining the tower. Right now, it is operating perfectly fine. The acolyte opened the doors of the surveillance tower as he made his report. The surveillance tower was extremely simple, and the walls were the color of ashen gray rocks. The first floor made up the living quarters of the acolyte, and goods such as the stones and crystals used in the maintenance of the tower were haphazardly stocked on the second floor. After going up the long flight of spiral steps, Leylin reached the highest floor of the surveillance tower. Outside the door of the highest floor, there was actually a living magic creature. It was a painting of a lizard mounted on the wall. "Give me the password. The great Mother Earth has bestowed upon us her powers," the acolyte recited in a sing-song voice. "Password confirmed." Following the reply of the lizard, the door opened with a creak. Even though he is only a level 3 acolyte, he's not bad. Leylin looked at the lizard within the painting that was still crawling and commented before entering the room. The room at the highest level was very small. There were windows installed on the 4 walls, and through them, one could observe the scenery surrounding the town. This is an apparatus that monitors the weather, and these spell formations complement the fine-tuning of humidity and temperature. The controls are extremely simple, but since this is still your first time, Leylin, you can watch me first. Oak walked towards a black apparatus. "Our initial purpose for coming here is to treat the disease that is affecting the horse milk grass." Oak pressed on the apparatus and immediately put on a red plastic mask on his face. Ka-cha, a depression appeared in the apparatus. It was the size of a thumb, which could fit a test tube in. "First, Jacqueline potion." Oak placed several test tubes in the depression. Immediately, the green liquid's water level slowly fell. "Rain." Oak spat out the word in the ancient Byron language. At the same time, water element particles were constantly converging in his palm. The energy particles were magnified through the apparatus and were eventually expelled out of the tower. To have used the magic of magicians to replace science and create man-made rain, this is incredible. An intoxicated expression appeared on Leylin's face as he thought. Any and all paths of progression would eventually converge at the same final destination. The magicians who harnessed the mysterious powers of magic in this world had nearly achieved the same feats attained in Leylin's previous world. Ka-cha, above the small town, patches of ominous clouds gathered and seemingly grew denser by the second. Pitter-patter. Droplets of green rain fell from the sky. Dark clouds amassed, and the rain descended upon the grassy plains. With the onset of rain, the black spots on the surface of the horse milk grass became noticeably lighter. It seemed that with the treatment contained within the rainfall, the grass could have a complete recovery. The management of the secret plane is also a skill. The method of creating rain is the simplest of all of the techniques that we use. We also need to be aware of the compatibility of the flora and the fauna. For instance, if night lotus flowers and midnight bees are put together, not only can this raise the efficiency of the production of the midnight lotus flowers, it can also increase the vitality of the midnight bees and increase the chance of there being a bee king. Furthermore, the honey made from the pollen of the midnight lotus flower is also a cosmetic item highly sought after by female magi. Oak gave Leylin a brief introduction. Leylin's experience in managing a secret plane was completely non-existent. Hence, he attentively recorded Oak's words in his memory and asked questions from time to time in order to lessen his doubts. However, it's a pity. If I am able to let the AI chip manage the activities within the secret plane using science and technology, I am confident that I can increase the productivity of the secret plane by at least 20%. After understanding the general situation within the secret plane, Leylin felt that this was a pity. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, A meeting. No matter how great the Four Seasons Garden's secret plane was, it did not belong to him. Therefore, Leylin did not want to reveal his trump cards for the sake of it. Also, as a newly advanced Magus, it was just a pipe dream for him to own a secret plane all to himself. Apart from these couple stray thoughts, Leylin did not have any better methods that he wanted to employ. 7 days later, the crisp caw of a nighthawk sounded. Leylin sat on the back of a dragon-crowned nighthawk while flying back to the nightless city. The missions to maintain the secret plane were indeed some of the most popular missions. Leylin and Oak only spent 7 days to cleanse the eastern part of the secret plane. Not only was the disease cured, they managed to drive away droves of ferocious beasts. After which, Leylin and the others who had nothing else left to do were sent out of the secret plane. On each of their tokens, there was a huge number of contribution points added. I can try my earlier plan now. Also, I need to find several more servants. If I were to do everything myself, it would be a waste of my time, Leylin thought. After a span of 4 months, the backlash from consuming the darkness crystals disappeared. However, the Four Seasons garden's supply was far from enough, so Leylin could only shift his attention to that old witch in the nightless city. He remembered that the old witch's shop had a number of good items. The sea of people in the nightless city was the same as before. Leylin flew directly to the passage that hosted the revered magicians and showed his ring to the guards, before entering the city under the respectful bows of the guards. Suddenly, Leylin's robes shook. A green light forcefully radiated through his robes. Leylin furrowed his brow and withdrew a pocket-sized diary. A green secret imprint flashed with light, and from it, the voice of an old lady sounded. "Hey Leylin, are you here yet?" From the tone of the voice, Leylin could detect a sense of urgency. Ever since he had handed over a copy of his research on spirits from when he was an acolyte to the old witch, she had proved to have an extreme interest in it. Furthermore, she even given her secret imprint to Leylin. During these past few months, she seemed to have gotten some progress in her experiment, but she was caught in a bottleneck. Hence, she had been continuously sending messages to Leylin. It was a pity, however, that Leylin had been inside the Four Seasons garden brewing potions to exchange for contribution points, so he hadn't paid her any heed. However, this old witch was extremely patient and had been sending Leylin a message every few days. "What is it? Didn't I say that I would try my best to come over as quickly as possible?" Leylin said to the secret imprint. At the same time, his footsteps halted and changed directions towards a deserted alley. He also applied a layer of isolation magic on his body. "This time, I have amassed many items. Do you remember the crystallized darkness energy particles? I have a total of 500 grams here, and I swear that you won't regret it." Knowing Leylin's temperament, the old witch hurriedly tossed out her bargaining chip. 500 grams? Leylin's brows relaxed, and the original feeling of tension disappeared. With that many darkness crystals, combined with the ones he had been saving, it would definitely bring his elemental essence conversion up by another notch. However, the darkness crystals were not almighty. According to Leylin's estimation and the AI chip's calculations, if these crystals were to bring his elemental essence conversion up to 70%, then it would already be a godsend. What's more, the backlash would be extremely terrifying. If his vitality was not superior to other normal magicians, he wouldn't dare to be this crazy. "Yeah, this time I spared no expense, and even owe some old freaks a couple of favors now. Do you remember our previous transaction? Give me the latter half of the information, and all of these crystals will be yours. Also, there is some prospect of the things that you mentioned to me before happening. As for the details, wait until you come to my shop." The old witch's voice gradually faded, but Leylin could tell that she had a certain amount of confidence. "Okay, wait for me, I'll be right there." Leylin closed the diary and hastened his footsteps. Within Nightless City, Elm Street number 231. "Haha, you actually got here so quickly. It seems like you're also anxious to get the items I have." Seeing Leylin entering the shop, the witch immediately closed the main doors. It seemed that she was prepared to stop operating her business for the rest of the day. "You and I are both magi, but if not for the fact that we both had something the other party wanted, we would not be gathered like this. Don't bother trying to play these mind games." Leylin carefully scrutinized the old witch's appearance. She looked more aged as compared to before. Furthermore, her hair was shriveling and falling out. It seemed like she had gotten older by 30 to 40 years. "What has happened to you?" Leylin casually asked. "It's nothing much, just a backlash from an experiment." The old witch obviously did not intend to elaborate. "All 500 grams of darkness crystals are here." The old witch shook her head and placed a black bottle on the counter. Her body was extremely thin, as if she could collapse and die any given moment. Inside the bottle, there was a layer of half-solid and half-liquid translucent crystals, the same as what Leylin had seen before. "Before this, how about the thing I had entrusted you to look for previously? Are there really any prospects now?" He had made a request to the old witch before, and that matter was no ordinary task. Of course, people who are similar are the most sensitive to one another. From your aura, I completely believe in your identity as a dark magus. Furthermore, the guild behind me is very willing to have you join us. The old witch panted and sat on a chair made of vines while talking. What Leylin had asked of the old witch from before was naturally to seek out an organization operated by dark magi. Even within the Nightless City, which was controlled by the light magi, there would definitely still be the existence of shadows. These were the grounds where the dark magi would operate. After all, Leylin was still a dark magus through and through. To him, slowly gathering resources like other magi and spending time and effort to seek a chance to break through was far too inefficient for him. Furthermore, Leylin did not own a secret plane, and with his current wealth, he would definitely not be able to establish one. As a result, he could only work for an organization in exchange for resources. Such a cumbersome process was unbearable to him. As for the crudest way of obtaining resources, it was always done through bloodthirsty means. How could a slow and steady accumulation beat the instant gaining of resources through plundering? Although this method had a certain degree of risk, after doing some calculations, Leylin felt that it was within his risk threshold. In fact, this was the most common thought of the dark magi. One could nurture a secret plane on any given day, but once there was an immediate increased need for resources, looting or plundering would have to be done. As for the previous encounter, Leylin realized that this old witch was not just a dark magus. Her shop was most likely a contact point for the disposal of stolen goods and a meeting place for the dark magi. Hence, he had a notion about what was to come. After all, with his current capabilities, he would not be able to plunder a secret plane, so he would need the help of other magicians. "And when will you bring me to see your head?" Leylin asked. "What about my reward?" The old witch refused. "First, look at this." Leylin tossed a scroll to her after thinking. The old witch caught the scroll and her eyes squinted. It seems to be an introduction to a type of spiritual force potion. The ingredients required are really rare. You actually need a spirit? Guck-cuck. Suddenly, as if something got stuck in the old witch's throat, she let off a gag, her face filled with disbelief. This is a spiritual force formula of the ancient magi. The primary steps have actually been filled in. She looked at Leylin in alarm. "Give me the rest of this information, and the deal will be sealed. I can even give you other types of compensation, and my treasures will be for your taking." Towards the old witch's suggestion, Leylin scoffed. "Are you kidding? A copy of a spiritual force potion of the ancient magi is only worth this much. Then, what do you want?" The old witch's face darkened, and a dark spiritual force energy wave emanated from her body. Whoosh, as if a strong wind had passed through, the items in the shop began to shake. "You wish to attack? Don't forget that we're in the Nightless City right now," Leylin reminded her as he smiled gently. After which, his eyes flashed, and an immense wave of spiritual force with an inconceivable darkness enveloped the shop. Bang! The two forces clashed, and several explosions occurred in the air. The glass bottles in the surroundings cracked open, and several organs and fresh blood seeped from them. "You actually have such a huge improvement in your spiritual force?" The old witch staggered back 2 steps, apparently shocked. "Not only that, look at this too." Leylin withdrew the identification badge of the Four Seasons Garden and flashed it at the witch. "The identity token of the Four Seasons Garden. To think that you had already joined them." The old witch was evidently more afraid now. Hey, is this Elm Street number 231, Marie's Emporium? I detected strong spiritual force energy waves from your shop earlier. Do you need any assistance?" A milky white light from a secret imprint floated on the old witch's counter. "No, it's nothing. Just a leakage of a failed experiment from earlier." The old witch looked Leylin in the eye and said to the secret imprint. The other party was silent for a moment. "Then I will make this record. Moreover, you have flouted Clause 762 of the Nightless City's security law. Please come to the communal center to pay your fines before the 13th. Evidently, the other party had his suspicions, but as the perpetrator of this event, the old witch did not voice any problems, so the other party did not bother to pursue the matter any further. "I know," the old witch answered the other party in a superficial manner before shutting off the secret imprint. In the Magus World, strength alone was not everything. One needed to have some kind of backing as well. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Collaboration. Not only did Leylin display his immense might in front of the old witch, he even revealed that he had the backing of the Four Seasons Garden. Hence, the old witch now had no choice but to take him seriously. As for the possibility of the other party catching hold of Leylin's weak point, right now Leylin had not joined any dark magi organizations, so why would he be afraid of that? Also, after successfully joining the organization that the old witch was in, everyone would be in the same boat. Leylin also had other plans and would never allow this old witch to reveal them to others. Crash. A heap of high-grade magic crystals that radiated huge energy waves was emptied on the table, along with a dozen black magic crystal cards. These magic crystal cards were made of the essence of 1,000 magic crystals, which was the origin for many formations' source of energy. Hence, they were extremely sought after. All of my magic crystals are here. Every item in this shop, as long as you want them, can be yours, if only you could give me that potion's formula. An earnest and pleading expression appeared on the old witch's face. It seemed that she needed this potion's formula very badly. This turn of events left Leylin somewhat shocked. From what he thought, this old witch would definitely be enthralled by it, but not to such a crazy degree. However, this situation was naturally more favorable towards him now. Leylin appeared indifferent as he swept up the magic crystal cards and crystallized darkness energy particles and stored them in his robes. How precious is the formula of a potion that can increase the spiritual force of even official magi? It isn't even easy for me to get this kind of item, Leylin said nonchalantly, and despair was drawn on the old witch's face. Although the formula cannot be given, we can still cooperate. Right when the old witch was about to burst in rage, Leylin gently spoke again, causing the old witch relax the energy particles that she had gathered. Cooperate? How are we going to do that? You're an expert in the field of spirits, and the raw ingredients for this spiritual potion are all spirits. You'll provide the ingredients and do all of the other preparatory work, and I'll be in charge of brewing the potion. As for the potions that are successful, I'll get 60% of them, and you'll get the remaining 40%, Leylin suggested. It was obvious that this proposal seemed to hit the old witch's soft spot. In terms of potential, she couldn't take down the present Leylin, and the power backing Leylin was also one that caused her some amount of fear. In addition, this potion was extremely important to her. The ratio is too little. I'll be obtaining the spirits and doing all the prep work, which is much more dangerous. If I ever get caught by the light magi, I'll definitely be chased to the ends of the world. The old witch emphasized the fact that she'd be in the most danger. That's the best you'll get. It won't get any higher than this. Leylin wore a deadpan expression. After all, the formula is in my hands. As long as you agree, we can immediately sign a contract and summon the Trial's Eye to bear witness to it. Very well. The old witch was silent for a long while before forcing the words out of her mouth. After picking another time to meet, Leylin left the area with a smile about his lips. He had been planning on collaborating with her since after their first meeting. The spiritual force potion that he had shown earlier was naturally the ancient potion formula for the Tears of Mary. Back when he was an acolyte, he had already completed a simplified version of it, the Blood Vengeance Potion. After he had advanced into a rank 1 Warlock and upgraded the AI chip, Leylin finally possessed the capabilities to restore the original incomplete formula of the potion. This potion was indeed befitting of use by the ancient Magi. According to the AI chip's simple calculation, the Tears of Mary currently proved to be extremely beneficial for Leylin to speedily increase his spiritual force. A large amount of spirits that had to be harvested, combined with the early stages of preparatory work, was extremely complicated and savage. The brutality contained was leagues above that of brewing the Blood Vengeance Potion. If the light magi were to find out, Leylin's only outcome would be a chase to the death, and even interrogation regarding the formula. Leylin did not have the time and effort to take on such a risk. Moreover, due to the potion formula's special nature, the magicians who could handle the preparatory work had to have the strength of an official magus and a deep understanding regarding the aspect of spirits. Right now, the old witch was the only one that fulfilled this criterion. Within the Four Seasons Garden, there were sure to be magi who were able to fulfill these requirements, but Leylin wouldn't even consider it. This spiritual potion, which was suitable for official magi, was much more costly than those suitable for acolytes. Furthermore, it was an ancient potion. Leylin wasn't so stupid as to think that he could keep possession of this formula. It would definitely be seized in the name of the organization. Even though the organization was sure to give him some benefits, would it outweigh the advantages of having sole possession of the formula? A potion that could raise one's spiritual power was a temptation that no official magus would be able to resist. As a result, with Leylin's persuasion, the old witch quickly agreed. In addition, the two of them made an unbreakable vow, to which the trial's eye bore witness. The old witch was even forced to swear not to leak any information about Leylin or the potion formula. This was, of course, at Leylin's request. This way, even if someone found out the old witch's secret, they would not be able to trace it back to Leylin. In fact, Leylin pushed all the risk of material gathering onto the old witch. Hence, he did not hesitate to give her 40% of the potions that would be brewed. As for the formula of the potion, Leylin had given the old witch most of the contents of the first half. As for the few most crucial steps, it was solely controlled by him. As long as he held on to those key steps, Leylin didn't need to worry about the old witch possibly rebelling against him. These last few procedures were not only extremely tedious, but also required the help of the AI chip to achieve true success. Even if others had gotten the complete formula, they might not be able to brew the potion successfully. As for the witch who needed the potion, she had no choice but to toil for Leylin, taking on the extreme risk of harvesting souls, and also completing the bloody preparation of the early stages of the brewing process. After signing the contract, Leylin and the old witch were, to some extent, in the same boat, so the matter of being referred to a dark guild would naturally be followed up. But that old witch's reaction was a little strange. She agreed so easily in order to obtain the potion. I was prepared to give her more materials, but she actually agreed to my conditions so quickly, almost as if the potion wasn't for herself, but for someone else. The wheels in Leylin's head were constantly turning as he ambled along. No, this is better for me. If I have misgivings about this arrangement, then I will have something that I can use as blackmail material. Under the setting sun's light, Leylin's shadow was drawn out onto the streets, looking somewhat malevolent, as if it were a devil in the shop from before. The old witch stood there silently until she confirmed Leylin's departure. After that, she walked to the counter and pressed on a hidden area. Boom! A mechanical sound was heard, and the wall at the back of the shop was pushed backwards, revealing a flight of steps that headed downwards. The old witch held onto her cloak as she slowly walked down. The staircase was extremely short, ending after just a couple of steps. This was a basement, and it was positioned right below the old witch's shop. Moreover, there were many runes inscribed onto the walls of the basement room. There were a few human bones scattered in the corners of the room as well. There were many traces of scars on these bones, which could only let one imagine the torture and suffering that the owners went through while they were alive. A frosty aura continuously encircled the room. If Leylin was here, he would definitely recognize this familiar feeling. It was similar to the lab back in the extreme night city where he was trying to create vengeful spirits. SSI. The old witch lit a candle in the center of the room. This candle was a transparent white, yet the flame was a dark green. The old witch's horrendous countenance looked even more malicious under the flame. Mother! Whoosh! A black tornado swept across the basement, and after a flash of black gas, there was suddenly a translucent figure in the basement. This figure belonged to a young girl wearing a simple dress. Her shadow was extremely faint, as if she was on the verge of dissipating. My daughter! A kindly, yet heartbroken expression appeared on the old witch's face. What happened just now? Why did I feel a strong and vicious energy burst out upstairs? The girl's expression was one of suspicion. No, it's nothing, just a slight dispute while I was doing business. The old witch looked tense. Did it hurt you? I'm all right, it's only that. The girl crouched on the floor and hugged her knees. Don't bother with me anymore. It has already costed you large amounts of resources to protect my existence. If not for me, wouldn't you have long since advanced? My dear daughter. The old witch's eyes reddened, and she wanted to hug her daughter, yet her two hands could only weave through the girl's ghostly figure. Following which, the girl's arms turned even more illusory, as if they were going to scatter any moment. "Oh, no, why is this even faster than before?" Fright appeared on the old witch's face, and she frantically withdrew various items from her robes and placed them on the floor, forming a tiny spell formation. In the center of the formation, there was a spirit trapped within a crystal ball. "Almighty Defiling Mother, I hereby sacrifice the fear of this spirit in return for your blessings." The old witch continued to chant in an extremely awkward-sounding incantation, all while pointing at the spirit. "Ah!" The sound of anguish and terror traveled outwards from within the crystal ball, threads of silvery white gas constantly being drawn out from the spirit's body. The silvery white gas quickly supplemented the girl's body, and her almost dissipated body gradually became more stable. "It's starting again. I don't want to do this. It's too cruel," the girl quietly sobbed. "I found a potion today, and the formula is said to have been used by ancient magi to raise their spiritual power. It'll definitely be effective for you. Stay strong for a little while longer, and Mother will definitely help you regain your physical body." The old witch continuously consoled her. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 164, Participate and Plunder. Leylin did not know of the incident that happened after he left the small shop. After coming to an agreement with the old witch, he first went to the most famous and lavish restaurant in the nightless city for a sumptuous meal. Following that, he brought gifts to Crew's villa to thank him for divulging some information beforehand. As for Crew, after he saw Leylin, who had successfully become a member of the Four Seasons Garden, his shocked expression almost caused Leylin to laugh. Although the Four Seasons Garden was rated as first class with complete experimentation facilities, it was undeniable that in terms of enjoyment, it was still lacking to what the nightless city had to offer. Leylin finally understood why many members who had a dormitory in the headquarters of the Four Seasons Garden still visit the nightless city during their vacation period. For Magi, their long lifespan and inhuman strength allowed them to easily obtain much influence and status. And apart from research and analysis, these mortal pleasures became one of their ways of entertainment. Upon seeing no hope of advancing further, many elderly magi would retire from their organizations and into nightless city, enjoying their life to the fullest. Leylin's neighbor, Crew, was a good representation of those kinds of people. However, for the time being, this matter was too far in the future for Leylin to even be thinking about, since he was still young and had a lot of potential to rise in power. It was far too early to get discouraged. Whiling the time away was just a method for him to vent and relax during his free time. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, Leylin abided by the promise and met with the old witch once again. "Follow me. I'll bring you to a meeting with the organization that's backing me." She brought Leylin out of Nightless City. In a rather isolated forest, the old witch took out a ghost mask and put it on. The dark magi organizations and light magi ones are different. Any divulgence of information will lead us into trouble. Hence, many members conceal their identity. You had better cover your face and think of a nickname. It seemed that before obtaining the complete formula of the Tears of Mary, the old witch had already treated Leylin to be in an alliance with her. After all, compared to promises and pledges, the constraints bound by benefits were more everlasting. "My nickname is Old Devil. Don't call me by the wrong name," the old witch reminded him, apparently worried. "Concealing identities? I like this idea," Leylin nodded, and his facial muscles twisted. The color of his hair also changed from jet black to silver white. At the same time, he fitted a mask onto his face. "When we reach there, call me Blood Rogue." The Dark Magi system was much more appropriate for Leylin's tastes. In addition, hiding his identity would also be useful for his work within the Four Seasons Garden. The meeting was conducted at the bottom of a swamp. Even though this place could be likened to hell for regular humans, for Leylin and official Magi, this was just a matter of walking a few steps further. After passing through the swamp, which was emitting a putrid smell, Leylin found himself in a space under the ground, which had been set up at that instant. "You're late, Old Devil, and you seem to have brought in fresh blood?" A black mouse, the size of a burly adult, stood on its hind legs as it stared fiercely at Leylin, its small eyes full of distrust. "Yes, he is the one I've spoken about before. His name is Blood Rogue." Although the blood-reeking aura on him tells me that he is a dark magus, but those turncoat trashes who had gone to the light Magi's side are too many. We need a deeper level of confirmation. Besides the black mouse was a bald magus whose facial features seemed to have melted. There was also a large black boa coiled around its body. He has frightened my baby. The boa, upon seeing Leylin, immediately retreated with fear, as if seeing its natural enemy. Afterwards, it then respectfully laid down on the floor, showing its allegiance to Leylin. This turned the bald magus expression extremely unsightly. Leylin understood then that the fact the boa bowed in front of him was due to his giant Chem-In serpent's bloodline. This was an ancient creature's bloodline, which had a natural disposition and control over its own species. Damn it! The bald magus attacked. Something that looked like bestial claws appeared in the air and pounced at Leylin, the attack accompanied by the howls of wild creatures. "You're looking to die," Leylin roared, and a scarlet light bursting out of his body as he scratched at the air with his right hand. Innumerable black shadows emerged from the darkness and twined around those bestial claws. SSA. White vapor emerged unceasingly, and the beast claws engulfed within the black shadows began to dissolve, turning into drops of black liquid that dripped onto the floor. Meanwhile, the bald magus turned pale and he retreated a few steps, seeming to have taken a little damage. Ha 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 ha, what did I just see? Venom Snake, you actually cannot even control a newbie. A female magus wearing a white mask mocked him. HMPH, you just wait. The bald Venom Snake stared coldly at Leylin, but did not attack him a second time. Before arriving here, the old witch had already given Leylin a brief introduction. This small organization was formed by a few dark magi after several trades, so there weren't any strict rules, so much so that all the members had their identities concealed. However, after some time, the organization expanded in power and could already rival the existence of medium-tiered guilds. As the members were all dark magi, the entry requirements were extremely lax. Many members had enmity between them, but against the immense pressure from the light magi, they still chose to ally themselves with this organization. As for the previous few magi who tried to make things difficult for Leylin, it was a mere formality. Right now, Leylin had displayed his prowess, so naturally, no one else dared to provoke him. "All right now, Blood Rogue is referred by me. Furthermore, I can vouch for him," the old witch said. "Since Old Devil's already said this, and all who join us need to make a soul pledge, it's definitely not a problem." A magus, with the head of a tiger, spoke. From what Leylin had heard from the old witch, she had entered this organization a long time ago and could be considered an elder. From the looks of it, this seemed to be true. "All right, the reason why we're gathered here today isn't to welcome the new guy. How is the plan from the previous time we met going on?" Another magus, who had enveloped himself in a green fog, inquired. "Since we're all here, then it must mean that we're all into this. Also, we can give our newbie a test." The baldy Venom Snake stared at Leylin. "Attacking a secret plane, huh? Count me in, but also give me an equal portion of the resources obtained," Leylin said blandly. This was something that the old witch told him earlier. Such a large group of dark magi gathering was not just to exchange resources. To them, self-production was too slow. The best way was still to plunder resources from the light magi. Also, it was not that the dark magi did not produce their own resources. However, during the time of managing their own secret planes, they also plundered to increase their harvest. Leylin only understood all these recently. But the reason why he had joined a dark magi's organization was precisely for this reason, so he was naturally supportive of their plan. "Good, since everyone's in agreement, I'll go through the entire plan. The secret plane I've discovered this time is located in a small-scaled secret storage plane used by the Enia Ivory Ring Tower. There's an enforcement group comprised of official magi keeping an eye on it, and the strongest magus among them has an elemental essence conversion of above 80%. I'll lead him away, so I want 40% of our profit," the magus within the green fog spoke. I agree. This had obviously been agreed upon previously, and the surrounding magi looked at each other and quickly voiced their agreement as they nodded. To be so certain that he can guide that magus away must mean that that magus within the green fog is very strong. He must be on the verge of advancing to the second rank. Leylin shivered inwardly. He was very clear about the strength he held, and his position in the group. Just based on the advantage of Warlocks in the innate spells and vitality, adding on to his current elemental essence conversion, right now he could defeat a semi-converted elemental Magus head-on. However, towards those Magi with over 80% elemental essence conversion, he still did not stand a chance. As for the members in this Dark Magi organization, they were mostly semi-converted elemental Magus, who would be considered as elites within the South Coast. As for small-scaled secret planes, they were different from the Four Seasons Garden that Leylin saw previously, which spanned over 1 million mu. The small-scaled secret planes were set up by Magi who wished to store resources and other precious resources. Just like the Dylan Gardens, the area might not be extremely vast, but the items within were extremely valuable. As for Four Seasons Garden's secret plane, it was a large-scaled resource production point. As the area was vast, the construction cost was extravagant. Hence, they had a rank 2 Magus guarding over it. It was evident that if this organization that Leylin was in attempted to rob the Four Seasons Garden's secret plane, the number of members who went would spell the number of deaths. However, to deal with a small-scaled secret plane which only had a rank 1 Magus as the guardian, as long as the plan was executed perfectly, it was very likely to be a success. All right. Since there are no other questions, then let us set off now. The Magus in the green fog withdrew a watch and looked at it. Let's go. My precious is already longing for fresh blood. The baldy venom snake smiled in a savage and malevolent manner, in a place not too far from Nightless City. There were several man-made buildings, from which Magi in disguise frequently entered and exited. This is the branch of Enia Ivory Ring Tower. The secret plane that I inquired about is within this place. The voice of the Magus within the green fog traveled over, faintly discernible. I'll lead the guardian away. You have to plunder the secret plane before the guards of Nightless City arrive. Act based on the plan and remember, your time limit is 5 minutes. Don't worry, it's not like this is our first time working together. The old devil, which the old witch was playing the role of, laughed coldly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165 Crimson Palm, go. With the command, the Magus enshrouded in green mist acted first. After an incantation, he floated in the air, green mist continuously emanating from his body. Whoosh! All of the dark green fog turned into a hurricane and struck at a part of the division in Leylin's field of vision. SSI. This green fog seemed to have extremely acidic properties. Several acolytes wailed as they turned into white bones after the fog engulfed them. Even the surrounding ground turned even softer and muddier, turning into a marsh. Even the light from part of the defensive spell formation trembled under the corrosive power of the green fog, as if it was going to shatter at any moment. Who is it? You actually dare to attack a division of the Enia Ivory Ring Tower? An enraged voice sounded out, following which a figure wearing black armor flew up into the air. Kill! The black-clothed figure coldly shouted, and smoke billowed from the ground, turning into a skull as it struck the green fog. Heh, the Magus in the green fog cackled. Under his command, the green fog took on the form of a scorpion as it clashed with the skull. Boom! Bang! The surroundings seemed to have been struck by 10 different hurricane force winds, which then dissipated in all directions. The mighty destructive power immediately caused the division's building to be shaven off by a layer. Is this the might of a Magus who has fulfilled the requirements for breaking through to the next rank? Leylin watched the actions of the Magus in midair closely, a strange light in his eyes. With the Magus in the green mist taking control, the battle in the air became increasingly one-sided. It's our turn now. Rodent, who was half the size of a regular man, licked his lips. Newbie, don't get intimidated. If you hinder this operation, I'll be the first to claim your life. Venom Snake threatened him. If you obstruct me, you'll definitely be the one dead. Leylin, who was going by the name of Blood Rogue, made a sound as he snickered. A potion exploded and formed a red membrane on his body. Giant's Green Fog is an extremely powerful type of area of effect spell. It can deal devastating damage to all targets within the area of effect. The old witch who was wearing the mask explained to Leylin. Be careful, Although Giant has lured the strongest enemy away, the remaining enforcers won't be easy to deal with either. Hee hee, those light magi are like little rabbits. I've long since wanted to rip open their chests and savor the taste of their innards. A zombie-like dark magus licked his lips as he turned into a gust of black wind, charging into the division's building, whose defensive spell formation had broken down. Whoosh, as if his action signaled the start, dozens of strange colors with powerful energy waves radiating from them charged towards the division. Crap! It's a trap, inform the team leader quickly. The light magi who were by the entrance watched the dozens of dark magi dashing towards them, and their expressions immediately changed. Even their voices cracked. Haha, Boss Giant may have some difficulty killing your leader, but it's not a problem for him to stall for time. Even if your leader finds something wrong, it'll be too late for him to save you. The old witch laughed loudly as she tossed 2 silver-colored metal balls towards the building. Boom, the silver metal balls both exploded like grenades. After the shock waves had dissipated, a spell continuously encircled the area and the air was contorted, even to the point that the energy particles in the air were unstable. BZZT, BZZT, the sound of electromagnetic interference boomed throughout the area. Not good. It's an elemental fluctuation bomb. They actually have something like that. The light magi's faces were ashen as they quickly retreated. All right, none of the communication spells work and space magic is now impossible to use. Comrades, enjoy this bloodfest. You only have a limit of 5 minutes. The old witch waved her hand. Spirit explosion? Boom. A translucent spirit suddenly appeared in the surroundings of the light magi and exploded. Against the energy waves that targeted the spirit, one light magus retreated several steps. Blood began to flow from his 7 facial orifices. However, in the instant that he retreated, a translucent worm appeared from the contortions in the air, directly charging towards the light magus. Ka-cha! A defensive lightning shield appeared around the light magus body, protecting him within. Pooh, the lightning shield crumpled like paper in the face of the worm, shattering from just the first touch. The crystal-like worm drove its way right into the magus' mouth. The light magus' face turned purple, looking like an eggplant as he clutched at his throat and collapsed. Hee hee, I don't usually have the luxury of using magic as I please and collecting souls. Same rules, all spirits collected in battles must be handed over to me. I guarantee a good price. Silver light permeated the old witch's hands as she retrieved a crystal ball from her robes and approached the light magus, who had lost all signs of resistance. Her lips moved nonstop as she chanted something. Following her incantation, the light magus' eyes became blurry, and an indistinct human figure was pulled out from that magus body. This old witch is really a lunatic. She's actually collecting spirits directly from the battlefield. Leylin watched her work, unperturbed by her surroundings, and suddenly began to regret his initial decision. However, it was just for a moment that he shot a glance in the direction of the old witch. Immediately after, he spilled some red powder onto his 2 hands. Crimson palm? As he chanted, a layer of crimson-colored light suffused both of Leylin's arms. His palms turned extremely slender, and his fingernails turned razor-sharp and also slightly transparent. This was a rank 1 spell from the Book of Giant Serpent that Leylin had long since recorded into his memory through the AI chip, although his rank 1 spell's might was a little lower, with only a degree of 20 or so. With the addition of his elemental essence conversion, it was enough to deal with a normal rank 1 magus. Right now, Leylin was hiding his identity, so innate gifts and spells that were eye-catching could not be used. However, he had already prepared another set of spells to cast in times like this. Host's palms have had a slight adjustment in strength. Strength in arms are now stronger, with an added effect of poison. The AI chip's voice intoned. Looking at the surroundings, where every magus had found his or her own opponent, Leylin smiled as he casually picked on a light magus who came charging at him. Crash, the slender, yet extremely menacing fingers clawed through the void, and large energy waves surged through the air as if the surface of a lake had been ripped through. Leylin's body flashed as his red shadow rapidly moved around on the battlefield, leaving behind only a series of mirages. Who exactly are you guys? Which organization are you from? The opponent that Leylin chose was a middle-aged man wearing loose white robes, yet an extremely aged voice came from his larynx. Leylin only clawed viciously as a reply. Thump, Leylin struck with his right hand, directly slashing a few marks onto the opposing Magus body. In front of Leylin's crimson palm, the official Magus standard white robes were like paper, getting slashed into pieces and leaving behind a large hole. Elemental shield, the middle-aged Magus roared. Brown energy particles gathered unceasingly and solidified to form a thin, yellow, full-body armor, protecting his entire body. Even his head was shielded with a helmet, leaving just a pair of sparkling eyes. I will ask again, who is behind this attack, Dark Magus? The middle-aged man continuously staggered backwards, his hands stealthily reaching into his robes. You talk too much, Leylin struck again, his crimson claws leaving a scratch on the yellow armor. It's useless, the middle-aged Magus howled. Traces of brown energy particles were continuously being absorbed into the dents of the armor, quickly restoring most traces of damage. Target's innate spell has been scanned and recorded. Beginning simulation and parameter testing to find out the weakest point. The AI chip's voice intoned. It also projected the 3D image of a human figure wearing the yellow armor. Several points on the armor were marked red, representing the weak points. While Leylin attacked, the middle-aged Magus withdrew a scroll from his robes, from which tremendous energy waves emanated. A formidable spell in a scroll. I can't let him activate it. Leylin's pupils contracted as he let loose an extremely high-pitched shriek. Hiss! This was the voice of an extremely venomous snake, and was so unpleasant to the ears that it could draw goosebumps from others. When the sound waves reached the middle-aged Magus, a blank look appeared on his face, and the speed at which he was opening the scroll slowed. Right here. Leylin's footsteps moved in a bizarre manner as he rapidly increased his speed and covered a distance of over 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the middle-aged Magus. The bright red light of the crimson palm on his right hand shone even more vividly as he clawed at the area 3 inches above the Magus' abdomen, which was protected by his armor. The first claw, a depression the size of a fist, appeared in the brown armor, and a large part of the armor fell. The second claw, the middle-aged Magus' innate defensive spell, was destroyed by Leylin. No, please forgive me, the value of a Magus kept in captive is high. It was obvious that this light Magus was used to living a privileged lifestyle and lacked the will to even fight for his own life, sinking to his knees in front of Leylin. However, Leylin's face was ice-cold, like a 1,000-year-old frost. His right hand struck again, crushing the middle-aged Magus' head like a watermelon. Crunch! White brain matter and scarlet blood stained Leylin's hands. His hands seemed even more demonic and alluring. There's an unexpected reward. Leylin picked up the Magus scroll, his face filled with glee. A pretty good scroll, the energy waves are extremely strong. It seems like it should be able to hold its own even amongst rank 1 spells. It should be worth quite a bit of magic crystals. Right at this moment, a wretched scream caught Leylin's attention. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, A successful retreat. Leylin turned around and saw the Baldy's snake shoot an ice bullet, which shattered the innate defense spell of his opponent. At the same time, the precious boa of his charged, revealing razor-sharp fangs and sinking them into the light Magus' neck. Baldy's opponent was a rather young-looking Magus with blonde hair and blue eyes. He had an extremely cheery disposition. It was a pity, however, that right now, this light Magus had death written all over his face. With the continuous constriction of the boa, his life was drained away. After killing the light Magus, the Baldy's venom snaked through Leylin a provocative look. However, Leylin acted as if he saw nothing and dashed right into the division of the Enia Ivory Ring Tower. Right now, he wants to be petty about such things and not steal treasures. This Magus is definitely somewhat mental. Leylin hurriedly ran past the doors and arrived at a place that seemed to be a library. These are all information meant for acolytes, so I'll forego them. Eye-chip scan? Leylin's eyes hurriedly swept the area. This library consisted of 2 floors, and the total area was rather huge. However, Leylin had read most of the books found here before, so they were not of much value to him. Beep. Mission establishing, beginning scan, after which, a light blue image was formed and appeared in Leylin's vision. Through this image, Leylin could easily discover that between the two floors, there was an extremely tiny passage. Right now, there was no one in the library, and books and chairs were strewn across the floor. It seemed that the people who were here had escaped quickly. Leylin strode past the lobby and came to the hidden spot. "It's in here, huh?" Leylin looked at the wall before his hands punched into it without hesitation. Boom. Dust flew around in the room, and an extremely narrow passage was revealed at the collapsed portion of the wall. The passage was extremely short, and at the back there was a small room. There were several shelves upon which some memory crystal balls sat on. Moreover, in the room sat 3 quivering acolytes. "Enia Ivory Ring Tower, huh? George isn't here." Leylin gave a quick scan and slightly waved his crimson palm. A blurry red light filled the small room. The 3 acolytes' eyes turned red, and they immediately lost consciousness, their bodies still trembling as signs of life became less obvious. From the looks of it, they wouldn't live past today. In front of an official magus like Leylin, these regular acolytes' lives were like those of ants. With just a slight misstep, he might accidentally kill a few of them. Leylin paid no mind as he stepped across the acolytes' bodies, which were still involuntarily trembling, and came to the front of one of the wooden shelves. Elementary meditation techniques, potioneering foundations, rune theories, study of particles. The crystal balls on the wooden shelves were more valuable items, which could immediately transmit information into a magician's mind without them forgetting anything. Leylin's eyes swept past the crystal balls and noticed that they contained information meant for acolytes, which was not of much use to him. However, there was a clutter of black crystal balls in the middle of all of them, with various tags showing the high-grade information stored within. This caused Leylin to grin. A dozen seconds later, Leylin walked out from the library, which combusted in flames just seconds later. At this moment, the whole division was in chaos, with magic spells being continuously fired across the battlefield. After killing most of the official Magus enforcers, most of the division's defenses fell apart. Some were even acolytes who couldn't resist the attacks of a group of dark magi. The dark magi willfully plundered resources as they deemed fit, destroying everything they could see before them and letting loose their inner cravings for darkness. Leylin watched the scene with a blank expression, using the AI chip to scan the entire branch. He didn't have much time, and there was at most a few minutes before Nightless City's allied forces arrived. No matter how insane Leylin was, he wouldn't dare to contend with a large number of light magi. From the structure, this isn't a division of the academy. Rather, this is more similar to a research organization, with a lot fewer people here. Leylin traversed an area with disorganized architecture and idly looked around. "I found it," an excited voice rang out. "Guys, come here. I found the entrance to the secret plane." That's great." Multiple equally eager voices came from all around the region, and the dark magi from before all gathered in a small garden. Here, the large rodent magus was constantly rubbing his black claws, his beard sticking up, and his tiny eyes greedily fixated upon an oval object in the sky. That object seemed to be a mirror with silver rays of light surrounding it. In the center was a deep and dark spiral. "I'm sorry, my magic can only show you the entrance to the secret plane. It will take some time to forcefully gain entry," the large rodent immediately asked. "Which of you captured any opposing magi? Interrogate them and get the password and method to enter. Look for Old Devil, she's an expert in this field." The zombie-like magus was carrying the naked corpse of a female acolyte, gnawing her flesh from time to time as if savoring a delicacy. That magus spirit was extracted smoothly by me earlier. It seems like this will be a great harvest." The old witch cackled and walked towards the silver circular hole, while chanting an extremely awkward-sounding incantation. Wang wang. The void emitted energy waves as the circular entrance became enlarged, revealing the dark space of what seemed to be a storage. "Ha! We have struck the jackpot." The giant mouse rushed in like a whirlwind, with the following dark magi following behind. "I'll stay behind to keep watch." The old witch tossed several powder-like substances on the ground. "Anyway, we have to divide them in the end." Leylin exchanged a meaningful look with the old witch as he went into the secret plane. This secret plane was extremely small, about the size of a large warehouse. There was only one passage for people to walk about. On both sides of the warehouse, there were many labeled items and ingredients. Hurry, pick the most valuable items and go, and burn the rest that we don't need. Zombie tossed the female corpse aside and looked at the door of the warehouse, before stepping in with a snort. Leylin looked at the dark magi who were happily shoving items into their pockets, and could not help but shake his head. In the Magus World, those magic artifacts which had spatial capabilities were extremely precious. At most, Leylin had only heard of them in legends and folklore. Until now, he had never seen any magus owning an item like that. Hence, most magi could only carry the most valuable items with them. Every time they went on a mission, they would be carrying many sacks, with some even having horse carriages that were filled with empty chests. As for right now, there were too many items in this warehouse. Leylin and the others could only choose the most valuable ones. And as for other large items, these dark magi, who were already consumed by greed, could only choose to destroy them. If I had a spatial ring or something like that in future, then it would be much more convenient. Leylin rushed into a section where the shelves were filled with various ingredients, as well as heaps of magic crystals that had been tossed in a corner like trash. Leylin quickly stuffed the precious materials into his own pockets. He immediately ignored the low-grade magic crystals, and only the high-grade magic crystals and magic crystal cards caught his eye. At this moment, he was still indulging in his fantasies. Of course, rather than getting any spatial ring, the best thing to do would be to occupy this territory. That would be real profit without any investment. Leylin was a little regretful about this, but he could only bury his delusions into the bottom of his heart. Beep, 4 minutes 37 seconds have passed in the countdown, reaching close to the value set by the host. The AI chip's voice intoned. There's no more time, retreat. Leylin's eyes reflected his resolution, and he speedily left the warehouse. Nightless City's forces are arriving. Run! After Leylin left the secret plane, he heard Rodent's flustered voice. Go! Leylin and the old witch nodded and transformed into 2 streaks of shadows, which disappeared into the air. After the retreat of all the dark magi, Leylin turned back to observe the sight of black flames emitting from Enia Ivory Ring Tower. Some of the magi from the Nightless City who were using rank 1 flying magic descended from the sky. A giant beast dashed past the land. Looking on, this beast was over 50 meters tall and 200 meters long. Its appearance closely resembled a large hippopotamus, and its jaws occupied almost half of its body size. With every step that this gargantuan beast took, deep imprints would be made on the ground. Also, there were also tremors, as if mini earthquakes were occurring. The surrounding animals would scatter and flee after seeing this beast, not daring to stay a moment longer. Within this beast, the group of dark magi from earlier were gathered inside of a large hall. The magus wrapped in green fog, who went by the name of Giant, stood unscathed in the middle, and his aura had not even decreased by much. It was evident that he had disposed of his opponent with much ease. All right, since all of us here have made our vows and have undergone the judgment of the trial's eye, take out 50% worth of the items that you have plundered. Giant spoke in a cold voice. Despite the chaos of the magi below, under the constraints of the power of the higher-ups, as well as their oaths, they hastily piled some magic crystals and materials in the center of the hall. Soon enough, the materials and magic crystals formed a small mountain. This all amounts to at least 10 million magic crystals. Leylin's eyes flashed as he mentally calculated. Moreover, this is only 50%, which is to say, the division of the Enia Ivory Ring Tower has lost close to 20 million magic crystals. Along with the destruction of other items, the Enia Ivory Ring Tower is going to go nuts this time. After giving it some thought, he was a little curious and asked the old witch beside him in a low voice. Do we really have to give up 50% of our profits? Isn't that too much? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, To Maraud, you thought the magic crystals are all for Giant. The old witch snuck a glance at Giant, who was saying something, and answered Leylin under her breath. Am I wrong? Leylin was a little astonished. Of course not. Even though Giant is pretty impressive, he's no rank 2 Magus. Out of this pile, he'll get at most 40% of it. She pointed to the little mountain in the middle of the room. As for the rest, they'll all go to boss. The old witch was vague. Boss? Hearing this phrase started Leylin's imagination. Magi only respected power. For even the old witch to call someone boss, this must mean that this person, boss, was at least a rank 2 Magus, right? Who else? Who do you think is the one warding off the light Magi's divination magic? She retorted with a manic laugh. According to what I know, there are at least 2 to 3 dark Magi organizations like us. As for their backers, there will also be various people controlling from behind the scenes. As they were in a mutual alliance through the previous agreement with the potions, the old witch was evidently placing more trust in Leylin. Hence, she just told him some information that had been withheld from him. Marauding the light Magi's secret plane is definitely not carried out on a whim by the dark Magi. On the contrary, these operations are systematic and are all premeditated. A notion quickly flew through Leylin's mind and occupied his thoughts. Who knows, there might be several powerhouses behind the dark Magi domain that also have a hand in this, Leylin grinned. This seems to be getting more and more interesting. However, this had nothing to do with Leylin. His current goal was to join in the dark Magi organization's looting operations and obtain large amounts of resources. Just the efforts from tonight had brought in a revenue of 500,000 to 600,000 magic crystals. This was obviously more convenient and faster than doing missions for the Four Seasons Garden. Of course, the risk was no small matter, and if he were to be found out, he'd be chased to the ends of the world and be killed. This was also why every member who joined concealed their identity, and even the few leaders of the organization had no idea of the real identities of their members. All right, collect your own share. Remember not to squander them quickly. It's better to spend them only after some time. Also, after this mission, those mad dogs from the Enia Ivory Ring Tower will definitely go around biting people blindly in a rouse to find our locations. So remember to stay low. Giant, who was wrapped in green fog, continued to explain of some matters as he waved his hands. It's all right now, you guys can leave. Our exchange meetings must also be halted for a while. As for the concrete details, it will be made known again. Baldy Venom Snake had had half of his face melted and the other side filled with many bumps. He was continuously combing through the black forest, and with a big black boa lay coiled on his body, he presented a rather horrifying appearance. Bang! Suddenly, Baldy's face changed as he rolled to the side. At the same time, an explosion caved in the ground on which he had previously stood. A purple flame blazed in the surroundings, creating a 100-square-meter radius of charred zone. Blood Rogue, it must be you. Get your ass out here. Baldy Venom Snake snarled. A layer of stiff hair grew on his body, altering his appearance to that of a gorilla. What he received in answer were multiple fireballs that appeared from within the shadows. Boom! The speed of the black fireballs was incredibly quick. Before he even had the chance to react, they had reached his body and exploded in front of him. The bald Venom Snake's chest was charred. Black hair kept falling off, and the pit of his stomach was hollowed in. There was even the piercing sound of bones breaking, and his body flew out as if he had been hit by the head of a train. The boa that had been hung around his shoulders was immediately burnt by the flames, turning into white ashes, scattering onto the floor bit by bit. Such a mighty spell! The bald Venom Snake did not even have time to lament for his precious pet. He was frightened silly by Leylin's latent fireball. This spell has to be a model that is modified by various large Magi organization or had its might amplified. Who exactly are you? Venom Snake looked at Leylin, who slowly walked out from the darkness. Suspicions streaked across his face. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you will definitely die here today. Leylin had even used his latent fireball, so naturally he revealed the determination to kill this Baldy. Aren't you afraid of the organization tracing it to you? Venom Snake lay on the floor as if he had lost his mobility and was not able to get up. I have only signed a contract not to divulge the organization's secrets, but not one that doesn't allow me to pursue a personal vendetta against my enemies. Leylin waved his hands forward, and countless phantom hands appeared from the void, grabbing a small tree behind the Baldy and crushing it to pieces. A yellow bug was retrieved from within the tree. Pooh, The yellow bug was smashed into bits in Leylin's hands. "Don't do such useless things anymore." Leylin stepped in closer. "You're leaving me with no choice." "Second transfiguration?" the baldy bellowed. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the muscles on his body grew and dense black hair grew out once again. Behind his back, 2 strips of flesh constantly raised, bursting out of his clothes. They turned into 2 furry claws. His teeth became sharp, eyeballs completely red. From the looks of it, he had turned into a mutated gorilla with 4 arms. With the transformation of the bald venom snake, a strong energy wave was constantly emitted from his body. "Activate?" Against this creature, which was brandishing its fangs and claws, Leylin only smiled and chanted an incantation. Ding! A crisp noise sounded, and several green vines and muddy shafts emerged from the ground, turning into a prison-like shape, suppressing the beast within. "I gave you time not to let you prepare a spell, but for me to lay a trap." Leylin spoke leisurely. "You must have had the limbs of a powerful creature transplanted into your body to achieve such a transfiguration, huh? Moreover, it seems to be compatible with your innate defense spell. A pity, however, that you only transplanted the forelimbs of the Vajra gorilla. As for creatures like these, they are suppressed by the energy particles of the earth and plant elements. All this were naturally the simulations done throughout the battle by the AI. Chip." After adopting the AI chip's suggestion, Leylin completely controlled the pace of the battle. He had to admit that it all felt pretty good. "Erg!" The gorilla creature in the cage continued to beat on its chest, showing the rage it was in. Following which, many small plants and rock spears appeared from the ground within the cage, piercing through the creature's body. "Ayo!" The gorilla continued to roar in anguish, as his entire fur coat was dyed a crimson red. Bang! A large explosion sounded. Only 2 furry arms remained where the black gorilla had been, and the bald venom snake had disappeared without a trace. Looking at this scene, Leylin was not surprised but smiled in a satisfied manner. He had even used the substitution spell that can only be used once a day. Following which, the sound of a spirit explosion was heard. The trees parted, and the old witch carried Venom Snake, who had fainted, in her hands. "How is it? Is it still going smoothly?" Leylin inquired. "Not bad. There was still an amulet on his body limited to a one-time usage that caught me by surprise." The old witch's green eyes shone. "This is a good opportunity, since an official Magus spirit is extremely difficult to obtain. Also, you'll get half of the items here, and I'll take the other half." Leylin had already gone through the bald Venom Snake's belongings from his crippled body. In addition, he gave half of Venom Snake's sack of loot to the old witch. He was still prepared to maintain the trust between the 2 of them, since they were going to be collaborating for a long time. The old witch's gaze revealed some fear while she looked at Leylin. Even though she was confident she could defeat the bald venom snake, she wouldn't be able to do it so easily, and definitely not in this place. Such precise precalculations were beyond her. Leylin was even able to predict the opponent's escape route, and that was what shocked her the most. "But by killing Venom Snake, aren't you afraid the organization will?" the old witch reminded him. "Stop trying to scare me," Leylin laughed, not at all bothered. "Dark Magi are just a group of indifferent, self-serving people. Why would they seek trouble with me for a dead person? Furthermore, the grudge I had with Venom Snake was apparent to the others, so who could say anything about it? It seems like you have already planned everything." The old witch looked at Leylin, her expression complicated. Leylin smiled without a reply. It was indeed true that he had planned to kill Venom Snake a long time ago. There were 2 motives behind it. First was to establish his might. He was a newbie who had just joined the organization, so he would definitely undergo some suppression by others. In many organizations, the bullying newbies was a form of tradition. Through such means, Leylin could quickly show his prowess as a deterrence and to protect himself. Of course, he only dared to do such a thing within dark Magi organizations. If it were inside a light Magi organization, no matter how powerful he would be beaten heavily. Who knows if he might even take the rap and be labeled as someone who had tried to sow discord amongst the unity of the light Magi. As a result, while he was in 4 Seasons Garden, Leylin had always kept a low profile and did his work without any complaints. Until now, his leader and teammates still viewed him in a positive light. As for the second motive, which was Leylin's main objective, it was only for the benefits. From today's operation of plundering the secret plane, Leylin managed to obtain 5 to 600,000 magic crystals. On top of that, he had also gotten Venom Snake's portion, and the total value came up to around 1 million, thus doubling his loot. Wasn't Leylin's reason for joining a dark magi organization to obtain enough resources? Since that was his reason, why wouldn't he attack others? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168. In retrospect, of course, even within dark magi organizations, there were rules and regulations. If Leylin kept doing this, it would result in others ganging up on him and eliminating him under the pretext of self-defense. That was why Leylin needed to first cause some conflict, and then be able to act with a good reason to do so. Honestly speaking, even if Venom Snake had not challenged him, he was also planning on instigating some of the weaker magi and then blow the whole thing out of proportion. Afterwards, he would use revenge as an excuse to righteously kill and then seize their treasures. But that was it. Leylin assessed that after this affair, other dark magi would be slightly dissatisfied with his actions, so he couldn't let this get too far. "You're really," the old witch was suddenly regretful, "I haven't seen a youngster that's as cool-headed but also crazy in a very long time." "Nope, I'm just someone with the will to live," Leylin said with a brilliant smile. "What about you? When will you get your goods?" The moment this was brought up, the old witch's face stiffened. This was the only reason why she was working with Leylin and had been dragged along in the end. Today's harvest was pretty good, especially since we got 2 souls from official magi. It shouldn't take long before we can finalize the product. "Notify me once it's finished. I'll be at Nightless City these few days," Leylin nodded. Following which, he approached the bald Venom Snake and undid the concealment spell, revealing the face of a middle-aged man that had a venerable countenance. "It's him!" The old witch cried out in alarm from behind him. "You know him?" This aroused Leylin's interest. "No, I've only seen him a couple of times." The old witch appeared rather rueful. "He's the head of a small light magi faction, and he's got a good reputation. Apparently, he's quite skilled in transformation spells. I didn't know he was actually a dark magus. This is quite normal. Dark magi like to assume a righteous personality, just like you and me." Leylin's silhouette melted into the darkness in the following days. Leylin lived a very pleasant life in Nightless City. It couldn't be denied that Nightless City was an unusually large magi city, in which Leylin was able to enjoy all kinds of services tailored for a magus pleasure. Splash! Boiling tea water flowed out of an exquisite silver teapot into a teacup engraved with purple flowery designs. A rich fragrance of black tea permeated the air of the whole lounge as it wafted back and forth. Leylin sat in an armchair to the side with a serene expression. Behind him, and under each of his legs, were beautiful maids in revealing clothing, who were extending their lily-white and seemingly boneless small hands to massage him all over his body. "How is it? The skills of maids are quite good, right? Want me to gift you a couple?" A red-haired old magus, who was standing to one side, was saying as he directed another maid to feed him grapes. Around him were a number of maids who waited upon him like he was a god. "Don't blame me for saying this, Leylin, but your villa is much too simple. It doesn't even have a guard dog. You'll be the laughing stock for other magi if you don't do anything about this." Crew was squinting his eyes. His face revealed an expression of rapture. "Stop trying to sell me your maids." Leylin revealed a bitter laugh. "But you must know a lot of merchants in this field, right? You should introduce them to me someday." Leylin admitted that it was strange for there not to be a single person in the whole villa. Besides, he felt that he did need some people to help around while he lived in Nightless City, such as servants and the like. "No problem, I'll take you to Nightless City's slave market tomorrow. Once you're there, all your needs will be satisfied. Besides, there are even slaves from other races." Crew revealed an expression that said, "I'm glad you came to your senses." When he mentioned different races, a lewd smile was revealed on his old face. Seeing the expression of this old pervert, Leylin was speechless. He conveniently grabbed something that looked like a newspaper from the table and was immediately attracted by the eye-catching title. "Enea Ivory Ring Towers Division under attack. Severe losses. Tragedy, dark magi attack the Talon Highlands. All magi present have perished." It's a declaration of war. The Dark Magi have initiated the Third Great Magi War. What are you going to do? Please listen in detail to the analysis by our special guest, Nicholas Cagital. Scenes of the havoc that Leylin and the others had wreaked were splashed all over the headlines. In addition, all of the reports had very eye-catching headings, and some even exaggerated to say that this was provocation from the Dark Magi and a forewarning that there were plans to begin the Third Magi War. Look at this. All they've been reporting these days is about that incident. The Enia Ivory Ring Tower really suffered a massive loss, this time worth at least 100 million magic crystals. Crew looked to be rejoicing at their misfortune, and Leylin briefly wondered if there was some history between Crew and the Enia Ivory Ring Tower. Tusk, 100 million crystals. What wouldn't I do to get those many crystals? Leylin, too, had an expression of obsessive desire on his face, but these Dark Magi are really quite daring to even provoke the Enia Ivory Ring Tower. Leylin's facial expressions and movements were flawless, as if he really had no knowledge of the incident. Sigh, this has happened multiple times in the past, just that nobody can tell whether it's the Night Crows or the zombies, Crew continued. The Night Crows and zombies were Dark Magi organizations that operated in the shadows of Nightless City. Before Leylin's arrival, both groups were infamous for having committed several huge crimes with ruthless methods. The Dark Magi organization that Leylin was a part of was not either of these groups, but another. It was called the Thousand Meddling Leaves, though they were just as notorious. With Enia Ivory Ring Tower's Magi enforcers and help from Nightless City, it should be possible to capture those bold Dark Magi, right? I'm afraid that's not possible. Crew shook his head immediately. The powers backing the Dark Magi aren't to be trifled with. Magi specializing in divination have had their spells achieve no effect, and we suspect that there's at least a rank 2 Magus backing and giving them orders. We believe there might be even more than one of them. I see. Leylin nodded, his expression turning to one of longing. A rank 2 Magus. I wonder if I'll ever reach that level in this lifetime. His look made Crew's expression darken slightly. Leylin was young and still had hope to achieve that. But he was different. After consuming a large part of his lifespan, his body's vitality could no longer withstand the strain from another advancement. Furthermore, he had chosen the simplest route and broken through with the grime water, increasing the difficulty of breaking through to the next rank. Oh, my apologies. Upon noticing Crew's expression, Leylin gave a bow in apology. Don't worry about it. I just got nostalgic about some events in the past. The desolate look in his eyes faded away. Thinking back to my decision then, I've missed too many opportunities. If given the chance to relive my life, I think I'd still choose to sign that contract, though. Leylin understood his train of thought. For many acolytes, even if they were aware of the existence of high-grade meditation techniques, they had no choice but to break through with the grime water. After all, only strictly managed Magi organizations and large families held possession of high-grade meditation techniques. Typically, Level 3 acolytes had no social connections nor any strong background, and it was basically impossible for them to obtain those techniques. Hence, they would rather use the grime water and break through, and hope that, after they advanced to an official Magus, they could find a way to make up for the disadvantages of this method. However, even if there was such a method, it was not something any ordinary Magus could come into contact with. It might not even exist in the entire South Coast, and was more likely to be found only in the central continent. As a result, most Magi could only service their organization for their entire life, and then retire, living aimlessly the way Crew was now doing. All right, enough about this mood-dampening topic. I'll bring you to the slave market tomorrow to see a friend of mine. She has quite a few quality goods, like the snake girl from the previous time that remains fresh in my memories. You definitely can't miss this chance. At this point, Crew's mood seemed to have brightened. Leylin kept Crew company and they chatted for a while, and he had an exceedingly alluring time and sumptuous dinner before leaving Crew's villa. SSC. At this moment, the pocket-sized diary trembled, letting off a slight glow. Leylin, I've already prepared what you wanted. When can you come over? The old witch's voice traveled to his ears from a green secret imprint. Give me a moment, I'm on my way. Leylin was delighted at the message, as the old witch's efficiency was better than he had anticipated. Elm Street number 231. It wasn't Leylin's first time here. The shop was located in a very remote area, and most Magi would not be able to find their way here. After Leylin entered, the old witch closed the door and hung a sign that read, "Closed." Leylin, unconvinced by this level of security, set up a soundproofing spell around them. "Rumors have been flying recently. How is it on your end? Have you been discovered at all?" Leylin asked, somewhat worried. "Don't worry. I've lived in Nightless City for over a century, and I do have some contacts." She seemed rather pleased with herself. "Also, these are the materials that were mentioned in the contract. I processed them using the method in the information you gave me. I did everything perfectly." The old witch positioned a dozen crystal soul spheres in the size of a thumb in a row and placed it on the counter. Within the soul sphere were tens of expressionless spirits that seemed on the verge of dissipating. At the moment, many of them had lost their human form, which must have happened after brutal, inhuman torture. Has it really all been dealt with? The spirits need to have been immersed and soaked in immense suffering and hopelessness in order to achieve the best effect. Hee. I even captured a few spirits and experimented on them beforehand. On top of the basic pain that I can inflict, I also tortured their very souls. The effects are marvelous." The old witch laughed excitedly, though it was a sound that caused others goosebumps. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 169, Tears of Mary. Tears of Mary. The result appears to be not too bad. You can try increasing the quantity the next time round. A ball of milky white light emitted from Leylin's hand as it scanned across the many confining spirit spheres on the table before Leylin gave a smile of satisfaction. "All right, I will bring these with me then. I will bring your medicine back at the earliest period of 10 days to latest 15 days. Leylin made his promise. "I would naturally believe you. After all, we are under the constraints of the trial's eye and signed an unbreakable pledge." Though the old witch looked as though she trusted Leylin, Leylin still felt the mistrust in her heart. However, this was not an unusual situation. After this deal was successful, her amount of distrust will drop tremendously, and the connection with benefits between both parties would also be closer. After leaving the old witch's small inn, Leylin hurriedly headed back to his villa. It had been a while since his spiritual force had a great increase, so now he couldn't wait to attempt and brew the Tears of Mary, once again enjoying that delight of experiencing a huge boost in the spiritual force. After activating the entire defense formation, Leylin went to the room at the ground floor of the villa by himself. This place had undergone remodeling, and things were now in order. At the lowest level was an area for experimenting with spells, which had absorption runes for reinforcement at the four corners. As for the secret room situated at a corner, it had already underwent a special reformation to become a potioneering lab and contained all of the various high-grade apparatus. Clearly, for these things to be obtainable, Leylin had used his relationship with the old witch, with the resources he had seized to purchase and exchange for them. Otherwise, with his current financial resources, even if he were to brew potions every day, it would take him more than 2 years to purchase all of the apparatuses. After all, he could not possibly use all his magic crystals for building his laboratory, as he would need some for his daily expenses and other necessities. And from the previous time, with the haul from the plunder, the laboratory was built from scratch. "AI chip," Leylin made a command in his heart. Beginning brewing of the Tears of Mary, obtaining administrative rights from the host to monitor the whole process and make informed reminders. Beginning to coordinate with host's spiritual force energy waves, the AI chip's voice intoned. "Let's begin." Leylin took a deep breath and picked up a confining spirit sphere which had a spirit sealed within it. In the blink of an eye, it was the dawn of the second day. Leylin gasped for air and sweat dripped down his face continuously. However, his vigor was brimming with energy as he smiled and fixed his eyes on the transparent liquid he held in his hand. The test tube was made from nitrogen crystal glass and was extremely strong. It even had the effect of extending the expiry of the medicinal properties. Hence, they were always stored by Magi and only used for important potions. Looking at the crystal clear and transparent potion, a look of dejection appeared on Leylin's face. Thinking back, it had been 3 to 4 years since he took the potion formula from his mentor, Croft. He managed to brew a dose for the Azure Potion soon after it was given to him, yet there was no progress in brewing the Tears of Mary. He only managed to simplify some of the processes and brew the Blood Vengeance Potion. However, it was only useful for acolytes. Right now, he held this potion, which was a final product completely based on the ancient formula. It had a tremendous effect, even in breaking through the spiritual force bottlenecks of ancient magi. Besides, the success rate is not too bad. Leylin looked at the 3 broken confining spirit sphere on the floor, and his face revealed a pleased look. In the final stage of the brewing process, he specially added a few steps which required the use of the AI chip. It was not only successful in the restoration of the formula, but also increased the rate of success in brewing. Surprisingly, the success rate hit an astonishing 30 to 40%. In other words, the 16 confining spirit spheres he received from the old witch could be used to configure 5-6 portions of this finished product. This discovery made Leylin feel extremely happy. After all, the origin of the ingredients of these potions were extremely savage, and it was not easy to obtain. Hence, he wanted to increase the success rate. Due to the restraints from the trial's eye, he had to abide by the agreement and give 40% of it to the old witch. Although this percentage was rather high, Leylin considered them to be worth it. The old witch was also under the restraints of the trial's eye. Once she was caught, she could not reveal any news of Leylin at all, hence he would be absolved from all risks. AI chip, what is the result of the analysis of the medicinal properties of this potion? Leylin looked at the test tube in his hands and suddenly asked. Beep. It has been completed. The medicinal properties has been recorded and stored in the data bank. Ancient potion, Tears of Mary. Original ingredients, powerful spirits filled with grievances and despair. Effect, great increase for an official Magus's spiritual force and a chance to helping a Magus breaking through a bottleneck. The AI chip's analysis was extremely concrete, and the last few words it uttered led Leylin into deep thoughts. In the Magus world, potions which could directly increase the spiritual force was extremely exorbitant. Just like the exchange point in the Four Seasons garden, the prices of several potions which could increase the spiritual force was even above that for the crystallized elemental energy particles. Compared the spiritual force potions, potions which could aid a Magus in breaking through the bottleneck was even a tier higher. Even though the chance of Tears of Mary which could aid the breakthrough was extremely little, it would cause Magi to go crazy after it. It seems like this effect has to be concealed. Since I already have a contract with Old Devil, she would not be able to reveal any news of the potions to outsiders, so I can rest my worry for the time being. Leylin withdrew a golden watch that was decorated with diamonds. It's still early now, and I have an appointment for lunch with crew only in the afternoon. I can even try the effect of the potion now. Leylin took the transparent dose of potion and went into the spell testing area below the experiment lab and sat in a cross-legged position. Activate, Leylin chanted an incantation. Soon after, the nitrogen glass test tube seemed to open like a flower engraving, revealing the potion liquid within. A rather bland and sweet smell, which seemed to be able to induce sleep and hypnosis, began to envelop the room. Under the effect of this fragrance, Leylin entered the meditative state in an instant. While doing his meditation, Leylin felt as if his spirit had calmed down and floated on the clouds, enveloping the sun. This extremely harmonious and serene feeling flowed through his thoughts. What a pleasant experience! Leylin opened his eyes after an unknown period of time. Meditation was a physically taxing activity for Magi, and many would often choose to enter a deep sleep right after. This was to make up for the consumption of vitality during the process. This effect would be even more apparent when a meditation technique was of a higher grade. Compared to before, even if Leylin's vitality was 8.5, after the meditation of the Chem-In's pupil every day, he would feel extremely exhausted and could not wait to fall asleep immediately. As for today, after a round of meditation technique, he felt extremely comfortable in every part of his body. His spiritual force was extremely robust, and his condition in a state that was difficult to enter again. This was an indescribable feeling, as if ripping off a layer of the nature, everything to his senses was extremely distinct. It also felt like someone who always had been in darkness suddenly seeing the light. This feeling is just awesome, Leylin grinned. At this moment, he realized 2 warm streaks of moisture flowed down his face. These are tears. With the current control of my physical body and the help of the AI chip, I actually teared unknowingly. A look of admiration appeared on Leylin's face. The effects of these ancient potions has far surpassed my expectations. Only at this moment did he consider to check his stats. During the meditation, the AI chip showed a stream of data, but Leylin was able to look at this data only now. Ancient potion, tears of merry assimilation in progress. Due to the effects of the potion, quality of meditation increases, spiritual force increased by 0.5. Due to the effects of the potion, quality of meditation increases, spiritual force increased by 1, ancient potion, tears of merry reaching threshold, host spiritual force greatly increasing. Chem-N's pupil's meditation technique completed. Huge boost in host spiritual force, recalculating data after which the AI chip reloaded Leylin's statistics. Leylin Farlier, rank 1 Warlock, bloodline, giant Chem-In serpent, strength, 7.1 agility, 6.7 vitality, 8.5 spiritual force, 36.8 magic power. 36 magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Elemental essence conversion, 35%. Status, healthy, 7 points. 1 portion of Tears of Mary actually directly increased my spiritual force by 7 points. Leylin could not conceal the excitement on his face. That means that even if my body develops a resistance to the potion in the future, I can still quickly increase my spiritual force so that it meets the requirements to break through to a rank 2 Magus. Also, I can use the crystallized darkness energy particles that I've been collecting again. The stats of a Magus were all intercorrelated. Previously, Leylin's spiritual force and concentration of bloodline was enough, yet the elemental essence conversion was lacking. Hence, he could use the darkness crystals to fill in the gap and achieve a 35% elemental essence conversion. However, after that time, Leylin's elemental essence conversion was enough, but his spiritual force was lacking instead. Hence, according to the AI chip's estimations, before his spiritual force reaches certain value, using the crystallized darkness energy particles would render no effect. Hence, the 500 G of crystallized darkness energy particles he took from the old witch previously. With the amount he exchanged at the Four Seasons garden had been kept aside by him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Princess of a Vanquished Nation. Princess of a Vanquished Nation noon came shortly after, and Leylin took a shower with a happy mood. He donned a set of comfortable white robes and went to Kru's villa. "Welcome, Leylin, my dearest friend." Kru gave Leylin a hug, looking somewhat bewildered. "Your aura seemed to have increased again. It really makes people envious." Previously, he had already been astonished by Leylin's age and potential. Towards a Magus who had such unlimited potential, establishing connections beforehand would often reap unexpected benefits. However, Leylin's rate of improvement far exceeded his expectations. This is just the result of a successful experiment. Leylin gave a modest laugh. In truth, this was the result after Leylin had used concealment spell to hide most of his spiritual force. If not, with Kru's intelligence, he would definitely be able to guess at something. Kru did not buy Leylin's humble words, but the aspect of spiritual force was always among the most guarded secrets of Magi, so any prying would result in hostility. Hence, Kru could only amicably smile and hold Leylin's hand. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Come, let us go to the slave market." The slave market was in Zone 4 of the Nightless City and took up a very large area. Moreover, it was overt, even having a signboard. "Lord, come to us, we have various types of slaves. There are even 2 snake girls from eastern mountain deserts, and their skills are top-notch, you know." "Lord, look over here, beautiful rabbit girls, fiery fox tribes. There are also beauties from the Can tribe, with incredible strength comparable to Grand Knights. They are extremely good-looking and long-lasting. Moreover, they only cost 800 magic crystals each. Look here quickly, this is the princess of the Dirk Dukedom. Her bloodline is extremely royal. The Dirk Dukedom is a dukedom comparable to kingdoms. There were many shops in the slave market. Hence, to attract people over to their stores, These shops had all kinds of gimmicks. Leylin walked alongside Crew as he listened to the various calls of the shop owners. The provocative rabbit girls and fox girls revealed a large amount of skin, only having on a few pieces of clothing the size of a palm to cover their private parts. Their fluffy white rabbit tails and fiery red fox tails were bunched together. It was an extremely sharp contrast to the shy expressions of those rabbit and fox girls. "How is it, sir? Do you want to take a look at this princess figure?" Crew was obviously interested in the slave that was referred to as a princess. He made a stop in front of that shop. Leylin was judging the girl behind the shop owner. She was tall, her pupils were golden, and she emanated an extremely noble aura. This was something that definitely could not be imitated and had to have been developed from a young age. This beautiful young lady was wearing a gown that one would usually see at a palace banquet, and she was even wearing a diamond-encrusted tiara, as if she was a princess who had ran out to play. That is, if you didn't consider the blank and resigned expression on her face. "She's quite a beauty." A look of desire appeared on Crew's face. "Now that I think about it, even though I've played with tons of women, I don't think I've ever trained a princess before. This is definitely a genuine princess." Her father was the former duke? The shop owner was extremely eager to market his goods. Moreover, this woman has not suffered any violations of the body and is a complete virgin. Dirk Dukedom, I seem to have heard of its past. A coup d'etat occurred, right? Crew stroked his chin and pondered. It better not have any leftover troubles. No way, no way. The previous duke wanted to control his own forces and broke all ties with magicians. He had already been forsaken by the Magus family backing him, and in reality, this coup d'etat was orchestrated by that Magus family. The shop owner explained to Crew in detail. Leylin noticed that after that princess heard of the events, her head was bowed. Fear and hatred began to show on her face. Although this expression lasted for but a moment and was concealed well by her, how could it have been missed by the magicians present? "Not bad, does she have a fierce personality? Challenging, I like her." Crew was immediately aroused by her and asked, "Tell me directly, how much?" 2,000 magic crystals. "That's the lowest price I can give you." The shop owner answered confidently. 2,000 magic crystals. Crew's eyes bulged. "Just for a regular human who isn't even a knight. Do you think I was kicked in the head by a donkey as a child?" This is a unique situation. I only managed to get this princess at a great cost, and you can only find her in this shop in the Nightless City. Other princesses all have Magus families backing them, and goods like this are only available now. Whether you'll be able to get your hands on someone like her in the future will depend on your luck. The shop owner expended a huge effort on convincing him. 2,000 magic crystals is much too expensive. It's enough to fund a few of my large-scale experiments. Crew helplessly shook his head. He turned to Leylin. "Sorry for the wait." "Let's go," Leylin shrugged and ignored that princess of a ruined dukedom, walking out of the shop alongside Crew. "I was sure that you would insist on buying her, but now..." Leylin was somewhat shocked. He had seen firsthand Crew's pervertedness and fetishes, so he could not believe that Crew would give up this easily. "You don't know," Crew blinked, his face revealing a smirk and a clever look. "This slave's price tag is too expensive. As long as they're not magicians who are desperately in need, she will never be considered by anyone." The old geezer explained to Leylin. Official magi always required resources. Unlike Crew, who had no more hope of advancing anymore, was extremely lecherous, and only wanted to live in retirement, they would never have any interest in such kinds of slaves. "I have several ties with the magicians in this kind of circle. As long as I notify them, nobody would snatch her from me." Hee hee. By then, this shop owner will only be able to hold this stock in his hands. Later, when I look for him again, I will be the only one to whom he can sell the slave. I am confident that I can haggle the price down to 1,000 magic crystals or below. "Then, what reason have you prepared to convince your friends?" Leylin asked in curiosity. Hee hee, of course, such a collaboration to push down prices would be done in turns. The old geezer did not hesitate to reply. "If you have any interest in her, then after I'm done with her, I can lend her to you to toy around with for a few days." The old geezer seemed extremely generous at this moment. No one can surpass your skills in such an area. Leylin felt as if he was utterly defeated and no longer knew what to say. After which, Leylin, who had been following Crew, finally approached a shop that seemed slightly strange. This shop was obviously a lot larger than the surrounding shops, and there were also two green, magically summoned creatures standing guard. Just by the presence and the construction costs of this shop, the value of the other shops were immediately lessened. In addition, there was a thick curtain draped in front of the door, and one could not see anything inside unless they lifted the fabric. This heightened the curiosity of the Magi. "We're here. This is the slave market that my friend opened." Crew gave a series of passwords in a practiced manner and received permission to pass from the two magically summoned creatures. This is only open to members, and members can only bring one regular customer. The requirements are stringent, but it's only at this sort of place that you'll be able to get lots of great goods. Crew obviously had a mountain of experience, and he brought Leylin into an office. "Lucia, my friend, I have brought you business." What exceeded Leylin's expectations was that this slave trader Lucia was, in fact, a female magician. She wore robes with a high collar, yet a small heart shape was cut out at her bosom area, revealing deep cleavage. "Crew, have you grown sick of the snake girl from before?" Lucia bowed at her slender waist and greeted Crew, quickly retreating back. Looking at Crew, who wanted to take some liberties with Lucia, but was also embarrassed, Leylin rubbed his nose in shame. He had a feeling that he could have been ripped off by this lecherous old geezer. "Is this the customer that you have brought?" Lucia gave a slow smile as she advanced, and Leylin's nose was filled with a very concentrated smell of perfume. While strong, it did not repulse him, but was rather like a strong drink that made men brim with the desire to explore further. "What a handsome fellow." Lucia chuckled and gave Leylin a tight hug, her two large, satiny lumps of softness pressing directly against Leylin's chest and giving rise to a passion within. "Young Magus, what kind of slave are you looking for? Fox girls, rabbit girls, or snake girls? Sister has everything here and can even give you a discount." The beautiful slave owner with a provocative figure blew against Leylin's ear as she whispered in a low voice. I apologize." Leylin gently pushed Lucia away, causing Crew to roll his eyes at him and Lucia to coquettishly laugh. "Oh my, looks like our customer got embarrassed. It is really your hospitality that makes it hard to breathe." Leylin bowed and kissed Lucia on the back of her slender and pale palm before receiving a jealous look from Crew. It was not that he could not contain his urges, but that this beautiful slave trader was also a rank 1 Magus. Moreover, according the AI chip's detection, her elemental essence conversion was at least 50%. Although Leylin was rather aroused, he did not want to have a knife stabbed in his back while bedding this woman. Moreover, how could a female slave trader be a simple character? "Actually, my reason for coming here is to purchase a few special slaves." Leylin made his request. Once the official matter was raised, Lucia put on a serious face. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 171, Magician Slaves, no problem, we have the largest warehouse. As long as you make a request, we'll immediately find a compatible slave for you," Lucia stated with confidence. "Also, even if we don't have it here, as long as you pay enough deposit, we can even organize a team to catch slaves and train them and teach them, customizing them to your needs." Such a business model, an industrialized chain of processes, also the special service provided for esteemed guests led Leylin to recall the VIP statuses back in his previous world. "No need for that, my requirements are extremely simple," Leylin smiled. "First of all, it's 5 slaves with the strength of grand knights. The race is to be humans, gender is unimportant. I need those with intact intelligence, with no obvious flaw or damage on their bodies." He did lack a few workers in his villa to do odd jobs and maintain his image. Furthermore, it was impossible for Leylin to take care of all miscellaneous tasks by himself. Deep inside Leylin's heart, he also had another plan. He had received one portion of resources for the branded swordsman from his trade with Dorat. Even though it was incomplete and virtually impossible to break through with those materials, with the AI chip's deduction and Leylin's own experiments, he had also garnered some results. At the moment, he was thinking of trying out the fruits of his labor on a Grand Knight. These Grand Knight slaves would definitely have spirit seeds planted or some form of branding that would ensure they were 100% loyal. Their bodies were extremely strong as well, and were the best people to experiment on to become branded swordsmen. We have 5 Grand Knights here, you may pick them later. Each one will cost 700 magic crystals. Moreover, your big sister I will give you a discount. Amongst the 5 Grand Knights, there would be 2 beauties. Lucia smiled. I believe that apart from their duty as guards, they will definitely fulfill the other duties as well. For magi whose vitality surpasses that of normal humans, normal girls would not be able to satisfy their needs. Hence, cultivating some knights and grand knights as maidservants was a common practice. Hence, Lucia did not lack any goods in this aspect. Towards such a benefit, Leylin only nodded his head, not feeling anything special. The grand knights were only a small matter. Leylin immediately stated his true purpose of coming here. And then, I require an acolyte grade slave. It's best if the strength is of a level 3 acolyte. Also, they have to know simple potioneering and alchemy. At this point, Lucia no longer had a relaxed expression. Even Crew looked at Leylin in surprise. In the Magus World, there were many tiers for slaves. Maidservants who have been nurtured, princesses or female nobles, whose countries have been destroyed only belonged to the lowest tier of entertainment and consumption. Apart from the special cases of princesses and the likes, their prices were all extremely low. Further up, it would be the level of knights and grand knights who could be of use to their owners. The increase in expenditure was not small. If they also wanted slaves from different races of a beautiful slave, the prices would often be taken up another notch. However, none of them could be considered high-grade slaves. In the South Coast, there was only one type of slave that was considered to be high-grade. They were the magician slaves. Whether regular humans or knights or grand knights, their bodies were unable to resist the energy pollution that magi unwittingly emitted. In addition, they did not have any spiritual force to defend their magus masters, nor help out with spell formations and the like. Hence, upon advancing to an official magus, many would usually recruit a few acolytes to assist them in their own experiments. However, on the South Coast, some things still had to be adhered to. Even if one was in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, the mentors could not use the acolytes as their guinea pigs and experiment on them as they wished, and had to tempt them with magic crystals or swindle them into a contract. Rather than using the pampered acolytes, using slaves could solve this problem entirely. Due to the existence of a spirit brand, slaves were typically loyal to a fault. In addition, the moment that a master buys them, their lives would immediately belong to their masters. No matter how the magi experimented on the slaves, they would not cause any trouble. Handsome fellow, you're quite gutsy. Lucia seemed quite bewildered as she looked at Leylin. Level 3 acolytes aren't that cheap? Does that mean you have them? Leylin picked at his eyebrow. The origin of magician slaves was quite simple. They were either wanted criminals or captives after a war. In addition, their existence was not the most welcome. And even in Poolfield Kingdom's Elenal market, Leylin did not see any shop that dared to publicly sell acolyte slaves. Leylin had only asked without expecting for there to be any results, and had met with an unexpected surprise. Nightless City was the entire South Coast's main trading center. To think that it was possible to find high-grade slaves in a random slave shop. Don't worry, as long as you can find someone, the price isn't an issue. Leylin threw a black pouch to Lucia. I didn't think a little guy like you has magic crystals. Lucia checked the contents of the pouch and nodded, immediately ringing a red handbell on the table. Ding-ling-ling. With the ring of the bell, a maidservant pushed open the door. My lady, do you have any orders? Go bring Damien here. In front of her servants, Lucia put on a frosty expression with no traces of smiles. Her every movement was filled with a domineering aura. As for this maidservant, she did not even dare raise her head in front of Lucia's orders and hurriedly led the room. Come, first, have a taste of this chugu. This is a special product from the Sicily Islands. After the door was shut, Lucia resumed her enchanting demeanor and brought out a fiery red flask, pouring a drink that seemed to be a mix between coffee and chocolate for Leylin and Crew. Leylin took a sip, and the mellow yet invigorating taste swirled in his throat. The taste is excellent. It's rather similar to the cocoa fruit. Moreover, it had the effect of increasing vigor. If it can be popularized, it will definitely gain the attention of magi, Leylin said indifferently. Lucia, you're too much. How could you not give me several flasks of such great stuff? Crew began to raise his loud. Young brother, you have the foresight. I am preparing to open a new shop and promote this drink item as my brand item. Lucia looked at Leylin in surprise, before smiling in an enchanting manner. How about this? Do you want to invest in this as well? My apologies, I don't have enough magic crystals. Especially after this round of purchasing slaves, I'm afraid I'd have to amass another fortune before considering such an investment. Leylin naturally refused such a suggestion. As for Lucia, there was no disappointment on her face. It only seemed that she had asked on the spur of the moment. Lucia, why don't you consider me? Crew put on an eager expression. You, Lucia looked at Crew with disdain. A fellow who only knows how to throw magic crystals on women, I have no faith in you at all. 27 years ago, it was you who took my investment, and after Lucia talked about past events, Crew's face reddened, and he kept his head down like a small boy who had done something wrong. As for Leylin, he only cared about sipping his drink, pretending not to see or hear anything. My lady, may I come in? This atmosphere was quickly broken by a request to enter the room. Is it Damien? Come in, Lucia smoothed her hair and sat behind her desk once more. Creak, the door to the office opened, and a silver-haired level 3 acolyte entered. This acolyte was not young, and his face was wrinkled like the skin of a tangerine. In contrast, his clothes were neat and tidy, and not a single hair was out of place. He seemed to be in good spirits, looking nothing like a slave. Damien, this is Magus Leylin, and he has expressed his desire to buy you. Now he'll ask you some questions. Lucia pointed to Leylin, who was seated on a sofa at the side, and introduced Damien to him. It is my honor to meet you, my lord. I hope I am able to service you in the future. Damien bowed respectfully. You don't have to be so polite. I hope you'll meet my requirements too. Leylin looked undisturbed. In that case, if you blend the liquefied form of a sunflower and the stem of a 3-night flower, what will happen? Leylin asked a question related to potioneering without any second thoughts. There will be a substitution reflect, and it will produce. From the looks of it, this old geezer called Damien did have some attainments in potioneering. He only needed to think for a short while before fluently answering. Next, Leylin asked a series of other questions. At the beginning, Damien's expression was relaxed, but as they got further along, cold sweat started to form on his back. A little over 10 minutes later, Leylin stood up, feeling satisfied, and told Lucia, I want him. How many magic crystals? Through the little test that he had just conducted, Leylin concluded that Damien's attainments in potioneering and alchemy were definitely considered pretty good amongst acolytes who were in the same tier as him. It would definitely be worth it to buy him. 16,500 magic crystals. Lucia smiled. Adding on to those 5 grand knights, it amounts perfectly to 20,000 magic crystals. No way, this is too expensive. His age is already so high. Normally, acolytes only have a maximum lifespan of 150 years. As for Damien, he stood there quietly by the side, as if the person they were haggling over was not him. After Leylin left Lucia's store with Crew, 6 more figures followed behind them. There was Damien and the other 5 Grand Knights. Amongst the Grand Knights, there were 2 good-looking girls with sexy figures, who also didn't have any bulging muscles that destroyed their aesthetic beauty. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172. 1 year after fiercely negotiating the price, Leylin finally cut the price down to 18,000 magic crystals and bought the slaves. Furthermore, right in front of Lucia within the shop, Leylin used his own spirit brand and branded the 6 slaves' minds. That meant from there on, the fates of these slaves were all grasped within Leylin's palm. Also, the nature of the soul brand was such that they had to be completely obedient to Leylin. Even if they were asked to kill themselves, they had to do so without a moment's thought. One could go so far as to say that if Leylin felt a sudden urge, these slaves' brains could simply explode like a watermelon. Haha, I'll stop bothering you and be on my way then. Once they were on the street of their villas, Crew silently judged the 2 gorgeous female knights behind Leylin with a mischievous twinkling in his eyes as they returned to their respective homes. That old geezer? Leylin was speechless as he shook his head before bringing the 6 slaves into his villa. "This is my villa. You'll be staying here from here on, and you can choose your rooms in the back. Nobody is allowed into my bedroom and the basement. Understood?" Leylin turned and swept his eyes over his 6 newly bought slaves as he ordered. "Understood, master." The 6 of them split up and left. "Damien, you stay behind." Leylin stopped the level 3 acolyte. "Master, do you have any more orders for me?" Damien questioned respectfully. "From today onwards, you are the butler of this villa and will be in charge of managing this place when I'm not around. Also, regarding the villa's defense spell formation, I'll give you the authority to modify it. Your task is to tidy up the entire villa and stock up on items needed for everyday use." Leylin began to give a series of instructions. In a trading center such as Nightless City, where the Magi were in charge, there were many things that only a Magi could do. A typical knight or grand knight didn't have a sea of consciousness, so how could they even control their spiritual force, chant incantations, and the like? In order to maintain the operation of his villa even after Leylin left, an acolyte-level butler was indispensable. "Also, tell me how you became a slave." Leylin was slightly curious. At the mention of this, Damien's expression darkened and he trembled, a look of suffering appearing on his face. It was clear that his past was an extremely painful experience for him. However, due to the control of the soul brand, he still had to adhere to Leylin's command. "I was from the Steel Fort and was born in a regular little town. I was fortunate enough to be tested to have an affinity for magic and was accepted by my mentor into the Moonlight Shadow. Master may not have heard of it, as it is but a small Magi organization. Even though I had to allow my mentor to experiment on my body, I was still lucky enough to survive and even became a level 3 acolyte." Until this point, Damien's expression was still normal, but a traumatized look emerged on his face. Right after that was the war. That darned war. As the powers lording over our district, the Wetland Gardens Academy began to support the expansion of other small organizations just because our leader was against them. Moonlight Shadow was conveniently used in the war, and my mentor, as well as many other seniors, died in battle. I was held captive and eventually became a slave. Leylin nodded in agreement. In the unwritten rules of the Magus World, Magi were typically not allowed to hold acolytes captive and use them as slaves, or else there would be no order in society. But there was one situation where the Magi was evidently not protected by any laws or agreements. It was when they were the prisoners of war. The prisoners of war and subhuman acolytes from established academies were the chief sources of magician slaves. Leylin watched Damien, who was somewhat indignant and sorrowful, and suddenly felt a surge of fear. At the beginning, if not for Abyssal Bone Forest Academy warding off the attack from the enemies, he wouldn't be able to escape at all, and his fate might have been to be killed by an official magus or captured as a prisoner, and later be sold off as a slave. That's why I'm so desperate for power. Only by possessing strength can I take control of my future." Leylin waved Damien away with a gesture of his hand. "Familiarize yourself with the surroundings first. I want to go out and will only be back in the evening." The villa that Leylin was renting was extremely spacious, and there were rooms specifically meant for the servants to live in. Having 6 slaves moving in wasn't crowded at all, and on the contrary, added a bit of life into the villa. Damien revealed his abilities as an exceptional butler and kept Leylin's villa neat and tidy. This allowed Leylin to relax and discard thoughts about odd jobs that needed to be done around the villa, and focus on brewing the ancient potion, Tears of Mary, in the basement. Countless days later, Leylin went to the old witch's shop alone and passed on to her the 2 portions of Tears of Mary that she was entitled to, based on their contract. They also set a timing for their next transaction. After obtaining the ancient potions, no matter how hard the old witch tried to conceal her excitement, Leylin was still able to see her become feverish with elation. She also stated that she was more than capable of handling even more spirits, and that Leylin should prepare himself for that. From the looks of it, in order to obtain more of these precious potions, she was willing to gather and prepare the ingredients at all costs. Leylin was quite pleased with this temporary ally of his. Though he didn't know the reason why she needed the potions so urgently, this was a situation that benefited him too. After the 2 of them came to a consensus, Leylin returned to the villa and took care of all the matters in the villa. He then proceeded to the outside of the city and returned to Four Seasons Garden's headquarters on a dragon-crowned nighthawk. After joining Four Seasons Garden, besides the allocated amount that all magi were entitled to, the great amount of resources in the library was something he coveted. However, as a member of the organization, he obviously was unable to stay in Nightless City all day long unless he was retired. The missions this month were simple and could be completed in a few days, which gave him a lot of free time that he decided to spend in Nightless City. At the moment, he had to return to Four Seasons Garden and take on the monthly tasks. Unless he wanted to renounce the portions he was allocated and the little power he had to follow this sort of lifestyle. If he were a typical magus and were to use this way of life to slowly amass enough knowledge and resources for him to break through, it would take more than 100 years. But Leylin was different. Not only did he possess a high-grade meditation method, he was also extremely knowledgeable about the path one would need to take to become a rank 3 magus. In addition, he had also stocked up and done preparations to ensure he had the best materials and ingredients. In order to gain power and wealth, one needed to come up with alternative methods that might be frowned upon by others. He had never been a principled person. Leylin had two main sources providing him with materials. One of them was the Four Seasons Garden, and even though the portion allocated by them was meager, it still was a constant flow, and the items were gained based on merit. The other source was the Dark Magi organization he had recently joined. While it was slightly dangerous, the profits were plentiful. With these two sources, one from an honest organization and the other from an unscrupulous group, the rate at which he gathered his resources and increased his strength was far from what anyone could predict. Next, I'll have to lay low, gather all my resources, and wait for the second transition of my bloodline. Leylin had planned everything for the next few years well ahead. The current him was just like the dragon-crowned nighthawk he was sitting on before it flew. It would silently save its energy, anticipating a time in the future when it could soar through the skies. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed. The mountain that was the Four Seasons Garden's headquarters was still standing strong and proud as always. Magi traveled through the passages within the mountain, looking like ants as they traveled around. Leylin, the theory of the ecology that you tested in the secret plane aroused my interest. How about it? Shall we have a discussion about it? At the moment, in a room for rest and relaxation, a male magus with fire-red hair was speaking with Leylin. Of course, I also hold an interest in the experiences and thoughts Magus Truman had while taking care of the lava goldfish. Leylin looked about the same as he did a year before, the main difference being the blackness in his eyes that seemed to have another layer of depth to them. I was planning to take a trip to the library anyway. We can talk there. Leylin invited Magus Truman. But of course, I'm very familiar with your reputation as the child of the library, Truman teased. In answer, Leylin merely gave a light chuckle and did not take his comment to heart. In the span of this 1 year, he had been lying low most of the time, completing his missions without complaints and receiving his allocated resources every month, mostly living in seclusion. The place where he spent the most time in was the Four Seasons Garden's giant library. The Four Seasons Garden was on a much larger scale than Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, and the records and resources in the library were abundant. In addition, with Leylin's status as an official magus, he had access to much more materials than what acolytes could get their hands on. Though some high-grade knowledge and potion formulas needed to be exchanged for using the specified amount of contribution points, the resources that the Four Seasons Garden provided free of charge was extremely helpful for Leylin. He spent about half a year gathering the information he had access to and saving them into the AI chip, thereby largely enriching its database. In order to prevent others from noticing the strangeness in his actions, Leylin would sometimes spend time in the library despite having saved all the information that was in there. For this pretense, he had rejected the invitations of countless beautiful female magi. That had gained him several nicknames that were along the lines of the insensitive wooden block and the child of the library, which quickly spread. The Four Seasons Garden's library was constructed within a huge hill, and acolytes could often be seen entering it. As official magi, Leylin and Truman naturally received special treatment and received an isolated room in order to facilitate their discussion. There was also a soft sofa and multicolored snacks within the room. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, The Venom Wyvern. The Venom Wyvern, the theory of ecosystems, has long since existed. For example, many magi find that growing wild grasses alongside tortoise-backed mountain grass will increase the yields of both by 30%. Leylin sat on the sofa and began to articulate upon his theories. All I did was expand on this ring of connection. Adding multiple factors, it would proliferate to tens or even hundreds of species, forming a large ecosystem and increasing the outputs of various resources inside the secret plane. Truman's eyes seemed to be giving off light. What a novel theory! Being able to choose the most compatible ecosystem for the millions of resources in the natural world. I admire your knowledge and background in this area. Leylin just gave a faint smile. He was obviously unable to analyze that much data on his own, so the AI chip did most of the work. The research that he had made public was only on a superficial level. He was prepared to employ the many key experiments and procedures in his very own secret plane in the future, and was unwilling to help Four Seasons Garden increase their output for free. After all, he was no do-gooder. However, I am also curious about the lava goldfish that you're rearing, Truman. Leylin remarked with an anticipatory look in his eyes. Lava goldfishes were a unique species in the Magus World. Usually, they thrived in lava, which made them extremely difficult to breed. As for their fish scales, they were necessary ingredients for many alchemy procedures. The blubber and flesh were a kind of nourishment which could recover a Magus energy and enable them to be revitalized after a weary meditation session. Hence, it was highly sought after with an extremely high price. Actually, it's no big deal. These lava goldfish's habits are very predictable. Once you understand them, then you can make a relevant section inside the secret plane. Of course, Truman only briefly stated the methods. I hope to use this information of breeding the lava goldfishes to exchange for your theory of ecosystem. Moreover, as the value of your information is above mine, I am willing to top up 5,000 more magic crystals. Truman made a sincere request. It's no problem at all, Leylin nodded and smiled. The purpose of releasing this information was to exchange it for resources and knowledge with other magicians. After a year of hard work, he had finally managed to grasp the general methods in operating a secret plane. Apart from that, he also learned about some of the habitats that the most expensive plants needed to thrive in. If he was given a secret plane to govern now, it would definitely not be in deficit, and actually make profits. Although Leylin was a dark magus and participated in plundering operations that the organization he was in arranged, he never excluded the possibilities of extracting more magic crystals using a light magus methods. Speaking of which, Leylin, you're done with your missions for the month. Do you have any plans? I have a good friend whose experiment requires a high-leveled potions master, so if you were to go, Truman sent Leylin an invitation. Apart from their duties inside Four Seasons Garden, many magicians often had a part-time job through their connections in the organization, earning additional magic crystals and resources. Of course, some did it purely as their interest or hobby, or merely just to help a friend out. My apologies, the mission for this month was extremely taxing. I wish to take this well-deserved break to recuperate in Nightless City. Leylin rejected Truman's invitation tactfully. Right now, he no longer prioritized these tiny organizations' resources or connections. Moreover, he was in the crucial period of boosting his prowess, so he did not have that much time to bother about other trivial matters. That's really regretful. Truman's face reflected the disappointment that he felt. Only after exchanging several more words with Leylin and their specialized information did they separate. Lord Leylin? After parting with Truman, Leylin went to the landing pad of the Four Seasons Garden. The acolytes here all recognized Leylin and they bowed to greet him. How is Hawk's current condition? Leylin walked to a cage with a giant creature within it. A pair of large red eyes stared back at him. The beast opened its jaws and revealed rows of razor-sharp fangs that resembled swords, with a crimson tongue that had reverse scales. Lord, your mount's appetite is great. Yesterday, it had even eaten a whole red bread pig. Its temper was rather nasty, though this could be due to it being caged for a long period of time. The acolyte who was in charge of these mounts was obviously skilled in his work. He was also extremely diligent as he replied Leylin. Creak! A scarlet rune appeared on Leylin's finger, forming the shape of a key and entering the keyhole of the metal cage. Roar! With an impressive roar, a green wyvern charged out of the cage. This creature had sharp talons and claws, and its whole body was covered in murky green scales. On its back was also a pair of large green wings. The membrane of the wings shone with a green luster under the light. Venom Wyvern. Strength, 13.5 Agility, 19.8 Vitality, 11.2 Spiritual Force, 9.8. Special Abilities, 1. Acidic Breath. A corrosive poison will be spat on the mouth with an area of effect of 20 meters. Average power, 16 degrees. 2. Toxic Rip. The venom wyvern's claws and fangs have toxic properties with a huge numbing effect on the spiritual force. The venom wyvern's stats were displayed by Leylin's AI. Chip, roar! The gigantic venom wyvern continued to roar. At the same time, there was a fawning look in its eyes that was incredibly humane as it lowered its head and rubbed gently against Leylin's body. All right. I will give you an upsize for your meals when I get back. Leylin could not help but laugh as he rubbed this venom wyvern, which had the mentality of a puppy missing its owner. Hawk, bring me to Nightless City now. Leylin got onto the back of the venom wyvern in one leap. Roar! The venom wyvern snarled, and the wings on its back jolted, unfolding segment by segment until they were fully extended and were at least 3 times larger than its body. With a fierce hurricane, the venom wyvern spread its wings and swooped into the air. Ha! They're finally gone. Just having that venom wyvern standing here is enough to make me feel uncomfortable. A female acolyte who was feeding a dragon crown nighthawk gave a long sigh of relief. With that guy around, all these nighthawks lost their appetites. The female acolyte patted the nighthawk in front of her that was eating cheerfully, seemingly just as relieved as her. That venom wyvern's power is probably close to that of an official Magus. How strong must Magus Leylin be to be able to tame it? The male acolyte following behind Leylin had a very contrasting opinion from the female acolyte, and his eyes reflected his envy and admiration for Leylin. The venom wyvern's flying speed was twice as fast as the dragon crown nighthawk had been. It was thus much more convenient for Leylin to travel between Nightless City and the Four Seasons Garden. Upon reaching the Nightless City's landing pad, Leylin issued some orders for the acolytes to take care of his venom wyvern and gave Hawk another red bread pig before returning to his villa. Master, Damien and a few grand knights bowed respectfully. Leylin looked around, finding that the villa was still in the same state as it was before he had left. The human slaves that he had bought later on were carefully cleaning the staircase railing and all the pieces of artwork. Damien was wearing a butler's uniform, looking impeccable as he stood behind Leylin. Master, after you left, your neighbor, Magus crew came over once. Also, I've already paid the continuity fees to the communal center. Here is the inventory. After which, Damien gave a report of what he had done in this period of time. Okay. Leylin paid no mind to his words and nodded along. This Damien seemed to have undergone specialized training while he was a slave and was very proficient in these matters. Leylin had branded him, and there was no way that he could revolt, so Leylin could place his trust in him. That's enough for now. Make me some dinner and milk tea, Leylin ordered indifferently. Hawk can be used for transportation and can sweep away most acolytes, but he won't be useful in battles with official magi. After a moment, Leylin, who was lying comfortably on a couch with pretty maids servicing him with their soft little hands, reflected with a hint of regret. In the South Coast, some magi had top-grade magic creatures as pets. These pets matured quickly, to the point that after their master advanced, it was possible for their own strength to reach the level of an official magus. In battle, how much help would an assistant with the same rank render? Unfortunately, no matter how much Leylin searched and gathered them, he couldn't find these high-quality pets, and could only purchase a venom wyvern to use as a mount. Magi and their pets had to agree upon a strict spirit contract, and there were some that even required them to share their life force. Leylin was obviously not going to waste his chance on this venom wyvern and used the simplest and cruelest spirit brand to forcibly control it. It was going to be a temporary mount, and he was planning to substitute it with a better option at the next best opportunity. But it's a shame. Leylin turned his hand, and a crystal that was like an amber revealed itself in his palm. In the middle of the crystal was a drop of green liquid that had a unique aura emanating from it constantly. The venom wyvern's blood essence has a trace of the bloodline of the ancient creature, the thousand venom dragon, the AI. Chip prompted. That was why he had purchased the venom wyvern. While he was in Nightless City, Leylin had constantly been collecting creatures that might have ancient bloodlines in them and tried to purify their blood with the AI chip. However, a majority of his experiments were a failure, and the blood essence in his palm was the best result he had. AI chip, have you found out the reason? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, The Ancient Spirit Slaying Sect. The Ancient Spirit Slaying Sect. In order to obtain the bloodlines of more ancient creatures, Leylin had conducted numerous experiments. However, none of them were successful. The best result was what was in his hand, the quintessence of some ancient creature. To most magi, this was probably a precious treasure, but for Leylin, this was far from enough. Beep. After 124 practical experiments, and a comparison with 97 simulated experiments, the conjecture is that the host's concentration of bloodline essence is not enough. Unable to unearth deeper purification. Recommended to look for the blood essence of creatures with the power of rank 3 Magus and above as stimulus to purify bloodline. The AI chip gave a prompt answer. As expected, Leylin had already surmised this conjecture, and now it seemed to tally with the AI chip's calculations. After a long period of time, the ancient bloodline in the mystical creatures in the south coast had been thinned out so much that if not for the amazing ability of the AI chip, Leylin would not even be able to refine this blood that was full of impurities. To obtain a pure ancient bloodline, it was necessary to gain blood samples from even stronger monsters. The AI chip had gathered that at the bare minimum, blood samples from a rank 3 creature had to be obtained. That meant that as long as Leylin was able to obtain the blood of a monster that was rank 3 or higher, the AI chip would be able to purify and extract a perfect sample of the ancient bloodline. But a creature that is rank 3 or above, Leylin smiled wryly at his thoughts, I'd probably die just from a snort from them. I'd obtained the blood from the black Horal snake that originally had the strength of a rank 3 Magus. Thankfully, its might had weakened to the equivalent of an acolyte, and that alone was a giant stroke of luck. It's as if a tasty meat pie had fallen from the heavens. The giant Chem-In serpent's bloodline that Leylin was in possession of was purified from the black Horal snake previously found in the Dylan Gardens. That black Horal snake was a powerful creature that rivaled the strength of a rank 3 Magus at its adult stage. The black Horal snake back then had definitely matured into an adult. However, due to the limiters inside the secret plane, coupled with prolonged hunger, and perhaps also with the other methods from the great Magus home, it caused the black Horal snake's state to deteriorate in its slumber, eventually turning pitiful enough to be attacked by a group of level 3 acolytes. This was obviously a present that the great Magus home left for his inheritor. It was an intentional setup and not a coincidence. The great Magus home was a rank 4 Warlock, and as compared to Leylin, who was a rank 1 Warlock, he was the sun while Leylin was but a firefly. These things are dependent on luck. At most, I'll take more notice in the future. It's not the time to think about this now. Leylin pulled up his stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 1 Warlock. Bloodline, giant Chem-In serpent. Strength, 7.1 agility, 6.7 vitality, 8.5 spiritual force, 58.9 magic power. 58 magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Elemental essence conversion, 70%. Status, healthy. In this year, he had been continuing his trade with the old witch. Using the processed spirits she had gathered, he had obtained a large quantity of the ancient potion Tears of Mary. With the help of the ancient potion, Leylin's spiritual force shot up rapidly. Leylin had spent quite some time in the Four Seasons Garden, and through the exchange of contribution points, He had gathered the formulas of potions that could increase an official Magus spiritual force. However, he found that those potions' effects were nothing compared to the ancient potion. With its help, Leylin increased his spiritual force at a shocking rate, as if he had no limits. Presently, he had no choice but to use concealment methods to hide his tremendous spiritual force. He stayed indoors whenever possible, avoiding areas where rank 2 magi might appear. He didn't want there to be any chances of others finding out. Unfortunately, even with the AI chip constantly upgrading the concealment method, it was not possible to hide his spiritual force entirely. The moment he had a break, Leylin would rush back to Nightless City to hide and avoided all social interaction. After reaching a certain level in terms of his spiritual force, Leylin had once again used the crystallized darkness energy particles to push his elemental essence conversion to 70%. However, after his elemental essence conversion reached 70%, Leylin received a notification from the AI chip that his body and spirit had developed a resistance towards such crystals. Unless he found more precious resources to raise his elemental essence conversion in the future, he could only rely on meditation and time and progress at a slower rate. Potions made by ancient magi are really different. A look of satisfaction crossed Leylin's face. The agreement with the old witch cannot be broken. Moreover, finding new ways to conceal my spiritual force is becoming a matter of urgency. In all honesty, he should be collecting the spirits himself. Directly branding the spirits of slaves who helped out would ensure that this matter was kept secret. However, the preparatory stages for the brewing of the Tears of Mary required someone with the might of a rank 1 Magus. Moreover, it had to be a Magus who was specialized in spirits. As for Leylin, his current attainment in the knowledge of spiritual force and spirits only allowed him to brand level 3 acolytes. It was basically impossible to brand an official Magus. Anyway, the old witch had made her vow in front of the trial's eye, so she could be trusted for the time being. However, the amount of spirits provided by the old witch seems to have decreased. In the past few trades, she also seemed distant and unfocused, and didn't even participate in the activities organized by the Dark Magi organization. It seems there's something of extreme importance going on. I'd better check on her tomorrow and hope that there won't be any trouble. This ally of his was recently acting strangely, inciting worry in Leylin's heart. "Master, your dinner's ready?" Damien's voice sounded while he was deep in thought, enjoying the service from his maids. "All right, I'll be right there." Leylin opened his eyes, the blackness in his pupils gaining another depth in them. After a day of entertainment and rest, Leylin was feeling refreshed. Wrapped in a black cloak, Leylin covered even his face and paid a visit to the old witch's shop. "What happened to you?" The moment Leylin saw the state the old witch was in, he wrinkled his eyebrows. The first time he'd seen her, the old witch looked like a dead person. The scent of death and decay was even more apparent now, and she looked like she was a corpse which had just crawled out of an old tomb. The undulations from her spiritual force were also extremely feeble. This condition immediately alarmed Leylin. For Magi, injuries on one's physical body were insignificant, but if one's spiritual force showed signs of weakening, that immediately meant that one's might was decreasing. The old witch was still Leylin's ally, and he didn't want his supplier to suddenly disappear. Nothing much, just a recent experiment that's approaching its crucial stage. Her body was already as weak as it could get, and just speaking resulted in her panting. However, the light in her eyes was even more radiant, as if on the verge of burning up. Leylin had seen such a fervent heat in a person's gaze before in his previous life, in the eyes of lunatics and crazy people. "You'd better not keep anything from me. Remember, we're allies. Haven't we been working well together in this past year?" Leylin obviously didn't believe her vague explanation. "When it's time, I'll definitely tell you everything." The old witch gave a mysterious grin. "Also, I found the spiritual force concealment method that you requested the previous time." What? This was so unexpected that a smile surfaced on Leylin's face. He had always been searching for this content on the sly and attended a few of the Dark Magi's bazaars and meets to exchange resources, but to no avail. He wasn't expecting much when he employed her help, and it was a pleasant surprise that she had actually gotten what he wanted. "This is information regarding the compression of spiritual force. Take a look." She passed a green leaf to him. Leylin reached out and took it, and then placed it on his forehead. A cool feeling was emitted from the leaf and permeated Leylin's skull, going straight into the depths of his brain. Spiritual force data interface has been detected. To accept the connection or not, the AI chip's voice intoned. Accept! With Leylin's command, a massive stream of information entered Leylin's sea of consciousness. It was constantly broken down, recorded and analyzed by the AI chip. Overall, the compression of spiritual force is to stack the spiritual force together continuously, arising in a different frequency of energy waves. From there, one can achieve the purpose of concealing their spiritual force. After browsing through for a while, Leylin smiled in satisfaction. This piece of information is very useful to me, but it seems to be incomplete. Where is the rest of it? Take it out. What do you want? Magic crystals, potions, resources, just give the word. Leylin appeared to be extremely rich and overbearing. Haha, just with the first half of this information, your spiritual force will be untraceable to all rank 1 Magi. Once you have the second half, even a rank 2 Magus won't be able to discover your spiritual force energy waves. Although you can definitely afford it, I wish to make a trade with you using another method. The old witch said with a cryptic laugh and hooted. What method? Leylin's brows furrowed, guessing that it was going to be extremely troublesome. I will give you the first half of the information now as a gift of thanks for being my ally. The old witch appeared to be extremely generous. As for the second half, I need you to do something for me. It was obvious that the old witch was using the second half of the information as bait to have Leylin help her with a certain matter. I need to know the specifics. Leylin did not refuse, but he did not agree either. Hee, don't worry, I won't ask you to hold back a rank 2 Magus or anything like that. I just want you to accompany me to explore some ruins. The old witch revealed her true motive. Exploring ruins? What ruins? Leylin probed curiously. The remnants of the ancient spirit slaying sect. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Brass Ring and J. Brass Ring and J, the ancient spirit slaying sect? Leylin's looked lost for a second and immediately made a sound of astonishment. Do you mean that sect that's full of lunatics who think that spirits are the ultimate resting state of all living beings and like to massacre and sacrifice human flesh from time to time? Do you mean that wicked Magi sect? Exactly. The ancient spirit-slaying sect was just a small sect in the south coast during ancient times. I didn't expect you to know of them. The old witch gasped at Leylin. The ruins of this kind of crazy sect is definitely going to be annoying. There might be some troublesome curses or mechanisms in there. Leylin was very clear about his abilities. A year ago, he could barely win over a Magus with 50% elemental essence conversion, and was considered an elite within the tier of rank 1 Magi. After a year of constantly increasing his spiritual force and elemental essence conversion, the current him was at the top, second only to those who were on the verge of breaking through and already met the requirements in terms of their spiritual force and elemental essence conversion. This might was considered quite good in the entire South Coast, and he could be ranked highly here. But if he had the misfortune of bumping into a rank 2 Magus, all that awaited him was death. At the most, he had a little hope of escaping with all his might, but what were his chances of survival? The AI chip calculated that it was less than 10%. In ancient times, elite Magi organizations were sure to have rank 4 Magi taking charge, and it was obvious that there were multiple rank 2 and 3 Magi. The mechanisms left behind by Magi with such levels of strength were definitely not something Leylin could ward off, even though thousands of years had passed. Don't worry, we're just seeing a small part of it. I've also invited a few other friends. I just need one item from there, and all other gains will be left for you to divide amongst yourselves. The old witch gave her word. It looks like this item must be of massive importance to her. If that's the case, it might be possible for me too. After hearing her words, Leylin's eyes darted around as he considered. I need to think this over. Out of cautiousness, Leylin decided to obtain more information first before answering her. All right, but make it quick. I plan to leave in 5 days, so contact me using the secret imprint before then. The old witch gave a quick nod and passed a dozen spirit spheres to Leylin. This is the latest batch of spirits. However, I need 20% more of your potions this time. I'll exchange some items to make up for this. How about 200,000 magic crystals and a wolf spirit flower? Leylin glanced at the old witch, whose spiritual force undulations were waning. If she was the one using all those spiritual force potions, she definitely would not be in this state. From the looks of it, all the potions she had obtained had been given to someone else. Sure. After giving it a thought, Leylin agreed. In order to increase the efficiency of the Tears of Mary and break through the nature of spiritual force, which always hit a bottleneck, he would always meditate for a period of time first. When the increase in his spiritual force slowed, he would then use the potion. Based on the AI chip's calculations, this combination was the best method to consume the potion. Hence, he still had some Tears of Mary in his possession. 5 days later, on a flat ground in the eastern part of the nightless city, a shining bright moon hung in the sky, reflecting a silvery luster on the earth. The silhouettes of the trees dancing in the wind continuously projected malevolent shadows on the ground, just like monsters of various shapes and sizes. Whoosh, countless black figures converged, forming the shadows of 3 figures on the ground. 2 of the 3 people had worn a thick layer of black robes and used a veil to cover their faces. It seemed to give off the vibe of something eerie and crafty. "Old devil, when is Blood Rogue coming?" A cloaked figure spoke to the person that did not put on a veil but had a small demon mask on instead. Soon, the voice of an old woman sounded from under the mask. "By the way, I don't have a problem with you getting Blood Rogue to come since he's from our organization and he's quite strong. Who's this person, though?" The cloaked person projected to the old witch, evidently dissatisfied. "Don't worry, she's a good friend of mine. She's definitely trustworthy," the old witch guaranteed. "She'd better be. If not, no matter how tempting your rewards are, I'll take my leave. Don't worry, she projected to him once more. "I see." She told the cloaked person some information, and it immediately became silent. Minutes later, a blood-red flame soared at the sight, and a silhouette covered in a crimson cloak directly appeared on the ground. "My apologies, I'm a little late." Leylin spoke and glanced through the people around. He was obviously familiar with the old witch, and he had also seen the cloaked man in the Dark Magi organization before. He went by the nickname Brass Ring. As for the other, Leylin had no idea who it was. "Blood Rogue, you're here. Let me introduce you. You already know Brass Ring, and this here is Jay, a good friend of mine." The old witch first gave a brief introduction. At this moment, Leylin, who had gone back to his experiment lab and tested the spiritual force concealment spell that he had gotten from the old witch, coveted the latter half of the spell even more. Moreover, regarding the ruins of an ancient organization such as the Ancient Spirit Slaying Sect, Leylin was also somewhat interested in them. Hence, after a period of consideration, he finally agreed to the old witch's invitation. However, as she had invited others, Leylin naturally made a deal with the old witch and came here with his identity as Blood Rogue in the Dark Magi organization. Since he was using that identity, he naturally couldn't ride his venom wyvern. The present Leylin's face was all red, and he had the appearance of a malevolent demon. There were even horns on his demon mask. "Blood Rogue, long time no see?" Brass Ring acknowledged his comrade. Leylin's had gained a reputation from his identity as Blood Rogue from the few operations within the organization. It could also be said that he was infamous, and coupled with the way the bald venom snake had suddenly vanished with no warning, Brass Ring was slightly fearful of this Blood Rogue. Dark Magi respected power, and Brass Ring naturally would not underestimate Leylin. "Brass Ring, and Jay, hello," Leylin greeted and smiled. "All right, since we're all here, let us set off." The old witch nodded her head, and her figure disappeared in the darkness. Following which, after various flashes of light, there was no one left on this patch of ground, and darkness once again enveloped the area. The old witch led Leylin and the others on a hastened journey. As they were all official Magus, their traveling speed was extremely quick, far surpassing the speed of horses. In the span of 2 days, they had already traversed across the entire Teljos Plains. Following which, Leylin and the others walked towards an extremely ordinary-looking town. This Western-styled town was no different from others, and the total headcount would not exceed 10,000 people. As for the professions in this town, lumberers and farmers comprised the bulk of it. On the paths, there were even rubbish and dung strewn. It smells quite bad here, Brass Ring grumbled. From the strange attire of the four of them, it was obvious that they could not enter the small town in broad daylight. The old witch first let them hide outside while she went in by herself. After that, they strutted in without fear to the sight of numerous people who were in a deep sleep along the roads. This, Leylin breathed in with his nose, the pollen of the sea anemone flower and the liquid secretion from the pungent rat's joints. This dosage is enough for them to stay asleep for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Hee. And even if someone were to chop off one of their legs or kill them, they wouldn't even wake up. That's enough for us to conduct our exploration. Is 3 days enough? Isn't it more convenient to just kill all of them? We can even take this opportunity to obtain a few bloodthirsty spirits and the like. Brass Ring casually brought up. This was the way a typical dark magus thought. They reveled in bloodshed and violence and preferred to slaughter in order to solve most of their problems. After the exploration, I'll let you do anything you want with them, but now you have to listen to me. The old witch stared at Brass Ring, a strange undulation emitting from her body. Tang, Brass Ring had to retreat a few steps. Are you mad? You want to use this in this situation? Are you looking to die? Don't provoke me or you'll absolutely regret it. Her voice was hoarse. At this moment, Brass Ring suddenly came to the realization that the old witch in front of him was one of the elders in the organization. She had connections and her powers were unknown, and if not for an incident many years ago, her power would be much stronger now. At this moment, the other magus called Jay stood behind the old witch and expressed her support for her. All right, let's make a compromise and not act this way. Leylin began to resolve the dispute. Among the light magi's standard operating procedures during times of calamity, a town whose civilians had all fainted or were all massacred are 2 different matters altogether. The first scenario would only have acolytes dispatched to investigate. As for the second scenario, there will be official magi dispatched. For the sake of our safety, Brass Ring, it's better for you to hold it in. Following which, Leylin turned around and asked the old witch, time is indeed a concern. Old devil, I'm sure you can tell us some things by now, can't you? The old witch looked at Leylin deep in the eyes before reluctantly agreeing. All right then. This is a small-scale secret plane that I stumbled on during my travels. It should be an experiment lab of sorts. The area will not exceed 100 mu, so we can definitely finish exploring it within 3 days. Small-scale secret plane. A flash of disappointment was shown on Leylin's face. In the south coast, the secret planes were also categorized. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, A Banshee in the South Coast. The storage type secret plane Leylin had previously raided, and the laboratory type secret plane that the old witch found were all classified as small-scale secret planes. The area of these kind of secret planes usually didn't exceed a 100 mu and were only used to perform experiments and to store supplies. If one does not take into account of the items stored inside and only look at the area of the secret plane, its worth would be at the bottom. Above that were the resource-type secret planes. The area of that type of secret planes is usually larger than 100,000 mu. The area is large, and the topology is varied and suitable to grow resources necessary to magi. The highest rank of secret planes are those that have spells that can adjust the living environments of both plants and animals, and can be controlled by a single magus. These are only under normal circumstances. There are also places like Dylan Gardens, which Leylin previously found. Even though the area was small, but it was personally arranged by the 4th-level Warlock Great Magus Surhome. Thus its value couldn't be compared to the normal planes of its kind. It's a shame. If it was a resource type of secret plane, we could occupy it in secret then alter it, then we would be filthy rich. Brass Ring was stroking his chin as if he was caught in some fantasy. Keep dreaming, the old witch sneered icily, interrupting Brass Ring's fancy dreams. The bigger the area of the secret plane, the higher the cost of construction. As for the resource-type secret planes, which was larger than 100,000 mu, even for some ancient magi organizations, there weren't many that could afford to construct it. All the present resource-type secret planes that belongs to the large organizations are all remnants from the ancient magi which have been altered slightly. that's all. If there really was a resource-type secret plane being discovered here, the likes of us wouldn't be able to stomach it. Even if we added our whole organization plus the boss that is backing it, it still wouldn't be enough. Let's go. Even if it's just a laboratory type of secret plane, there must still be a lot of valuable stuff inside. We're also handing over a lot contributions to the higher-ups. It's enough for you to trade for a lot of resources, Leylin said. For these kind of small-scale secret planes, every large Magi organization has set up missions. No matter if it's for Season's Garden or the Dark Magi organization, which the old witch belonged to, they all have the power to take it over. After which there naturally will be a lot of rewards for the finders. If this was a resource type of secret plane, then Leylin would put in some thought in order to pocket it himself. Since it's only a laboratory type of secret plane, he didn't put much thought into pocketing it. After all, even if he was to occupy it, because it's so small, he couldn't actually alter it that much. At most, he would only have a small-scale secret base to hide. The entrance to the secret plane is on the west side of this town, inside a 2-story wooden building. The old witch seemed quite familiar with the surroundings as she brought the 3 of them to a 2-story building made out of wood. Compared to the small town, this place was even more remote. Weed were growing all around the villa, and there were even 2 mole-like animals quickly scurrying by. Originally, this place was a lively street, but since 13 years ago, the residents in this place kept dying one by one. Sometimes the town residents could hear sound of a woman wailing outside their homes. That's why the rumors spread about it being a cursed or a haunted house. The surroundings ended up being overgrown. The old witch opened up the rusted gates while feeling rather satisfied with herself. I found this place during one of my explorations. After a couple of months of investigation, I'm sure that the unusual situations around here is caused by the deterioration of the defensive spells around the entrance to the secret plane, unwillingly leaking radiation. According to calculations, after 13 years, the defensive spells should have totally deteriorated, leaving the entrance to the secret plane exposed. Thusly, I pretend to be an ordinary person and bought this building, plus I added a facade on the outside so other magi couldn't discover this place. Leylin was listening to the old witch while he was exploring the inside of this building. The bottom floor wasn't that big, it only contained 2 to 3 buildings. The hall was filled with a thick layer of dust and broken furniture. In the corner was a spiral staircase filled with holes. It was the only thing connecting these 2 floors. Beneath this obvious state of decline, Leylin could feel a strong aura of negative energy. This aura was extremely malevolent, and it carried with it a smell that Leylin was familiar with. Spirits and their spirits that have been driven crazy from being vengeful. The corner of Leylin's mouth curved. This old witch really found a nice place. Follow me. Be careful not to touch the black mold on the walls, those are trigger points. The old witch was in front leading the while, bringing the 3 behind as they climbed the squeaky stairs to the 2nd floor. She seemed extremely familiar with this place. The area on the 2nd floor was smaller than the large hall on the 1st, where the corridors only allowed 2 people to walk side by side. By chance, Leylin was walking beside Jay, because the other person was entirely wrapped in a cloak and didn't speak much. Leylin couldn't even distinguish the other person's gender. This oil painting is the entrance to the ancient spirit-slaying sect's secret plane. By the end of the corridor, the old witch was pointing towards an oil painting that was hanging on the wall as she turned around and spoke to Leylin and the rest. Leylin's focus involuntarily shifted to the oil painting. This oil painting depicted a richly dressed noble woman using a delicate fan to cover half her face. Due to time and age, there were a lot of dust on the walls. Even around the oil painting were a ring of thick dust. The whole oil painting used green as a base color, and it didn't seem to fit the picture. Besides, maybe it's because of the angle and line, but if he stared at it long enough, Leylin felt that the fan the noble woman was holding in the oil painting moved slightly. Suddenly, the young woman inside the oil painting blinked her eyes. "Is this oil painting alive?" Leylin cried out involuntarily. "You're finally awake?" The old witch advanced as she cackled. "Foreign intruders, speak the password." The woman inside the oil painting blinked again as information directly entered each magus that was present. "Password." Your masters have all perished, and right now we've come to take everything inside the secret plane. The old witch was staring at the woman in the oil painting. If you choose to comply, there might be a place for you inside my storage room. Password incorrect, the woman inside the painting said. Leylin was keenly aware of that the fan which the noble woman held inside her hand closed slightly. It's only a being conjured by spells, yet it dares to disobey me. The old witch's eyes emitted green lights, and a ring of green fireballs emerged flying directly toward the oil painting. Bam! As the green fireballs burned the oil paint, the noble woman's fan closed entirely, exposing the face behind it. Leylin didn't expect that under the beautiful half of the noble woman's face was a nose and mouth composed entirely out of bones. This appearance was as if the flesh and blood below the noble woman's eyes had instantly disappeared. A feeling of discrepancy and wrongness suddenly assaulted Leylin's thoracic cavity. Scree. Following that, the shrill sound of a woman flooded the whole corridor. The green fireballs started to crumble, turning into small spark of green fire, following which it directly extinguished in the fluctuation of the air. Beep. Host is being attacked by sound waves. Resemblance to banshee whale 67%. Abnormality in muscle coordination, spiritual force circulation rate lowered by 89%, the AI. Chip projected the status with red color in front of Leylin's eyes. Banshee whale? Could it be that there is a genuine banshee trapped inside that oil painting? Leylin was startled. Immediately a layer of crimson membrane appeared outside his body and isolated the sound. Even though his ears still hurt, but his body has regained his mobility. At the same time, a couple of blood-red tentacles like intestines protruded from the oil painting, and they headed for Brass Ring. Damnable thing, Brass Ring cursed as his body protruded countless bone spikes. The red intestines was directly pierced and was severed. Bone spike arts? Leylin was startled. He actually solidified this kind of innate spells onto himself. Is he a masochist? Bone spike arts was a rank 1 spell and was quite formidable, but its activation process was quite a hassle. It needed to be grown from a Magus' own skeleton, then pierce the Magus' own muscle before attacking his opponent. This kind of spell was literally hurting oneself before hurting your opponent. Only maniacs and masochists would pick this. I'll tear you damnable thing to pieces. One could see that Brass Ring was quite enraged since he was forced to use his innate spell. Presently, his whole body was covered with bone spikes. It gave one the impression that he was like a white sea urchin. At the same time, a green light spread from below his neck to his whole body, initiating blood staunching and similar effects. Stop! The old witch's body started to emit countless translucent spirit bodies, and every one of them circulated around Brass Ring's body, making his speed drop. There is a spell effect on this oil painting. If you tear it apart, the whole entrance to the secret plan will also collapse. The old witch's expression turned serious. Let me do it! When the previous banshee whale had struck, the bodies of both the old witch and Jay emitted a black-colored membrane. It seemed like neither of them suffered any injuries. Your banshee whale was pretty good. It is a shame that the matching spell formation has been half collapsed due to the passage of time. What's left isn't something that can affect us official magi. The old witch looked upon the banshee within the oil painting with pity as she stroked the surface of the painting with her hand, following which tiny dark purple dots originated from the old witch's palm and spread continuously, like someone was adding a coat of paint. "Come forth, my baby," the old witch said softly, her voice sounding tender and flirtatious. As soon as these words were uttered, the banshee within the painting turned fearful, as if she had encountered her natural enemy. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177. The Spirit-Devouring Moth. The Spirit-Devouring Moth, after the black-purple color extended throughout the entire oil painting, the banshee disappeared without a trace. That's a pretty good entrapment method. Did you buy this just for this purpose? Leylin approached the old witch. I'm rather interested in this banshee. Can you sell it to me later? I'll buy it at twice the market price. Once we're done exploring the secret plane and we find what I want, I can just give it to you. The old witch flashed Leylin a glance. At the present, in the middle of the oil painting, a small dot of silver light suddenly appeared. The silvery light grew bigger and bigger, and the surrounding void started to ripple. Finally, it settled into a corridor filled with a silvery sheen. Resentment, wailing, a strong aura of dark spiritual power poured out constantly from within the corridor. A faint mist started to rise around the whole wooden building, and the sound of people of all ages started to sound all around. This kind of scenery, if the old witch didn't previously put everyone in the town into slumber, would most likely have caused quite a commotion in the town. Even though there is no chance of encountering any ancient magi inside the secret plane, but there are still some lingering curses and traps that are still working. We better be careful, considering that the ancient spirit-slaying sect was a magi organization famous for researching spirits. One must prepare accordingly. The old witch warned specifically. By now you should reveal to us what you're really looking for, right? Leylin locked the old witch with his gaze. Hugh, relax, you'll all know when that time comes. The old witch just cackled manically as usual. Speak the truth. Old devil, if you still won't, we all will feel insecure. This time, Brass Ring sided with Leylin. If you don't tell me now, I won't be able to keep my former promises. You guys, the old witch was quite anxious, but suddenly broke into a coughing fit. Her originally crooked body seemed to bend even more as if her waist was about to break. Sigh, all right then. After a long while, the old witch recovered her breath, but her complexion was turning paler. It's an altar-like thing. There is only one of it in the whole laboratory. You won't be able to miss it. The old witch spoke with an impatience. Then what? Only this much information? Brass Ring immediately asked. What else do you think there is? The old witch's eyes emitted green light as her gaze bore into the body of Brass Ring. I only found some clues from some ancient information that this altar might be inside this secret plane. How could I know any more specific facts? As if he was afraid that the old witch would again lash out at him, Brass Ring chose wisely not to ask any further questions. Then what's the altar's function? After Brass Ring went silent, Leylin asked instead. Don't tell me that you don't even know how to use the altar and still went to look for it. Of course not. The old witch tried to calm her expression, but still chose to speak at last. That altar is a product made by the ancient spirit-slaying sect during their later periods and is called the spirit altar. It has great benefits towards alleviating my current conditions. There is even a chance that it might directly cure it. If you all help me get to it, then Blood Rogue's materials, Brass Ring's Thunder Fire Stone, Jay's Gasping Lake Water will all be given, not 1 gram less. The old witch guaranteed once more. Leylin didn't completely believe it. It was apparent that the old witch had some other tricks up her sleeve. You and I are old friends. If I won't help you, then who will? Among the rest of the three, Jay was the first to speak. The voice was neither masculine nor feminine and carried a weird pitch. All right, I was just asking. Brass Ring also started to concede. What about you, Blood Rogue? The old witch looked over Leylin. If you're not planning to exploit us and make us risk our lives for your cause, I don't have any other objections. Leylin sneered. That's good. The old witch looked at the corridor, which emitted silvery light, and said, All right, the corridor should be completely stabilized by now. Let's us proceed. Following which the old witch's eyes radiated a fervent hunger as she stepped into the corridor. Leylin and the rest looked at each other and followed. The dazzling silvery light suddenly expanded and swallowed the 4 people completely. Buzz, buzz, Leylin scanned his surroundings. What he saw was a black corridor which seemed to be constructed by some unknown metal. The wall could strangely enough reflect their shadows, but the shadows appeared twisted and seemed to emit a bone-chilling laughter. Illusion materialization technique? Leylin smiled coldly. Black light flashed in his eyes, and he was able to break out of the illusion immediately, following which he heard some buzzing sounds. Following the sound, a large gray cloud appeared. Once it got closer, Leylin discovered that this dark cloud consisted of densely packed, moth-like organisms. Fur grew on these organisms, and the image of a huge eye was depicted on each of their huge wings. It seemed quite eerie. Careful, those are the spirit-devouring moths. The old witch raised the alarm. Don't touch the dust that they carry, otherwise your spirit and mentality will be continuously corroded. At the same time, the old witch opened her mouth and emitted a shrill scream. Sound waves could be seen exploding forth like an artillery shell. Boom! Half of the gray clouds disappeared, and at the same time, a huge amount of dust billowed down like it was snowing. Whoosh! As he heard the old witch mention the name of spirit-devouring moths, Leylin was already on alert. Now, a scarlet-red membrane of light enveloped his body and kept the dust at bay. Host's body is being attacked by an unknown powder. The powder has a sticky quality, activating the defense potion smeared on host's body. Adjusting frequency, emitting shockwaves, adhesive powder substances effect removed. A prompt from the AI chip emerged in front of Leylin's eyes. Such a bother. Leylin had read about this adhesive quality in the Four Seasons Gardens library before. This type of attack would stick onto the opponent's body, and if the layer of light was removed before the powder was completely gotten rid of, the powder's magic would be activated and begin the second attack. Crimson Palm. Leylin's hands suddenly turned red as he struck an offensive pose. Both his hands clawed in front of him. Bang! Two crimson talons' image flashed through the void. It surrounded the spirit-devouring moths from both left and right and pressed towards the center. Countless moths were directly torn into tatters by the blood talons, torn wings and gray dust like kept fluttering. Host's Crimson Palm's theoretical power, 20 degrees. Real power, 34 degrees. Crimson Palm reached boundary of limits, adding additional power. Along with the sound from the AI chip's prompt, the phantom crimson claws in the air suddenly trembled, and blood-red flames burst out from his two hands, burning up all the falling bodies. Without even emitting any smoke, the spirit-devouring moths were directly burnt to ashes in the crimson flames. Is this the signature move of the Blood Rogue, the Crimson Palm? Why is it so powerful? Brass Ring looked at Leylin with shock. Within the Dark Magi organization, Leylin was a newcomer who went by the name Blood Rogue, and the spells that he often used were quickly revealed. Brass Ring was aware that Leylin had such a technique, but he never knew that it had such a mighty offensive power. You have made great progress recently, the old witch secretly transmitted to Leylin. From what Brass Ring had seen from the battle between the old witch and the spirit-devouring moths, he reckoned that these creatures were crafty and difficult to handle. Leylin, however, had used just one spell and completely demolished the opponent, which shocked the old witch. It seemed that from the very beginning, this ally of hers had been developing at a frightening speed. This might, is your elemental essence conversion more than 50%? The old witch transmitted her voice to Leylin. What do you think? Leylin answered indifferently. He, the stronger you are, the more it will benefit me. After all, compared to Brass Ring, I would rather trust you who signed a contract with me. The old witch made another promise while she spouted words she herself didn't believe. As long as you help me, not only will I give you information about concealing your spiritual force, I'll also give you another 1,000,000 magic crystals. Hell, I'll even give up my position as an elder in the organization to you. A position like that is transferable? Leylin was a little shocked. The group that he was in, the 1,000 Meddling Leaves, didn't have any real leader. The rank 2 Dark Magus backing them was only in contact with a few of the elders. The organization had gatherings and trade fairs every once in a while, letting the members have chances to find good opportunities. The moment an elder felt that the lead a member had found was worth acting on, he or she would gather the members and launch a looting operation. The elder and members who had first found out about this chance would be able to get a bonus after the plundering. It was obvious that once one became an elder, he or she would have a place as a leader in the Dark Magi organization. His or her status would be different. This situation would be impossible in a typical organization, but what can I do when I have a Dark Magi organization backing me? The transmitted voice of the old witch sounded bitter. Actually, besides me, the other elders have been changed quite a few times already. My condition hasn't been the best lately, and the number of people waiting to trample on me have increased. Her explanation made a lot of sense, but Leylin didn't really believe it. All right, since I've received your deposit, I'll do my best in the coming expedition, Leylin agreed. This entire exchange was very quick, and as they both came to an agreement, the blood-red flames that had just been ignited in midair had been extinguished. The old witch took on her role as the leader and guided them in. Minutes later, the four of them came to a fork in the path. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Vengeful Spirit, Loathsome Evil. Vengeful Spirit, loathsome evil in front of Leylin and the rest of the exploration team. A passage made of jet black metal had opened up to 3 pathways, each leading to a different direction. At each of the entrances, there were no obvious signs at all, causing a wave of foreboding to go through the 4 of them. Since it's a laboratory, how can there not be a sign for it? Brass Ring took the initiative and asked. There might have been one that had been destroyed by someone, or the Magi here had another method of communication that we're unaware of. The old witch shot a glance at Brass Ring. What's wrong? We've come all the way here. Are you thinking of backing out of our deal? Of course not. Brass Ring shook his head like it was the most obvious thing to do. Not only were the rewards that the old witch offered extremely generous, there was a large possibility of there being large amounts of profit from within the secret plane. Neither of these were things that Brass Ring was willing to give up on. In that case, should we split up into teams and search, or do it by ourselves? Leylin asked a very practical question. Of course, we're going to go in as a group. This is the ruins left behind by ancient Magi. Traps and other defense mechanisms are not easy for us to dismantle even as a group. It's much too dangerous for us to act alone. As the initiator of this operation, the old witch was resolute and made the decision for them. We've set up everything in the town already, and in the next 10 days, there will certainly not be any people compelled to enter. This is enough time for us to clear up everything in the laboratory. After hearing her words, Jay quickly agreed. Leylin thought it through for a while and also nodded. All right then. Hearing Leylin's agreement, Brass Ring had no choice but to curl his lip and approve of this suggestion. The 4 of them chose the path that was on the far right and entered. Step, step, black leather shoes and the metal flooring met, the friction causing a very piercing sound. Be careful. The methods of the ancient spirit-slaying sect are much more difficult to deal with than spirit-devouring moths, Leylin reminded as he glanced at the surrounding walls. A bright sound was constantly traveling through the passage, and there were also some echoes. Leylin suddenly paused. Only his figure was left in the entire passage. The old witch, Brass Ring, and Jay had all disappeared. What happened? Leylin fixed his attention on the red reflection on the metal wall. Did I unconsciously activate some trap? Even the AI chip didn't detect it. A hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Looks like this expedition isn't going to be so simple. Ding! Leylin's sudden stop seemed to have triggered some sort of mechanism, and behind him, the metallic walls seemed to have lives of their own as they converged, thus blocking his retreat. Crimson palm. Both of Leylin's palms turned blood red once again, crimson flames burning from the claws as he pressed them directly on the converging walls. SSA. As if cold ice had been directly thrown onto a blazing inferno, a sizzling sound of evaporating water was heard. Under Leylin's hands, the unknown black metal turned completely red and constantly melted, forming puddles of liquid metal that stained the floor. Over 10 seconds later, the metallic walls that had suddenly emerged had a hole that was about 1 meter deep, and yet there was no sign of the end. It seemed that in that moment, Leylin's path of retreat had been completely blocked by the black metallic wall. Based on the data taken so far, estimated thickness of metal wall, 45-47 meters. There is also a huge amount of the Manker alloy found in the middle. Estimated time required for host to entirely break through, 30 minutes 56 seconds. The AI chip projected blue lines of data in front of Leylin. Half an hour. That's much too long. Leylin wasn't so naive to think that the Magus who had designed the trap would be so kind as to give him time to escape. Sure enough, the longer amount of time Leylin stayed in there, the black metal in front of him also started to distort and gather in the center as if it had a life of its own. The passage became increasingly narrow, to the point that only one person would be able to pass through. I can't let this go on any longer. Otherwise, I'll be stuck in the middle of a huge metal sphere. It'll take too much magic power and spiritual force to get out. Leylin glanced at the wall that had a large hole in it and rushed forward. Zoom! With the help of his burly physique and his magic, Leylin's speed was already past the limits of a regular human. All that was left of him were a few long after images. The passage ahead seemed to sense Leylin's approach and converged at an even quicker rate. Ha! Leylin breathed in deeply and quickly spat out a few punctuated syllables. In a split second, the blood-red layer on his body expanded, the flame's range achieving 0.5 meter, emitting a fervent heat. Leylin seemed to have been possessed by some ancient flaming creature, and with his body cloaked in crimson flames, he darted quickly towards the small crack left between the black metal. Bang! The entire passageway jolted slightly, and the sound of corrosion sounded. Right as the metallic walls were about to converge, Leylin had forced his way out, leaving behind a human-shaped gap. Droplets of liquidized black metal were still dripping incessantly. Leylin's charge had lasted for almost an entire minute, and he only stopped the flames when his field of view opened up. What a troublesome passage! Leylin looked at the black passage behind him that had completely closed up. This sort of passageway might not be able to kill a Magus, but it was able to make the opponent waste large amounts of spiritual and magic force, and just the slightest bit of hesitance would entrap the Magus within it. It would consume a lot of magic power to fire a spell. And by the time the Magus' spiritual force and magic power had been mostly used, coupled with the curses and traps, it was enough to inflict serious damage or even kill the intruder. This trap should have several parts to it, which implies that this is the area where the next part will be activated. Leylin surveyed his surroundings. This used to be a garden or a place where plants were cultivated. It had a large area, and streams of man-made sunlight shone upon the land. Those were the sunbeam moss, which were tenaciously exhibiting their usefulness. There was also evidence of plants wilting. Though this is just a small-scaled garden, it seems to have been well taken care of. It's such a waste that it was abandoned. Leylin constantly swept his eyes over the garden. His time at the Four Seasons Garden's secret plane had allowed him to identify a few plants from their remnants. The three-horned flower spirit-breaking grass, as well as the half-bodied bat, upside-down lizard, these four are the main cultivators of this garden. The three-horned flower pollinates with the help of half-bodied bat, and the excretion from the inverted lizard is the best fertilizer for the spirit-breaking grass. In the middle of the region, where the three-horned flower and spirit-breaking grass are located, there also seems to be a star fruit. This is what the half-bodied bat and inverted lizard feed on. This method of growing them, a light flashed in Leylin's blue eyes. This can increase the output of the half-bodied bat by 50%, the inverted lizard by 40%, and the three-horned flower and spirit-breaking grass by 10%. Constructing a garden outside a laboratory must have been to make it convenient to make potions and other items that would be useful in experiments. The reason why Leylin was calculating the output of the plants and animals so carefully was because he wanted to probe and find signs of experimentation. Just based on these clues, brilliant Magi could deduce the scope of experimentation and the laboratory's uses in ancient times. With the knowledge that the AI chip had gathered from the Four Seasons Gardens library, Leylin's knowledge was very profound. With the added aid from the AI chip's calculations, he would also be able to make a fairly accurate guess. AI chip, search for similar ancient potion formulas that primarily require these four ingredients. Though the number of formulas that Leylin had received were few, the ingredients required to make ancient potions were made public. Only the steps to brew the potion had been written in code on the formula, and as a result, the AI chip had gathered quite a lot of information. Beep, entering simulated data, searching database for compatible potions. The AI chip loyally intoned. Rows of data flowed, finally stopping on a few columns. Spirit fusion potion. Similarity, 79% effect, able to boost fusion between different spirits by a large margin, producing a new consciousness from a fused body. Rejecting spirits removal potion. Similarity, 56%. Effect, able to eliminate confusion between spirits while fusing and stabilize the new spirit body. Wolfiporia potion. Similarity, 34%. Effect, able to boost the power of the spirit by a large margin. Side effects, spirit's consciousness will be expelled to a certain extent. Leylin examined the information pertaining to these potions, and the look on his face became more serious. A period of time later, he sighed slowly. These potions all complement each other. From the looks of it, I seem to have discovered something amazing. Ooh! Just when Leylin was thinking of exploring further, a low and hoarse voice sounded, and an enormous and warped figure appeared in the line of Leylin's sight. It was a huge monster that was about 10 meters tall. There were numerous frightful wounds that were sewn together, and it looked to be the result of putting different body parts together. This stitched-up monster's right hand was twisted in a weird shape and had 8 fingers. In the palm of its left hand was a large axe that was dotted with rust. Other than the 2 large arms, there were many slim arms grown on its upper body and back, which were continuously trembling. This is a type of vengeful spirit, the loathsome evil, Leylin sucked in a cold breath. Such a huge physique, how much blood and flesh had to be sacrificed for its body to still be so solid? Alert, alert. High-leveled creature approaching with a strong contamination of spirits. According to the host's level, the threat is at a grade 5. The AI chip frantically warned, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Fierce Battle. Fierce Battle. The loathsome evil was a creature that Leylin had seen in ancient books. It was a type of life form that had been created by Magi. Its exact origin was unknown, but Leylin could very clearly remember that in ancient books, the loathsome evil had been described as a fiend. This type of life form had an exceedingly powerful body and vitality. What was even more frightening was the spirit pollution constantly emanating from its body. Ordinary people were simply unable to withstand the pollution caused to their spirits and usually died en masse. As a result, the appearance of a loathsome evil generally marked the destruction of cities and the loss of countless lives. The most frightening record had been when an entire army of over 100 loathsome evils appeared. This terrifying army had destroyed 2 ancient Magi's headquarters and caused the deaths of approximately 20% or more of the population of the South Coast. Ultimately, only with the aid from an unknown ancient morning star Magus was that terrible army completely destroyed. I didn't expect the ancient spirit-slaying sect to have created this loathsome evil. Then again, the timing is just right. Within Leylin's eyes, there appeared a flash of understanding. Based on the annals of the Magus World's history, after the disaster caused by the loathsome evils, the spirit-slaying sect sank into a weird state of affairs. First, they proclaimed their conviction that a supreme Magus had descended, and then they ruled this world. Soon after, they carried a very large-scale blood and flesh sacrifice and thereby disappeared from this Magus world. Now, it was clear to him that the thriving spirit-slaying sect had offended the Magi of the South Coast, so the Magi had all joined hands to destroy this sect. At this moment, the loathsome evil that had been wandering around noticed Leylin. Through its eyes, one of which was big and the other small, its thirst for blood was self-evident. Even its huge, bloated body was trembling in excitement. A light green haze permeated the entire garden. Spirit pollution. Leylin's expression became grim as he recognized the most dreadful attack from this loathsome evil. Chem-in scales. With a single thought, a fine layer of scales covered his body. The scales were jet black and densely packed as they crept up Leylin's arms and even his face. Under the protection of the scales, Leylin's current appearance was vastly different. There was even a hint of amber light in his eyes. These scales did not give him a fiendish image, but rather, with the influence and charm that a Warlock's bloodline gave him, there was a sense elegance to his appearance. Even a regular human would think there was a wild aesthetic to Leylin. If Leylin was a subhuman and part of the snake family, he'd even be treated as a precious tribute to the queen snakes of various families, though Leylin would definitely be unwilling to go through with it. After activating his innate defense spell, Leylin was still unsatisfied and used his palm to stroke his neck. A dark red light exploded from his neck, and like the scales, descended until it covered his entire body, forming something that seemed like armor. Leylin was especially cautious when dealing with this fearsome spirit pollution. Not only had he activated his innate defense spell, he'd even used his trump card, the Fallen Star Pendant. Not only did the might of an ancient loathsome evil surpass that of a rank 1 Magus, Leylin was unsure of what the spirit-slaying sex Magi had done to increase its strength, making it even more troublesome. Leylin wasn't willing to risk anything. Harm done to one's spirit was much more difficult to treat than flesh wounds. At that moment, other than the red membrane layer, Leylin had activated his 2 main items for defense, Chem-in scales and the Fallen Star Pendant. Just as Leylin had finished his preparations, the light green haze had reached his location. BZZT. The moment the haze enveloped him, Leylin suddenly felt faint. Immediately after, the red light in his sea of consciousness rippled, and the crystal in the center sent out a wave of spiritual force, dispersing his giddiness. Chick chick. The moment Leylin's outermost crimson layer of protection came into contact with the haze, the sound of an object being corroded could be heard. Within a few seconds, it was completely broken through. Next, the phantom armor from Fallen Star Pendant started producing unbearable sounds, the energy from its reserves constantly being consumed. It hasn't gone through my defenses, but to think that this was the effect of the spirit pollution. Leylin trained his eye on the loathsome evil that was gradually approaching, the fear in his expression becoming increasingly apparent. Roar! Two thick arms suddenly grew from its back and touched the ground, supporting the loathsome evil. With a burst of power, the loathsome evil's speed rapidly increased, and it dashed towards Leylin, slashing at his waist with the axe in his left hand. Before that massive power reached him, the air in the atmosphere seemed to be compressed into crystals that hurtled towards Leylin. With a gleam in his blue eyes, Leylin ducked through the crack in the axe by twisting his body at an unbelievable angle. Latent fireball. After dodging this attack, Leylin looked around and saw that the garden had been almost completely engulfed by the green haze. Unless he killed this loathsome evil, it would have been impossible to pass through. In any case, Leylin didn't believe that the ancient Magi would let him leave so easily. Hence, Leylin struck back fiercely, using the spell that had the most might. Boom. Along with the syllables that flew out of Leylin's mouth, a large number of black fireballs suddenly appeared around the loathsome evil's figure. These fireballs quickly merged into a single mass, its volume expanding to 10 times the usual size, and exploded in front of the loathsome evil. Black flames engulfed the loathsome evil, and many of its slim arms were broken off from the explosion. Just from a single little black spark landing on the ground, a hole was melted that was so deep, one could not see how far down it went. Attacking target in the center. Power of latent fireball, 51. Added bonus from elemental essence conversion, 21. Target's defense in its front has been destroyed, received data readings. A prompt from the AI. Chip sounded out. Out of all the spells Leylin possessed, the latent fireball was a magic that was second only to the eyes of petrification. Currently, with the added bonus from his elemental essence conversion, its degree of power was a terrifying total of 51. Even an ancient monster like the loathsome evil could only tremble under the might of these flames. Beep, loathsome evil. Strength, 34. Agility, 19. Vitality, 40. Spiritual force, 25. Special abilities, 1. Spirit pollution. The loathsome evil will always be surrounded by spirit pollution similar to that emitted by ancient Magi. Once a spirit is infected, the creature will be cursed for eternity and eventually wither away. 2. Devour. Loathsome evil can heal injuries by consuming large amounts of flesh. At the same time, devouring large numbers of spirits will help the loathsome evil to evolve into stronger creatures. Seeing the data that the AI chip had analyzed, Leylin looked at the monster howling in pain within the dark flames with a sense of admiration. This power is comparable to that of a Magus, with a 50% elemental essence conversion. If an army of loathsome evils is formed with an even more powerful leader taking charge, it'll definitely be difficult for Magus organizations to handle it. They would need to escape. Leylin was admiring the loathsome evil, but this was still a battle, and Leylin instantly cast another latent fireball. Countless black fireballs emerged from the shadows and rushed towards the large mass of flames, causing it to burn even more vigorously. Although Leylin possessed an interest in this loathsome evil, he would only extract some tissues and fluids from it after its death. He was definitely not planning on catching it live. Hence, after seeing that the latent fireball was effective, Leylin immediately produced large numbers of the black fireballs, determined to kill off the loathsome evil in one go. Grah! The loathsome evil within the flames roared terrifyingly as it trembled on the floor, the many slim arms on its body melting and falling off. Boom! The black flames burnt through the loathsome evil's belly, and instantly, innumerable spirits escaped out of its stomach. These spirits' faces were those of females and males of all ages, and most of these spirits were weirdly shaped. If they didn't have an extra hand on their faces, there would be an extra 3 legs on their bodies. Some even had various organs and structures stuck on their bodies and looked extremely similar to the loathsome evil. The similarities between all of these spirits was a lifeless look in their eyes, as if they had lost all intelligence. Don't tell me, this is a base where the ancient spirit-slaying sect creates loathsome evils. Seeing this scene, Leylin compared his current conjectures with his previous guesses and came up with a conclusion. These spirits mindlessly dithered around the loathsome evil and seemed to hardly be afraid of the black flames. They passed through without any trouble, and Leylin's expression darkened. Could it be that? Leylin suddenly had an idea. He immediately threw out several potions, and even mixed in pink pearls that were sure to cause damage to spirits. However, it was too late. With a high-pitched cry from the loathsome evil, the surrounding spirits promptly blew up. Boom! The old witch's method used to explode spirits seemed to have appeared once again. However, this explosion included potentially hundreds of spirits exploding at the same time. Its power far outstripped what the old witch had shown the previous time. The black flames on the loathsome evil's body were extinguished in the explosion. The waves from the frightening explosion hit Leylin. Poof! The defensive layer from the fallen star pendant suddenly flashed and fell apart like a soap bubble. Leylin was sent flying, as if he had collided with the head of a train and destroyed countless buildings as he fell back. There was a long line on the ground, tracing the path that he had been pushed back. Why didn't I detect such a frightening skill? Leylin was startled and even a little angry. Detecting a force field that has been partitioned in a second defensive layer within the target's belly. A prompt from the AI chip emerged once again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180 Sneak Attack. Although the AI chip's ability had been upgraded and strengthened by many-fold, but within this strange Magus world, it was still not as good as he desired. Due to the earlier mistake, Leylin was not in the mood to go and investigate. And by now, the loathsome evil had already approached him to attack. On the present vengeful spirit loathsome evil's body, the majority of its hands had been cut off and it still had many burnt black patches, and within its belly, a large hole had been cut open. This exposed its intestines and other unknown organs. But these did not affect the vengeful spirit loathsome evil's mobility. On the contrary, to one's eyes, the loathsome evil appeared to emit a scarlet radiance. Compared to before, it seemed to have become more fiendish. The veins on its body seemed to be intertwined and protruding out, and they were like cyan snakes that were twisted about each other as this loathsome evil came at Leylin. Many of its body flesh and fat had become abnormal because it had been burnt, but its speed was faster than before. FCK. The scales on Leylin's body trembled a bit, and the dust and pebbles sticking to it fell to the ground. Although the recent spirit explosion was violent, but after it passed through the defense of the fallen star pendant, its damage power was reduced, and then it was entirely resisted by the chem-in scales on his body. For the present, although Leylin's body received a tremendous jolt, he almost had no other injury. At this moment, the giant loathsome evil attacked with a flying speed, while it unceasingly spread out waves of the spirit plague. Shadow concealment? When Leylin saw this scene, his mouth continuously chanted the spell. At the same time, the scales on his body emitted a dark luster. As this dark light passed through him, his body became rather transparent. Soon, the giant loathsome evil collided with the shadow of Leylin and went past and shattered a rotten flower pot that was behind Leylin, which burst into pieces. During this time period of more than a year, Leylin, using the accumulated contribution points, exchanged them for many spell models. So here, Leylin utilized the shadow concealment spell of which he had a profound impression. Before, within the Dylan Gardens, the Black Horal Snake's attacks made it an unforgettable event for Leylin. If it hadn't been for his natural cautiousness, and also the fact that the additional firepower from his comrades, the outcome of the battle with the Black Horal Snake would have turned out different. After that time, he began to be interested in the darkness element stealth spells. Eventually, when he was exchanging his contribution points within the Four Seasons Garden, he happened to discover these spell models. Darkness Elements Shadow Concealment. Rank 1 spell. Its effects are: After the Magus cast this spell, he could hide within the crack of the shadow world, and he would be immune to the attacks that happen in the real world. Time of concealment. 20's elemental essence conversion bonus. 14's. It consumes a spiritual force of 10 and magic power of 10. This spell was entirely complementing his elemental affinity. Besides, the chem-in scales on Leylin's body also seemed to have magnified the effect of this spell. Therefore, Leylin had expended a great deal of effort into learning this spell, and after this spell, he had no longer any weak points with regards to his agility and concealment. Leylin thoroughly took in the sensation of being in concealment. This was a very strange feeling. Time flowed as if it had been slowed by a tenfold. The surrounding atmosphere also felt very constricting. Each of Leylin's movement needed to consume even more strength than when he was in normal environments. Leylin glanced at the loathsome evil. It was now giving vent to its fury on the land surrounding it, as it had lost its original target. The loathsome evil, by chopping with its huge hatchet, carved out many ditches in the surroundings, causing them to be in a complete mess. Leylin noticed that the body of loathsome evil had a strange green tint to it. No, that's not at all. Even the surrounding scenery, land and atmosphere was being polluted by a shining green mist. This green mist was very dense. It even made Leylin feel dizzy, and he felt the sensation of wanting to throw up. Leylin's body felt as if it was hovering in midair. It slowly floated towards the loathsome evil. The loathsome evil seemed to sense something and brandished the enormous hatchet in its left hand. As it did so, the enormous orange-yellow hatchet swung at Leylin's waist. If Leylin was currently in his physical form, he would already have been chopped into two halves. But the current him was just a shadow in reality. When the enormous hammer swung past, his body just wavered. The giant loathsome evil frantically brandished its hatchet. It often struck at Leylin's body, but not even a single piece of the clothing Leylin wore was torn. It came closer and closer. Leylin kept himself in the sliding position and hovered above the loathsome evils. When he looked down, he could see the constantly secreted yellow pus of the loathsome evil and the disordered teeth in its large mouth. Swish! With a flash of a black shadow, Leylin directly appeared in front of the loathsome evil. Currently, Leylin's pupils had already changed to an amber color, seemingly giving a peculiar gaze. "Look into my eyes," Leylin spoke with a strange tone as it brought a hissing sound with it. It was as though a snake was speaking. Innate spell, the Eye of Petrification? That voice seemed to carry a weird power. The loathsome evil couldn't help but look into Leylin's eyes with a bizarre expression. Creak, creak. A grayish-white halo started to shoot out from the loathsome evil's eyes, and its face seemed to be constantly expanding. Roar! When the petrification effect had affected the entire head of the loathsome evil, it suddenly raised its head and roared. Following the roar, the loathsome evil's flesh bulged. There was also two enormous solid flesh that suddenly appeared on its shoulder. It looked like it had grown 2 arms. While its flesh was transforming, the grayish skin on the loathsome evil faces shedded. It was like a snake shedding its skin. The target's physique is too large. It is starting to develop immunity to the petrification. Based on current situation, remaining time it will stay rigid, 3 seconds. The AI chip gave out a notification. As expected, the movement of the loathsome evil slowed down. It opened its mouth and maintained an eccentric smiling expression. It was like a machine that had not yet been wound up, making it stop in a peculiar condition. "This is a great opportunity," Leylin's eyes lit up. Numerous black fireballs entered the loathsome evil's mouth, causing continuous explosions within its body. Falling Star Pendant. "Activate the remaining power," Leylin shouted, and a faint red light ray appeared beneath his neck. When the light ray consolidated in Leylin's hand, it formed a long blade. Leylin stared at the loathsome evil, and with a roar, the muscles on its arm bulged, expanding a few folds. It instantly made change from a lean youth to a muscular man. Leylin's body was filled with an explosive power at this moment. He raised the blade with both his hand and leaped highly, and performed a jump slash against the neck of the loathsome evil that was still burning with black flames. Gurgle. Splat. The yellowish-green pus splattered everywhere. Simultaneously, the enormous head of the loathsome evil directly rolled onto the ground. After losing its head, the loathsome evil's 4 limbs were still moving. It was as though it was trying to flee. Leylin eyes was serene as he constantly tossed out streaks of purple medicine that landed on the enormous body and head of the loathsome evil. Boom! A purplish-red flame started to violently ignite. The flame enveloped the loathsome evil's body and head. Crack! The head of the loathsome evil split apart and a group of grotesque-looking spirits appeared. However, Leylin was already prepared for that as he tossed a pink gemstone into the flames while constantly chanting. The unconscious spirits were attracted to the pink crystal. They forgot to self-destruct and just surrounded in front of the pink gemstone with their faces expressing reminiscing expression. Success! With the previous calculations by the AI, Chip, the Durkov spirit enticing spell has been upgraded. Excitement flashed past Leylin's face. He then rapidly carved runes and incantations on the ground around the flames and constantly tossed various materials into the flame. Finally, the purplish-red flame already changed completely into a pure purple color. The group of spirits were constantly dissolving. They were melting like heated wax. At this moment, a lot of the spirits wanted to self-destruct. Activate! Looking at the densely packed spirits, Leylin's lips curled up into a smile as he chanted the incantation. Boom! A red halo lit up from the array, restraining all of the spiritual energy within the flame. That light ray seemed to restrict the spirits from self-destructing. The spirits within expressed frantic expressions, despite them being emotionless existences, and not a single one of them could self-destruct as they did before. Mournful and piercing screams constantly rang in his ears. Leylin could even feel the most painful wail from the loathsome evil. While the purple flames were constantly burning, a strange smell constantly spread. The loathsome evil's corpse that was at the center of the flame had already stopped moving. Moreover, under the effect of flames, from its fat body, a fatty, oily, and viscous liquid began to flow down and around the surface of its body. This fluid was extremely viscous, and its color was an odd black. As that black, oily liquid constantly flowed, the corpse of the loathsome evil gradually became smaller, as though it was shrinking. The 10-meter-long, enormous body started to shrink to the height of an ordinary person and finally became a monkey-like form with wrinkled body. Leylin looked transfixed at the constantly shrinking head of the loathsome evil. When the head was completely dehydrated, an ordinary head appeared before Leylin's eyes. Even though the skin was filled with creases, Leylin was able to recognize that this was a head of a Western, middle-aged man, aged roughly 30 years or near about. It looks like the main ingredient in making this loathsome evil's body is a human body. Moreover, the manufacturing of its huge body is by inserting an enormous amount of crazed spirits into the human body and making them fuse together. This method made Leylin felt as though the human body was a womb and was nurturing something. The fusion rate with the human body was extremely high, as those loathsome evils were originally human spirits. It's unknown how the spirit-slaying sect was able to solve the problem in fusing the spirits into the body. It's the key skill? Leylin's thoughts constantly revolved. He had a feeling that this wasn't the final stage in the experiment on this loathsome evil. The frantic spirits would finally break out from the body after undergoing constant fusion with the body of the loathsome evil. They would get much stronger as they grow, creating a more sinister being in existence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Living Organism Number 1, Living Organism Number 1, Leylin was watching the process of the loathsome evil coming together. The spirit within the array was finally incinerated as the purple flame gradually extinguished. Swish, the entire light ray from the spell formation completely shattered. Leylin walked into the formation. The smell of something burning wafted in the air, along with a repulsive stench that could make one feel nauseous. This odor is just like when something from the sewers is burnt. Leylin frowned and walked to the center. The human corpses had long since been burnt to ashes. On the ground, in the middle of the charred and indented formation, a glistening object caught Leylin's eye. Lying in the pit were fragments of green crystals, sparkling and splendid like little diamonds. Leylin covered his hand with a layer of scales and grabbed a hold of the little diamonds. Quite light, but very solid. Leylin kept applying pressure, using his palm to the point that his joints popped. but even with his strength of 7.1, he was still unable to do anything to the little diamonds. All of a sudden, a low chant of salutations entered Leylin's ear, seeming to have been produced from within the green diamonds. Filled with curiosity, Leylin brought the diamonds closer to his ear. "Thank you, young man." In an instant, a dazzling white light seemed to fill the entire flower garden. In the white light, Leylin looked at tens of thousands of phantom human figures. The countenances of these phantoms seemed familiar. They were the spirit bodies of earlier, but they had assumed their original form of a human. The phantoms were both male and female. Some of them were dressed like magi and acolytes. However, at this moment, they expressed gentle smiles as they slowly faded in the white light. Leylin looked at the surroundings. As if it was due to the death of the loathsome evil, the green-colored plague quickly retreated, once again revealing the flower garden. As for the spirit bodies from earlier, they had all disappeared without a trace, as if he were just dreaming. However, Leylin knew that he wasn't hallucinating. At this moment, the AI chip's voice rang out. "Scan complete. Item identified as spirit crystals. This is the essence remaining after the ignition of a huge amount of spirits." In ancient compendiums, these were one of the many favorite currencies that many experts in different planes liked to use. Spirit crystals? Leylin understood. He had heard about this item before, but only high-level magi could effectively use them. It was impossible for a mere rank 1 Magus to break the surface of a spirit crystal to extract a spirit's power from within. No matter what, it will definitely be useful in the future. Leylin picked up the green-colored spirit crystals littered on the floor, carefully placing them inside a small pouch. He even used a gold thread to seal the pouch, before placing it back in his robes. The green spirit plague had completely vanished. Many fine cracks that looked like lizards littered the black rock walls at the edge of the garden. Leylin walked in front of the cracks and gently knocked on the fractured wall. Crash! Numerous stones fell, and large clouds of lime were thrown into the air. There was a deep hole in the wall, which was flickering with pitch-black light rays. A black glint of light flashed through his eyes. He quickly plucked off a strand of his hair, and his mouth began to move as he chanted mysterious incantations. The long black hair fell to the ground and constantly expanded, eventually turning into something that resembled a black snake. This small snake had densely packed scales and a pair of red little eyes that looked like jewels. It was pocket-sized and did not look malevolent. On the contrary, it was rather adorable. The little snake first coiled around Leylin, hissing its tongue. It licked Leylin's shoes and then slithered into the pitch-black crevice. Leylin shut both his eyes, maintaining a connection with the little snake through a thread of spiritual force. Images and sounds were projected before Leylin's eyes. The lighting in the surroundings was very dim, but it wasn't a problem for the little black snake. Through the eyes of the black snake, Leylin could see that the interior of the crevice looked like an ore mine with huge amounts of roots creeping in the surroundings. The roots intertwined across the walls as if they were covering the surroundings of the cave like a fishnet. The little snake continued to traverse into the cave. After slithering for about a kilometer, the little snake reached a yellow tree root that was like a wall that blocked its path. This is a misleading mist tree root, an ancient defensive system to deter intruders. Leylin's heart was filled with glee. With the appearance of such a mechanism, it showed that he was nearing the experiment lab. Intruder, answer one question of mine, or else you'll be ripped into pieces. From the large trunk of the tree, the face of an old man emerged. The old man stared into the little snake's eyes as if it could see Leylin, who was controlling it. Ask, Leylin gave off a wave of spiritual force through the little black snake. Please state your question. Leylin gave off his spiritual energy force directly through the black little snake. What has the face of a diamond, eyes like pearls, and in the winter the maker of this object gives it a chance to reincarnate? Leylin lowered his head, looking to be deep in thought, though in actuality he was commanding AI. Chip search database, beep. According to the clues provided to the host, items that fit the description are 1. Gemstone starfish. Similarity 97%. 2. Ocean bed sunflower, 78%. 3. The AI chip instantly gave the result. It's the gemstone starfish, the snake said in front of the misleading mist tree root. Correct. The misleading mist tree root let out an ear-piercing holler. Like pulling out a radish from the ground, the tree's roots were uplifted, revealing the pathway behind it. As a reward, you now have the authority to go through. The countenance of the old man on the misleading mist tree root revealed a smile. A reward, huh? I don't think so. The small snake shook its head and climbed through the passage. Pa! In an instant, a giant tree root, like a huge palm, blocked the small snake's path ahead. I have permitted the Magus behind you to go, but not a magical creature like you. Anger welled up on the old face of the root. Young Magus, are you belittling me? It is a part of me, so I believe it has the right to enter. The little snake raised its head, making eye contact with the giant face. No, you must personally come over. The misleading mist tree root was stubborn in this aspect. If that's the case, the little black snake lowered its head as if pondering over something. Suddenly, the little snake coiled up and immediately darted through the passage. Pa! Suddenly, there were numerous bolts of black lightning that flashed into the originally peaceful pathway. Those flashes looked alive as they struck towards the little snake. In the sea of sparks, the little snake was burnt to a crisp. It's a trap indeed. Grade 51 and higher black prison thunder, and there's so much of it. The tree root really invested a lot in this attack. Outside the entrance to the garden, Leylin looked towards the mud tunnel and smiled mockingly. This misleading mist tree root was just a trap in the first place. Even if an intruder got the answer correct, he or she would still be lured into a trap. It was a pity that after so many years, there was something wrong with the misleading mist tree root's intelligence. Leylin felt that something was wrong because it seemed to be much too anxious. No matter how good a trap was, once it was found out, it was just another joke. At this moment, a strong tremor came from the tunnel that Leylin stood in front of. There was even an ancient voice. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you, intruder. The walls of the ore mine seemed to be propped up by the roots of the tree. As they struggled to come out, it caused a huge chain reaction. This creature's vitality and strength are most likely above that of the loathsome evil. Moreover, as it is a plant, its life force is extremely tenacious, and it has resistances against spiritual force attacks. It'll be much more difficult to deal with than the loathsome evil, so if I was to fight it on its own territory inside the ore mine, as long as it would be willing, it could bury me alive at any time. Leylin pondered before raising his head, grinning mischievously. It's a pity, however, that such a plant organism like that has a strong weakness to something I have recently developed in the lab. I'll use it now. Leylin took out a nitrogen-crystallized test tube from the sack that he carried. There were no potions inside the test tube. There was only a black organism on the bottom with a pair or translucent wings as if it was an insect. After looking at this item, Leylin's expression became serious. I don't know if letting this thing out will be good or bad, but I have to give it a try. Leylin muttered to himself. This was an item that he had unintentionally created. Inside the test tube was a type of termite found only in the Magus World. Leylin had discovered it while getting rid of the pests inside the Four Seasons garden. As the sequence of genes was different from other termites, they were extremely strong and hence were taken back by Leylin, who had later discovered a secret. These termites had an extremely strange gene that will exponentially increase their life force and reproductive capabilities. That speed was already beyond what was natural. Judging from Leylin's knowledge, this should have been made up of poisons and cells from another world. After many instances of failing, Leylin could only increase the abilities of these termites with the help of the microscopic capabilities of the AI chip, turning them into a weapon to deal with plant organisms. It seemed like now was the right time to use it. Come, let me see what happens when the strange items of the Magus world are coupled with modern scientific skills. Host is about to release living organism no. 1. According to the settings, please input the parameters for self-destruction. At this time, the AI chip replied again. 5 minutes. Leylin put a thread of his spiritual force into the test tube, after which he put several drops of another red potion into it as if making his final preparations. After that, he looked at the shaking tunnel. The misleading mist tree root was still writhing around, trying to reach him. Enjoy your death now, Leylin sneered, opened the test tube, and directed the termite into the hole. 1. Refers to the relative level of danger to the Leylin's current stats. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182 Experiment Lab Number 1 Experiment Lab Number 1 AI Chip. Record the data and create a folder on the experiment's results. While Leylin released the termite, he pressed on his temple with one of his hands, making a bright blue light shoot out from his eyes and shine directly into the hole. Under Leylin's observation, the termite directly climbed on top of a tree root after being freed. The termite was like a speck of dust compared to the enormous, misleading mist tree root, so it didn't arouse the attention of the massive tree. Living organism number 1 showing violent growth and starting to propagate. In the graphic shown by the AI chip, the termite, which was represented by a red dot, stayed on the yellow-brown roots for a while, before its life force began to increase tremendously, turning into a bright crimson red dot. Furthermore, many small dots began to appear in the graphic, scattering throughout the roots. It seemed to have a domino effect. When the red light intensified, it grew from covering a root to instantly covering the entire wall and drew close to the misleading mist tree root. What is this arg? Following which, the misleading mist tree root screams could be heard throughout the garden. Leylin could still hear the dense, hair-raising, terrifying screams while he was at the entrance of the hole. As for the termites, they had now filled the entire body of the misleading mist tree root. What seemed like billions of termites began to open their incisors and mercilessly chomped down on the roots. Within only a couple of minutes, the misleading mist tree root was riddled with holes. The misleading mist tree root screams become weaker until it finally came to a stop. Buzz buzz, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. A large cloud of termites was seen flying out from the hole. They were like locusts, devouring the remaining plants in the garden. After devouring all of the plants, the flying termites began to buzz in fury. Alert! Alert! Intense energy waves emitting from the organism's spiritual force. Previously inputted spiritual force has failed, termites entering a frenzied state. As the AI chip called out, all of the flying termites began to mysteriously stop as they turned to Leylin, looking at him with bloodshot eyes. As expected, impromptu experiments are always filled with surprises. However, it's a pity that time is up. Leylin was smiling. When the AI chip's countdown timer of 5 minutes reached 0, all of the termites, which were still flaunting their might, fell to the ground, losing all signs of life. In the blink of an eye, there was a thick layer of termite corpses on the ground. This was the security system that Leylin had inputted. It seemed to have an excellent effect. These things are filled with unknown characteristics. It seems that I'll still need a lot of experiments on it before I can use it practically. After which, Leylin picked up several of the termites' corpses to keep as specimens, before walking into the mud tunnel, which had mostly collapsed. Very soon, he came to where the misleading mist tree root originally stood. It was a pity, however, that it was now only filled with mud and the remnants of a husk. All traces of the huge tree root's countenance had also disappeared. A lot of effort must have been put into this trap. Leylin looked at the black tunnel that the misleading mist tree root had used as bait. The inside of the tunnel was littered with many charred termite corpses. From the looks of it, they didn't die from the self-destruction coded into their genes, but from the trap laid inside the tunnel. As for where the misleading mist tree root once stood, there was another bronze-colored path. The pathway seemed to be formed using ceramic. It looked extremely crude, but had a unique, good feeling about it. As for the path, there was even a line of ancient Byron characters. Tunnel to Experiment Lab Number 1, Top Secret. Only authorized personnel allowed. The blood-red words made Leylin shudder. This material, Leylin touched the bronze-colored ceramic wall. He felt that the material used to make this wall was extremely sturdy. Also, it gave him a similar feeling to the blood-sobbing alloy inside the Dylan Gardens. They were both used to isolate spiritual force energy waves. If this is really what I think it is, the item that is locked in here must be remarkable. The insecurities in Leylin's heart reached the max. He cocked his head and pondered, not daring to enter recklessly. Instead, he found an empty space and took out various items from his robes, creating a strange formation. The appearance of this formation was extremely strange, looking like an inverted J. Afterwards, Leylin also carved a similar rune on his robes. It seems that I'm really fearful of death. Leylin's insecurities lessened after arranging the formation. He mocked himself as he entered the tunnel. The bronze-colored pathway wasn't long, and Leylin quickly reached its depths. There was a small hall, and in front of it, there was a black metal door, which was extremely tall and over 4 meters wide. On the metal door frame, there were various magic runes with the words, Experiment Lab Number 1. Supervisor, Edward, written on it. The words on the metal door were obviously very old, as there was some dust on it, and it looked slightly beat. When Leylin was in front of the doors, 2 figures entered his field of view. After seeing them, Leylin took the initiative to go forth. Old Devil and Jay, where's Brass Ring? The Old Witch and Jay were the ones that had appeared in front of Experiment Lab Number 1, while Brass Ring's location was unknown. We stepped into a trap, set up by the ancient Magi, that caused us to become lost. In the trap, every time when we thought our partners were beside us, we had actually been separated and had gone further apart. The Old Witch replied. When the trap activated, and the 4 of us entered the different pathways, I was met with a sound illusion that was arranged by the ancient Magi. After an intense battle, I found this place and met up with Jay. Her experiences were similar to mine. Leylin nodded his head, after which he briefly stated his encounters. As for his abilities and spells, he had naturally glossed over the narration of that area. He then said, in this case, we should just wait for Brass Ring. We don't have to anymore. I can sense that Brass Ring is already dead. Jay spoke abruptly, causing Leylin to feel somewhat shocked. This fellow, who seemed like a female, had seldom spoken ever since the group was formed. She also seemed to be rather close to the Old Witch, yet her energy waves were not very strong, just at the level of an average rank 1 Magus. But now, Leylin could not help but to look at Jay. Even though Jay was still wearing a black cloak, her cloak was tattered. It seemed to bear traces of her battle. Apart from that, the energy waves from Jay's body were fluctuating at an unsteady rate. Sometimes they had the strength of a peak rank 1 Magus, while at other times it felt like a fledgling rank 1 Magus who had just advanced. At other times, it would intensify greatly, keeping Leylin guessing. Jay had learned and remembered an extremely special rank 1 spell. We were able to estimate the timing of the death of the Magus, so we decided to wait for you here. Jay seemed rather antisocial, and she would not speak unless it was of the utmost importance. Everything else was explained by the Old Witch. Is that right? Leylin was a little doubtful, as the rank 1 magic of the Magus World was extremely peculiar. There was an unknown amount of Magi that built on spells that their ancestors had created or modified in order to create many different unique spells to be passed down, so Leylin wasn't able to make a decision regarding what the Old Witch had said. Since you're here, let's take a short break before attempting to enter this Experiment Lab Number 1. The Old Witch seemed rather zealous. I have a feeling that the altar I need is right inside. Leylin was somewhat speechless. This Old Witch appeared too impatient. However, he still walked forward and touched the black metal door. Upon contact, an icy cold feeling could be felt as first, before a hotter temperature was felt. As for the sturdy metal door, it gave off a feeling of being indestructible. From the runes and incantation on the door, Leylin could feel that this room was not used for experiments, but as a prison of some sort. There was a brass keyhole at the center of the black door. The ethereal keyhole made Leylin's hair stand on end, and he felt a bone-freezing chilliness. I can't fully understand the runes on this door, but I'm still able to make out the general meaning of some of the high-leveled runes. There is a high-leveled solidifying rune and a metal memory rune. To break open this door, we will have to spend a lot of energy. Perhaps we should try to find the key, Leylin suggested. There's no need for that. It's here with me. The Old Witch cackled, withdrawing an extremely thick yellow bronze key from her robes. This key was rather curvy, as if it was a ladle, but it was a perfect fit for the keyhole on the door. The Old Witch took the bronze key and inserted it into the door. Wait a minute. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of her. Blood Rogue, what are you doing? The Old Witch looked at Leylin, who was blocking her, rage evident on her face. Jay immediately stood behind the Old Witch at this moment. The magic rays emitted from her body caused Leylin's eyelid to twitch. It's nothing much. I just feel that the danger within has somewhat exceeded my expectations. I wish to withdraw. Leylin was extremely calm. According to the information I've seen, this ancient spirit-slaying sect has been the advocate behind the scenes of many ancient calamities. Moreover, it had been undergoing extremely dangerous spirit research. Leylin's expression was extremely sincere as he continued to talk. Therefore, I suggest that we temporarily stop this exploration and attempt to explore again after gaining much greater powers. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, A Mountain of White Bones. A mountain of white bones. When the old witch heard Leylin's words, she started at the black-haired handsome youth before saying with a dry and hoarse voice, "I've known you for almost 2 years and didn't know that you were such a cowardly magus." Leylin had given her the impression that he was extremely crazy and daring. He would do anything to reach his goals and did everything without restraints. A magus's life is extremely long, so 2 years isn't a long time. Moreover, to give up after knowing it's dangerous isn't a cowardly action. Leylin smiled. "That is to say that you are unwilling to continue on no matter what?" the old witch asked. Silence was his response. Pang, the old witch didn't say anything, but Jay, who was behind her, immediately made her move. A green-colored hurricane instantly swept past the area Leylin was. Pa, constant clear sounds were heard. Following that, a black flame exited the hurricane, which burned half of the small hall and was heading towards Jay. "HMPH," Jay coldly snorted. Her cloak fluttered without any wind as black energy particles were raised. When the flame and the energy particles collided against each other in the air, an intense explosion occurred. Jay's body shook and was forced 3 steps back. The aura from her body became unstable. "Enough," the old witch shielded Jay, with green light rays being emitted from her eyes. With Leylin's high-leveled observation skills, he knew that she was frantically warning him. He currently didn't want to go against this old witch, so Leylin smiled before moving to the side and eradicated the energy waves that was being emitted from his body. "Jay, you too. I'm great friends with Blood Rogue. You don't have to be so wary of him." When the old witch saw that Leylin moved to the side, the green rays from her eyes also dimmed before she said that to Jay, who was behind her. "I understand," Jay answered softly. "Blood Rouge, even though we haven't been together for long, we should know each other's personality. State whatever terms you have." The progress of the situation was slightly beyond what Leylin had expected. He originally thought that with the powers that he had displayed and unintentional fight against the old witch, she should reasonably make him leave or explore other places. Leylin was a reasonable person. He knew that the experiment lab was dangerous, and there wasn't anything worth his attention, so he naturally didn't want to risk it. However, currently, the experiment lab one obviously needed his help in opening or to get there, so the old witch had to lower her temper. "To prove your sincerity, you've to firstly give me the second half content on the data regarding the compressing spiritual powers." Leylin straightforwardly stated a condition. "No problem." The old witch tossed a green leaf towards Leylin without a single thought. When Leylin caught it, the AI chip pointed out that it had received a lot of information and images. From the AI chip's judgment, this data should be the remaining portion of the data she had given from before. "I shall also include this." "How is that? Will that suffice you to risk yourself?" When the old witch saw that Leylin had caught up in muttering to himself irresolutely, she tossed a black bag at him. "These items can also tempt some of the peak rank 1 magus and has high success rates. What do you say?" Leylin opened the bag and looked slightly moved. Following that, he looked at the old witch. "I'll accompany you and risk my life with you on behalf of these 2 years of relationship. However, if I find that something is wrong, we'll retreat straight away and I won't continue to participate in this in the future." "That's naturally the case," the old witch agreed. After that, she walked past Leylin to insert the bronze key into the lock. Clang, dong, clang, dong, the sound of gears turning could be heard as the old witch turned the key. The sound was weak at the start, but it got stronger after that. Finally, the entire hall was filled with sounds of gears coming into contact with each other. Creak! Streaks of cracks appeared on the black metal door. After a few cracks appeared, it rapidly segregated into countless little black metal pieces. The black metals flew to the sides, revealing the scene of the experiment lab number 1. Corpses. What Leylin could only see was countless white human bone remains. The densely packed bones were layered, forming a small mountain of white bones. After that, a rotting odor that had been there for many years, accompanied by the scent of death, rotten flesh and negative energy particles that were so dense and couldn't be separated, turned into a black wave rising forth towards the three of them. This was the experiment lab number 1 inside the secret plane of the ancient spirit slaying sect. It actually formed a scene of the massacre of numerous people. A black light flashed from Leylin's body to confront the huge, energy-filled wave, making him happily gulp in a few mouthfuls of air. This was the best environment for someone like a dark magus that specialized in the cultivation of darkness energy particles. Not only would the consumption of his spiritual force and magic power were lower when casting his spells in this environment, but the degree of power his spells could produce would be slightly stronger. As expected, it's the same as the records. The old witch and Jay were already prepared as they opened a scroll, where a fiery red shield enveloped them. The ash-colored negative energy particles constantly surged against the exterior of the shield, but they were burned out by the fire energy particles. Once the wave had receded, the old witch seemed to not have sustained any injuries. She currently was just staring fixatedly at the mountain of white bones with excitement shown in her eyes. According to the information recorded, the altar I need is at the summit of this mountain of white bones. The old witch climbed up, using the white bones as her path. Crack! The white bones that had existed for an unknown period of time crumbled into powder under her steps, forming an extremely thick layer. Leylin and Jay followed slowly behind her. While Leylin walked, he fiddled with the bones on the ground. Even though many bones had utterly rotted, there were still some complete bones. Currently, Leylin was detailedly observing a white bone that was slightly thicker than the ones in the surroundings. From the shape of this bone, it should be human's right thigh. Leylin gauged the weight of the bone in his hand. It's very heavy, and this bone clearly had transformed, as this isn't something an ordinary person will have. AI chip. Investigate its content. A faint blue light was emitted from Leylin's eyes. Beep. Beginning sample data collection and comparing the carbon elements within the bone. The AI chip gave its answer. This right thigh bone is from a person of the knight rank. Its age is about 53-41 years. The knight rank? Leylin surveyed his surroundings. At the bottom of this mountain of white bones, its perimeter was the largest and had the most number of bones, but the majority of them were ordinary human bones. There were very few knight-ranked bones. Following the climb up, there appeared to be knight-ranked bones everywhere. Leylin even found a Grand Knight's bone. When they were halfway up the mountain, it was completely filled with Knight and Grand Knight's bones. There were even some Acolyte's bones. A Magus's body had a certain concentration of radiation. It was easy to see that even from the bones. The old witch and Jay were indefinitely bewildered from the start and took in a cold breath after seeing these bones. From the form, there must be at least 20,000 or more Acolyte's bones buried here and an unknown number of bones belonging to official Magi. Leylin released the breath he was holding. It's really something on a large scale that can be collected only in ancient times. Similarly, he also knew why the ancient spirit slaying sect was annihilated. No matter what was the reason, killing these many Magi would definitely attract the crowd's rage. This was different from massacring ordinary people, which resulted in them being severely punished. The three Magi couldn't help but to slow their steps after realizing this. As expected, while they neared the summit, they found numerous official Magi's corpses. At the summit, there were often partially rotten corpses, and the robe on them could be seen distinctly. Some weren't rot as much, so they looked as though they were just sleeping. Moreover, from the radiation emitted from the remnants of the ancient magicians, it was way beyond that of the acolytes. Some of the remaining aura even made Leylin fearful of them. There unexpectedly are some bones that hadn't entirely rotted. The old witch exclaimed. The environment was extremely sealed, and they seemed to have had anti-rotting measures. Moreover, these Magi aren't ordinary people, so from the circumstances, Leylin calmly replied. He was currently stepping on a female Magus's charming face. That Magus face had extremely perfected structure with fine eyelashes. Her beautiful eyes could be seen clearly. It was imaginable that this Magus was a rare beauty in the ancient time, but Leylin stepped on her face without any hesitation. It looked just as if he was stepping on stones. At the current position, the mountain of white bones had become a mountain of corpses, and if Leylin and the rest wanted to continue, there had to constantly step on the corpses of the ancient Magi. This is blasphemy, bare naked profaneness. These crazy fellows of the ancient spirit-slaying sect, they disrespect the honor of the Magi. It was beyond Leylin's expectation that Jay, who was the most antisocial in the group, was the first to condemn their crimes. That's right. However, in ancient times, power decides everything. These Magi were caught by the ancient spirit-slaying sect, so they had to bear with the outcome, Leylin said. As a Magus, it was natural to feel a tinge of regret for his fallen fellow Magi. However, in the current Magus world, was this not commonplace? Stop bickering. We're here. The old witch that was heading forth in a daze suddenly stopped. Her voice was rueful, but it contained more ferventness and longing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, The Awakening. The awakening. Upon hearing her words, Leylin looked up in surprise. Unconsciously, they had already reached the peak of the mountain of white bones. Here, it was completely deserted except for the white altar at the peak of the mountain. If one looked closely, it could be seen that the altar was made entirely out of human bones. These bones emitted energy fluctuations that far exceeded that of a rank 1 Magus and below, and just the aura made the air stifling, even for Leylin. On some bones that were whiter, there were strange runes handwritten in blood. These runes were extremely complicated. Some were similar to 3D images, and Leylin had never seen any of them before. What struck him the most was how, even though the runes had existed for over 5,000 years, the blood was bright red and still looked fresh, as if ready to drip to the ground. They were arranged in a strange manner and seemed to form a map. Leylin took a closer look and realized that he recognized several of the areas in the secret plane. Filled with ecstasy, he immediately got the AI chip to record everything down. At the very center of the altar, there was an odd skull used as a sacrifice. The skull was similar to that of a human's skull, but on the cranium, there were 2 black, bent horns like that of a goat. Also, in the middle of the 2 horns, there was a small round hole that seemed to serve no purpose. Is this the spirit altar you were looking for? Leylin glanced at the old witch, but her eyes were already fixed on the altar. She was murmuring words in a language that he did not know, and seemed to have forgotten about the existence of the others with her. What made Leylin more surprised was Jay, who was beside him. Even with the cover of the huge black cloak, Leylin could tell she was shivering badly. This discovery worried Leylin, and at the same time, a sense of unease in his heart was intensified. It's here. Right here, my darling, I can now help you. While mumbling incessantly, the old witch produced a fragment of a piece of parchment and threw it towards the altar. At the same time, Jay, who had been shaking all this while, suddenly made her move. Streams of translucent, faintly green rays of light descended from the heavens and formed a large net, aiming for Leylin. The surrounding air produced a hissing sound, and there seemed to be some undulations in the scenery around them. What are you doing? Leylin bellowed, though his expression did not undergo much changes. It was apparent that he had been expecting something like this and had thus made some preparations. Boom! On Leylin's head, countless black strands of hair seemed to have lives of their own as they wriggled to counter the approaching green net. Pooh-pooh! The instant the half-transparent green net and the black strands of hair met, large amounts of white gas emerged, and the sound of corrosion constantly erupted in the air. With a wave of his hair, Leylin's figure flickered, and he shifted over 10 meters away from his original spot. Midori defensive spell formation. Jay, who was in the black cloak, was well aware that Leylin's power surpassed hers. She had acted first in order to gain the upper hand. While Leylin was dealing with that large net, Jay had already fixed up a defensive formation around the spirit altar. Activate! Along with Jay's words, translucent black rays rose around the spirit altar, keeping the altar, Jay, and the old witch protected inside. Latent fireball. With a flash of Leylin's eyes, countless black fireballs emerged from the shadows, rushing towards the black dome. Bang! The numerous black fireballs converged, and its volume expanded by more than 10 times. With the added bonus of Leylin's elemental essence conversion of 70%, its might had become exceedingly horrifying. Under this level of attack, an ordinary Magus innate defensive spell would be completely destroyed within seconds. The black flames spread, and even with Jay within the dome trying her very best to maintain it, it was still vibrating vigorously, as if on the verge of breaking. However, Jay was unperturbed and chanted a few incantations. Buzz, buzz, from the bottom of the altar, a circle of black light emerged, merging with the defensive spell formation. Pang! With the addition of this circle of light, the entire defensive spell formation immediately became more radiant. Its color was black to the extreme, and it was almost impossible to see the figures behind the formation. Flames from the latent fireball burnt at the surface of the dome for over 10 seconds. But when facing the reinforced defensive spell formation, they could do little but succumb and disperse. This, seeing how Jay seemed to be able to take advantage of the powers of the laboratory, Leylin hastily moved a few steps backwards. The old witch was sure to have hidden a lot of information from him. Thinking back to the spirit explosion that she had previously used and what had happened with the loathsome evil, Leylin was certain that the old witch had found out about these ruins much earlier. Contrasting with what she had said, she must have already reaped a bountiful harvest from within the ruins before this expedition. Give up! This is the core of the secret plane. After borrowing a portion of its strength, it's impossible to break through this defensive formation unless your power has reached such heights that you're able to destroy this entire secret plane. From within the black dome, Jay's faint voice was transmitted over. However, there was no hint of joy in her gaze, and her eyes were not on Leylin, but rather on the witch. There were dozens of complicated emotions on her face: anticipation, joy, and also fear. Upon coming into contact with the altar, the yellowed, fragmented piece of parchment burst into flames. These flames were a light yellow and extremely pure. They started off as small as a bean and gradually crept to engulf the entire parchment, the flames turning light blue. At the same time, the altar seemed to come to life and began to tremble. From the gaps between the bones of the altar, fresh red blood trickled down. Dark rays were emitted from the eye sockets of many skulls. Old witch, you'd better calm down. It's obvious that there's an extremely strong and evil being trapped within the altar. I don't care if you made a pact or some contract with it, but the strong won't bother making transactions with the weak. Outside the spell formation, Leylin recalled what he had seen and hastily spoke. Of course, I know what's in there. I knew about it 157 years ago. If not for it being in hibernation and the conditions to awaken it being too harsh, I would have summoned it a long time ago. As long as I summon it, I can. The old witch's facial muscles twisted, her expression crazed as she gestured wildly. This exposed her knowledge about the ruins. You need to think this through. This is an evolved being that escaped out of the loathsome evil's body and is much more sinister and vicious. It's something the likes of you definitely can't control. As Leylin persuaded her, he'd already left his original position and backed away to where they had climbed up, a ring of darkness energy particles around his two legs. I know better than you how vicious it can get. Even though I can't control it, I know how it was assembled, and basically everything there is to know about it. As long as we give enough offerings, with the power of this spirit altar, I can definitely. Her eyes were crazed as she spread out her arms and yelled, "Come out." The collective body of vengeance, the manipulator of spirits and bodies, the supreme king, Gargamel. Gargamel? Leylin's heart lurched. Before he had come here, he had seen plenty of records regarding the ancient spirit-slaying sect and naturally knew about this Gargamel. It was a being that the sect had worshipped. They believed that a spirit was the last resting place for all beings, and the Gargamel was the one in charge of all these spirits. It was apparent that this was a Gargamel that had already taken shape after the ancient spirit-slaying sect's immense efforts in cultivating it. However, for some reason, this Gargamel had been sealed here by the Magi of the sect. The old witch had obviously received the inheritance from the ancient spirit-slaying sect and obtained many benefits. She had also been working hard to unseal the Gargamel. Leylin believed he had a rough understanding of this whole situation. The black ring of light around his legs flashed, and, wrapped in energy particles, his body's speed reached its limits, and he instantly disappeared away from the mountain. Even though he had no idea why the old witch had swindled him and brass ring into coming here, it definitely wasn't anything good. Leylin felt it was better if he retreated as soon as possible. As long as he was out of this secret plane, even if the old witch and Jay attacked together, Leylin was certain he could take care of them. A smart move, but it's a pity that it's too late. Jay, who was nearby, gave a low sigh. At this very moment, the piece of parchment on the altar had already been burnt to ashes, and with a cry from the old witch, streams of black gases streamed out of the gaps within the bones of the altar. Wang Wang. An ancient devil was awake once more. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate in fear arrived on top of the mountain of white bones. Ice gold. Evil. Leylin felt as if he had returned to his childhood, powerless while surrounded by a group of direwolves. He hated being made aware of how fragile his life was. Just with the leakage of this aura, the secret plane vibrated slightly. A vast amount of black gas converged and gradually solidified, forming a gigantic translucent figure. The figure brought the skull on top of the altar to its face, treating it as a mask. Its two completely red eyes seemed to be looking down on every one of the magi present as if they were mere ants. Leylin's heart plummeted, and he could not gather any strength. "Jik!" The black figure bellowed towards the heavens. With the tremendous sound waves, the black defensive spell formation that had caused Leylin much trouble instantaneously gave way, and the old witch and Jay were forced aside from the pressure. Pooh, as the old witch flew backwards, mouthfuls of blood spurted out like water gurgling in a spring. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185 The Gargamel, respected Lord Gargamel, cough cough, please accept our offerings. Jay, who was at the side, suffered quite a deal from the energy waves. However, she was still better off than the old witch and was somewhat able to stand. Observing these circumstances, she was partly kneeling in a bizarre position, while tossing a severed Magus head in front of the black shadow. Brass ring? Leylin's pupils contracted as he recognized whose head it was. It seemed that Brass Ring didn't die because of the secret plane's mechanisms after all, but was instead ambushed by the old witch and Jay. Right now, Leylin stood to the side with cold sweat forming on his body, not daring to move an inch. Although the black shadow atop the altar didn't look his way, he could clearly feel an extremely vicious and unyielding spiritual force completely locking him down. Leylin had a premonition that if he took a single step forward, he would be struck by the full power of the Gargamel. Crunch, crunch. Immediately after receiving the head of Brass Ring, whose expression still held traces of disbelief, the black shadow put it into its mouth and started to chew. An absolutely horrifying grinding noise could be heard reverberating from the top of the skeleton mound. Jai jai! After the black shadow swallowed the head whole, it gave off a sound of satisfaction. Moreover, a scarlet tongue licked its lips, apparently with a desire for more. Ah, a spirit that fulfills the conditions. State your wishes. An ancient and cryptic voice sounded directly into Leylin and the other's consciousness, spoken in a language Leylin had never heard before. Strangely, Leylin could understand the meaning of each word that was being spoken. I want, Jay slowly opened her mouth. Let my daughter Jay come back to life. Give her a new body filled with life. The old witch, who had fallen to the side, suddenly grew frantic. As she threw herself in front of the Gargamel's shadow, if you can fulfill my desire, I will pay any price necessary. It could be a misperception, but after the old witch spoke of those words, Leylin seemed to notice a hint of ridicule in the Gargamel's gigantic eyes. I need more offerings. The giant shadow licked its lips. According to the principles of spirit transformation, a male Magus cultivating in the darkness element is a necessary offering. I got it! Old Witch retrieved a couple of crystal balls filled with spiritual powers, and in addition, pointed towards Leylin. As for the offering, it's that Magus. As the black shadow stated its conditions, Leylin felt his heart sink as he furiously activated his hastening spells. His silhouette looked like it was cloaked inside a black tornado as it charged down the hill. However, the speed of the black shadow Gargamel was far beyond Leylin's expectations. Facing Leylin's escape, the black shadow simply extended a translucent palm and grabbed. Screech! Whoosh! The black tornado was torn apart, revealing Leylin's body. Leylin felt like the air was instantly solidifying, and that it was constantly pressing in from all four sides. In an instant, a band of silver light descended from the sky and coiled around Leylin's waist. From this band of light emerged an enormous amount of tyrannical spiritual force. The quality of this spiritual force was higher than anything that Leylin had ever encountered before. Just a tiny bit was enough to completely shatter his elemental essence, converted spiritual force. The spiritual force was a fundamental part of a magus and was also the primer for casting spells. With spiritual force having been shattered, Leylin naturally could not cast a single spell. The silver band of light retracted, and Leylin was forced to follow its movements to ultimately arrive in front of the altar. Swish, 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 swish. 4 black shackle-like tentacles emerged from the altar and bound Leylin's limbs tightly together. The present Leylin's body was spread eagle as he was presented to the black shadow Gargimel. Spiritual force materialization. This evil spirit Gargimel must be at least at the level of a rank 2 magus. Leylin's face was deadly pale as his mind raced, trying to gauge the strength of the black shadow. At the same time, the AI chip was operating at full speed in order to calculate the energy that the Gargimel was emitting, and from there, predict its stats and weaknesses. Spiritual force materialization was an advanced technique that only rank 2 magi were qualified to practice. Spiritual force lacked shape or substance, and the various colorful spells that Leylin had seen were actually just the appearance of elemental particles that were in the air. As for the spiritual force, it acted as a catalyst and initiated the process of casting spells. However, all of these things could not be observed with the naked eye. After a magus reached rank 2, he could directly draw his spiritual force from his sea of consciousness out into the real world and materialize it into the most basic energy particle. This was something that could be seen by even the most ordinary person. When dealing with magi below rank 2, who were unable to materialize their spiritual force, that ability made it basically impossible to lose. After all, for magi who could materialize their spiritual force, their condensation of spiritual force far surpassed that of a rank 1 magus. With the weak spiritual force of a rank 1 magus, it was impossible to hold out against attacks produced by the spiritual force of a rank 2 magus, which resulted in the situation where a rank 1 magus power was nothing compared to that of a rank 2 magus. The silver band of light that the shadowy Gargimel used was a materialization of spiritual force that could be seen in the real world. A rank 2 magus. To think that the contingency plans that I had the AI chip prepare in case of an emergency would have to be used now. Leylin's thoughts whirled about as he turned to watch the witch carefully. "Can you tell me the truth now?" Leylin's voice was muffled as if he had lost all hope. "After all, we're still allies. Other than the agreement on the making of the potion and how we were to divide them, there wasn't any condition that said we couldn't injure one another." The old witch was still trembling incessantly, as if she was about to topple to the ground and die any second. At the same time, however, she was extremely zealous and her cheeks were flushed. "I'm willing to do anything for Jay, much less sacrifice an ally like you that has wicked intentions." "Jay, she's your daughter?" Leylin stared blankly. Immediately, he turned his head towards Jay, the black-cloaked person. Jay nodded her head and removed the black gown she wore. A translucent image of a girl appeared in front of Leylin. The image had the appearance of a very young and pretty woman, and on her pretty face, one could still see some traces of how the old witch looked when she was in her youth. "Spirit bodies?" Leylin was stunned once more. He thought back to how Jay had been silent the entire time, and how she even wore a thick pair of gloves. Of course, there should also have been other secret methods that were used, or else Leylin and Brass Ring, who had spent some time with her, would have discovered the abnormalities of Jay's body long before. "My poor daughter permanently lost her physical body after an accident during an experiment. All that I can do is to constantly transfuse spiritual force into her and prolong the amount of time that she can stay in this world." The old witch's eyes were glazed over as if she was reminiscing the past. "Even though Jay is already dead, I have never given up on my wish to bring her back to life. By a stroke of fate, I remembered some materials about the ancient spirit slaying sect that I had obtained when I was young. Their spirit transferring technique is definitely able to resurrect my daughter and help her regain a physical body." "So you've been collecting spirits and continuously trying to unseal this Gargimel?" Leylin coldly inquired. "That's right," The old witch frankly admitted to it. It is also thanks to your potions. Without them, Jay's spirit would not have been strengthened enough to allow her to withstand the transfer. It seemed that all of the tiers of merry potions that the old witch had received from Leylin had gone to Jay. As a result, Jay's spirit was able to increase from that of an ordinary person to the level of an official magus. Also, in order to summon the Gargamel and resurrect Jay, a few conditions need to be met. Having planned this for decades, and on the verge of seeing it succeed, the old witch was obviously in the mood to say everything that was on her mind. For some reason, the shadowy Gargamel did not make a move, and just waited as she spoke. I need to initiate the process of summoning the Gargamel through the use of an official magus who meets several stringent requirements, such as those in terms of aptitude and physique. In order to resurrect Jay, these are the offerings required. Do you know how long it took me to look for you 2 offerings? Do you have any idea how long I waited for this moment? The old witch's expression became crazed. Without even waiting for Leylin to speak, she thundered, 53 years. To fulfill these conditions, I waited 53 whole years. In these 53 years, my darling Jay suffered a lot sob. At the climax of her narration, the old witch's tears flowed down her face, while Jay stood silently to one side. All of my efforts have been rewarded. Now my beloved daughter, Jay, will be resurrected. Leylin silently listened on. Now all was clear to him. Leylin was not angry about the fact that he and Brass Ring would be offerings. He'd never thought himself to be treasured by the heavens, where he would somehow be able to profit from unfortunate situations or turn misfortunes into blessings. Since he could scheme against others, others could obviously do the same. All he could do was to consider all of his options in advance and make sure that every step went as perfectly as was possible. This was so he would not be schemed against or made use of. Honorable Gargamel, based on the rules for replacement, I present to you this magus as an offering. In return, I want you to help my daughter regain a physical body. The old witch was gasping for breath as she placed several bizarre items on the altar while she made her request. This replacement is allowed. From under the skull mask that the shadow was wearing, it seemed to be looking at Leylin and the others with a faint trace of mockery in its expression. The old witch, who was kneeling on the ground, as well as Jay, who seemed confused, did not notice this. As much as I want to stay behind and watch the show, I'm sorry. Leylin grinned as the large arm of the Gargamel approached him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Suction Spell Formation. Suction Spell Formation, AI. Chip, activate the suction spell formation with maximum force. Leylin violently roared inwardly. Meanwhile, his muscles swelled and a fine layer of black scales appeared on his body. His eyes changed to an amber color and appeared to have a beast-like vertical pupil in them. Scales of Kemhin and the Eye of Petrification. During this life-or-death situation, the current Leylin used both of his innate spells. Leylin's vertical pupils focused on the chains and shackles that were binding him instead of the Gargamel. This Gargamel, at the very least, had the power of a rank 2 magus, and its spiritual force exceeded Leylin's by several times. Using the Eye of Petrification on it would not be enough to close this difference in strength. And even if Leylin got closer and used the Eye of Petrification on him, it would still only cause him an unfortunate consequence. The Gargamel would devour his spirit. Pa, 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 the chains and shackles that bound him turned gray under the gaze of the Eye of Petrification. They disintegrated all over the ground as Leylin flexed his arms. At the same time, a reverse symbol, J, became bright and visible on his clothes. A strong attraction force acted on Leylin's body and pulled him away so hard that he was almost flying as he moved backwards. The speed of this flight was 5 times more than when he had used a spell to flee. The old witch and Jay only saw a black flash. Leylin had already vanished without a trace in front of their eyes. No, the old witch issued a hissing roar. Jay wore a complicated expression on her face, as if she had lost all hope, and heaved a despairing sigh. The materials for the replacement has disappeared, but the ceremony has already started and must not be interrupted. Start using other materials instead. The Gargamel only watched from a distance the spot from where Leylin had vanished, but did not chase after him. Instead, he said a few words that caused the expressions on the old witch and Jay's face to drastically change. No! Together with the unceasing spell which was being dispelled, a shriek filled with hopelessness and despair rang out, piercing through the entire mountain of white bones. Bang! A huge explosion erupted, and the spell formation laid on top of the white ground in the garden shattered. Meanwhile, a black human shadow was drawn to this place and created a deep indent as it smashed into the ground due to the huge gravitational force. Cough, cough! At the bottom of a huge pit, Leylin fiercely spat out a mouthful of sand and pebbles. Upon seeing the strange angle his right arm was in, he smiled wryly. The AI chip recovered only a portion of the ancient suction spell formation, and using it so rashly obviously resulted in this situation. If not for my innate spell, I'm likely to have suffered far more than just a broken arm. Despite the grimace on his face, he jumped out of this large pit quickly and observed his surroundings. This was the place where he had fought with the vengeful spirit, the loathsome evil, and also where he had arranged his spell model. This suction spell formation was truly set up perfectly. Leylin sighed regretfully and immediately commanded, AI. Chip, analyze the map and find the most optimal route to exit the secret plane. Previously, upon the spirit altar, Leylin had seen something similar to a map of the secret plane. Due to his cautiousness, he had immediately asked the AI chip to make a record of the map and compare it with the map made from routes he had traveled. As expected, the result was that he obtained a complete map, the entire map of the secret plane. The suction spell formation here was an ancient spell that he had upgraded himself. He had only seen the original model of this spell in the ancient books at the Four Seasons Garden, and many parts of it were already badly damaged. Even with the AI chip's help, he only had one complete portion, which only held 30 to 40% of the original power of the spell formation. But this 30 to 40% power was enough to cause Leylin much happiness and was one of his hidden trump cards. This suction spell formation model was able to create a powerful gravitational force, which would forcibly pull magic artifacts or life forms that had previously been engraved onto a place where the suction spell formation had been set up. Due to its utilization of many ancient techniques, the force of attraction was very powerful, and its speed was extremely high. Even a rank 2 Magus would be helpless against it. If previously Leylin had the assurance of 10% success in fleeing from a rank 2 Magus, then after he had properly set up the gravitational spell, this probability of success could increase to 40% or even more. Map imported and the optimal route has been found. The AI chip computed quickly, and the map of the secret plane was projected clearly in Leylin's field of view. In it, a red line marked the route from Leylin's current position to the oil painting, which was the entrance to the plane. Gigi. Just then, from the Gargamel's location, a loud, weird noise could be heard. Then a black shadow became larger and larger, and finally unfurled itself within the sky. Crash! It was as if the entire sky in the secret plane had been ripped apart, exposing a pitch-black hole, and many blood-red lightning bolts and thunder hacked at this black shadow. The shadow wore a strange skull mask and struck out at the constantly roaring lightning and thunder. The repercussions of this fight caused everything to be turned to dust wherever it landed, and the battlefield slowly expanded, reaching to the location where Leylin was. Run! Seeing this apocalypse-like scene, Leylin did not think for long and immediately broke into a run. On the way, the ground began to split open, and many trestles and stone sculptures fell to the ground. This scene was as if the world was ending. Leylin ran with lightning-fast speed, and his body was constantly covered with the scales of Kemkin. At high speed, all that could be seen was a long, black afterimage. Swish! Leylin quickly passed through a metal tunnel, and ahead of him was a dead end. A thick layer of metal had completely sealed this passage. But Leylin's expression did not vary in the least. Flickering constantly, he rapped at a few points at the wall. Rumble, rumble. Along with a loud noise of a machine, the metal in front of Leylin split open with a deafening mechanical noise, exposing a silver passage. Written in the ancient Byron language was a sign on one side of the tunnel that read, "Tunnel made for emergency exit, specifically for lab employees." Leylin's blue eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he rushed through this passage. The silver passage quickly flashed past Leylin. Immediately, the AI chip's voice intoned, causing Leylin's footsteps to halt. Discovered hidden compartment. It wasn't recorded in the map previously. Do you want to continue through that way or not? Hidden compartment, and the map on the spirit altar did not have a record of it. The level of secrecy of this compartment must be very high. Leylin glanced at the passage behind him with concern, sprinted forth, and a small door suddenly appeared on the silver wall. The room behind the door was very narrow. It was a compartment of a few square meters in area, and at its center was a very simple and mysterious ancient spell formation. This spell model was built entirely using a black stone, and on its surface were all kinds of symbols which Leylin could not understand. All around this spell model were tall obelisks. Leaning on one of the obelisks was a corpse. This corpse was wearing a black gown that was lushly and delicately embroidered. More importantly was that even after such a long time had passed, the clothes still had a bright and beautiful luster. This definitely was a very important person. Seeing this corpse, Leylin inwardly exclaimed. AI chip, record the patterns on the spell model. Leylin issued an order, then he crouched down next to the corpse and began fumbling about its clothes. Some miscellaneous items and a torn diary made of parchment paper fell into Leylin's hands. The spell model's formation and the runes have already been recorded. After hearing the AI chip's intonation, Leylin immediately left the secret compartment. All of these took place in less than 15 seconds of time. Leylin tapped on another wall of the secret compartment, then he quickly ran away. And behind him, with a rumbling noise, the secret compartment door closed and a white light was emitted throughout the entire passage. Nobody could tell he had been in there. Rays of bright sunlight shone down. It was already daytime in the small town, but because of the old witch's potion, the populace was in a state of deep sleep. This situation had already been discovered by the surrounding villagers, and the rumors spread about very fast. Of course, due to the fact that there were limitations in communication and reasons of time, the extent to which these rumors were spread was very small and did not attract the interest of even an acolyte. Now, the small town gained the reputation of being a ghost town. At the end of the passage, the oil painting emitted a silvery light. Then this light turned brighter and brighter and finally revealed the entrance of a passageway. Whoosh! From this entrance emerged a black shadow in very sorry shape. Leylin used his left hand to wipe his cold sweat and turned around to see the passage to the secret plane. That was way too dangerous. If not for the defense mechanism that the Magi of the ancient spirit slaying sect set up for in case the Gargimel lost control, I wouldn't have been able to get away. To say that the Gargimel was very powerful was not a lie. The current Leylin was definitely not its match. The being formed from the gathering of evil souls were simply insane. They were known for their temperamental nature, and Leylin wanted nothing to do with such terrifying and dangerous entities. Latent fireball. After looking at the entrance to the secret plane, a flash of determination passed through his eyes and he threw black fireballs at the entrance, thoroughly destroying it. Although there were many good things inside this secret plane, but when compared to his own insignificant life, Leylin certainly knew which he would prefer. And compared with the fact that the Gargimel could come out at any time to finish him off, the other items inside the secret plane at once became dispensable. Leylin looked at the surroundings, and after removing all traces of his having been here, he departed from this place without looking back. And if the entrance was not destroyed, then the Gargimel could come out from within the secret plane. Leylin estimated that, with the strange and savage power of the Gargimel, it could immediately find the weak point of the secret plane and tear it apart and escape. But by that time, Leylin would be a long distance away. What did this have to do with him? Furthermore, in the entire Magus World of the South Coast, Leylin was not the only Magus around. For instance, the head of the night lighthouse that he had met earlier was more than capable of suppressing this Gargimel. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Emergency Situation. The speed at which Leylin escaped was extremely quick, and after just half a day, the tall, thick walls of the nightless city were within sight. At this point, his right hand had already completely healed. The frightening vitality of a warlock was proving its worth. Only after entering the Nightless City did Leylin breathe a huge sigh of relief. The Gargamel was the result of the concentration of evil intentions by the ancient Spirit Slayer sect. Although it was unknown why that Gargamel had been sealed there by the Magi of the sect, based on the calculations from the battle with it, Leylin could say that this monster's strength was equivalent to that of a rank 2 Magus. Although Leylin couldn't hold his own against it, there were a couple rank 2 Magi in the south coast that could. At the very least, the leaders of large-scale Magus organizations and powers definitely had at least this level of power. At that moment, within the Nightless City, the trading center of the south coast, there were quite a few Magi with this kind of strength. Leylin was sure that if the Gargamel were to chase after him, the Nightless City was sure to have the means to stop it. However, he had another plan in mind. The old witch was trapped in the secret plane together with that terrifying culmination of evil. From the looks of it, her chances of survival were meager. However, it was a fact that she held the position of elder in the dark Magus organization that Leylin was affiliated with, Thousand Meddling Hands. Her status was obviously higher than that of an average member, and she was also able to contact the hidden rank 2 Magus heading the group. With her death, there would be loose ends that needed to be tied up. If possible, Leylin would obviously want to take possession of everything the old witch owned. In a light Magus organization, this would naturally be impossible. However, in the case of Thousand Meddling Leaves, as long as he revealed a bit of his might, it would be enough to subdue the ambitious Magi who wished to take over this position. Hello. Is this Leylin? At this moment, a secret imprint that resembled a four-colored ring emerged from Leylin's waist. A man's voice was transmitted from it. Hello, Lord Descartes. Leylin could make out the owner of this imprint. It was the head of the potioneering team, Descartes. His tone naturally became respectful. Previously, all of the missions that Descartes needed Leylin to complete had been issued to him by Leylin's current leader, Martin Us. The secret imprint seemed to have had some sort of interference, and I couldn't contact you at all. Did you go somewhere far away? Descartes' questions were transmitted to him from the secret imprint. Yes, I'd accepted a friend's invitation to explore a small ruin. Leylin's answer was half true. No wonder. Many of these ruins left behind by Magi will automatically block out all forms of communication. In there, a secret imprint is merely a useless decoration. No matter if Descartes actually believed him or not, the voice from the secret imprint sounded convinced. My apologies for making my lord worry about me. Might I ask what you require of me? Leylin was puzzled as he spoke to the imprint. Yes, there's something that I need. A few elders and the head have issued orders that Four Seasons Garden has entered the highest state of alert. All Magi will have their vacations cancelled. Upon receiving this message, you must report to the headquarters within 24 hours. All who do not do so will be viewed as traitors and will be punished by the law enforcers. Descartes broke out the earth-shattering news. What? Leylin was in shock, causing him to take a few steps back. The Four Seasons Garden wasn't stupid, and issuing such an order could only imply one thing. Something was going to happen to the entire south coast. I'll be there in time. Can you tell me what has happened? Leylin sucked in a few breaths of air and calmed himself down before inquiring. The whole situation is a little complicated. You can ask Martin about it when you're back. There's only one thing I can tell you, war. A war is approaching. I don't have any more time left. Just remember to come here as quickly as possible. In war, the weak ones who don't have organizations to rely on are usually the first to die. Pop. With his last word, the secret imprint dispersed into countless bright sparks, drifting through the air around Leylin. Descartes sounded serious, which caused Leylin's heart to sink. When compared to these strong organizations, the conflict at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was but a small matter. To have caused the Four Seasons Garden's potioneering team head to be so flustered, there was only one possibility, that an incoming war was going to rock the Magus World. Leylin suddenly remembered some information about Magus history. After the ancient times had passed, it was the current period. During this current period, two huge wars had occurred. These two events had affected the Magi, and basically all species in the entire south coast. The Magi suffered massive casualties, and the humans were obviously more affected, with numerous empires annihilated. These two wars were named the First and Second Great Magus Wars. Now, It seemed the third great Magus War was about to begin. Leylin scrunched up his brows and wrinkled his forehead. For him, it was entirely possible to accumulate information and resources, and with the AI chip, he would be able to constantly break through his bottlenecks and improve further. As a result, Leylin had hoped to be able to develop in a more peaceful and stable environment until he would reach a bottleneck. In the previous Great Wars, acolytes were cannon fodder. Even official magi fell and died in swarms, resulting in the alternate name of the wars, the Magus World's Death Grinder. Leylin wasn't sure that he would be lucky enough to escape unscathed. Wars of this scale affected the entire South Coast, and nobody had been able to escape. As long as one was a Magus, he or she would be involved in it. Unless, if he left the South Coast and passed through several extremely dangerous regions and set off for a new place, he would be safe. I shouldn't scare myself. It might just be a conflict between the Four Seasons Garden and another Magus organization. Leylin, who had been standing by the city gates, suddenly smiled gently and walked right inside. He'd thought it through. No matter what happened, it had absolutely nothing to do with him. After all, he was a member of Four Seasons Garden's potioneering team. Unless Caesar's entire hunting team was annihilated, research personnel like him wouldn't need to be on the battlefield. If this was a war with other Magus organizations, with the Four Seasons Garden's background, it would be impossible to be thoroughly annihilated. If he were to defect now, it would be an extremely foolish decision that would offend the Four Seasons Garden for no reason. If the Third Great Magus War was to happen, the entire South Coast would become a battlefield, and no area would be safe. Descartes' words were a reminder as well as a warning. Great wars never began with both sides going all out. It would start with them using small groups and neutral parties to eliminate all other elements. And then they would be able to fight freely, without fear of others taking advantage of the situation. Wandering magi and indecisive small organizations were definitely the first to be used. Leylin didn't want to lose his backing and live a life where a crisis was always imminent. As a result, it was necessary for him to return to the Four Seasons Garden. Leylin was confident that he had hidden his skills well. In the eyes of the Magi and the Four Seasons Garden, Leylin was merely a newly advanced Magus who was talented in potioneering and training. If the leaders of Four Seasons Garden were stupid enough to get Leylin to be cannon fodder, then at the most, he would just leave and cut all connections between them. Leylin was confident he would be able to leave the Four Seasons Garden's headquarters without alerting the rank 2 Magi there. After thinking this entire matter through, Leylin achieved a calm state of mind. Only then did he have the mood to survey his surroundings. At this moment, Leylin discovered a difference in the Nightless City. The Nightless City's large gates had all been opened wide. Giants, which were usually rarely seen, could be seen wearing animal hides that did not fit them and holding huge wooden stakes. They were entering the city in 2s and 3s. With every step they took, the ground slightly shook. The number of people in the Nightless City had increased by around 50%, causing a few passages to become congested. However, whether they were regular humans, acolytes, or even some official magi, their expressions were dark. In particular, there were a few official magi who had a deep sense of distrust in their eyes when they saw unfamiliar magi. In the first zone of the Nightless City, shops that used to be bustling despite their unorganized placement saw a sharp decrease in price of raw materials. Defensive items, potions, and the like, on the other hand, were experiencing an increase in price. Many shops had already put up signs saying they were sold out. Though Leylin had expected this, seeing this scene in person definitely had an effect on his mood. All this was evidence of the scale of the impending war that would affect the entire Magus world. Leylin would definitely not be able to escape this. Leylin's footsteps seemed to become a bit heavier as he passed through several gates and entered the third zone of the Nightless City. In the region where the villas were located, the originally lively place was somewhat deserted. There were no signs of the cheerful magi who used to hang around the various gardens. Several flowers that used to be tended to in the flower terrace were listlessly lowering their heads, with some even showing signs of wilting, which gave off a bleak atmosphere. Master, once he returned to his own villa, Damien, the level 3 acolyte who worked as his butler, welcomed him. "I'm fine. Did anything strange happen in the Nightless City recently?" Tell me everything you know, Leylin immediately asked while he threw his cloak to Damien. Yes, Damien was just about to do so. There was a worried expression on his face. A day before, rumors about the start of a third Magus War started spreading around the Nightless City. At the beginning, nobody took it to heart, but as time passed, the fact that no organization stood up to refute this claim has Nightless City in a frenzy. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188 Branding Experiment. Damien expressed a slightly apprehensive expression. Many magi simply left. Huge numbers of people are in the streets buying items to increase their powers. It's as though they are trying to use up all of the magic crystals at their disposal. That strange phenomenon only gradually abated after the public center dispatched people to patrol the streets. Moreover, your good friend Magus Crew also moved out this afternoon. Before he left a message for you. What message? The night is approaching. Be careful in everything you do. Damien said something that sounded like a proverb. What does that mean? Leylin frowned. When did that crew start to like being a prophetic magus? The things he says are never clear. Leylin pondered for a moment and finally told Damien, from the information I've gathered, there will probably be a relatively large war that is imminent. Even though he already had some guesses, when Damien heard this information, his body trembled uncontrollably. He was originally caught and became a slave because of a war. Even though he was under a spirit branding, that bitter experience was just like a brand that was deeply engraved in his memories, making it impossible for him to forget. That's right, call number 1 to 5 over here. Leylin casually instructed Damien, who rapidly suppressed his shaking body and withdrew at an extremely fast pace. After a few minutes, 5 armored grand knights with greatswords appeared before Leylin and knelt to perform a perfect knight's greeting. Master! The extremely thick armor didn't affect their movements in the slightest way, and every movement of those 5 people carried a killing intent. It could be seen at a glance that they were strong veteran grand knights that had experienced countless battles. You may rise, Leylin commented softly as he looked at those 5 people. They were naturally the 5 grand knight slaves that he had purchased at the slave market in addition to Damien. With the spirit branding, Leylin could order these 5 grand knights to die, and they would obey without any hesitation. They originally had names, but for convenience's sake, Leylin gave all of them new names with numbers, starting from 1 to 5. Leylin had put in considerable amounts of effort on the 5 grand knights. He constantly fixed their conditions during the past year. He didn't even mind spending a lot of his resources to brew precious potions for them to consume. Currently, the 5 experimental bodies were unconsciously giving off energy waves filled with life force. They were already beyond the Grand Knight's rank and were beginning to advance to a higher realm. What are the results of the secret techniques that I taught you previously? Leylin asked. Master, after using the secret techniques along with the potions from before, number 2, 3 and I felt life force start to flow through us, which was something that had not happened for a long time. Our vitality also became increasingly stronger. The big man on the far left stepped out of the line and said, but when number 4 and 5 used the secret techniques, the brand on their bodies shook and gave off scorching hot energies that interrupted their training. This Grand Knight slave, known as number 1, gave an extremely detailed report. In the past year, Leylin had been constantly modifying the brands of the 5 through the modifications made by the AI chip. This had allowed him to gain a lot of fruitful experiment results. The secret techniques that were previously taught to those 5 Grand Knights were just improvised data from the information about branded swordsmen. Is that so? Leylin's gaze became stern. Remove your clothes. The 5 slaves removed their body armor without any thoughts after hearing their master's order. Crash, metal armor made a racket as they hit the ground. The Grand Knights had removed the heavy armor in just a couple of seconds, revealing completely unclothed bodies. Moreover, number 4 and 5 were female Grand Knights, but they weren't at all embarrassed as they stood before Leylin with their well-developed bodies and private parts completely exposed. Those 5 had the strength of Grand Knights. Their bodyline was supple, but was well-developed. Every inch of their flesh hid an astonishing explosive power. Their bodies were akin to perfectly sculpted statues. However, there were elements that offset their aesthetic appearance from being perfect. Leylin didn't care about the two grand knight beauties. His gaze was completely focused on the interweaving brand on their body. Leylin scrutinized their bodies. He noticed that the bodies of his grand knight subordinates were covered with deep, black brands. Near these brands were some twisting scars. It seemed as if a branding iron was the source of the brands and scars. With close observation, the brands looked like a centipede climbing, while their chest and lower abdomen regions formed an extremely peculiar rune. Some of the brands seemed to be broken and were unable to link together. AI chip. Scan those brands and compare the current conditions of these grand knights to the previous observations in a new file, Leylin thought. As he said this, a blue light shone in his eyes and swept horizontally across those slaves. Beep. Mission established. Commencing the scanning. The AI chip followed the tasks that Leylin ordered. Rows of numbers and 3 3D images appeared before Leylin and were constantly being updated. N. It seemed that the training method that I created isn't bad. These knights' physical qualities have had drastic improvements and are also able to train their life force. Their previous stagnant powers are starting to rapidly improve. Leylin was extremely satisfied after looking at the results of the 3 male grand knights. The training method of the branded swordsmen conflicts with the brands on their bodies. Leylin carefully looked through the AI chip's results while constantly walking around the slaves in order to attentively observe the position of the brands. Where is the source of the previous problem? Is it here? Leylin placed his hands below the lower abdomen of number 4 without ascribing any thoughts to what he was doing. After having placed his hand there, he felt a warm sensation and could feel that underneath the smooth and supple skin, there were muscles that were slightly twitching now. Yes, that's the place, master, said number 4 with a slightly shaky voice. This female grand knight had a good appearance and an exceptionally curved, bountiful body. If that's the case, Leylin caressed his lower jaw. AI chip. Amend the parameters for the 2 female knights to the P-grade content and change the index to the 3rd grade before testing again. This kind of calculation was an easy task for the AI chip. After a short moment, the AI chip had already concluded its calculation and reported it to Leylin. Beep. According to the calculation, the brandings of the swordsmen are different for males and females. The markings must follow a carved inscription. After looking at the AI chip's conclusion, Leylin's expression did not change since he had expected such a result. So it really was the case. Croft had gotten hold of a part of the branded swordsman information, but there is an extreme lack of information concerning the brandings. The runes inscribed on males had been deduced by the AI chip. Moreover, those marks aren't suitable for females, which resulted in the 2 female knights being unable to train. It seems that I must purchase a large quantity of male grand knight slaves to try to create a branded swordsman, Leylin planned to himself. To him, using males or females didn't have any differences. He just needed to head to different sections of the slave market for them. However, regarding the most crucial rune inscriptions for the branded swordsman, he could only amend the model to suit males. While it was not impossible to create something out of nothing for a female version of the model, it would take a lot of time. Leylin didn't want to spend the AI chip's precious calculation skills on this matter. Since this is the case, there's only one troublesome problem in manufacturing branded swordsmen, which is the problem in combining the markings powers. Leylin rubbed his lower jaw with flames burning in his eyes. The ancient branded swordsmen were similar to the bloodline warlocks and elemental bards, which were among the stronger professions of the sub-branch of the Magi. Their specialties were their physical defense and offensive powers, which were regarded as their enemies' nightmares. Moreover, the combination of the branded swordsmen and magicians was an eternal nightmare for many worlds. If the branded swordsmen could perform crowd control, then the Magi behind them would have the time to prepare the formidable power of magic in order to change a given situation. Moreover, the power of an official branded swordsman was equivalent to that of at least a rank 1 Magus. Leylin just needed to form an army with branded swordsmen. The quantity didn't need to be large, 20 of them would be sufficient. With such forces, Leylin would no longer have an opponent at the rank 1 Magus level, and he was also confident enough to be able to fight against a rank 2 Magus. However, regarding the problem of the powers, the runes of the branded swordsman is the pivotal point. Even if it was the AI chip, it could not guarantee perfection without countless experiments and accumulation of data. Moreover, there's also a problem in controlling the branded swordsmen after they evolve to a higher realm. Leylin lowered his head as he muttered to himself irresolutely. He was only a rank 1 Magus now, so he could at most control level 3 acolytes and grand knights. However, in a similar fashion as the Magi and Warlocks, the ancient branded swordsmen could break through the ordinary realm to reach an extraordinary one. This power wasn't something that Leylin could currently control by using the spirit brand. Thus, a safer and more effective controlling method had to be researched and implemented on those branded swordsmen. Only with this method could the loyalty of his soldiers be guaranteed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, The Great Magus War. The Great Magus War in the dimly lit basement. A faint red ball of light floated in midair, constantly emitting blood-red rays of light, which caused the lighting of the basement to be slightly gloomy and gave off a horrifying atmosphere. The previous Grand Knight, number 1, was lying flat on the enormous white metal experimental table. His eyes were tightly closed, and his eyelids were constantly moving, as though he was being tortured in his dreams. Moreover, the black bands on his body seemed to be alive, constantly lengthening and shortening as it wiggled. Moreover, it slowly protruded from his skin, giving off dark red rays of light as he breathed. The ancient branded swordsmen used the magic runes and arrays crafted onto their bodies to enable them to store the world's natural energy particles into their body. Those particles could also be completely released during critical moments, turning into a terrifying spell. Moreover, the branded swordsman's physical abilities were far beyond the limits of ordinary people, reaching an unfathomable stage because a large amount of energy particles constantly reformed their bodies. Currently, it could be said that Leylin was the top person in the South Coast regarding the knowledge of the branded swordsman. With a white scalpel and tweezers in his hands, Leylin finally looked at number 1, who was still unconscious. Even though I'm slightly eager to gain instant benefits, I can't consider it any further. Leylin sighed as he said that. He still needed to get numerous results from the experiments conducted on the 5 Grand Knights using the AI chip in order to gain accurate parameters before he could inscribe the final energy pathways. However, time was pressing. The news concerning the war's imminence had arrived so suddenly that it messed up most of Leylin's original plans. Initially, Leylin was certain that he would make the second transition in his bloodline by the time the branded swordsman's experiment succeeded. At that moment, with his increase in power, it wouldn't be impossible for him to battle against a rank 2 Magus. A rank 2 Magus was at the level of the principal of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, who possessed great magical powers. If he could calmly wait and silently accumulate power, Leylin could quickly reach the peak domain that the majority of rank 1 Magi couldn't reach in their entire lifetime. However, everything was in ruins due to the dreadful news of the war. At this moment, all Leylin could do was quicken his research in hopes that by the time the war came, he could produce branded swordsmen. He didn't expect them to have the full might of the ancient branded swordsmen, but possess at least 50–60% of their original power, which would be sufficient to ensure his life during the chaos of the war. Leylin took a deep breath after he sorted through his thoughts. At that instant, he completely calmed down, dispelling all distracting thoughts from his mind. An indifferent light flashed past his eyes as Leylin carved at number 1's chest with the assistance of the AI chip. Roar! An enormous venom wyvern, accompanied by a distinct loud cry, dove down from the sky. It abruptly spread its wings when it was a couple of meters above the ground. Whoosh! Enormous green wings covered the sky, casting a large shadow on the ground. After spreading its wings, the enormous venom wyvern's speed of descent drastically decreased, entering a gliding state. After gliding for a couple of meters in the air, it steadily landed on the Four Seasons Gardens General Headquarters landing pad. Bang! The enormous bestial claws collided with the platform. When those sharp claws contacted the floor with such a large amount of momentum, it left several meter-deep markings. Swish! A magus who was wearing a white robe embroidered with plants directly jumped off the back of the venom wyvern. Lord Leylin, the surrounding 4-season garden acolytes hastily went forth to bow to him. There were 2 other armored men that also jumped off from the venom wyvern's back after Leylin disembarked. There were enormous greatswords the size of a door attached on their backs. These 2 are my followers. According to the school's rules, I've the rights to bring 2 servants to live with me. Register them for me. Leylin told one of the acolytes, you also to feed Hawk and increase the amount of red bread pigs by 2 heads. It recently entered a state of binge eating prior to maturity, so it requires a lot of food. Your wish is our command, Lord. That acolyte deeply bowed as he commanded the rest of the subordinates behind him to start washing and cleaning the venom. Wyvern the acolyte seemed to have rapidly recorded something down. After a short while, he passed 2 metal tablets to number 2 and 3, who were behind Leylin. The 2 tablets were completely black, and on the surface there was a scarlet rune marking. The marking consisted of an inverted triangle within a circle, with a coiled black snake in the center. This was Leylin's secret imprint. This will be your access pass. Take good care of it, as the replacement procedure is extremely troublesome. Moreover, there are some restricted areas that you're forbidden from entering, as we are currently in a state of emergency. If you do, you'll be caught by the guards as a spy. That acolyte's expression was very stern, which made Leylin apprehensive. That's acceptable. Leylin nodded before leaving this place along with number 2 and number 3. Is the situation already that severe? Seeing the Magi rushing around on the way, combined with the warning from that acolyte, Leylin's heart was slightly heavy. Leylin, who had gotten a lot of information from the previous experiment, rushed to reach the general headquarters of the 4 Seasons Garden the next day. After all, he didn't want to get into a conflict with the 4 Seasons Garden. While he was still conducting experiments regarding the branded swordsman, he had brought number 2 and number 3 with him to make some adjustments to them, using the result from experiments conducted on number 1. Currently, Leylin had a higher understanding in his research on the branded swordsman. Under the calculations from the AI chip, number 2 and number 3 would definitely become good assistants for Leylin after they became branded swordsmen. Leylin had made great progress regarding the problem in controlling them. He used the white termite as the main ingredient to make modifications to the 2 Grand Knights, and used potions to increase the degree to which the brand was carved into their spirits. He should be able to control their consciousness to make them completely enslaved under those 2 control measures. As for the Grand Knights number 4 and number 5, they were completely crippled, as the branded runes on their bodies were not compatible with them. The branding of runes wasn't like drawing, where you could just erase your mistakes. Runes would be forever carved onto the body, and would also reside deep inside the spirit, forming a connection. This was the only way that the branded swordsman could activate the natural energy particles. Since it was Leylin's first time operating, and he was lacking in experience and information, he had already carved the wrong runes onto the previous 2 female Grand Knights. Currently, there wasn't a way for Leylin to erase those runes, so they would forever lose their chances in improving and would stay at the rank of Grand Knight for the rest of their lives. Leylin would naturally not bring those 2 burdens with him. He had instructed Damien and the 2 female Grand Knights to defend his villa in the Nightless City as a future supply base. Truthfully, Leylin was still in the darkness regarding the information of the war. He knew that war was imminent, but didn't know why it was occurring. Who were the opposing forces? Everything was shrouded from him. However, seeing how the 4 Season Garden was acting as though it was going to meet a formidable enemy in combat, he could guess that the enemy, this time, wasn't a simple one. Information gathering was one of the reasons why Leylin decided to come to the general headquarters of the 4 Seasons Garden. After arranging for the 2 Grand Knights to stay at the residential area of the 4 Seasons Garden, Leylin briskly walked to the main lounge of the potioneering team. It was rare for the 2 mischievous stone statues to not be creating trouble, so Leylin passed through them quickly. Creak! When the door opened, the lounge was still as flourishing and vast as before. A long, white birch table and chairs were orderly arranged. There was a white tablecloth on the table, on the side of which delicate flowers had been stitched. Different teams in the potioneering team sat at their respective positions and constantly chattered among themselves. The only difference, this time, was that the table wasn't filled with food, but was instead occupied by various documents and crystal balls that were being perused for information. The master's position in the lounge wasn't filled. It seemed that Descartes must have been busy and couldn't come here for the time being. Leylin surveyed the area and found where Martin's team was. When he met Martin for the first time, that old fellow was positioned extremely far from the host's position. However, now that Leylin had joined and completed some missions, that old man's position had moved quite a bit forward. This was something that Martin had constantly bragged about to everyone. However, even though he was sitting here, the excitement of being in this seat couldn't cover the worry expressed on Martin's face. After seeing Leylin, Martin's wrinkle-covered face displayed a smile. "Leylin, over here," he pointed to the seat beside him. Leylin smiled, and after greeting the few magi that he knew, he walked over to sit beside Martin. "I'm really glad that you could make it. You should know that due to this dreadful war, our tasks have become much more arduous." Since they were extremely close to each other, Martin started to express his complaints to Leylin. "Sorry. I'll definitely work hard in the potioneering aspect, so can you tell me the details regarding the war? I was previously exploring before I received the Lord Leader's secret imprint, so I'm currently still at a loss as to what is happening." Leylin's face showed a textbook example of confusion. "Oh, look at my manners." Martin patted his large forehead. "Which part shall I start talking from?" Martin stroked his beard and expressed a pondering expression. "To be honest, the source of this battle is related to the previous two Magus Wars." Martin commented slowly, his expression becoming serious. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 190, Eternal River Secret Plane. Eternal River Secret Plane. Leylin, did you know how the two great Magus Wars began? Martin suddenly asked. It seemed to be because of the differences in values between light and dark magi, as well as some anticipated benefits. Leylin combined the factors he had read about in books and added his personal take on it. Benefits. Everything was for the sake of benefits. Martin waved his hand, his expression increasingly agitated. Saying that there was a difference in opinion is just a superficial reason, but when it comes down to it, it was all for benefits. When I find out who said this, I'll copy it down and engrave it in my room. Martin quickly proceeded. In reality, no matter if they were light or dark magi, they were on the path of pursuing the truth. As long as they were not obstructed, no matter which areas the light magi occupied, or what massacres the dark magi were responsible for, the magi couldn't care less. The real reason for the two great Magus Wars was to obtain resources. The meager resources in the south coast were not enough for the many of the magi here. Leylin listened quietly as Martin explained the truth behind the great Magus Wars. At this moment, a cold smile emerged on his face. The so-called Great Magus Wars were actually just for the sake of obtaining more materials, which were not even abundant in the first place. It was a battle started by the highest tier of magi on both the light and dark magi's ends, and was a way to clean up the Magus world. After the war, there were massive casualties on both the light and dark magi's sides, and the remaining resources were enough for the magi who had survived to advance. This is how the generations of families came to be on the south coast. As Martin was narrating, Leylin saw a rare look of heartache on his face. From the looks of it, Martin did not approve of these methods and reasoning, and it was highly likely that he was somehow directly affected by the wars. Leylin immediately thought back to his previous world. In his previous life, the fall of any empire was said to be caused by corruption and an incompetent monarch, amongst many other things. The way Leylin saw it, the real reason for their fall was due to benefits and resources. In ancient times, the land was the base of life. As time passed, the population rapidly grew, and since there wasn't family planning, people kept on having babies and used them for manual labor. That was the norm. With an increase in population, but with the same amount of land available, not everyone was able to own land to support themselves. For this reason, the entire empire naturally declined. Of course, during this process, high officials and landowners had their lands taken over, which hastened this decline. After that, the confusion and deaths caused by the war caused the population to be diminished by about 60 to 70%, and the land and territory were left open for the remaining survivors to use. With this foundation, a new leader could govern well for a century or two and then decline. The cycle would continue. Leylin believed that the South Coast's Magus World was in such a situation. Even with various measures, the number of Magi was still on the rise, and the South Coast's rate of production of materials was hardly enough to support the rate at which Magi advanced in strength. Many had to see their dreams crushed due to the lack of resources available. This bitterness and hatred were passed down from generation to generation, resulting in a state where the ruling Magi began to feel afraid. Hence, a few of the top guilds in the South Coast were unafraid of the losses that might be incurred and initiated wars disposing of less powerful Magi organizations. In those wars, winning was useless. Surviving was the best form of victory. Once he thought that through, Leylin sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to the huge empires in his previous life that could not forge ahead any longer, the South Coast Leylin was in was just a small part of the Magus world. It could almost be said to be a rural country area. Even so, those wielding power in the South Coast would rather constantly exhaust their own power by raiding to reduce the risks and resentment of their people, than expand their territory. There was only one reason for this. Just as how it had happened with the Great Magus Wars, the desire to expand would often result in the opposite reaction, where gains did not make up for the losses. No leader was willing to lose their Magus underlings. What sort of dangers lie beyond the South Coast? Leylin sighed inwardly. He had intentions on traveling all around the Magus world and climbing up to bigger heights. However, from this situation, it seemed rather impossible to even leave the South Coast. However, this does explain why the South Coast has always been so sealed off. Rarely are there Magi that stop over, with the only exception being the great Magus Surhome. Leylin's eyes flashed as he seemed to come to a realization. So does that mean that this impending war is also meant to lessen the population of official Magi? At this point, Martin and Leylin had both lowered their voices and transmitted their thoughts. Leylin had also taken the liberty of setting up a few spell formations that would isolate sound waves. That's not it, Martin slapped his head. I just had a lot of feelings regarding the previous Great Magus Wars. Old Martin behaved as though he was an old man, and Leylin had the urge to bash him up. Ha ha ha, seeing Leylin's reaction, he laughed in a carefree manner. I apologize. I have this problem where in critical moments, I usually like to make jokes to ease my nerves. Martin gave a tiny grin as an apology, but all Leylin saw was a despicable old man. All right, let's get back to the topic. The reason for this war is a dispute over benefits. Old Martin's expression became milder, but Leylin still listened intently. About 2 days ago, a group of Magi who were out exploring in the Eternal River Plains found a Magus secret plane. Martin told Leylin some information. This group had been searching for some ruins and had accidentally activated the secret plane, resulting in the leakage of this news, which could set off wars. This wasn't anything new on the South Coast. However, to be able to elicit such a huge response from old Martin, even making him think that the Third Magus War was arriving, this secret plane must be very unique. A secret plane? Is it a resource-type plane? How big is it? Leylin got right to the key points. I don't know. From the information provided by Magi who had gone in, it's about 10 million mu. The density of elemental particles in there is of the highest quality, A. Listening to Martin's statement, Leylin could not help but gasp in admiration. Even a large-scale light Magi organization, like the Four Seasons Garden, only had a secret plane the size of a little more than 1 million mu. Just from the site of exploration, the secret plane was already much bigger than what the Four Seasons Garden possessed. Such a huge benefit was enough for the peace-loving light Magi, who were usually buried in research, to covet and be willing to kill to obtain the secret plane. Worst of all, such a huge secret plane has a large number of entrances. It seems that after the exploration group activated one of them, the other entrances were also automatically opened. Based on the news I've gathered, there are at least 7 other entrances. Old Martin was acting mysteriously about this. Leylin just gave a huge sigh. The Eternal River Plains are just at the border between the dark and light Magi's territories. The undulations from the entrances to such a large-scale secret plane will definitely be detected by official Magi, even if it were 1,000 li away. He finally knew the reason for the wars. Even though it wasn't the worst situation, it wasn't all that good either. Exactly. Some dark and light Magus organizations got there first, and upon seeing the secret plane, started killing each other from their desire to gain possession of it. In the end, nobody received any benefits, and they later passed on the information they had learned to the organizations behind them. This information spreading from layer to layer resulted in a civil war between the various magi. In the end, the dark magi managed to take control of 3 entrances, while the light magi took control of the other 4. In the huge secret plane, a bloodthirsty battle to steal away various precious resources and territories ensued. The war this time will be inside the plane, and magi from all over will fight within. Of course, the most important part will be to gain possession of the territory within. Leylin heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to the 2 other wars that affected the entire south coast, this was going to affect the Magus World the least. The number of dead humans would be minimal, and for magi like him, as long as he did not choose to enter the secret plane, he would naturally be safe. At most, there would be an increase in tasks related to potioneering. Of course, nearing the end of the war, there was sure to be a large number of casualties within the organizations, and Leylin might even have to be sent to the front lines. However, if that truly were to happen, Leylin would immediately choose to escape, and obviously wouldn't be forced into the fight. Ding! Just as Leylin was about to inquire more from Martin, a clear sound resounded within the hall. Despite there being no wind, the multicolored fabrics in the hall rustled, and rays of rainbow-colored lights shone within the room. A distinct sound resonated across the hall. "The team leader is here. Get up and greet him," Martin pulled Leylin along. Leylin rolled his eyes and stood unwillingly. As the team leader of 4 Seasons Gardens potioneering team, Descartes' power was unquestionable. He was already at the peak of rank 1, and was ready to break through to rank 2 at any moment. He also had many achievements in potioneering, and was said to be a great master in the subject. However, not only was this man old-fashioned, he was also crazy for anything lavish that could show off his status. As a result, this person who liked to have dinner with his underlings, have conversations, and issue missions in the stately, formal hall, could not tolerate the slightest bit of rudeness towards him. A number of magi had been punished for this reason. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191 Issuing missions below the stage. Numerous magi bowed. On the podium, red flames blazed. A magus in white robes and a green headband leaped up from the flames energetically, looking like a flame sprite. "My lord," Leylin and the other magi bowed together. "HMPH." Descartes nodded in an aloof manner and swept his long cloak before taking a seat at his assigned place. "Everyone?" Descartes' voice was very gentle, though he had a weird accent. Having stored a large amount of data, Leylin knew that this was an accent that magi nobility used in the ancient times. Other than showing off one's status, there was nothing special about it. Only the most traditional families practiced this way of speech now. "I believe those in charge of you have already spoken to you. If not, you can ask them about it. I have only one thing to say here. 4 Seasons Garden will take over one of the entrances to the Eternal River Secret Plane on behalf of the Light Magi. The battle and hunting teams have already been brought into the plane in batches to vie over the resources within against the Dark Magi. Our potioneering team may not be directly involved in killing the Dark Magi, but we have the role of brewing potions and definitely can't hinder the other teams." At this point, Descartes' eyes shone as he scanned the area. All magi present trembled with fear. Is this the power of a magus at the peak of rank 1? Though Leylin could withstand such might, he knew he definitely wasn't Descartes' match yet. He looked at his stats. Leylin Farlier. Rank 1 Warlock Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent. Strength, 7.1 Agility, 6.7 Vitality, 8.5 Spiritual Force, 58.9 Magic Power. 58 Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Elemental Essence Conversion, 70%. Status, Healthy. As a magus on the verge of breaking through to rank 2, Descartes' spiritual force had definitely gone past 70 and might even be near 80. His elemental essence conversion was sure to have reached a high percentage and was much more than 80%, which was the requirement to break through. Leylin suspected that Lord Descartes could have advanced a long time ago, but had held himself back in order to increase his elemental essence conversion as much as possible before trying to break through. Leylin knew that he had a large number of tricks up his sleeves, but the most he could do was catch Descartes unprepared. It was certain that the experienced Descartes could beat him up thoroughly. All right, now I'll issue the missions. Callum, your research on the tree secretion potion is temporarily on hold. From here on, spend all your time on brewing the rotting bee swarm potion. Descartes began to issue the missions. A magus with a gold helmet that covered his face stood and greeted him. Leylin knew of Callum. He was said to be the #1 in the potioneering team, and the team he led was very capable. They had managed to complete a series of difficult missions, and his own potioneering abilities were awe-inspiring. Based on Leylin's calculations, without the use of his trump card, the AI chip, he might not even match up to Callum. Leylin had heard a bit about the tree secretion potion that Callum's team was in charge of. The formula had already been mostly figured out, and there was one more step till the potion could show its real effects. However, because of the war, this experiment had to be postponed. Good, I'll compensate your losses a while later. Seeing Callum so cooperative, Descartes' expression brightened. Next up is... Descartes changed all of the team's existing missions. Their previous missions had to do with research and fortification, but these were all abandoned in favor of refining potions that had immense killing power. Martin's team, which Leylin was in, received a mission to brew the Heart of Lava. This Heart of Lava potion was a type of offensive potion that had a large area of effect. Though its might was a little weak at around 20 degrees, it had a wide range and was a necessary item in large-scale wars. Besides Martin's team, other potioneering groups also received this mission. This potion was not easy to brew, but Descartes cared little for the grimaces on his subordinates' faces and allocated a fixed number for each team to make. He also mentioned that if the monthly quota was not met, not only would their benefits and allocations be decreased, they might also be deprived of some of their current authority. Martin's expression was bitter, and Leylin's heart lurched when Martin looked at him with hope. Descartes' attitude seemed to imply that Four Seasons Garden did not have the upper hand in the fight for territories within Eternal River's secret plane. Hence, they needed a large number of these offensive potions. If that was the case, it was a definite possibility that people who were usually working at the back, like alchemists and potion masters, would be sent to the front lines to increase Four Seasons Garden's strength. With such high odds of this happening, Leylin needed to make some preparations for himself. After all, he wasn't so stupid as to give his life for Four Seasons Garden. Leylin, we're counting on you. Martin had a look of fervent hope as he patted Leylin on the back. His teammates had the same expression. All right, however, this mission is extremely important and I can't guarantee anything. Leylin forced a smile. Time passed quickly, especially while one was busy brewing potions. Usually, Leylin obviously would not reveal his true abilities in making potions. While brewing them, he purposely failed a few times in order to hide his ridiculously high rate of success. However, there was an upside to this whole situation. As potioneering was a job that demanded one to be meticulous, the environment's potion masters were and had to be suitable. Hence, they often worked alone. Leylin also had a private laboratory of his own, and while he was brewing potions, even his own team members did not dare interrupt him. This gave him the opportunity to do as he pleased. Firstly, Leylin used a frighteningly short amount of time to brew enough potions to fill the quota. The rest of the time was used on researching the branded swordsman, the information he had obtained from the ancient spirit-slaying sect's secret plane, and other subjects of interest. Within Leylin's private laboratory, burettes, beakers, and other laboratory containers holding colorful liquids were scattered atop the pure white experimenting table. Some of these liquids were solvents that effervesced. Beside the table, Leylin had his eyes tightly closed, his facial muscles twitching. At the same time, rings of energy and spiritual force rippled and were constantly being compressed. The atmosphere began to undulate with the tiniest ripples, as if it were also being compressed. The large spiritual force that Leylin possessed was constantly lowering along with the fluctuations, and there even came a point where his spiritual force was undetectable. A good while later, Leylin opened his eyes. Currently, his eyes were clear and pure. The layer of darkness from before was nowhere to be seen. The energy waves he usually gave off had vanished, and he seemed to be a regular human. The only identifiable aspect was the deep and immeasurable dark shadow that flashed in his eyes occasionally. The spiritual force compression method I obtained from the old witch is surprisingly effective. Leylin used the AI chip to scan himself, but even the AI chip could only give a few vague numbers and was unable to effectively analyze the state of Leylin's body. Leylin prevented the AI chip from using all its efforts on calculating data, and he had not authorized the usage of an atomic microscope either. However, just this kind of result was enough to make him happy. From the AI chip's calculations, this spiritual force compression method matched up the spiritual force energy waves from his body and then compressed them. This would then adjust the spiritual force energy waves and hide his true strength. Just the first half of the information that the old witch had provided was enough to conceal his strength from other rank 1 Magi. With the second half he obtained from the old witch during his time in the ancient spirit-slaying sect's secret plane, this effect was multiplied. The current Leylin was certain that even rank 2 Magi would be unable to detect the concealment of his strength. Having this ability right before the impending war made it even more precious. This method can be used as one of my hiding skills. When coupled with shadow stealth, the effects seemed to be even better. The AI chip began to calculate fervently while Leylin was deep in thought. After about half an hour, Leylin got up and rang the golden handbell on the experimentation table. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, the crisp sound of a bell resounded. Creak! Moments later, a secret door opened, and 2 grand knights dressed in armor walked in. Number 2, Number 3, how are you feeling now? Leylin surveyed the 2 who had grown taller and had a change in their physique. Anticipation flashed in his eyes. There's some pain from swelling as if something is inside drilling holes in my body. Master. I feel the same as Number 2. Also, my body alternates between being cold and warm, and there are sudden surges in strength. I would break whatever I was holding unintentionally when that happened. Number 3 knelt on one leg as he reported. Is that so? Lie on the experimentation table and let me see, Leylin commanded. Number 3 took off all his armor and quickly laid on the ice gold table. At the moment, the brand on his body was becoming increasingly clear. What was most obvious was the few strange-looking brands that were broken, which had been kept in place with red devices. I'm unable to replicate the methods of recreating the ancient branded swordsman now, so I can only settle for second best. As long as I forcibly link the brand and let Grand Knights temporarily use this power, it still works. Leylin thought to himself. To fully replicate the methods in creating the powerful branded swordsman, a large amount of time was needed. The current Leylin had to make do and substitute it with other means. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192. The library's hidden room. The library's hidden room in this pre-war period, the entire Magus World on the south coast was in a chaotic situation. Though Leylin had always stayed within the Four Seasons Gardens headquarters, he had not completely broken off all contact with the outside world. Every day, he could obtain information about the south coast from his butler Damien, who was still in Nightless City, as well as from other channels. The appearance of the Eternal River Plains secret plane had galvanized the south coast. All Magi, whether it be the organizations, wandering Magi, or even fugitives, were all rushing towards the Eternal River Plains. The Eternal River Plains secret plane was said to be the largest plane found on the south coast to date. It had an area of as much as 10 million mu and even exceeded the total area of all resource-based secret planes that had previously been found. Many Magi wanted to reap some benefits from this magnificent discovery. For this kind of secret plane, just a small part of it was enough to cover several decades of expenses for the average Magus. Magi organizations that could set up such a plane were sure to be outstanding, even in ancient times. Magi who could obtain an inheritance of this level could definitely break through their bottleneck and allow them to have a chance at advancing to rank 3 or become a rank 4 Morning Star Magus. Such a huge temptation not only made the idle Magi crazy with desire. Even older Magi who had retired a long time ago had decided to act and were rushing towards the Eternal River Plains. Due to their great numbers, the Magi rushing for the secret plane eventually had conflicts with the large Magi organizations guarding the entrances. Dramatic scenes, chaos, murders, alliances, and betrayals were incessantly acted out on the stage that was the Eternal River Plains. Many small Magi organizations and individual Magi even made an alliance to contend against the large dark and light Magi groups. In such a disorderly situation, Leylin needed to raise his strength to protect himself as quickly as possible. Although the branded swordsmen created in such a short amount of time were only usable once and might be of inferior strength, that was enough for Leylin. During critical moments, he could only rely on himself. As for the other organizations and powers, the current situation in Four Seasons Garden wasn't very good. The huge influx of Magi into the Eternal River Plains had resulted in a weakening of the security in the area. Four Seasons Garden not only had to deal with attacks from within the secret plane, but also had to send out some Magi to maintain order at the entrance. Their numbers were simply not enough. A prominent example was the obvious decrease of Magi in Four Seasons Garden. The rank 2 Magi leaders could rarely be seen. It was clear that Four Seasons Garden's defense abilities were gradually becoming weaker. Leylin even had the thought of giving this information to 1,000 meddling hands and gain some benefits from their weakness. However, this plan was quickly rejected by Leylin. Other than the restrictions he had from the previous contract witnessed by the Trial's Eye, the rank 2 Magus guarding the secret plane was still around. Taking over this type of secret plane required at least the rank 2 Dark Magus that was controlling 1,000 meddling hands to act. Leylin was merely a normal member who had, at most, gained some notoriety. He was not yet qualified to be in direct contact with such a strong being. Though the old witch had promised Leylin her position as an elder, she was trapped within the secret plane. This promise thus became invalid. Though Leylin found it a pity, he wasn't particularly regretful. In that situation, it was already a miracle that he could escape. Considering the circumstances, it was not practical to think about anything else. Leylin was still curious. How were the old witch and her daughter in spirit form, Jay, doing in the secret plane? And that Gargamel. As an evolution of the loathsome evil, this terrifying creature not only had the frightful strength of a rank 2 Magus, it also had many unpredictable techniques. The destruction of the entrance to the secret plane would not obstruct it for too long. If it were to be let out, the situation on the south coast would be much the same as it was now, or perhaps even more chaotic. If that Gargamel found traces of Leylin, it definitely would not let him off. After all, he had basically made a fool of it. Hence, Leylin had an increasingly intense desire for power. The branded swordsman. As long as I complete this experiment, I would instantly gain 2 underlings with the power of official Magi. They would be unafraid of death, and there can be an unending stream of them to serve me. Leylin's blue eyes flashed in excitement. AI chip, scan the data, beep, mission established, beginning to collect data required. Microscopic scan ensuing, the AI chip loyally executed Leylin's commands. Beep, targets data. Strength, 29 agility, 24 vitality, 35 spiritual force, 19, has been branded with runes, flame extension for male use effects, able to store large amounts of flame elemental particles on the surface of the body and use it in battle. Each attack will have an additional damage from flames. All elemental particles can be set off at one go, and the effect is similar to a rank 1 Magus lava fireball. Estimated power, 30 degrees. The brand's power is operating normally. Parts of it have mild defects and is estimated to be completely damaged in 15-40 hours. With the AI chip's microscope that could analyze on an atomic level, all information about number 3's brand was presented in front of Leylin. This means that instantly formed branded swordsmen only have a lifespan of 2 or so months. Leylin stroked his chin. There are also some flaws in terms of agility and spiritual force too. However, as cannon fodder that can only be used once, this is enough. Leylin thought to himself. After which, he made plans to exchange all the contribution points he had gained from his work at Four Seasons Garden for grown male Grand Knight slaves. On the bodies of these two instantly formed branded swordsmen, Leylin had also made some preparations beforehand to ensure they were completely under his control. However, due to limitations in terms of his spiritual force and other areas, the AI chip had calculated that he was only capable of controlling 5 branded swordsmen at a time. Only if a few out of the 5 branded swordsmen died, leaving a vacant spot, could Leylin put his abilities to use and fill the spot with other branded swordsmen. This was not the optimal situation, but for Leylin now, this was the best he could do. As a rank 1 Magus, Leylin was able to control 5 considerably powerful branded swordmen. If rumors of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire South Coast. Compress. After gathering data and finishing his experiments, Leylin pressed a strange-looking rune onto number 3's back. Instantly, a large amount of fire elemental particles lingering around number 3's body dulled, and the energy waves from his body began to weaken until he was at the level of a Grand Knight. This was the technique he had made sense of using the information about spiritual force compression method the old witch had given him. By using external forces to control the energy waves in the target's body, other senses would be confused. The branded swordsman was Leylin's secret trump card, and he naturally didn't want to be discovered so quickly. Hence, putting on an act and concealing his strength was necessary. Next, Leylin repeated what he had done to number 3 on number 2's body. After ordering these 2 Grand Knights to stay in the laboratory, Leylin left for the Four Seasons Gardens library. Usually, there would be a few official magi or acolytes reading up or conversing. Though there were a lot of people, it was orderly and surprisingly quiet. The library was now extremely quiet, but it just seemed desolate. Desks and chairs that would always be filled were unoccupied, and there were the occasional leaves and petals from the garden landing on the seats. It was deathly still and lonely. My lord, an old manager was still at his post in the library. Upon seeing Leylin, even the decorative items on his body seemed to brighten up, and he bowed in greeting. No need for that. There seems to very few people now. Leylin leaned against the counter and spoke casually. All acolytes have left after receiving missions. I've never seen so few people in Four Seasons Garden before. The old manager gave a bitter smile. Missions? Now. Could it be to the Eternal River Plains' secret plane? Leylin found that inconceivable. In the battle between magi, acolytes were not, but cannon fodder. Other than large-scale spell formations, which might be somewhat effective, the acolytes were normally just easy kills for magi. This maneuver by Four Seasons Garden was just irrational. Of course, they aren't going to go that deeply into the secret plane. The old manager quickly explained to Leylin. Though many of those heading to the Eternal River Plains' secret plane are official magi, there are also numerous wandering acolyte who have no fear of death. They had thoughts of going in to try their luck. The great magi naturally did not bother with them, and now it's our turn to be sent out. After all, the Eternal River Plains' secret plane is humongous. With a bit of luck, level 3 acolytes might not meet with opposing official magi and make off with plenty of resources safely. Hence, there are some fearless level 3 acolytes who accepted the missions our Four Seasons Garden issued to explore the secret plane. It could be seen that the old manager was well informed, as Leylin himself was unaware about some of what he had said. Thank you, Leylin continued. Set up an entrance card for me. I want to go to the library's secret room. Leylin then placed his identity token on the counter. The old geezer processed everything quickly, and not long after, he returned the token and gave a translucent crystal card to Leylin. The price to read in the secret room is 10 contribution points per hour. Please take note of the time and leave before all your contribution points are used up. The old geezer explained some important matters to Leylin. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Turin language similar to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, there were restricted areas in the Four Seasons Gardens library. The place Leylin wanted to go to was the Four Seasons Gardens secret storage room. In this private room, large amounts of knowledge regarding various subjects were open to official magi. The fees were extremely expensive, and even the current Leylin was in pain over the costly price. Although he could copy the information with the AI chip, that still took time. Leylin had calculated that even if he used up all his contribution points, it would barely give him enough time to record half of the information available in the room. He had originally planned to amass enough contribution points first and then record all the information at one go. But now, Leylin went straight to the second floor of the library and waved his transparent crystal card at an old bookshelf. Creen, the bookshelf moved backwards, revealing a small passage. Behind the passage was a small library with strangely shaped books placed on the rows of black wooden bookshelves within. Some of the books even had pairs of arms and legs, and if not for the iron chains restraining them, they might just stealthily escape. As he had a goal in mind, Leylin ignored them. AI chip, scan the catalog. Search keywords. Ancient spirit slaying sect, emergency passages. To find the content he needed from within this extremely extensive library, a lot of time would be wasted. Luckily for him, Leylin had the AI chip, and within a few minutes, he found the information he wanted. I see. Following the AI chip's instructions, Leylin came to a corner and flipped through a very old book. It was extremely thick and heavy, and the cover was an ashen gray. The AI chip judged that this book was made of a very special ancient stone material. This method of bookmaking belonged to an interesting group of tiny subhumans, the Stone Men. This was a race that had an appearance extremely similar to that of humans, but the main difference was the thick layer of calcite on their skin, which looked very much like someone casting a stone skin spell. Leylin read through this large book made of stone. On one of the pages, a strange spell formation had been carefully recorded. It's this one. It's more than 90% similar to the spell formation in the secret plane of the ancient spirit slaying sect. Leylin's expression brightened up. Right before his eyes, the AI chip brought up a picture of the ancient spell formation that he had obtained from the secret plane. He then compared it to the spell formation that was recorded down, and came to a conclusion that the two had a similarity of over 90%. That's astonishing. Leylin continued analyzing it, looking increasingly cautious. Only now did he realize the true purpose of that spell formation, teleportation. In the secret room that Leylin had found a corpse in while escaping, there still existed an ancient teleportation formation. This type of teleportation formation could instantaneously teleport a few magi to a distance further than several times the length of the south coast. However, due to the geologic faults and the extinction of crucial ingredients, the current south coast no longer had traces of these formations. The Stone Men then were the best slaves that the ancient Magi used to construct the teleportation formations. It was because of this reason that there were records of this race. So, in the space between levels in the emergency passage, there's actually an ancient teleportation formation. Just the thought of it made Leylin breathe more quickly. The south coast was surrounded by regions filled with varying levels of danger. In some places, rank 2 or 3 magi would only be sending themselves to their death if they went there. It was because of the existence of such dangers that the magi in the south coast would rather have an internal strife every once in a while to reduce the number of magi than venture outwards. They were unwilling to expand the territory and gain more resources. Even if Leylin wanted to leave the south coast and look for traces of the central mainland, he had no way to leave. However, with the appearance of the ancient teleportation spell formation, Leylin saw a glimmer of hope. If he had tremendous luck and found a new land, how much profit would Leylin receive as the controller of the transportation pathway to there? No, I can't do this. Calm down, calm down. Whether this ancient teleportation formation can still be used or not, and where it leads to are all unknown. To make effective use of it, I have to answer all of these questions. Leylin stroked his chin and calmed his emotions. He then produced a tattered diary from within his robes. I might be able to find an answer with information from this diary. In the secret compartment within the emergency passage, not only did Leylin find the ancient teleportation formation, but he also found what seemed to be the remains of a high-ranking magus of the ancient spirit slaying sect. In addition, he also found some miscellaneous items and this diary on the deceased magus body. The first thing Leylin did upon returning was to order the AI chip to record all of the information in this tattered diary. Unfortunately, the language used in the diary was not one that the AI chip was able to interpret. This made it difficult for Leylin to decipher the information within. Those strange people in black gowns who liked to enslave spirits preferred to use an odd language and characters to issue commands. As long as we didn't understand, we would be punished cruelly, which forced us to learn the name of that damned Turin language. In the Stone Men's books, Leylin found this written account. No wonder the AI chip couldn't interpret the contents of the diary. So it was the Turin language? Leylin suddenly understood. The Turin language was an exclusive language used in ancient times, which used special sound waves and light rays to transmit information. Even its characters contrasted hugely compared to other existing languages. There were no records of this Turin language in the AI chip's database. Turin language? Leylin went around the bookshelf, and in a corner, he finally found a few books that seemed to be written in the Turin language. There was even a book that gave a concise introduction to interpreting this language. AI chip, scan it. In his excitement, Leylin hurriedly opened one of the books and ordered the AI chip to record it down. My lord, it's already time for dinner. Are you planning to enjoy a dinner party here? Your contribution points are almost completely used up at this point. Leylin was immersed in the sea of knowledge and was using the AI chip to translate and restore the information in the diary. In summary, there was a crazy Magus who kept using spirits to create the Gargamel. In the end, the experiment backfired on him. This was truly a tragic story. What made Leylin most gleeful were the few images similar to the ancient teleportation formation that he found at the back of the diary. Based on the images, as well as some speculations on the AI chip's part, Leylin would be able to test whether the formation was still workable. Now, in a marvelous mood, Leylin didn't bother with the old manager and glanced at his crystal card. I got it. I'll be right out. Disregarding the old man, who was bowing so deeply his head touched the floor, Leylin jogged out of the library. AI chip. Based on the information from just now, how complete was the previously recorded ancient teleportation formation? Leylin asked a little nervously. Beep. Mission established. Sorting through information regarding teleportation and comparing, the AI chip's mechanical voice sounded. On the virtual screen in front of Leylin, large numbers of words and images flashed past, with the formation that had been previously recorded placed in the very center. Beep. Comparison results. Completion of teleportation formation, 98.8%. Situation on other end of formation unknown, unable to calculate. The AI chip's answer made Leylin grin even more brightly. Though there was still a troublesome Gargamel in the secret plane, Leylin felt that it would be in a hurry to escape. The secret compartment was hidden well, and there was a high chance that it was still well preserved. The most important thing was the source of energy. Even ancient teleportation formations needed a source of power. Chip, what does this formation need to be usable? Leylin asked. Magic crystal essence, or some object that contains a dense amount of energy particles. The AI chip intoned. Magic crystal essence, huh? The magic crystal cards aren't enough, Leylin asked. Beep. The energy contained within is not enough, will require a purifying process to condense the energy. Projected ingredients, 10,000 magic crystal cards or more. The AI chip's reply made Leylin's legs wobble. 10,000 magic crystal cards. A single card has a value of over 1,000 magic crystals. 10,000 magic crystal cards would mean that I will need over 10 million magic crystals. After a year of amassing resources from the light and dark magi, the magic crystals and materials he had amassed only amounted to a value of less than 5 million. And this AI chip said that it needed twice that amount. In addition, the AI chip only needed magic crystal cards. Leylin needed to exchange large amounts of resources, magic items, knowledge, potions, and the like for magic crystals. This exchange would result in him racking up huge losses due to his pressing need for them. So many magic crystals, I'm afraid there will only be that amount stored in a few large-scale Magus organizations' resource-based secret planes. Leylin then shook his head. This isn't the time to think about that. There isn't anything that requires me to risk my life, and even if it's the third Great Magus War, it is still limited to within the Eternal River Plane's secret plane, and won't have much of an impact on the outside world. Currently, in the Third Great Magus War, the main reason for the fighting was a dispute over the rights to the Eternal River Plains secret plane. So the various disputes and conflicts had been taking place within it. According to Leylin's guess, this slice of the cake was way too big, and no single organization would be capable of devouring it whole. It would definitely be shared with the various large magisteriums and guilds. As for what Four Seasons Garden and the other guilds had to do, it was to do their best to fight for a larger share. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194 Blackmail. While freely strolling through the streets, Leylin heard an odd sound travel into his ears. We're in such a dangerous situation, and yet you're still so relaxed. It looks like I need to make a suggestion to Descartes for him to give you a more challenging job. The tone of this voice was icy, giving Leylin the impression he had attracted the attention of a ravenous wolf. Leylin gave a helpless laugh and scratched his nose, after which he turned back and gave a bow. Lord Caesar? In front of him was a magus clothed in a black robe. There were several blood-red threads that decorated the robe, and bloodlust constantly emanated from him. What was most unforgettable was the eye on his forehead. This three-eyed magus was naturally Caesar of the hunting team. He was an elitist and firmly believed in one's origin, so after Leylin entered Four Seasons Garden, he just didn't like Leylin and constantly caused him trouble. Wasn't his entire hunting team deployed into the Eternal River Plains secret plane? Did something happen that required him to rush back and report? While Leylin made his conjectures, he explained himself to Caesar. I, your subordinate, have completed all missions required for me to receive my monthly allocations and have decided to take a walk to settle my mind. I see, you're very capable. There might be a position that suits you better. Unexpectedly, Caesar did not inconvenience him and only said something profound before leaving. Leylin was left standing on the road, deep in thought. What did he mean by that? Soon enough, Leylin found out the meaning to Caesar's words. During dinner, a banquet was held in the hall. Members of the potioneering team gathered in the hall and enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Hazelnut chicken, roasted suckling pig, honey wine, and other delicious commonplace dishes were everywhere, arranged like trash on every corner. At the center of the table, there were also various delicacies that were only available in the Magus World. Bubble fish, Dalosan snake, butter yak. In addition, a lot of treasured ingredients that Leylin didn't even know the names of were arranged neatly there. The alluring smell of fine wine spread in the air, tempting everyone's palate. There must have been much blood shed by the acolytes in preparing these dishes. Leylin picked up a piece of baked bubble fish, and while his taste buds enjoyed the new experience, he heaved an inward sigh of content. This bubble fish was a high-energy creature in the Magus World with a strength of a level 2 or 3 acolyte. The Four Seasons Garden's magic kitchen specifically issued requests for acolytes to gather the fish. Behind this feast, there were the blood, sweat, and tears of countless acolytes who had gone on dangerous expeditions. The results of their efforts, which had garnered them some insignificant returns, eventually turned into gourmet food on the official Magi's tables. It's for this reason that I hope to become the person who will deprive others and not get deprived myself. Leylin had a resolute look in his eyes while still maintaining a kind smile about his lips. He took another roasted pig trotter and put it on his plate. With the nearing of his bloodline's second transition, Leylin could feel abnormalities in his usual condition. The most obvious one was a heightened appetite, particularly for the flesh of considerably strong, high-energy creatures. After the sumptuous dinner, Descartes knocked on a golden cup on the table. Ding-ling, the entire room instantly turned silent. Leylin and the other Magi stood, waiting for the potioneering team's leader to issue missions and inform them of any arrangements. Everyone, before we get into the important matters, let me announce something. Descartes looked at the Magi present and cleared his throat. Today, the hunting team's Caesar looked for me, hoping to have a few potion masters join him. You must know that in the Eternal River Plains secret plane, there are frequent battles, resulting in a lack of healers. Many potion masters can use potions to achieve the same effect as healers. Hearing Descartes' words, Leylin's heart suddenly lurched. Now, I'll announce the list of people to be sent there. They are Wilkinson, Saladin, and lastly Leylin. As expected, Descartes increased his volume and read out Leylin's name last. In that instant, Leylin felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Within these gazes were thoughts of curiosity, worry, and most prominently, schadenfreude. His ostensible team leader was sighing heavily by the side. After Leylin left, with Martin's abilities, it would be impossible to tackle the heavy workload that resulted from the war. However, Martin did not have the courage to dispute it, since this was the decision of the potioneering team's leader. Oh, my heavens! Leylin, what do we do? His partner, Oak, seemed to be completely stunned and gaped at Leylin. Don't worry, even if I am sent to the battlefield, I'll most likely be working at the back and won't be in any real danger. Seeing that there was someone who genuinely worried for him, a smile appeared on Leylin's face. In reality, was there any place on a battlefield that was absolutely safe, especially when he was directly under that three-eyed Magus, Caesar? The moment he heard Descartes announce his name, Leylin immediately thought about Caesar's cryptic smile. The aforementioned Magi have 5 days to prepare, after which they will be required to go to Four Seasons Gardens branch at the Eternal River Plains, Secret Plain, and report. Otherwise, you will be seen as a traitor. Descartes seemed to be warning them at the end. After offending the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and the Lilithal family, which were both large dark Magi powers, Leylin had no wish to become enemies with an even stronger white Magi organization. If it came to that, he would no longer have a place on the south coast. A day later, Leylin hastily organized everything and brought his 2 great knight servants along. They set off for the Eternal River Plains. The sun shone mercilessly in the sky. Smoke and dust flew above the ground, and not far away, the air seemed to be distorted. This torrid heat meant there were almost no people walking on the main street. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, 3 quick horses hurtled past, destroying the calmness and quiet atmosphere on this road. Master, there's some shade in front. Shall we take a break there? Number 2 reined in his horse and asked Leylin, who was riding behind him. Let us take a rest. Although we can still manage, the poor horses can't anymore. Leylin pointed to the horses, which were on the verge of frothing at the mouth. Behind him, there were a few idle horses, on top of which were boxes, and the other luggage they needed had been tied down. They looked listless, with their ears pressed to their heads and the light in their eyes dim. If Leylin was traveling alone, he naturally could travel on the Venom Wyvern. However, he had to bring his 2 grand knight subordinates and even had to haul around a large amount of luggage. With this large amount of things, it naturally exceeded the burden that the Venom Wyvern could carry. The Nightless City didn't have any airships that could directly transport people to the Eternal River Plains' Secret Plain, so Leylin could only rely on the most primitive method, which was traveling on horseback. As for the Venom Wyvern, Leylin commanded it to scout the area in the sky and accompany them on their journey. Master, here's some water. Leylin found a clean rock for himself to sit on. Number 3, who was behind him, passed him a large leather pouch. Leylin drank from it. Although the temperature did not impact his vitality very much, the ice-cold water washing down his throat gave him a very refreshing sensation. Suddenly, a gray fog covered the area surrounding the shade of the trees they were under. Under the dim light, the various branches of the trees looked like the hands of monsters, as if wanting to grab hold of Leylin and the group. At the same time, a drowsy feeling began to enshroud the 3 of them. Who is it? Number 2 and Number 3 expanded their muscles and were ready to emit energy waves. Leylin's icy glare stopped them, and they stiffly collapsed onto the floor. Hi, Blood Rogue, these 2 grand knights of yours have been modified well. They can actually defend against my hypnosis. The voice of a little boy traveled over. Leylin's brows furrowed as he heard the name Blood Rogue. He was still dressed as a normal Magus, yet this dark Magus from the 1,000 meddling hands had actually seen through his disguise. From the looks of it, despite his efforts to conceal his identity, part of what he had done had been too high profile, resulting in the discovery of his identity. It was very likely that even the Four Seasons Garden had similar suspicions about him. It was because of this that Descartes was glad to see Caesar deploy Leylin elsewhere, and even Chairman Reynolds did not have any objections. Boy, what's the matter? Since he had been found out, Leylin asked bluntly. Hee hee, this is about Old Devil. She is an elder of the organization after all, and it's not known whether she is currently alive or dead. Boss had instructed us to investigate thoroughly. According to what I know, her final appearance was to invite you and Brass Ring to participate in an expedition. You're correct. However, Brass Ring had perished inside. As for Old Devil, she is currently not able to leave. As for the secret plane's location, I have no comments about that. Leylin did not believe that they would be this concerned about her whereabouts. It was more likely that they were coveting Old Devil's position as an elder. As expected, after hearing Leylin's answer, the boy snickered. You're the blood rogue, after all. The way you work is straightforward and clear-cut. Let's stop talking about Old Devil and move on. I currently bring you a mission from Boss. With the mention of this boss, the boy sounded more serious. What's the meaning of this? Since when does the 1,000 meddling hands force missions on their members? Leylin wrinkled his brows. From the looks of it, the all-powerful dark magus behind the 1,000 meddling hands had finally been lured to the surface. Of course, there wasn't anything like this before. However, it's all different now. I believe that you will definitely do something for the organization in order to protect your identity. Am I right, Leylin, or shall I say, Blood Rogue? The boy began to threaten him, a hint of arrogance apparent in his tone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195 Impetuous. What mission? Leylin asked expressionlessly. However, if there were people around him who knew him well, they would be able to tell how annoyed he was. The main purpose of you going to the Eternal River Plane's secret plane is to pass on information from the internal unit of Four Seasons Garden. At crucial moments, you are to coordinate with us and destroy the defense formations within. The boy sounded incredibly arrogant, making Leylin more annoyed. That means I'd be an undercover, right? How about that agreement I signed? If I betray Four Seasons Garden, I'll definitely be punished by the trials I know. That, the boss will take care of it for you. The boy was obviously insincere. In other words, you're not giving me any benefits and want me to give up my life for you. Do you guys think I'm so easy to bully? Leylin suddenly laughed sarcastically, a red color flashing in his eyes. Rumble. Immediately after he spoke, Leylin brazenly attacked. Countless fireballs, the size of human heads, hurtled towards the boy's direction. The intense flames swept everywhere, and the mist was quickly evaporated, revealing the figure of a little boy in a darkened corner. Are you crazy? The boy roared, outraged. You're the crazy ones. How dare you threaten me? Leylin coldly replied, his two hands becoming completely red as they clawed forward mercilessly. Crimson Palm, Blood Rogue's famous move. Huge blood-red claws swept across the air, grand flames burning atop the phantom claws. With the added bonus from Leylin's elemental essence conversion, this spell had already reached a strength of almost 34 degrees. FCK, the little boy was in bad shape after the bout of fireballs being thrown at him, despite rolling and trying to dodge the attack. He was dusty all over and looked like a clown. After seeing Leylin using Blood Rogue's move, his entire face changed. Who knew Leylin would be so crazy and so powerful? His might far surpassed that of a semi-converted magus. The little boy had thought that he had blackmail material on his hands. He knew of Leylin's identity, and the moment he told Leylin, he expected that Leylin would obediently do as the boy ordered, just like a loyal dog, which would allow the boy to gain some additional benefits. But he never imagined that Leylin would not hesitate and attack with no qualms. Upon seeing those claws, the boy made a strange sound and quickly tugged at a strange pendant from his chest and threw it on the ground. Kai numerous ice crystals emerged, forming a sparkling and translucent ice mirror in front of the little boy. Bang! The huge, sharp phantom claws had traces of crimson flames and crashed against the mirror, producing an immense sound. Wang flames and ice crystals flew everywhere. Each time an ice crystal fell, a thick layer of ice would form on the ground. Anything that came into contact with the crimson flames corroded, whether they be trees, moles, or even rocks. Everything turned into a pile of gray powder. You thought a high-grade scroll could save you? How naive. Leylin strode forward, chasing after the boy. This is a magic scroll with instantaneous casting that I spent 250,000 magic crystals on. An expression of regret and rage formed on his face, and his muscles were twitching. You dare to, you actually dare to, you will pay. As he yelled, he produced a magic item that was emitting strong energy waves, ready to attack. Imprison! At the same time, Leylin made a low howl, and on his right arm, a metal hoop that seemed to be a decoration suddenly gave off light and shone on his body. The boy who had been targeted by the hoop of imprisonment was like an insect stuck in amber, completely immobile and unable to use the magic item in his hands. You dare to threaten me? Leylin advanced, kicking the magic item out of the boy's hands and lifted him with one arm. There are still many others behind me that know your identity. The moment I die here, you'll arg. The little boy forced out words from the gap between his teeth, but all that answered him was a vicious slap to the face. Pa 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 pa, Leylin's strength was 7.1, and this merciless slaps to the boy's face made both his cheeks swell up instantly. Some of his teeth fell, and his mouth was full of blood, rendering him unable to pronounce properly. After slapping the boy, Leylin grabbed him by the neck and raised him to eye level. Don't even think about blackmailing me, or you'll die a terrible death. You think I'm afraid of having my identity exposed. At most, we'll part ways and I'll wander around. Before that, however, I will kill you, no matter who is backing you. A dark, menacing look arose in Leylin's eyes, shaking the boy to the core. Too scary. This boy was thoroughly terrified. He was now extremely regretful. This Leylin was basically a lunatic and dreaded nothing. He had a premonition that if he continued with this unyielding attitude, Leylin would definitely kill him. At this moment, it was as if he had been drenched from head to toe by a bucket of cold water. His head cleared up immediately. Lord Leylin, I apologize. Please forgive me for my offense. As his mouth was very swollen, his words weren't clear, but the meaning was understandable. What did you say? Louder! Leylin mocked with a sneer, tightening the strength in his hand. Hearing a strange sound emitted from his neck, the boy, who even had his innate spells suppressed completely, gave up. He trembled violently, tears and snot dripping down his face. Lord Leylin, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Leylin peered at him curiously, making him feel as if he was facing an imminent catastrophe. Suddenly, Leylin released his hand, and the boy fell to the floor. He breathed in fresh air in huge gulps, an unexpected sense of blessed relief in his heart. Of course, his head was still lowered lifelessly, and he did not dare meet Leylin's gaze. People only reveal their true self when in the face of death. Leylin looked at the pitiful state the boy was in and sighed to himself. Get lost. Have the person backing you to speak to me. At the same time, Leylin bent and picked up the magic item the boy had dropped. It was something like a dagger. Based on the AI chip's probe, the level of energy within had reached that of a middle-grade magic artifact. Also, this magic artifact will now belong to me as the price of offending me. If not for the fact that a rank 2 Magus was behind this boy, and also wanting to avoid having a falling out with 1,000 meddling hands, Leylin would have killed him long ago. However, he had released the boy, but Leylin definitely wanted him to pay the price in pain. If not, this sort of person would keep appearing in front of him. Seeing the boy who was escaping, scared witless, Leylin contemplated. This resource-based secret plane size was unprecedented in history and was an enormous chunk of fleshy meat. Even a rank 2 Magus operating the 1,000 meddling hands from the shadows had been lured out. And behind the rank 2 Magus, there were definitely other large organizations from the Dark Magi region. After all, with just 1,000 meddling hands, all they could do was reap the convenient benefits. How else would they have the chance to participate in such a large-scale battle? This is like a game of chess. How annoying! Leylin had a feeling that if he went to the secret plane, he would definitely be embroiled in a troublesome spiral of events. Unfortunately, the pressure given by the dark and light magi gave him no choice but to move like a chess piece, based on a pre-decided route. You want to make use of me. I wonder if you're ready yet. Looking at the sky in the distance, Leylin smirked. The 1,000 meddling hands reaction was extremely quick. That night, Leylin saw the person backing the boy. The orange rays of light of the setting sun constantly became duller, until the black curtain of night shrouded the area. Just as number 2 and number 3 were preparing to set up tents, Leylin shot a glance at a white owl on a large tree nearby. I'm going to take a walk alone. You don't have to come with me. Yes, master. Number 2 and number 3 answered in unison. Following the white owl, Leylin came to the side of a curved river. On a white and large rock, a figure could be seen standing erect. Around him was a thick green fog emanating throughout, blocking his face entirely. Giant? Leylin asked, surprised. For his first mission, Leylin had worked with Giant, whose prowess indicated the peak of a rank 1 Magus. He had never thought that this would be the one supporting the little boy. He's already told me everything that happened just now. He was a little too much, so I hope to apologize on his behalf. You may take the bloody dagger, a magic artifact, as compensation. Giant's voice was low and soothing and did not speak up for the little boy, which made Leylin so shocked. I know a bit about you. The organization definitely will treat those who contribute to us well. As long as you do this job well, I'm telling you that you can get about 50% profit. We can even mediate between you and the Leylin family so that you can return to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Of course, you can choose other dark magi organizations. Our door is always open to you. The Giant's offer exceeded Leylin's expectations. To allow him to suppress the situation with Leylin family and return to Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, this 1,000 meddling hands power was probably far from what he could imagine. What about the contract with the Trial's Eye? Leylin asked for information about what he was most concerned about. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Acquaintances. I signed the contract under the witness of the Trial's Eye, promising not to do anything that would harm Four Seasons Garden's interests. If I go back on that agreement, I would undergo judgment. This was Leylin's largest concern. If he had the choice, he didn't want to harm Four Seasons Garden since they had treated him quite well from the beginning. That's easily solved. Here is a solution of filthy bird's wings. As long as you have it, you can nullify your contract with the Four Seasons Garden. Giant threw a bottle of gray solution towards Leylin. You even have items that are already extinct. Leylin caught the bottle and let the AI chip test the authenticity of the item. The results made him gasp. With such a degree of preparation, it wouldn't be a stretch to say that this had been premeditated long ago. This isn't mine but belongs to the boss behind me. He especially left this for you from his own collection. Giant did not claim the credit for himself and used a straightforward tone, which made Leylin slightly fearful. So, what's your answer? Acknowledging the strength of others is the instinct of all dark magi. I first need to verify your strength. Leylin pondered for a moment and then spoke. You will see. Giant's voice began to be less discernible. Large amounts of green mist shrouded the surrounding area, enveloping Leylin within. Some time later, the mist dispersed and Leylin left, his expression serious. He seemed to be worrying about many things. I never thought it'd be him. Following which, Leylin calmed himself and returned to his accommodations as if nothing had happened. After a night passed, Leylin continued on his journey. The Eternal River Plains were situated at the border between the light and dark magi's territories. Security there was the most chaotic. Here, even within the city, armed confrontations, robbery, murder, and other crimes happened daily. At times, there would even be the occasional battle between magi. In this situation, the guards of the city were more like professional corpse carriers and were in charge of clearing the roads every day. After Eternal River Plains' secret plane had been discovered, a large number of magi flowed in, causing even more chaos in this place. On the way, just the number of people who were looking to seek revenge was above 15. This meant that every once in a while, there would be someone with such a motivation. If not for Leylin and his group wearing clothing that gave them an air of mystery, even magi like them might meet with some trouble. After walking out of a city of regular humans, Leylin suddenly started, seeming to have seen some familiar figures. Master, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with those acolytes? Number 2 and 3 approached him and inquired. It's nothing, Leylin answered casually. Even if it was them, they were from 2 different worlds. Leylin wasn't planning on maintaining any contact with them and passing them by. This might be the best for them. Sometimes, however, fate was such a strange thing that could not be hindered. Just as Leylin was hastening his traveling and leaving the gates, he bumped into those acolytes from earlier. Leylin? Hi, Leylin. Is that you? Within the group of acolytes, a tall young man standing in the front was yelling excitedly. They had been quite a distance away previously, but now that they met, the acolyte opposite to Leylin had instantly recognized him. "Long time no see?" Leylin watched the acolytes, who were moving forward attentively, and couldn't help but give a gentle smile in greeting. After strengthening his body, Leylin's physique and sight had vastly improved. He could easily see that out of all the acolytes, the one who had shouted was very tall and had a head of long golden hair, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a high nose bridge. There was also a female acolyte with an exquisitely curvy body, silver hair, and eyes like rubies. She constantly emanated an exotic charm. Leylin immediately recognized these two acolytes. They were the people he hadn't seen in ages, George and Besita. But isn't George an acolyte at the Enia Ivory Ring Tower? Why is he together with Besita, who's from Wetland Gardens Academy? This thought went through his mind for a split second before he was interrupted, as George had brought Besita and the others to approach him. "Leylin, it's really you? I thought I'd gotten the wrong person." George was a good friend that he'd made on that first journey in the beginning, and just like before, he affectionately gave Leylin a bear hug. Besita, on the other hand, was twiddling her fingers at the side, seemingly embarrassed. At the beginning, she had caused much trouble for Leylin. Of course, after Leylin had viciously beat up her flower guardian as a threat to her, this woman had become very silent. However, she was still able to pass the magician aptitude test and enter the Wetland Gardens Academy. "Hi, Leylin." Besita looked to be rather indifferent. "Come here, Leylin, let me introduce you. This is Alexander." George pointed at a youth with reddish-brown hair. "This here is Lana, and the beauty in pink clothing is our long-distance attacker, Shiera." After that, George introduced the two female acolytes beside him. Lana was all right, but Shiera aggressively pinched the flesh on George's waist. He immediately let out exaggerated sounds of pain. It looked as if these two had a less innocent relationship. Leylin couldn't help but glance at Sheila more closely. She wore pink hunter gear that exposed a pair of milky white thighs. She was tall and carried a green wooden bow, looking to be a good match with George. Even Leylin had to admit that George had pretty good taste. "Leylin, why aren't you introducing your two friends here to us?" After saying that, George mock-punched Leylin's chest, which stunned him a little. He looked at his own attire and then responded. For the sake of convenience while traveling, Leylin and his two grand knights had on civilian clothing. After obtaining the old witch's spirit force compression method, he would also habitually conceal his energy waves, which indicated that he was an official magus. His two spiritually bound slaves were treated the same way. Hence, George and the others, who were still acolytes, obviously were unable to discover Leylin's concealment and treated him as a regular acolyte. "These are my two friends. We met on the way and appeared to be going to the same place. They aren't very talkative and are a little antisocial." Leylin threw a sculpture of a wyvern into number 2 and number 3's hands. "Take this and leave first. We'll meet at our destination." Upon receiving their master's secret instructions, number 2 and number 3 nodded and left on horseback. "Leylin, it's best if you're warier when interacting with them. I always feel uncomfortable around them." George looked at the figures of number 2 and number 3 as they left, and he whispered to Leylin. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Leylin nodded. "Haha, let's not talk about this anymore. Leylin, we haven't met in 6 or 7 years, huh? This time, we have to drink to our heart's content." George naturally put an arm around Leylin's shoulder, and one could hear his excessive and proud laughter from miles away. "Guess what? 2 years ago, I advanced and became a level 3 acolyte. Even my mentor complimented me for this. But it's not much. It can't be helped that I only have a 4th grade aptitude." Due to this chance meeting, Leylin and George dispelled all thoughts of leaving the city and returned inside. They found a small bar and prepared to reminisce. After 2 beers, Leylin had gleaned everything he wanted to know from George. George was obviously still a student of Enia Ivory Ring Tower, and so was his girlfriend, Shiera. Besita, Lana, and that guy called Alexander were all acolytes from the Wetland Gardens Academy. The reason for their trip here was to complete missions issued by their respective academies. George and Besita knew each other well, so the two little teams naturally traveled together. "We're in deep trouble. We were actually allocated a defense mission in which we must enter, as well as establish a presence in the Eternal River Plains secret plane. George had a look of prolonged suffering on his face, and when they got to this topic, even Shara and Besida looked gloomy. The secret plane was under the control of official Magi, and a few acolytes like them wouldn't be able to create a tiny disarray within. They were but cannon fodder and could die at any time. Leylin glanced at these people. In this group of 5 that had temporarily been banded together, George and Besida were level 3 acolytes, and the other 3 had reached level 2. In general, their total power was similar to the group of 5 acolytes that he had destroyed outside the Zither Moon town. Oh right, how about you, Leylin? Your aura seems pretty strong. You must be a level 3 acolyte, right? George seemed to be asking without any intent. Besida, who was using a straw to drink her beverage, visibly strained to hear his answer. I was lucky enough to advance to a level 3 acolyte a few months ago, Leylin chuckled. It's not easy to advance to a level 3 acolyte. Come, let us drink to our future as Magi. George hid none of his thoughts and yelled, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Cheers! 6 glasses of beer clinked together. After a bout of drinking, George asked, Leylin, where are you now? In the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy? Only after entering my academy did I find out that the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was a dark Magus academy that was at odds with us. It's even forbidden for us to communicate with them. What? Abyssal Bone Forest? That Abyssal Bone Forest Academy? The moment the words came out of George's mouth, Lana and Alexander were like kittens who had had their tails stepped on and jumped in shock. Shara didn't say anything, but the gaze in her eyes was more guarded when looking at Leylin. All right, don't be this tense. Leylin and I are good friends. He is different from other dark magi. Only then did George realize the slip of his tongue as he stood and awkwardly gave a closure on the topic. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197. George and Besida Leylin rubbed his nose upon seeing the cautious expressions of the few people around him. In the Magus World, dark magi and light magi were archenemies. And in the Eternal River Plains, which was surrounded by the opposing forces on each side, not attacking after finding out Leylin was a dark magus showed the immense trust they had in George. I left the domain of the dark magi a few years ago and now live in Nightless City. Leylin thought and spoke a half-truth. I'm currently studying at 4 Seasons Garden. See, I knew it. Leylin, you're brave and honest. How could someone like you be a cruel dark magus? George laughed out gleefully. Shara and the others appeared very embarrassed. The number of magi that had been killed by Leylin was not public knowledge, but those magi would have been furious after hearing George's words. Oh, by the way, Leylin, are you going to the secret plane? The Eternal River's secret plane was a major event that triggered an earth-shaking response among the magi of the South Coast. The information regarding the secret plane had spread very quickly, and George and the others were not entirely clueless about it. Leylin saw George's anxious look and the other acolytes' trading gazes, and he immediately understood. It seemed that George thought Leylin to be one of the acolytes, who were naive and wanted to try their luck within the secret plane. Of course, this wasn't surprising since after news about the secret plane spread, acolytes and magi alike from all over started to convene at this location. The whole journey was laced with danger. Some died en route, and others would struggle at the entrance and be unable to enter, while others were lured or coerced by the larger powers and became cannon fodder. There was an extremely small minority of acolytes who would be successful in acquiring some resources from the secret plane and return to Nightless City and other magi cities. This resulted in a reaction from the magicians in the cities, which in turn incited more acolytes to adventure into the plane. It was clear that George and the others also considered Leylin to be just like these acolytes. Leylin, George turned silent, seeming to be carefully considering his next words. The danger inside the secret plane is not something that we acolytes can handle. Only the official magi, who are the main forces inside the plane, can stay within for long durations of time. Many of my friends suffered inside. You're still young and need not. Just let him go, Besida suddenly spoke up. If he's lucky, he can get some resources and even advance. George furrowed his brows. How could one count on such a thing as luck? Besida was speaking of it too lightly. Actually, I was issued a mission by the Academy. I have no choice but to go inside the secret plane. Leylin sardonically stated. I see, no wonder then. I warned you only because it doesn't seem to be in your nature to undertake such a dangerous task. George patted his close friend's shoulder in empathy and forced a smile. In this situation, we are probably all in the same boat and might even be assigned to the same location. After all, within the secret plane, the light magi have gathered and created an alliance. After hearing that Leylin had been forced to come to the secret plane just like them, Shiera, Alexander, and the others revealed expressions of sympathy. Leylin's situation was one they could empathize with. These kinds of missions were usually suicidal by nature. Only those who had no backing or acolytes who had offended important people would be dispatched by their academies to complete these missions. When he turned, he saw a hint of an expression on Besida's face. Something that seemed like delight. Is this girl still brooding over what happened last time? Leylin inwardly grinned and actually found this a novelty. At his current level, he had already left Besida far in the dust. Many magi had died at Leylin's hands. What trouble could a lowly acolyte cause? No matter how she bared her fangs and made threatening gestures at Leylin, she was akin to a small kitten playing with him. Since we're all going the same way, how about you join us too, Leylin? At this moment, George put forth a proposal. Sure. Leylin gauged that he still had quite a bit of time, and, considering the speed at which George and his friends were traveling, he could reach the Eternal River Plain's secret plane well before the deadline. Thus, he agreed. His relationship with George was quite good, so he could help out if the need arose. Besides, there were still some matters that needed to be resolved between him and Besida. Very good. Since Leylin's a level 3 acolyte as well, our combined battle strength has increased by a lot. Even if we meet a bandit, there's no need to be afraid. George seemed very excited. The other acolytes did not refute him. Bandit, you're actually afraid of bandits? Leylin asked, rather stunned. In his mind, the so-called bandits were just peasant farmers with grass pitchforks and fishing spears. Oh, you don't know about this? George seemed to be even more amazed than Leylin. I can't believe you came this far when you're so overwhelming ignorant about the whole situation. Immediately, George carefully explained to Leylin, if it was a bandit group composed of only ordinary humans, then there's no need for us to worry. Shiera can single-handedly kill all those who come. However, the situation at the Eternal River Plains is different. Due to the number of acolytes traveling there alone, bandit groups that specifically target magicians have appeared. There are even rumors that official magi are behind these bandit groups. Due to large increase in the number of magicians traveling to the Eternal River Plains secret plane, the public security in that area was extremely chaotic. Some scattered dark magicians naturally had the idea to fight for the resources. However, as these dark magicians were mostly acolytes, their strength was inadequate when compared to Leylin. If they were official magi, the greedy dark magicians would be unwilling to attack, but if they were mere acolytes, then they would not be as hesitant. Compared to the light magi, who had grown in a protected environment like flowers in a greenhouse, acolytes on the dark side who had matured under the law of the jungle were obviously more powerful in battle. With their superior fighting instincts and their manipulation of timing when attacking, they were far more capable than their light acolyte peers. Most of the acolytes in the area, especially those who were leaving, might be carrying some precious resources from the Eternal River Plains secret plane. If bandits ran into any of these acolytes, it would be enough for them to make a fortune. There were several dark magician acolytes that had these thoughts. Hence, the way to the Eternal River Plains secret plane was full of danger. Many acolytes who were dreaming of panning for gold usually died before reaching the secret plane. Leylin thought back to how he had not run into any big bandit groups during his journey. Occasionally, he had encountered a few inexperienced local thieves that had been dealt with by number 2 and number 3. These two men had already advanced after receiving the incomplete runes of branded swordsmen, and all ordinary men or acolytes were easily dealt with a few sword attacks. So that's what's happening. It seems that I've been rather lucky. Leylin massaged his temples and laughed. I can't help saying this, but man, your luck is too good. However, this has just been the outlying areas. As we continue to travel further into the eternal river plains, there will be more of these kinds of bandits. As the light magi will focus all their energy on the secret plane, some entrances might have a generous amount of warnings placed, but other regions will just be disregarded. George had a good grasp of Leylin's character and knew that this friend of his was not what he seemed to be on the surface. He was sure to have some trump cards. He wasn't wrong either, since Leylin knew how to adapt to circumstances and act accordingly. The stronger Leylin was, the more secure his band of comrades would be. If he continued asking further, it would only result in Leylin being pressured to leave, which did not work well for their situation. It was but a mere assumption, but since Leylin could advance to a level 3 acolyte so quickly and receive solo missions, that meant he definitely had a great trump card. Poor George didn't even consider the possibility that Leylin had already advanced to an official Magus. After all, there was a wide chasm between a level 3 acolyte and the realm of official magi. Even if it was the most amazing genius, promoting to the Magus realm before 30 years of age was in itself a most outstanding speed of advancement. George, who knew that Leylin only had a 3rd grade aptitude, did not bother considering that all. Good, now that you're a member of our group, let's enjoy a toast. George, as always, was very welcoming and put an arm around Leylin's shoulder, patting Leylin's chest with his other arm. At least we're not lacking good wine nor beautiful women. Do you see that red-clothed beauty beside the bar counter? She's making bedroom eyes at you. If you just go up and speak to her, I bet she'll be yours tonight. And then, George hadn't said much and had already reverted to his lecherous nature. Beside him, Shiera's face changed, and the next moment, George let out a sharp scream and begged for forgiveness. Ha! Seeing this, the acolytes from the Wetland Gardens Academy and Leylin were unable to keep a straight face. Leylin obviously did not hit on anyone in the end, since George had been joking around to liven up the atmosphere. The result of this drinking session was surprisingly good. At least, after seeing Leylin produce the insignia of 4 Seasons Garden, the relations between Leylin, Alexander, and the rest of the acolytes all turned for the better. Besita appeared to be very happy to welcome Leylin as their new comrade. The group rested in the small town for a while, before setting off early in the morning and resuming their journey. The missions assigned by Enia Ivory Ring Tower and Wetland Gardens Academy all had time limits. George and the others had to report to a designated area within a stipulated time. If not, they would be labeled as criminals and be on their school's wanted list. They were mere acolytes. If something like this were to happen, they would be finished for the rest of their lives. Hence, after receiving the mission, they could only obey the arrangements of the organization, no matter how unwilling they were. There was little choice but to enter the Eternal River Plains' secret plane and accept the unknown fate their future held. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Jamu Jamu, the azure blue sky was covered with white clouds, and there seemed to be no end to this wonderful sight. Beside a ramrod straight street, a winding, clear stream flowed. On the bed of the creek, white pebbles and green fish could clearly be seen. As long as we go through this poem alley, we'll reach our destination. It's an entrance to Eternal River Plains' secret plane located in Marat Canyon. It only takes a day for us to get there, so we can afford to stroll there. Should we find a place and take a rest? George looked at the yellow map drawn on parchment paper and produced a compass. He checked his bearings and spoke to Leylin and the others as he looked back. Stop! If it's that near, then wouldn't it be better if we went and rested there? Shara glared at George. This situation had already occurred multiple times within this small group. Every time George had a suggestion, Shara would vehemently shoot him down, and George would usually automatically give up. It was such a regular occurrence that even Leylin had become used to it. Perhaps only this kind of woman would be able to control a playboy like George. Leylin noted that George seemed to be enjoying this situation. Besita, on the other hand, had been silent the whole time. She did not give her opinion on anything, and were it not for her being the only level 3 acolyte from Wetland Gardens Academy, she might have been forgot. All right, let's be on our way. Just as expected, upon hearing Shara's voice, George quickly raised both his arms and surrendered. Leylin rolled his eyes at him. Leylin was a little surprised as he looked at the other route in front of them. With Leylin's current spiritual force, he could clearly tell that not far away, there was a team of acolytes. They were rushing in their direction and seemed to be heading for Marat Canyon as well. Based on their speed, it seemed that they were going to encounter Leylin's group soon. Their might was obviously greater than George's group by 1 or 2 levels. Leylin could also feel the undulations created by magical artifacts on the leader's body. Although it was just a low-grade magic artifact, that alone was already very valuable. Only truly talented acolytes and the successors of large families were in possession of magic artifacts. The battle might of these acolytes was definitely at the peak of level 3, and besides official Magi, they feared no one. About 3 minutes later, Shara's face changed. "Be careful," Bourbon discovered that there are acolytes nearing us. As the one in charge of long-range attacks, Shara was naturally also the sentinel. Bourbon was an unusual owl that she was raising that could share its field of vision with her within a specific range. "Acolytes?" George's expression darkened and he cursed. "FCK, I hope our luck isn't that bad." Alert, meeting foreign acolytes in the open wasn't something that could be ignored. There was a possibility that conflict between them could occur, and in such a scenario, the weaker party would usually be the victim. George issued an order. Besida and the others quickly understood that they were in danger. They gathered together, and a few of them set up a simple defensive spell formation. The entire process was executed smoothly, indicating that they must have prepared and practiced beforehand. While the acolytes were waiting nervously, a cloud of dust was nearing them. Tack, tack. Along with the sound of footsteps from several horses, a team of 5 people appeared in Leylin's line of sight. The leader was dressed in a white robe and had a broadsword on his back. Leylin found that the undulations emitted from a magic artifact originated from that large sword. "It's such a large magic artifact." "Interesting," Leylin stroked his chin. Usually, magic artifacts were much smaller due to the precious resources they had to be constructed from. Though this huge magic artifact was only of a low grade, this was Leylin's first time seeing one that was so large. After recognizing such an eye-catching signature item, Besida, and the 2 other acolytes from Wetland Gardens Academy first had an expression of disbelief, and then shouted, "It's Jamu! It's Senior Jamu!" "Oh, are you acolytes from Wetland Gardens Academy?" Leylin glanced at the 3 acolytes who left the defensive spell formation and went to receive the newcomers. A hint of a smile appeared on Besida's face. With the added bonus of her natural beauty, her smile caused the acolytes behind Jamu to be stunned for a moment. Clop, clop, the group pulled on their reins, and with a wave from their leader Jamu, the 5 dismounted. Their actions were precise as if they were from the military. "Are you acolytes from the academy?" Jamu, the leader, was a tall man with fair skin. He was a head taller than George and had blue hair. There was a red mole between his brows. "Yes, Senior Jamu, we even met once at Professor Clarentino's cocktail party." Upon seeing such a famous character, Alexander and Lana were rendered speechless and could do naught but hide behind Besida. Besida, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic and chatted with Jamu, occasionally pointing towards Leylin and George. 10 or so minutes later, Jamu approached George and Leylin. "George, and this is Shara?" Jamu raised his chin, arrogance evident in his eyes. "I've heard about you from Besida. As thanks for helping them, I permit you to follow behind us to Marat Canyon." Jamu looked at them condescendingly, as if pitying them. Senior Jamu is one of the 10 strongest in the academy in terms of battle power. With him around, we don't have to worry about our safety. Besida was boasting about his strength at the side, her entire body almost pressed against Jamu's. George still had his own pride after all and immediately wanted to say something, but Shara stopped him. "He's right. Poem Alley has always been an area where bandits are frequently seen. Without Besida and the others, I doubt we'll be able to get through safely." Shara murmured into George's ear. After hearing his love's words, George became gloomy, and he eventually forced a smile. "In that case, thank you, Senior Jamu." "HMPH." Jamu nodded reservedly and looked at Leylin. "As for you, the dark Magus from before, during these sensitive times, our group does not welcome you. You can't do this. Leylin is an acolyte from 4 Seasons Garden and has long since broken all ties with Abyssal Bone Forest Academy." George hurriedly brought up. What credit do magicians who grew up in that sort of environment have to speak of? Who knows, perhaps his status as an acolyte of 4 Seasons Garden was gained with unethical methods. Jamu laughed icily. I do think there's a large chance of him being a spy deployed by Dark Magi, and we need to check his belongings. Behind Jamu, a freckled acolyte yelled. Besita, what do you think? Leylin watched her with a hint of interest. I'm sorry, Leylin. Though we once walked the same path, the safety of our companions is the priority now. Besita seemed to be in a tough spot, struggling with this decision. Do you have anything else to say? Jamu crossed his arms. While Alexander and Lana didn't think Leylin was an enemy, but in front of Jamu, they didn't dare say anything. As for George, Shiera had pulled him back. For some useless revenge? Leylin stared at Besita. How stupid. But it seems like I don't have to take care of you myself. What do you mean? Jamu was confused by Leylin's words, and Leylin's attitude irked him. A bright radiance caused by magic appeared instantly from Jamu's body, which made the atmosphere become serious. Whoosh! An acidic flying dart shot out, striking the arrogant, freckled acolyte. SSI. Along with the terrifying sound of corrosion, the acolyte melted into a pile of flesh, and red and green liquid under the gaze of the surrounding acolytes. In the middle of the pile of flesh, several broken pieces of bones stayed upright. An enemy attack, Besita's flustered voice sounded, and because it was so piercing, she sounded a little hoarse. Swish, swish, swish. In no time, Jamu, Leylin, and everyone else were surrounded by around 20 bandits. Akai, you hateful brute. I'll kill you. The 3 acolytes behind Jamu were outraged at seeing their companion die in such a tragic manner. Several waves of magic rushed towards the robed bandits. HMPH? The leader of the bandits stepped forward, a ring of black light dispersing from around his body. Pack, pack. The acolytes used their spells against that black light, but like soap bubbles colliding against each other and bursting, their spells were all deflected. A magic artifact, a defensive magic artifact. Jamu narrowed his eyes at the realization and stood in front of the 3 acolytes, protecting them. They're not people you can deal with. Retreat first. I am Jamu. What is your name? Clang. Metal scraped against metal as Jamu unbuckled the broadsword from his back. He held it with one arm and faced the robed bandit leader and asked for the enemy's name. Hee. Amid strange giggles, the leader made his move. Boom! A layer of the ground separated. Soil and rocks were suspended in the air, converging into the shape of a beast. Its jaws were wide open as it snapped at Jamu. Ha! A silver-white light flashed in the air as Jamu waved his hand. A single line sliced towards the beast. The surrounding greenery was destroyed in an instant. A gap separated the trees into 2 groups. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Plant Type Transfiguration. Plant Type Transfiguration. Wang. The silver-white light was extremely thin, and as it sliced at the beast formed from rock, not a single undulation was produced. Bang! The stone beast suddenly halted in midair, and with a gentle booming sound, the beast cracked and was reduced to fragments of rock that rained down. The Wetland Gardens Academy's broadsword Jamu is indeed formidable. The leader chuckled, seeming to be very familiar with Jamu. Who in the world are you? Jamu frowned. Not only did these bandits have acolytes in the group, the bandits' leader even had a magic artifact and knew so much about him. No matter how he thought about it, this leader wasn't just any random bandit looking for a target. He could smell something fishy and quite possibly dangerous going on here. Do you really think I'd tell you? The bandit leader answered nonchalantly. There should at least be a transmitting spell formation on you. The moment I expose anything about myself, the Wetland Gardens Academy will automatically have a record of it. Am I wrong? While he spoke, rays of black light emerged in the area surrounding him. The black lights converged, forming warriors in armor. Their skulls were jet black. These are my darkness fighting troop that I especially prepared for you. Each dark warrior's might is at least 15 degrees. How about it? Enjoy the experience? Amidst the manic laughter, the black-armored warriors roared and rushed forward, trapping Jamu between them. Seeing the more than 10 dark warriors, Jamu's face fell. Although this large magic artifact of his was very powerful, its energy consumption rate was equally enormous. It was obvious that this bandit was intending to use cannon fodder and force him to use up his magic and spiritual force. No matter how amazing an acolyte was, once his or her magic and spiritual force were depleted, he or she would only be trampled on. Kill off the other acolytes. All items will belong to you. The black-robed bandit leader hid behind the rows of dark warriors to stay protected and pointed towards Leylin and the other acolytes. Kill, his underlings, the dark Magus acolytes, roared and rushed towards Leylin. Damn it, try to prolong the fight. Once Senior Jamu takes care of the opposing leader, we'll be safe. Besida clenched her teeth and spoke to the acolytes behind her. At the same time, she glanced towards Leylin's direction. Let's form an alliance, otherwise none of us will be able to survive. HMPH. George knew her suggestion was reasonable, but couldn't help but snort in reply. He wasn't stupid, and naturally knew what had just happened. He really didn't want to form an alliance with such a woman. However, his rational side told him that this was the best way to get out of this difficult situation. George, Shara cast a worried glance at George. She had already readied her bow, which had been on her shoulder, and positioned it at her front. Leylin, let's do it. George saw that the bandits were quickly closing in and unwillingly bellowed. The muscles on his body bulged bit by bit, and in an instant, he turned into a giant that was more than 3 meters tall. At the same time, his skin had turned green, matching with the veins on his muscles that looked like connected earthworms. Leylin suddenly thought of the Incredible Hulk, a figure he was familiar with in his previous life. Roar! After transforming into the green giant, George pounded on his naked chest and bellowed out a thundering roar. He stomped on the ground, and with huge momentum, shot towards the incoming bandits like a lead bullet which had left a gun barrel. Pa! With a wave of George's giant palm, a bandit was sent flying. Blood splattered all over, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Even the piercing screeches of horror were overshadowed by this grisly sight and sound. What amazing power! Besides some flaws in speed and rationality, every other aspect is perfect. Leylin watched George, who was freely utilizing his might, from a corner, his blue eyes flashing. He never expected George to have majored in transfiguration. However, this decision was easy to relate to, as Magi usually held high positions and prioritized lengthening their lifespan. For the average magician, advancing to the level of a Magus to gain a longer lifespan was much too difficult. Hence, by transplanting the organs of various powerful creatures and modifying one's body, one would be able to strengthen and increase his or her vitality. This had gradually become the norm amongst magicians. The study of transmutation had thus become very popular amongst many. Strictly speaking, the changes that a warlock would undergo could actually be considered an extension of transmutation as well. At the very least, they were rather similar at the beginning stages. Hence, when Leylin was at the Four Seasons Garden, he had concentrated on collecting all knowledge related to transmutation. With the aid of the AI chip, his knowledge in transmutation was at a level close to official Magi who had spent most of their life researching on this subject. With just a look, Leylin could identify the creature George had used. Out of all the plants that can be transfigured, a green metal tree. This is a popular choice amongst acolytes since it's easy to work with and augments offensive prowess. Its defensive properties are not bad, and there are many ways in which one can advance. There aren't too many restrictions. At this moment, the green giant that George had transformed into was in the center of the battlefield, grabbing an unlucky individual's thigh. The poor man was used as a huge club and was swung around by George at any bandits who neared him. This human weapon brushed against the ground from time to time, producing traces of bright red bloodstains. From the looks of it, the acolyte that George had caught was in a rather terrible situation. Kai. Meanwhile, there were several green arrows being shot by Shara's bow from behind George. She covered for George and helped him fend off attackers. They have good rapport, Leylin nodded, looking incredibly relaxed. Around him, there was a layer of invisible waves that could manipulate one's mind. All acolytes who entered the domain he had set up would unconsciously choose to ignore him and would instead fight amongst themselves. Such a strange situation had obviously attracted the attentions of many. Look at him. The enemies aren't going after him at all. He has got to be a spy. The three acolytes behind Jamu saw this odd situation and immediately yelled. Leylin touched his nose. His laid-back appearance was rather eye-catching in this desperate battle. Before George and the others could react, the winner on the side of the battlefield where Jamu was had been decided. "You're forcing me to do this." Burst form. Activate. After waving his sword in quick succession, he scattered the bunch of dark acolytes that approached and steeled his mind while looking at the numerous dark warriors around him. He pressed a few points on his body, as if stimulating some special state. In a split second, his blue hair exploded strand by strand, and immense energy undulations were emitted from his body. Wang wang. The white broadsword in Jamu's hand also produced a rumble. "Whirlwind, second form," Jamu shouted. From within the sword, a violent green hurricane emerged. The tremendous hurricane shrouded Jamu's body, and he rapidly spun along with it. The green hurricane was like a spinning top, with the surface being the edge of the broadsword. Like the wind, it swept through the battlefield, along with the hordes of dark warriors. Pang, 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 pang. The dark warriors that had been swept up in the green hurricane looked like they were caught by a large, shapeless hand and forced into a vortex. They scattered into countless black pieces that flew about in the air. The violent hurricane instantly destroyed the dark warriors' layers of defense and quickly approached the bandit leader. "Night Devil?" The bandit leader produced a black ring and yelled, the gaze in his eyes frantic for the very first time. Pang! Numerous black rays emanated from the ring and formed a large black shield in front of him. There were fine black barbed tips on the surface, with the sheen of a metallic luster. When the attacks from the hurricane struck against the black shield, a gigantic energy shock wave engulfed the area. Boom! Along with the loud noise, the explosion left a deep crater on the surface of the ground. An entire layer of the ground had been turned up, exposing plant roots and countless stones. Even the side of the battlefield that Leylin was on was affected. Whether it was the bandits or the acolytes near Leylin, everyone was in a pitiful state. After the blast wave had died down, dust flew all over like a curtain and covered the battlefield. The two opposing forces stopped all actions and focused their gazes on the center of the area. After a moment, the dust dispersed and revealed the area. In the middle of the crater, innumerable crevices had split open like cobwebs under the two combatants' feet. Jamu's two hands were fixed firmly on his silver-white broadsword, pressed against the surface of the black shield. "Ha! Ha!" Jamu was panting roughly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It was obvious that the violent explosion had taken a toll on his physical strength. "Hee, I acknowledge your strength, but so what? You've probably used up all your spiritual force at this point, no. I wonder how much energy is still left in the reserves of that large sword of yours." The bandit leader snickered. With the sounds of his laughter, the black light from the shield began to suppress the sword. The strain could be seen on Jamu's expression as the broadsword was gradually forced backwards by the shield. "Jamu, Senior Jamu?" The acolytes who had come with Jamu murmured worriedly, their voices breaking. "Jamu won't actually lose, right? He's the #1 genius acolyte of the academy." Besita's little face had turned pale as she scanned the surroundings. "Hee, I'll bring your head back, hang it in my bedroom, and treat it as my most treasured collection item." The bandit leader snickered complacently. "Unfortunately, you're the one who's going to lose. Furthermore, I'll be the one stepping over your body as if I'm stepping over stones. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 200, A Dark Magus, a Dark Magus. Jamu's face turned red and he suddenly shouted, "Third form!" An instant later, blood oozed from his skin. The great amount of blood soaked into his clothes, staining it red. His whole body currently looked as if he had just been fished out of an ocean of blood. With his blood bubbling up, a shocking amount of terrifying spiritual force was also sent out from Jamu's body suddenly. The large sword in Jamu's hand immediately turned a bright red color, and its radiance momentarily grew by several meters. Pang! The bandit leader's black metal shield was broken into pieces by the blood-red sword. Following which, Jamu swung the sword in his hands and aimed a fierce chop at the black-garbed bandit leader. SSI. The black-garbed bandit leader was sent flying by the attack, and the black ring-shaped magic artifact on his body shattered into pieces in midair. It then turned into fine dust, which drifted off with the wind. "Good work, Jamu. You truly are worthy of being called Senior Jamu." Witnessing this scene, all the other people from the Wetland Gardens Academy immediately began to cheer. Jamu, on the other hand, immediately turned around with his sword aimed at the remaining bandits. Apparently, he had planned to dispose of all these enemies in one breath. After all, the third form also placed a heavy burden on him and had other troublesome after effects. "Jamu is the best," Besida said, seeing Jamu's unusual power. She blushed, stars flashing in her eyes. "Pieces of trash, you have forced my hand." Suddenly, a strange hoarse voice could be heard. After hearing this voice, the bandits, who had been arrogant up until a moment ago, kneeled down as if they had seen God, their bodies slightly trembling. Following this voice, a huge black palm appeared in midair and slammed at Jamu, just like someone swatting a housefly. Thump, the black palm merely swatted, yet the blood-red sword in Jamu's hand was sent flying. Soon after, a fist struck out. Jamu's chest caved in, and he spurted out a large amount of blood as he was thrown back. An Offi official Magus? Lying on the ground, Jamu's expression was one of incredulity, and then he lost consciousness. "Official Magus?" Besida's expression paled, and she felt limp and collapsed as if the bones in her body had been removed. "We are finished." Although they had heard that there was a dark official Magus hiding in one of the many bandit groups, they had not anticipated that they would encounter this particular one. This was a high and mighty Magus. Would he even put their small group of acolytes in his eyes? Unfortunately, the reality was cruel, and what one least expected would always happen. The dark Magus was clothed in a black robe with golden accents, and with a black fog obscured his appearance, he instantly appeared in front of them. "Ow!" George issued a loud howl and faced the dark Magus head-on. Though powerful, George's gigantic green form caused side effects, such as losing rationality for an indeterminate period randomly. This effect was more obvious when the body was transformed. He instinctively rushed towards the middle of the battlefield, heading for the dark Magus who was immensely pressuring him. "George, don't!" shouted Sierra, with a look of despair on her face. "A lowly acolyte dares to attack this mighty Lord Magus?" The dark Magus sneered. A dangerous green phosphorescent claw from an unknown beast latched onto George. Pachai. Suddenly, raging black fireballs struck this strange claw. The raging black fireballs seemed to fill the sky and dyed it a dark black. This was merely a green claw, and though it tried to persist within the black flame, it was burned to ashes within a few seconds. "Who was that?" the dark-gowned Magus asked in rage. "AI," was the reply he heard, a soft and gentle sigh. Immediately, Leylin's body flashed past in a dark ray of light, appearing in front of George, who had transformed into the green giant. At this moment, however, there was some drool flowing from one side of George's mouth. He had completely lost his rationality. Seeing Leylin, he attempted to grab him. The green giant's arms had flexible and sturdy muscles, causing violent gales when they moved. While facing this attack, Leylin calmly extended his right hand. Bang! The huge fist was directly blocked by the pale, slender palm of Leylin. At this moment, Leylin's body was like an infant's when compared to that of the green giant, but even so, Leylin still resisted the green giant's full-strength attack. This scene appeared to be all too hilarious, but not a single person present was laughing. "An Offi official Magus?" Alexander's jaws snapped wide open, thus resembling a toad, and he said, "Leylin is an official Magus. My heavens, how foolish were we?" Lana and the other acolytes also were gaping foolishly. As for Besida, this woman had basically become paralyzed on the ground. In short, she was unable to say anything. The only one who looked happy at all was Sierra. Currently, George was on the ground, bound by many black chains which sprouted from the ground underneath Leylin. Following which, the transformation of George's body seemed to be undergoing a change. It began shrinking while emitting steam. He gradually shrunk and later regained the build of an ordinary man. "George!" Sierra hurriedly approached and helped remove the black chains from George's body. George was in a coma and his body was involuntarily twitching. He looked terrible, his face still had large patches of green, and his lips had lost their color. "My lord, I request that you save him." Shiera clasped George's face, a harried look on her own face. No need to worry. This is only a biological rejection from the cells of a green metal tree. It is very easy to solve. A milky white beam emitted from Leylin's palm, which was then irradiated onto George's face. When the milky white beam turned into thin white rays that bored through George's nose and ears, the green patches on his face vanished at a very quick speed. A few seconds later, George assumed a serene expression, like an ordinary sleeping person. After handling George, Leylin slowly stood up and saw the Magus in the black fog waiting at the side. I truly didn't expect that I would run into an official Magus here. The voice of the dark Magus, whose face was wrapped in fog, sounded out. This voice belonged to neither a male nor a female. It was clearly a fake voice. I, too, didn't expect that I would meet a dark Magus while taking a stroll after concealing my identity, Leylin stated flatly. Even though he had participated in a lot of raids and other such missions with the thousands meddling hands. That was only for dealing with goals that had a degree of difficulty similar to raiding the Enia Ivory Ring Tower. As an official Magus, resorting to being a bandit and robbing acolytes was something he couldn't do. It seemed that the dark Magus who was facing Leylin was poverty-stricken. His strength, spiritual force, and the energy waves fluctuating from his body seemed comparatively weak. He must have recently broken through. His spiritual force and elemental essence conversion were also very low. In that case, I will give you some face and let them all off. The dark Magus quickly spoke up. Due to the lack of benefits, no Magus in their right mind would battle an enemy at the same level as themselves. Thanks, Leylin replied in a faint voice. While he was considering that the enemy might go on ahead, the other dark Magus said, "Additionally, I have some exclusive information regarding the Eternal River Plains secret plane. Do you want to hear it? News about the Eternal River Plains secret plane?" Doubtful, Leylin glanced at this dark Magus, sizing him up. Based on the enemy's strength, it would not be possible for him to have gathered any information. When he came across such lucky opportunities, Leylin generally maintained extreme caution. Not bad. However, Leylin still agreed, wanting to see what this dark Magus was trying to pull. You should leave first. The Magus in a black robe spoke to the horde of bandits, who were lucky to have survived. Yes, my lord. All of the bandits present immediately moved around wildly in their fright, and before one could blink, they had already disappeared. Heavens, they had believed they would be raiding only a group of acolytes, and they did not think that they would unexpectedly find an official Magus within this group. Moreover, seeing the attitude of their true leader, the other party's strength must have truly been very terrifying. If a person like Leylin were to be in a bad mood, killing the bandits would be as difficult as dealing with an ant. Thus, these bandits helped the fallen acolytes get up and disappeared like the wind, leaving a mess behind. You all wait here for me. Leylin saw that after he had spoken, all the acolytes in his group bowed their bodies, including Besita. These acolytes had picked up this habit within their academies. Towards a Magus, they were required to show extreme respect and caution. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Seeing this scene, Leylin inwardly smiled and immediately left with the black fog-masked dark Magus. Can we speak here? After the dark Magus had reached a faraway place, Leylin shouted, making the dark Magus halt. Finally, what is the news that you have? If what you say is really valuable, then no matter how many magic crystals or whatever else you want in exchange, I will not be stingy with it. It is not very secure here. I need to bring you to a place where no one will be able to eavesdrop. The dark Magus began explaining. Is that so? Leylin was suspicious, but he still went along with this dark Magus. We're here now. The dark Magus led Leylin to a strange pile of scattered stones. I set up an isolation spell formation here that will ensure that all we say will stay private, and nobody will be able to listen in on our conversation. The Magus, whose face was concealed by dark fog and could not have his or her gender identified, went straight for the middle of the pile of stones. Leylin, on the other hand, hesitated and stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Do you not believe me? The Magus, surrounded by black fog, questioned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 201, Detonation. As much as I would like to enter, I would like to first know why I am seeing offensive and restraint runes inside the spell formation. Not even one isolation energy rune is in the formation. Blue light flashed in Leylin's eyes as he stopped in front of the formation and looked at the Magus within the black fog. To think that you would still find out after all? The Magus in the dark fog smiled wryly, and his voice turned much gentler. It belonged to that of a young woman. Leylin actually recognized this voice. It can't be helped since I've never really swindled anyone before. The woman forced a laugh and dispelled the black fog that concealed her. The fog dispersed, revealing an ordinary female face. Though she wasn't that pretty, her eyes were extremely gentle, and there seemed to be ripples within them, making her unforgettable. On her chest was a large necklace of gems and pearls strung together, each sparkling with every color under the sun. "Jenna, it's you!" Leylin immediately recognized the identity of this Magus. This young lady was the first Magus that he had befriended in the Nightless City, and Leylin's impression of her at the time was not bad. However, it seemed like this pure-looking young lady was, in fact, hiding something from Leylin. "We finally meet again, Leylin." This young lady, who seemed to come from a large family, smiled brilliantly. "Let's not talk about the things of the past. Shouldn't you first explain the traps laid inside this spell formation?" Leylin pointed at the spell formation with a solemn expression. He had been traveling in secret, and even though he had been on alert, he had been followed by this young woman in disguise and did not realize it at all. He had no clue as to what methods she had used to conceal her tracks and what intentions she harbored. Regarding this problem, Jenna lowered her head as if ashamed. "This is..." In a split second, a multicolored burst of light erupted from the necklace around Jenna's neck, rapidly approaching Leylin. Leylin, who had always been alert, had previously set up several spell formations on his legs to assist him in moving more quickly. They were quickly activated, and his body turned into several black shadows that instantly disappeared. Rumble, rainbow rays of light enveloped the ground and formed a rune on the floor. Under the light, all plants and even the soil began to wither. "Gotcha!" At this scene, a smile appeared on Jenna's face. Leylin, who was in the middle of moving, was shocked. At that moment, a dim spell formation suddenly appeared and lit up under his feet. Countless white pillars of light rose, forming a cage that locked Leylin up within. Did she plan ahead and set this up beforehand? No, it's something more powerful than that. Inside the cage, Leylin shook his robes, and several fireballs crashed into the cage, the black flames burning fiercely. However, these pillars of white light were extremely sturdy. The latent fireball could only cause the light pillars to tremble. It seemed like much more power was needed to break this spell formation. A person who was able to lay such a spell formation was not a simple character. Leylin carefully looked at this female Magus, suddenly feeling that he had underestimated her. No matter if it was that obvious spell formation trap that was laid as a bait to attract Leylin's attention, or grasping the right opportunity and making an instantaneous decision to strike. It was not something any ordinary light Magus could do. This particular prediction of where Leylin was going to land made Leylin even more afraid. If it was the power of divination, low-leveled magicians were helpless against it. "Why?" Leylin, who was trapped in the white-pillared cage, asked. He'd only seen Jenna a few times before he entered the city. After that, they had limited contact, and no matter how he questioned himself, there wasn't a reason for them to be in a battle to the death. "I'm sorry, but you are the catalyst that will bring war and draw fresh blood in the South Coast. To protect the peace here, I have no choice but to sacrifice you." Beads of tears dripped down her face. Leylin could not determine whether or not they were crocodile tears. "So just because of some illusory prophecy, you want to get rid of me after thinking that I will bring danger to the South Coast?" Leylin's face darkened. No matter who it was, after being confronted with such a ridiculous situation, they would also be driven mad. Leylin had thought of many situations earlier. Was it revenge? For the benefits of an opposing faction. However, he had never even thought of such a possibility being her motive. However, since it had already been confirmed, what Jenna had cast before was a type of prophecy spell. "You don't need to struggle anymore. This is a cage that I prepared especially for you using fragments of the future that I obtained. Not only is it made entirely out of light elemental particles, I've also included innumerable high-level spells that are fire-resistant. Even with your most powerful attack, it's impossible to break out of there. Jenna suddenly closed her eyes and then quickly opened them. Her pupils were white. For the sake of world peace, please leave this place, Jenna said indifferently, her originally common face unexpectedly radiating a holy feel. As the words left her mouth, the white pillared cage trapping Leylin began to close in. Countless white threads of light separated from the pillars and enveloped the interior of the cage. These white threads were like thin silk produced by silkworms, wrapping themselves around Leylin's body as if they wanted to wrap him in a large cocoon. Hee. Leylin paid no heed to the threads surrounding his body and suddenly began to chuckle. What are you laughing about? If you have any last wishes, you can tell me. By my reputation as the guardian family, I promise I'll help you achieve it. Both of Jenna's arms were placed on her chest, and she made a strange gesture with her hands. No need for it. Looking at your hypocrisy makes me want to puke. A nauseating feeling surged up from within Leylin's chest. Back in his previous world, he was already strongly disgusted by things such as world guardians, protectors of the peace, and the like. In the name of righteousness, these groups would sacrifice a person for the sake of the greater good. After having seen such a scene in the world he now lived in, an intense killing intent, something that he had never felt before, stirred within him. There will be a day where the world will understand our methods and world peace will reign forever. Jenna did not mind Leylin's words and instead replied with a maxim. She then pointed at the cage. Purify? TSSSSS. The white rays of light enveloped the entire cage, and Leylin suddenly felt as if he equals had been placed in a furnace. He had a strange feeling that he was going to be melted down. He specialized in dark elemental particles, which were the direct opposite of light elemental particles. He had no idea where Jenna had gotten this spell formation, but its might was incredibly formidable, and even Leylin wasn't able to endure the pain it caused. I still have something to say? Despite the huge pressure on his body, streams of black smoke coiled around Leylin's body, which was resisting the corrosion of the white light. This scene made Leylin look quite pitiful. Sinner, speak your last words, Jenna advanced slowly. Leylin's lips moved slightly. What? Have the light elemental particles already corroded him to this extent? Jenna got even closer and pressed her ear to the side of the white pillared cage. You slut, you think that this world is operated by your family? In a moment, Leylin's body was covered by fine black scales, and his eyes had an amber vertical pupil resting within. Leylin bellowed, hoop of imprisonment. Detonate, boom. In an instant, a brilliant silver light exploded from Leylin's arm. This metal hoop, which had been resting on Leylin's left arm, immediately exploded upon Leylin's command. The giant shockwave immediately caused part of the cage to burst open. The explosion did not stop there and even extended to where Jenna was. Arg! Jenna grabbed her face as she was sent flying backwards. The white thread, which had been restraining Leylin before, immediately exploded. Even the white pillared cage was clearly damaged. Eyes of petrification? Leylin's eyes were focused on the area where the cage was caved in. TSSSS. An ashen layer of stone began to spread on the white pillars. Latent fireball? Leylin pressed both of his hands together, and large amounts of black flames emerged from the shadows. He pulled his palms apart. The black flames instantly separated and were evenly distributed on his palms. Go! Leylin clenched both hands and ferociously struck at the area of the cage that had been petrified. Rumble. The white light expanded, and in a moment reached the height of several dozen meters, as if wanting to break through the clouds. After which, it withdrew and was engulfed by the black flames. As for the heart of the flames, a figure with tattered clothes and fine black scales walked out slowly from it. Host's body has suffered from light elemental corrosion. It has a restraining effect with the host's energy particles, creating a neutralizing effect. The damage has increased. Currently, 34% of the host's skin is burnt. The host's left arm has suffered from the explosion of a magic artifact, causing dysfunctionality. Immediate treatment recommended? The AI. Chip's prompt appeared in front of Leylin. His current condition wasn't all that good. Not only were there multiple burns all over his body, his left arm was slanted strangely in front of his chest, revealing a huge wound. One could even see slightly charred bone. Leylin had brazenly blown up a middle-grade magic artifact, and since he was in a cage, he was the one who had suffered the most. Hence, even with the Fallen Star Pendant and Chem-In Scale's defensive properties increased to the maximum, he still suffered major injuries. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Necklace. No, that's impossible. Jenna, who had collapsed at the side, was holding on to half her face. Seeing Leylin escape, she shouted in disbelief. How did you get out? In the future I saw, there wasn't anything like this. Jenna yelled, her facial muscles twitching slightly. I know, it has to be. You must be the traitor going against fate. Jenna's register suddenly became extremely high. Who I am is not important. The important thing is that you will have to die horribly today. The killing intent on Leylin grew stronger. Ever since he stepped on the path of a Magus, this was the first time he suffered such a big defeat. The injuries he sustained on his body and his left arm, which was on the verge of breaking, were not easy to treat. His upcoming mission in the secret plane had now become more precarious. At the thought, the fury in Leylin's heart became more vigorous. Bitch, I want you to know the price of offending me, Leylin roared, and used his right arm, the only one that was still in good condition, to viciously claw at Jenna. Streams of rope-like black smoke emerged from the ground, followed the ground, and climbed towards Jenna. Guard! Jenny grasped the large, thick necklace around her neck. A red gem brightened, and a huge lava fireball generated in front of Jenna, rushing towards the black smoke. Boom! A huge energy wave was emitted, the scalding molten lava scattering in all directions, creating large black holes in the ground. Even if you have all the spells prepared in that necklace today, it won't be able to save you. Leylin's eyes glinted coldly. Several black fireballs were shot out instantaneously and merged into the air as one collective fireball. The immense energy waves momentarily exploded with might, which reached 51 degrees, that immediately burnt a huge pit in the ground. Latent fireball, Leylin pointed at Jenna. The giant fireball seemed to set like the sun, projecting over Jenna's position. Before the black flames descended, more sweat trickled on Jenna's face, which was ever paler than before. Frost! Jenna gritted her teeth, spitting out a character of the Byron language from her mouth. At that moment, the necklace around her neck continuously emanated ice magic energy waves as it produced a series of white rays while the pearls emitted light one after the other. The white rays formed a dozen huge ice shields in front of Jenna. The large, translucent white shields could clearly reflect the surroundings. The black fireballs from before flew down from the air and in a flash struck these ice shields. Water vapor was being emitted. A distance away from the fireballs, the water vapor quickly condensed into water droplets and ice chunks that fell to the ground. After everything had settled down, the frost shields that were in front of Jenna and the latent fireball had already disappeared without a trace. In the mist, a black figure appeared within. Leylin, whose body was lined with the fine scales of Chem-In, immediately charged to where Jenna was. SSI. The layer of icy defense coming from Jenna's necklace was immediately crushed by Leylin's right hand. At the same time, he knocked Jenna away with his body. Pa! Leylin's shoulders crashed with a huge impact on Jenna. Kai! A layer of milky white light appeared on Jenna's robes, enveloping her whole body. This was Jenna's innate defense spell. It had finally erupted at the most crucial moment. Pa! Jenna flew backwards like the head of a train that had left its tracks, bashing into many trees along the way. This woman, Leylin focused his attention on Jenna. After that exchange, he could tell that she was merely a newly advanced Magus. In terms of elemental essence conversion, she was far from his match. If not for having a powerful magic artifact in possession, as well as that incredible gift for divination, she would long since have died at Leylin's hands. As long as she was given time to set up formations, she could quickly come up with methods that were specifically catered to her enemy's weakness, like that incredible white-pillared cage that had trapped him. Even a rank 1 Magus at his peak would be in trouble. Enemies with prophesying spells are the most troublesome. I was fortunate enough that her prophecy did not go as planned, but it's unlikely that I'll get so lucky again. Leylin's eyes turned cold as ice. The thought that there was an opponent that was operating behind the scenes with prophesying skills left a bad taste in his mouth. Having this happen once was one time too many. Never had his killing intent reached such an urgent degree. Shadow stealth, Leylin tenaciously glared at Jenna, who had crawled up. The scales on his body flickered and gradually became translucent, and he vanished into the air. He had decided to go all out when dealing with Jenna, and he made it his mission to ensure that this damned woman remained here forever. Seeing Leylin disappear into the air, Jenna's expression became even more serious. She currently felt Leylin's determination to kill her. She was born intelligent, and with her high-grade meditation technique and her strengthened sixth sense, her instincts told her that if she made the slightest mistake then, she would be the one that died today. For the first time, such a terrifying experience had taken control of Jenna's spirit. Deep down in her heart, her willpower, which could not be shaken, had slowly given in. For the first time, Jenna felt that it was a very bad decision to come out here alone to assassinate Leylin. This fear and regret were like a poisonous snake, which was continuously gnawing at her already weak mental fortitude. At this moment, a pink heart-shaped gem exploded inside Jenna's necklace. Jenna seemed perplexed at first, but very soon her will was strengthened. It's a hallucinatory spell, with some psychological coercion. Jenna's face turned red. Despicable, boom, a black figure appeared in front of Jenna. With his right hand clenched into a fist, Leylin struck the defensive membrane from Jenna's innate spell. Pa. This innate spell was not in its best condition from its previous consumption, and with Leylin's iron fist, it was shattered into countless white spots, dissipating into the air. Leylin's right hand was able to grab Jenna's right arm without any obstructions. Ka-cha, a bone-crunching sound was made, and Jenna's right arm had been torn off by Leylin. Arg! The muscles on Jenna's face contorted in pain. She clenched her teeth, and the silk on her robes seemed to writhe with life, bandaging her wound quickly. At the same time, a large pushing force was emitted from her body, as if wanting to leave Leylin's attack area. Thinking of running, Leylin's pupils focused on Jenna. Eyes of petrification. Instantly, a mysterious light emitted from Leylin's amber eyes as he targeted Jenna. Petrification magic? Jenna made a sound of bewilderment. Petrification magic was something that had long since been extinct in the Magus World. Now, this was a spell that only creatures with ancient bloodlines had as an ability. Next, creaking sounds emitted from Jenna's body, as if her muscles had become stiff. A layer of stone began to spread from Jenna's face. Ka-cha, ka-cha. In front of Leylin, Jenna turned into an ashen stone sculpture. Ding. When the gray-white color had completely enveloped her, a light vibration came from the bulky necklace. The whole necklace floated in the air, where the faint voice of an old person sounded, "Ultimate guard of life. Activate." Light. Dazzling light shone and enveloped the region in an instant. After Leylin opened his eyes, the stone statue in front of him had already crumbled. Jenna, who was within, had disappeared, leaving behind only a pile of petrified skin. After casting this final spell, that bulky necklace lost all of its powers. Ka-cha, ka-cha, a layer of petrified stone suddenly emerged on the surface of the necklace. The necklace had turned into stone, fallen to the ground, and shattered into pieces. This is a substitution spell. Leylin's expression turned even more solemn. This necklace contained so much power and even concealed a final body substitution spell. An extremely large organization must be behind Jenna. After realizing this situation, the killing intent in Leylin's heart grew even stronger. "You won't be able to run from me." Leylin inhaled deeply, where blue light appeared in his eyes immediately and scanned the surroundings. Several dozen seconds later, Leylin's brows furrowed and hurried towards a certain direction. I have to hurry and leave." Jenna grabbed at the stub of her torn arm and rapidly traversed through the woods. The family heirloom necklace was destroyed, yet I wasn't able to get rid of him. Jenna was very dejected. The necklace from before was an heirloom, and for it to be destroyed while it was in her possession was a huge blow to her. "Damned heretic, traitor of fate, there will come a day that I will punish you," Jenna pledged inwardly. "Found it." Something that sounded like the devil's voice rang in her ear, and a vicious hot air brushed against her. Jenna quickly pounced to the side. Boom! A huge explosion sounded at the place she had been at, sections of the ground and plants flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Jenna suddenly smelt something very sweet, and immediately after, her entire body became numb and she collapsed to the ground, unable to move. "This is the end." Leylin walked to Jenna, who had breathed in large amounts of chloroform, and raised his right arm expressionlessly. "You can't kill me. Do you know who I am?" Jenna struggled, stuttering out her thoughts. Without waiting for Leylin to ask, she quickly answered, "I am the successor of the Guardian family. I'm on good terms with the Light Magi domain and various large organizations. The moment you kill me, I don't care who you are." With his right hand armed with black flames, he clawed downwards. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 203, Curse Curse Boom. A green hurricane rapidly advanced towards Jenna and formed a green shield that protected her. Leylin's flaming right hand collided with the shield, producing a tremendous noise. Uncle Manla," she produced a wide smile. Along with the loud noise of the wind, a burly, blond man appeared in front of Leylin. "Manla," Leylin recognized this Magus, who he had previously met once before. "After receiving your transmission, I rushed over. Thank goodness I made it in time." Manla stood in front of Jenna, glaring menacingly at Leylin. "You actually dared to harm my niece to this extent? My family will definitely not." Rumble. Before Manla could even finish his sentence, Leylin wasted no time and sent out numerous black fireballs towards him. From Leylin's perspective, since they were already enemies, it was natural for him to eradicate them all. Who would bother with listening to what they had to say? "Be careful, Uncle Manla. He's very strong, and his elemental essence conversion has surpassed 50%. While Jenna was yelling out warnings, Leylin was already manipulating latent fireballs to attack Manla's green hurricane. Under the attack of the fireballs, which had a might of 51 degrees, Manla was basically forced to retreat step by step. "So powerful!" An expression of shock appeared on Manla's face. Shortly after, like a ghost, Leylin suddenly appeared in front of him, a clawed hand encased in crimson flames grabbing towards his face. Pop! The sounds of bubbles being burst echoed, and the defensive spell on the surface of Manla's body was easily destroyed in the face of Leylin's crimson palm. It was taken care of so easily, like paper being ripped apart. Leylin's palm didn't stop moving and grabbed a hold of the burly man's chest. Slash! A bloody piece of flesh was ripped out by the dragging of the claw, and the surrounding skin was left slightly charred. "This won't do. The difference in power is too much. If we stay here, we'll definitely die." Manla immediately pulled Jenna up, turned, and ran. Rationally speaking, Manla was a semi-converted Magus whose elemental essence conversion was at least 50%. In the Magus community on the south coast, he would be considered the cream of the crop. However, he had the misfortune of meeting an evildoer like Leylin, who was much too powerful even when his spiritual force and elemental essence conversion were being suppressed. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, Manla couldn't win either. Tiwus Farlier. The moment they started to escape, Manla threw out a silver magic scroll. 9 green tornadoes formed, and like a wall, they hindered Leylin from giving chase. "You're thinking of running?" Darkness flashed in Leylin's eyes, and after muttering a few incantations, he pointed forward with his right hand. Black fog immediately converged to become a black python, which headed for the two of them. This snake was like an illusion, passing through the green tornadoes. When it arrived in front of Manla, its crimson eyes were fixed on Jenna, and it bit towards her. "What the hell is this?" Manla produced another tornado. Huala. The black snake ducked and passed through without trouble, and then opened its mouth, viciously biting Jenna's neck. 2 black pinholes instantly emerged on Yena's fair neck. They transformed to form a strange, twisted rune. "Jenna!" There was a white light surrounding Manla's hand as he tried to brush the snake away. However, with a swipe of the python's tail, it shifted and bit Manla's arm. The same rune was branded there as well. After these 2 attacks, the snake hissed and turned back into the black fog, which entered Manla and Jenna's bodies. "This seems to be a curse. It's going to be troublesome." Manla's face fell. He couldn't feel anything different from the formation of the curse, but instincts told him that it was going to be inconvenient. "Jenna, hold on." Manla yelled crazily, the green hurricane still spreading. His entire body seemed to turn into a gale and disappeared into the forest. Seeing Manla escape in that direction, Leylin did not move. His body seemed to have shattered like porcelain, with large volumes of blood suddenly gushing out. It seems like I can't endure it any longer. The injuries are too severe. Leylin was half kneeling on the floor. He suddenly became dizzy, and his vision began to blur. If possible, he obviously wanted to give chase and kill the two off. However, with his current physical condition, it was impossible for him to continue battling. However, the curse that I put up at the end, hee, cough, cough. Leylin laughed evilly but started to cough violently, spitting out large globs of black blood. Light elemental magi will always be the archenemies of dark elemental magi. Just a cage made of elemental particles was enough to reduce me to this state. Leylin laughed bitterly, and his figure quickly turned into black smoke, disappearing into the forest. Currently, he was in urgent need of a place to treat his injuries. Although he'd told George and the acolytes to wait for him, Leylin couldn't even take care of himself, much less the others, so that matter was naturally thrown to the back of his mind. After 10 or so hours, in a temporarily set-up tent, in the twilight, an oil lamp illuminated the area a dull yellow. Hay was spread across the floor, and Leylin sat atop of it. In his right hand was a test tube with a potion within, which he was constantly tilting towards the injuries on his left hand. This test tube was rather large, and in the translucent liquid, one could see something that looked like a baby's face. It was encased in the liquid and continuously let off little bubbles. TSSSSSS. After the potion was dripped into the wounds, large amounts of white gas were emitted, along with the sounds of corrosion. An intense pain struck Leylin's nerves. He seemed to have been struck by lightning, his muscles involuntarily twitching. Leylin bit down hard, and large droplets of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. After that intense wave of pain, his wounds started to get numb. This numbing effect was very strong, feeling like tens of thousands of ants had crawled and gnawed on his bones. Leylin's pale face reddened as he sucked in sharply. At the same time, in the areas where Leylin's left arm was injured, various veins and muscles squirmed and began to regenerate. First, the fractures in the bone were completely healed, and the flesh and veins followed soon after. After a few minutes, Leylin tested out his left arm. At this point, the injuries on his left arm had been completely healed. Leylin's arm was slender and fair, but under that beautiful appearance, there were muscles that held much explosive power. It was impossible to tell that this arm had been on the verge of breaking off just minutes prior. Leylin tested out his left arm again with some actions and smiled in satisfaction. I'm lucky there was some liquid left over from the flourishing flower. If not, the injuries on this arm wouldn't have been able to be taken care of so easily. The flourishing flower was an important ingredient used by magi in operations to regenerate limbs. No matter what kind of injury it was, as long as there were enough flourishing flowers, it would be very likely that one could recover. The flourishing flower that Leylin was holding was something he had gained during his days as an acolyte. He had exchanged some of them in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy for incomplete information about the branded swordsman. Excluding the injuries on his arm, Leylin had also used several potions to treat his wounds. He was now able to move freely and fight in less vigorous battles. I've mostly recovered. I guess it's time for me to go to the Marat Canyon. Leylin was a fairly cautious person. In the secret plane at the Eternal River Plains, it was dangerous beyond belief, to the point that even magi were considered fodder. As a spy from the 1,000 meddling hands, if he were ever to be discovered, he would be chased to the ends of the world. In this situation, if he were to sustain any injuries, Leylin knew that there was little chance of him surviving, much less being lucky enough to reap benefits. Leylin had already considered leaving and going somewhere else if his injuries couldn't be treated. After all, he still valued his own life over making profits. However, the situation was not so dire. Though he had made enemies with a possibly high-ranking Magus family with the abilities of divination, he didn't think much of it. I believe they aren't feeling very well right about now. Yes, my curse won't be taken apart very easily. Leylin smirked icily. Though he had not been able to kill his opponents, he had successfully cursed Jenna and Manla with a spell that was unique to him. The formation of this curse originated from a curse in the great Magus World's Book of Giant Serpent. Leylin had started the foundations of that curse and had made the appropriate changes to it. After adding in every method he could think of, the curse was so different from the original that even the great Magus World would be unable to undo it. Like a password, it was complicated and difficult to make sense of. If one were not the original maker of the password, and instead tried to use brute force to get through, the object protected by the password would be destroyed. Jenna and Manla seemed to have high standings within their family, and most likely wouldn't be given up on so easily. Leylin's next task was to use the power of the curse to find out who his enemies were. As he had been followed and almost killed on the basis of some useless prediction, Leylin was quite annoyed. However, there was still a family backing them, and he did not want to shed all sense of cordiality without making sense of the situation before him. This was why Leylin had chosen not to chase them and had instead placed a mark on both of them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, Merit Canyon. Merit Canyon was located at the end of Poem Alley. It was a barren canyon where the area and economy were both destitute. Apart from several wretched people who lived here in extreme poverty, no other humans would bother with a place like this. However, after the discovery that there was an entrance to a secret plane in this area, everything changed. Ever since one of the entrances to the Eternal River Plain's secret plane was discovered here, Magi from every corner began to fight each other over the area. Eventually, the hunting and battle teams from Four Seasons Garden, with the aid of the White Magi domain, managed to repel the Dark Magi forces and claim this land as theirs. Soon after this, unaffiliated Magi and acolytes set up a market for magic items in the surroundings. Four Seasons Garden's higher-ups were well aware this place wasn't well developed and dispatched people here. They treated this Magus market as the center of their power and created a little town, welcoming all non-dark Magi. The first impression Leylin had when walking in this small town was that it had a lively atmosphere. Looking for members. All of us are level 3 acolytes. We have a healer. The latest map of the secret plane for only 500 magic crystals. Walking dragon flower that's freshly plucked from the Eternal River Plain's secret plane for 6,000 magic crystals. This is a discounted rate? I am looking for a group to join. I'm a level 3 acolyte and have both offensive and defensive skills. I also know 3 healing rank 0 spells. From the entrance of the little town, various stallkeepers, adventurers, and official Magi were crowded together, constantly arguing over prices till they were red in the face. Everyone was at least an acolyte. There were no regular humans. The whole town was like a busy food market. After much effort, Leylin arrived at Four Seasons Garden's administrative area, which was located in the middle of the town. Compared to the chaos outside, it was much quieter inside the administrative area, which had the battle and hunting teams guarding the area. Leylin couldn't help but think about the 2 official Magi he had seen at the entrance to the administration area. Getting 2 official Magi to stand guard obviously caused the Magi and acolytes who came here to feel immense pressure. Numerous Magi were chattering amongst themselves quietly as they walked by Leylin. All of them looked to be in a hurry. Welcome. May I know if you're here to do the entrance procedures? Please provide evidence that you aren't a dark magus, and then present 500 magic crystals. You will then have a one-time opportunity to enter. Leylin came to a counter, and as soon as the personnel saw him, he quickly spoke very formally, as if he were selling tickets. In reality, Four Seasons Garden's higher-ups had actually capitalized on the opportunity to enter the secret plane by selling entry permits. I'm not a magus from anywhere else. I belong to Four Seasons Garden's potioneering team and have been transferred here. Leylin placed his token of identification on the counter. Ah, my apologies, Lord Leylin. The personnel took a look at the symbol and name on the token and bowed. No worries. Leylin looked at the several counters that had a long queue behind them and asked indifferently, have there been many magicians going in recently? A large amount have come. Once we had allowed non-affiliated magicians to enter, the Magi and acolytes who came forth to register had filled up this area. We even had to request for several of the hunting team Magi to maintain order. The staff smiled wryly. Leylin was aware of this policy. Before he came here, he had taken a tour around the town and gathered information. Though Four Seasons Garden had taken over this entrance, the amount of magicians who came here was no small number. If they kept hogging the entrance, it was sure to trigger someone's dissatisfaction. It wasn't much if it was just acolytes, but when there were wandering official magi involved, the situation wasn't as easy to deal with. If there were dark magi purposely inciting conflict, then this caused a catastrophe. Hence, the light magi factions made a temporary agreement to become allies. They decided to open the entrance up to the public. All entrances that were controlled by light magi had rules. Other than dark magi, as long as one paid up 500 magic crystals, one would have the right to enter the secret plane. In addition to this, there was the condition that acolytes had to give up 50% of their earnings within the secret plane to the light magi powers guarding the entrance. Even official magi would have a portion of their profits taken away. Even with these fees, magicians still flocked here. They unceasingly entered the secret plane and explored the areas without fear of death. There were some with good luck that managed to survive and leave the area with large amounts of resources. This attracted more acolytes to enter and risk their lives in the plane. While these free laborers were dying by the dozen, Four Seasons Garden was hiding in the shadows and stealing portions of their profits. They were earning a fortune from this, and on top of that, through coercion and purchases, they now had a map of almost 1,000,000 mu of the plane and received precious information firsthand. To large light magi organizations like the Four Seasons Garden, the resources that were currently inside the secret plane was just a small reward. What they really hankered after was the continuous production of resources that the secret plane could provide. Hence, with the resources as the bait, large organizations, such as the Four Seasons Garden, were able to attract many magicians with no affiliation to risk their lives and enter the secret plane for the resources. In exchange, they would be able to obtain more information regarding the topography and ecosystem within the secret plane. As for the unaffiliated magicians, even if they were aware of the manipulations and hidden agendas behind the entrance fees, as long as they walked the path of a Magus, they had no choice but to enter this profitable scheme that the white magi had established. As the saying goes, as one is willing to be hit, one is willing to beat. Even Leylin had no choice but to approve the deviousness of this shrewd plan. "I have 2 grand knights servants with me. They left for this place before me." "Have they arrived yet?" Leylin asked. "Please wait a minute, I'll check for you." The staff hurriedly flipped through the thick book of records and accounting. "I found it. It's only yesterday that your 2 grand knight servants brought your mount and luggage here. Also, after showing us your identification token, they were allocated to District D9 number 23. The staff member bowed. "I will report your arrival as soon as I can. Regarding your task allocation, someone else will contact and inform you in detail." Great, Leylin nodded his head. After leaving a secret imprint with the staff as a proof of his arrival, he left the great hall through the back door. Behind the administration area was rows of orderly wooden houses. These houses were modeled simply, and the edges were rather rough. They looked as if their construction had been rushed. Within these wooden houses, one could occasionally see a few magi and acolytes wearing Four Seasons Garden accessories. In the middle of these buildings, a huge platinum gate that was tens of meters tall was standing tall proudly like a mountain. It stood tall there like an ancient existence. On the gate were numerous runes connected together. They seemed to be alive and kept wriggling on the gate frame. Just the aura from the gate to the secret plane made it difficult for Leylin to breathe. "Is this the entrance to the Eternal River Plains' secret plane?" Leylin raised his head and surveyed this gate that seemed to be rising into the heavens, eyes full of unspeakable awe. The preciousness of a secret plane could be told from its entrance. Entrances to secrets planes comparable to that of the spirit-slaying sex plane could be easily destroyed by Leylin. The Gargimel that was as strong as a rank, 2 Magus even had the terrifying power to break out of such planes. However, if it were here, that Gargimel might not be able to even create a crack in the gate to the Eternal River Plains' secret plane. With an area of more than 10 million mu, its internal structure and defenses had to be unimaginably strong. Even if rank 2 or 3 magi were to battle fiercely, the secret plane would be unaffected. Leylin guessed that even a rank 4 Morningstar Magus would have a hard time trying to destroy this platinum gate. Such a secret plane could be said to be a continental treasure. It was something that could help large organizations progress rapidly or aid someone in taking over the world. After actually seeing Eternal River Plane's secret plane, Leylin finally understood how it could attract Magi from all over the South Coast and even cause a Magus war. Unfortunately, no Magi organization in the South Coast is confident that it can take over the whole plane. As such, the plane has to be divided. Leylin sighed and turned his attention to the bottom of the large gate. At the lower part of the large platinum gate, 20 or so Magi wearing Four Seasons garden attire were patrolling the area like soldiers. From these Magi, strong undulations from powerful elemental essence conversions of at least 50% were purposefully released. Their bloodlust was also very obvious. It was apparent they weren't idiots who were taking the resources based on luck, but were actually seasoned Magi warriors. Blue light flashed in Leylin's eyes, and the AI chip immediately scanned the several spell formations that were laid around the entrance of the secret plane. There were some defensive formations, while others were for detecting intruders. With such tight security, even if it was Leylin who were to try and infiltrate inside, he would only end up dying. What's displayed might just be on the superficial level. There would at least be a rank 2 Magus holding fort around here. Even outside Four Seasons Garden's secret plane, there was a rank 2 Magus standing guard outside. Leylin did not think when it came to the Eternal River Plane's secret plane, the Four Seasons Garden would be reluctant to send a rank 2 Magus as the guardian. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, Dalaran Leylin quickly looked at the faces of these Magi. He remembered each and every Magi that he'd seen at the Four Seasons Garden's headquarters before, but he did not recognize any of the people he saw here. There could only be one reason why these faces were unfamiliar. They must have been the hidden forces of the Four Seasons Garden, and usually did not show their faces. From the looks of it, the Four Seasons Garden had taken out all of their trump cards to keep control of the entrance to the secret plane. Caesar, the three-eyed Magus who was the leader of the hunting team, wasn't here either. If he wasn't hidden somewhere, he must have been on some special mission. Leylin felt his heart sink, as he was on an undercover mission as a spy for the 1,000 meddling hands. It seemed that it was going to be difficult to complete his mission. Leylin recorded this scene with the AI chip and followed the signs along the road to find his accommodations. Master, Leylin approached the wooden house that was in District D9. As they could sense Leylin, the Grand Knights, number 2 and number 3, immediately rushed out of the house and knelt on one knee to greet him. Behind the wooden house, within a fence, the venom wyvern, Hawk, had drowsily lifted its head and made a noise of excitement. Leylin looked over his subordinates that he had remodeled and suddenly regretted having asked them to leave first. If he hadn't, with the abilities of these 2 branded swordsmen, he wouldn't have to be reduced to that miserable state and be so seriously injured. It's important that I find an opportunity and test out the battle abilities and power of the branded swordsmen. Leylin glanced at number 2 and number 3, who were kneeling respectfully, and rubbed his chin. The Four Seasons Garden worked very quickly, and during the evening, a worker in something similar to a suit knocked on the door of Leylin's house. Lord Leylin, in the name of the Four Seasons Garden, the elders request that you head for the secret plane tomorrow. You will be taking over Zone 13. This person was also an official Magus. He spoke very slowly, with clear pronunciation. After reading, he passed a piece of parchment that had been stamped to Leylin. Leylin raised his arms and took it. The transfer order was on a stack of rather thick, dull yellow pieces of paper that gave a very firm feeling. The contents of the order were just as the man had said, and on the bottom of the stack of parchments, there was a stamp that belonged to the Four Seasons Garden, along with a few signatures. Leylin's fingers brushed over the stamp. SSA. 4 rays of light emerged from the stamp and danced atop the parchment, gradually forming a 4-colored ring that was unceasingly turning. After a few moments, the light died down. This proved that the signatures and stamp were all real. Leylin became quiet. Aren't potion masters being called here to take over the roles of healers? Nobody told me I'd be on the front lines. Even if one didn't have a brain, it would be obvious to them that this was Caesar's work. Leylin still showed his annoyance and anger. I am a potion master, not a fighter. You can't put me on the same level as those magi with blood staining their hands. I protest. I'm sorry, but this was a decision from the higher-ups in the Four Seasons Garden. If you have any problems, you can report to the elders within 24 hours. However, as long as the elders do not issue new orders to make your current orders void, you will still need to rush to Zone 13 by tomorrow. If not, you will be labeled as a traitor and punished accordingly. This man said everything matter-of-factly, not caring in the least about Leylin's opinions. He then gave an elegant bow. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now, Mr. Leylin. Pack. After the main door closed, the furious expression Leylin had on instantly disappeared. Instead, Leylin looked as if he was deep in thought. Ever since he had arrived here, he had been prepared for people to make trouble for him and treat him badly. All of that talk was just a front. The reason was that if a potion master were to be sent to the front lines and took the news calmly, it would seem too suspicious. But if time is so tight, I need to start with all my preparation now. Leylin lowered his head in thought, his eyes sparkling with a faint darkness. The huge platinum metal gate was, as always, standing tall. Only until Leylin actually stood in front of it did he feel that all that he had seen in the past amounted to nothing in front of this majestic gate. Now that he was so close to it, Leylin was in awe. From the gate to the secret plane, he could feel a trace of some ancient aura. What shocked him, even more, was that spiritual force was faintly emanating from the entire gate. This spiritual force did not belong to any Magus, but instead originated from the gate. It's a living being and has its own spiritual waves. Perhaps, after a period of time, it can cultivate an intelligence of its own and become a genuine living creature. Leylin sighed in admiration and looked around the area. Though it was early in the morning, many magi and acolytes were queuing in front of the gate with tickets in their hands. As there were tens of powerful magi all around, it was rather orderly. As an internal member of the Four Seasons Garden, he naturally didn't need to queue up, and instead stood together with a few magi at the optimal location right in front of the gate. Number 2 and Number 3 were carrying large bags and quietly following behind Leylin. It's 8 a.m. Open. Leylin looked at the hour hand of his pocket watch, which was now pointing to the number 8. The consumption of energy needed in opening the entrance to such a large-scale secret plane was immense. Even the Four Seasons Garden would feel pain at this cost. Hence, the Eternal River Plains secret plane's entrance would only be opened once a day at this time. With the loud order, a dozen magi who had achieved 50% elemental essence conversion placed their palms against the frame of the gate. Wang wang. A violent distortion of space rapidly formed in the middle of the gate and expanded. Creak, the gate opened a little, and all of a sudden, light. Numerous rays of white light leaked out, swallowing all magi and acolytes in front of it. All Leylin could see was the blinding brightness in front of him, and his head spun from giddiness. After he regained his composure, he was already on top of a large white square in the Eternal River Plains secret plane. Ha! Leylin breathed in deeply. The first impression he had of the secret plane was that there was an extraordinarily dense amount of elemental particles in the air. Calculated density of energy in surroundings, found to be 371% of that in external world. The AI chip projected its findings to Leylin. There is such a concentrated amount of energy, and on top of that there's so much land. For Magi, this is basically heaven. Leylin was astonished as he spoke. Listen up. I'll only say this once. After the Magi and acolytes present familiarized themselves with their surroundings, a bald, brawny man who seemed to be in charge came on stage. He was donning the attire that the Four Seasons Garden's Magi wore. His voice was loud and resonant, echoing within the plaza. Attention to all Magi and acolytes who are not affiliated with the Four Seasons Garden. From now on, you are free to move about in the secret plane. As long as they have no markings of the Light Magi Alliance, all obtained items will belong to yourselves. Also, when you wish to leave the plane, please return to this place. Remember, do not attempt to conceal your earnings. The moment you are found out to have been doing this, you will regret having been born. The brawny man was very direct, but the discontent of the masses quickly died down with the appearance of a row of official magi behind him acting like guards. After the bald, brawny man announced that they were free to go, the magi and acolytes cheered and rushed in all directions like wild horses let out of cages. In a few moments, they were gone. "All right. You are magi from the Four Seasons Garden? Yes. Come with me." The brawny man turned his attention to Leylin's side, and his tone and facial expression became much friendlier. "My name is Dalaran, and I am the vice team leader of the Four Seasons Gardens defense team. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me." It was evident that this man treated those in the same organization as himself a lot better. "I would like to know, is allowing these external magicians so much freedom actually a good thing? What I'm trying to say is, aren't you afraid that they'll stay longer in the secret plane or sneak out through other entrances?" A petite female magus inquired. "Hee, the Eternal River Plane's secret plane is very large, and there is danger everywhere. No magus can stay here alone for too long unless he or she wishes to die in strange and mysterious ways or become the excrement of high-energy creatures." The brawny man obviously disapproved, a look of fear flashing across his face. "As for your question about leaving, within 1,000,000 mu, there is only one entrance, which belongs to us. If they wish to travel to other entrances, they would need to go through exceedingly dangerous areas. Some of them are regions that basically require miracles for even official magi to pass through due to the minuscule chance of survival. Also, our Light Magi Alliance have all standardized the fees and set up stringent probing methods. This will not give them the chance to smuggle away their gains. To go through such a difficult path and take such a big risk has no meaning basically, unless they wish to defect to the Dark Magi, however. I imagine the Dark Magi are keener on robbing them of all their gains, and then flaying their skin and breaking their bones to use them as ingredients." Dalaran shrugged his shoulders a couple times, emphasizing his words with his facial expression. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 206, Magus Guard, Zone 13. "You're really lucky." Leylin was brought to an office-like room in a castle. After Dalaran assigned locations to the few magi who were queued up in front of Leylin, he opened Leylin's transfer order. Suddenly, Dalaran let off a surprised squeal. At the same time, he looked at Leylin as if he was cherishing a dear animal. "Although you are a potions master, you were assigned to that place. Kiddo, did you offend someone?" Leylin could only smile wryly in reply. All right. As long as the order is correct, I won't ask anymore. Take this, it's a map." Dalaran slipped a piece of parchment paper to Leylin. "Zone 13 is at the border between us and the Dark Magi powers. Your mission is to protect the Black Mandara flowers there, and if the Dark Magi attack, you are to give a distress call through the signal tower. That's all." Leylin was then sent out of Dalaran's office like he was the plague. Leylin could do nothing but roll his eyes at this situation. With Leylin's speed, even taking into account the burdens that were number 2 and number 3, they hurried and reached Zone 13 before dusk. This area was a small highland and a fort that had been temporarily constructed using an earth elemental spell surrounded the Black Mandara flowers. After Leylin provided proof of his identity, he met with the person who had previously been in charge of the area. It was a tall and slender male magus. "The signal tower is in the middle of the fort, and your room is beside it. I'm leaving all these items with you. Also, there were some acolytes who had been dispatched here recently. I'll leave them in your care as well." The tall and skinny magus hurriedly handed over the information, and after obtaining Leylin's signature, he rapidly left the room as if he was escaping. This speed left Leylin rather agape. "All right, I seem to have got myself into some serious trouble now." Leylin flipped open the map. On the map that Dalaran handed him, the highlands of Zone 13 that he had been assigned to were like an eyesore, smack dab in the middle of the Dark Magi domain. Since he was surrounded on all sides by the Dark Magi powers, there was a high chance of him perishing in that place. As for the forces that Leylin had, it was merely a few acolytes. Perhaps he would even have to include himself, an official magus, as a fighting force. In front of enemies, this trivial bit of power would only be able to warn and call for help. "No matter what, I still have to take a look at my subordinates." Leylin came to the middle of the hall in the castle and gave a command for everyone to gather. I am the new Magus Guard. All acolytes who hear my voice are to assemble at the hall immediately. Leylin's voice wasn't loud, but it somehow traveled to every corner of the castle. A moment later, hurried footsteps were heard, and about 10 acolytes jogged into the hall. These acolytes' attires were messy. Though they all donned the gray robes that signified that they were acolytes, the symbol of their academy and decorative motifs were all different, indicating they were the inferior acolytes that had been left behind by various academies. The acolytes gave off energy waves that showed they were around level 2 or 3. Upon seeing Leylin, they all bowed in greeting, though they looked quite bewildered. Leylin patted his head. That Magus from before had left too eagerly and hadn't even bothered handing over his role to Leylin in front of everyone in the fort. However, it was a fact that the slender Magus had transferred his symbol of authority to him. Leylin withdrew a black scepter from his sleeves, following which various colored defensive runes formed a spell formation within the large hall. The scepter that he was holding on to was the device to control the defensive spell formations within the castle, and was showed that he was the Magus leader. After seeing the black scepter, the acolytes present understood the reason for his presence. We greet the Lord Magus Guard. I'm Leylin. You tell me now, is everyone present? Leylin pointed at an old geezer acolyte. Reporting to my lord. Apart for a few acolytes who have been delayed, the acolytes in this castle are all here. The old geezer cowered as he reported to Leylin. Just at this moment, several acolytes appeared at the entrance of the large hall with fear evident on their faces. What followed was a rather youthful and apprehensive voice. Lord, we are the new acolytes that were dispatched here. Our sincerest apologies that due to a previous patrolling mission, we had been delayed. May we seek your permission to enter? Even here, with Leylin's position as a magus, he had much power over these acolytes. Not only could he issue missions as he pleased, he could even sentence these acolytes to death if he wanted to just by saying they had disobeyed orders. After all, this was a time of war, and they were at the front lines. Leylin had these acolytes' lives in his hands, and this caused the few new acolytes to be extremely fearful. After hearing this voice, Leylin's face revealed an expression of astonishment. Come in, he murmured lowly. Immediately after, 3 male and 2 female acolytes entered the hall, still cowering in fear. The acolyte standing at the front had a head of brilliant blonde hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and behind him was a female acolyte with a large bow on her back. They looked to be a couple. He trembled a little, but he clenched his jaw and knelt. My lord, we had no intentions of being late, but they purposely gave us difficult missions to complete. Utter rubbish. At this moment, the old geezer, who seemed like a cat that had its tail stepped on, jumped forward. The missions were all chosen by the bottle of Famedor. How could there be a problem with it? It's obviously you guys who do not respect our new lord. Looking at this scene, Leylin immediately understood the issue. It seemed that no matter where it was a tradition for the older guys to bully the newcomers. That's enough. He spoke softly, with a gruff tone. The acolytes present all cowered in fear. The wrath of an official magus was never a good thing to being about. This voice. While most of the acolytes were ducking their heads in fear, there were a few contrasting voices ringing out. They came from the acolytes who had just entered while keeping their heads bowed. Leylin. George opened his eyes wide and looked at Leylin, who was up on the platform. He was gaping, his mouth opened so wide that he was like a huge toad. The others, who were making sounds of alarm, also included Shara and Besida. Leylin scratched his nose. Though he knew that these 3 acolytes had been allocated to the secret plane to stand guard, he never expected that there would be such a coincidence that they would be under him. My apologies, my lord. Although you told us to wait for you, after waiting for 2 days and 1 night, there were no signs of you, my lord. Also, as the time limit for the mission was approaching, we had no choice but to leave. Shara kowtowed, her forehead pressed against the icy cold floor as she did her best to explain. Leylin nodded his head. He remembered that he had mentioned it before. However, after the battle with Jenna, he had been severely injured and immediately needed a place to recuperate. Where could he have found the time to bother with them? After that, he had already forgotten about George and his party. I don't blame you for this. Previously, I had an urgent matter to attend to, which took up much of my time, Leylin explained. Pang, pang, pang. At this moment, the old geezer acolyte who had jumped forward realized that George and his party were not nobodies who could be picked on. On the contrary, they were backed by an official magus. He felt as if his soul was wrenched out of his body. Quickly kneeling on the floor, he kowtowed until fresh blood appeared on his forehead. "Lo, Lord, please forgive me." The old geezer felt exceptional fear. As an official magus, Leylin had many methods to make him die a horrible death. Furthermore, conflicts such as these were like child's play in front of an official magus. He couldn't hope to conceal this conflict. With Shara's constant tugging at him, George finally got himself together. As he looked up at his good friend, who seemed to be so far away from him, his expression was complicated. They were once good friends, but Leylin had surpassed George by such a huge margin that the old man, who was usually hard to deal with, was kowtowing and begging his pardon. This was a complex feeling that was difficult to make sense of in a short period of time. George's head was spinning. Although Shara had told him about Leylin after he woke up, seeing the truth of Leylin's real identity for himself was much different from just hearing about it from others. However, George was well aware that he could not maintain the relationship he had with Leylin in the past. It would only be possible if he advanced and became an official magus, and Leylin did not increase his power and stayed at his current position. But how was that possible? George looked at the dashing young man with jet black hair. Leylin is only 20 now, right? To actually advance successfully at this age indicates that he has a talent that I can never catch up to. In comparison to George and Shara, Besida, who was at the side, was stunned, and her expression was even more complicated. Emotions such as shock, regret, and fear, along with some other emotions she could not make sense of, cycled through her face. "That's enough." Leylin waved his hand with an indifferent direction, motioning for the old geezer to stop his kowtowing. "I don't care for your matters. However, from today onwards, such petty conflicts must end. If anyone continues with it, causing our forces to dwindle and letting the enemy gain an advantage, I will draw the culprit's spirit from his or her body and torture it for 100 years. Are we all clear on this?" Leylin knew deep down that such bullying traditions could not be avoided. Under normal circumstances, if it was not for the fact that he knew George and his group, he would not have given a hoot about the issue. However, with Leylin here now, not only would these acolytes stop bullying George and his party, they would even do their best to curry favor with them. As a result, he did not have much to say. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, Harvesting, all right, if there's nothing else, you are dismissed. Leylin looked at George, who appeared to have something to say but kept stopping himself, and then at Besida and the others who kept silent. He could feel his enthusiasm waning. Ever since he advanced to become an official magus, he seemed to be in a different world compared to his original social circles. Even though his old acquaintances were right in front of him, they felt incredibly unfamiliar, as if hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Understood, the acolytes under him bowed and quickly retreated. Even George and Besida left the hall cautiously after bowing. Besida, who was the last to leave, gave Leylin an incomprehensible look and quickly withdrew. In the dark hours of the night, after completing one round of Chem-In's pupil meditation technique, Leylin was lying in bed resting. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Immediately after, a soft knocking came from outside. "Come in." "The door's not locked." Leylin got up and spoke indifferently. The door creaked open, and a human figure dressed in a gray cloak walked in. "Besida, what can I do for you?" Leylin glanced at this girl with silvery white hair, his eyes giving off a mischievous aura. "Lord Leylin, please forgive Besida for her previous offenses." Besida's voice was mild and gentle as she spoke softly. Following which, she removed the cloak that she was wearing and revealed a stark naked body that was underneath it. Besida's body had matured from the time he had last seen her. Her body was extremely voluptuous, and with exquisite snow-white skin, it seemed as if water would gush forward when the skin was pinched. Besida looked at Leylin as she slowly knelt down. In her ruby-red eyes, there seemed to be a fawning look earnestly seeking forgiveness. One might wonder about the feeling of having a beautiful and stunning girl kneeling in front of you, stark naked, for your forgiveness, in the wee hours of the night. Right now, Leylin had experienced it for himself. However, his expression was serene, as if Besida's seductive and delicate body was but a broken skeleton in his eyes. Leylin looked over this intelligent, but also shrewd girl. You are smart, but at times you're too smart for your own good. He raised his right hand and caressed Besida's face, and then trailed it down to her breasts. You're trying to seduce me. Just with these 2 lumps of flesh? Leylin's right hand wantonly rubbed at Besida's soft breasts. The girl moaned, her expression filled with pain. Besida suddenly felt an immense sense of dread attack her. Her might as a level 3 acolyte was nothing to Leylin. What she did have confidence in, however, was her striking beauty. However, looking at Leylin's icy gaze, she suddenly felt that all she had just done was shameless and laughable. Leylin's cold eyes left her feeling suffocated. Her body continuously trembled as cold sweat dripped down. With the passing of time, Besida's body became flushed and her face pale. It was as if she could die from the lack of air at any given moment. However, rejoice. To commemorate the previous me, I have decided to give you a chance. Just as when Besida was about to faint, Leylin spoke softly. Only then did she recollect herself, and she panted heavily. Previously, it was as if a giant hand was choking her. The feeling of being suffocated disappeared when Leylin spoke. Besida took in the fresh air in large gulps with teardrops on the verge of flowing. There had never been a time where being able to breathe freely was something she considered a blessing. Come with me. Leylin shook his head and opened the door to a partitioned room. Besida trembled and picked up her cloak, which was on the floor, and covered her delicate, naked body. She had been able to entice Leylin without feeling apprehensive, but now all she felt was shame. Such a strange feeling made her turn beet red, wishing there was a hole that would swallow her up. After going through the door to another room, Besida found that she had come to a secret room that was entirely sealed. It was a small room, and one could see traces of the bricks on the walls. In the middle of the secret room, there was a cumbersome metal desk that was similar to that of an experimentation table. Fixed on the 4 corners of the table were handcuffs and leg cuffs. Looking at this metal desk, Besida's face turned pale. She wanted to retreat, yet she did not dare to. Then she realized that oddities were hanging on chamber walls. For example, there was a short cudgel that was littered with small beads on its surface. There was also a large syringe filled with various glass pearls within, with a suction pad and handle and other strange add-ons. Besida's heart sank like a weighted rock. Of course, she was aware that many official magi had strange fetishes. She had even heard of a story where a professor in her academy ate a girl while she was still alive after having finished toying with her. Don't misunderstand, this isn't mine, but a gift left behind by the previous Magus. Leylin fetched a unique binding instrumentation made with cotton and metal chains from the wall. But I realized that his hobbies are quite similar to my own in the past. Here, Leylin was naturally referring to that unfortunate idiot who had died and allowed Leylin to take over his body. Leylin didn't like Besida since she had been taking advantage of him before. Hence, he was planning to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. The previous Leylin had suffered a great deal at the hands of others and had eventually died. Leylin believed that since he had taken over everything that belonged to the previous Leylin, it might be his duty to take revenge on his behalf. It wasn't anything that difficult anyway. These items here have been modified and are exactly what I liked. Leylin glanced at Besida, who was in front of him. A malicious smirk was on his face. After Leylin willfully vented his feelings, he seemed to be completely fine the next morning and handled matters in the fort. Besida, however, struggled as she emerged from the secret room the second night. Her face was completely pale and her bones seemed to have no feeling in them. The scent of blood was strong on her, and Besida stayed in bed for a whole week before she could force herself to walk. If this had happened before, acolytes would have expressed their disapproval and complained. But now, even if Besida were to be absent for 7 days, they could only tolerate her behavior. After all, not every acolyte could have relations with an official magus, right? She suffered repercussions after that incident, and every time she looked at Leylin, both her legs would involuntarily shake as if she had seen a devil. Of course, Leylin didn't care about that. Once he had used all the methods that he had gleaned from the previous Leylin's memories on Besida, he never approached her again. The reason for what he did to her wasn't because of some perverted desire or hobby. He simply wanted to punish her and take revenge for the original Leylin Farlier. Hence, after heartily venting his anger, all matters regarding Besida had been forgotten. Leylin was currently patrolling the sea of black mandara flowers. These black flowers had petals that were the size of a palm. Atop were blue spots that were like stars, and in the night they would even give off milky white rays of light. The black mandara flower was a subdivision of the mandara flower. Their petals were an extremely precious resource for acolytes and even official magi who specialized in negative energy. In the external world, a black mandara flower petal could sell for a staggering price of over 1,000 magic crystals. And here, what Leylin had in front of him was a whole sea of these flowers. The resources in the Eternal River Plain's secret plane are so bountiful that it makes one's hair stand erect. Leylin exclaimed, even though it was not the first time he had seen them. A pity that above this sea of black mandara flowers there was a surveillance spell. Before he decided to turn his back on the light magi, he had to temporarily restrain any notions of seizing the flowers for himself. In addition to the surveillance spell, there were intricate probing spell formations at every entrance to the secret plane. The question of how to secretly transport these resources out was a very troublesome problem. Now he could understand why the Four Seasons Garden wanted to erect a fort in this area. Occupying a strategic location was just one aspect, but Four Seasons Garden could also not give up this huge sea of flowers. Although the Eternal River Plain's secret plane was extremely vast and had bountiful resources, this sea of black mandara flowers was extremely valuable even amongst the other resources in here. If not for this terrible location, the Four Seasons Garden may have most likely sent a large army to defend this area. Lord, our task every day is to try harvest as many of these black mandara flowers and transport them away before the enemy arrives. Beside the sea of flowers, an acolyte trailed behind Leylin and explained the concrete details. Enia, rings bless us. As those damned dark magi discovered several large-scale resource areas, skirmishes arose as a result. We will most likely be facing a large amount of dark magi forces. There are still some dark magi and acolytes who try to break through the defenses every once in a while to steal the resources. Furthermore, we also have to guard against certain light magi. This acolyte smiled wryly. I understand. Anyway, our mission is to harvest all these flowers as soon as we can and fend off wandering magi and acolytes. If we are in a situation of distress, we have to send a signal. Is that right? Leylin asked indifferently. Yes, that's about it. The acolyte's smile turned even more bitter. Such a tactic was plainly inviting Leylin and his party to dance at the edges of a sword and use their lives in exchange for resources. I got it. Leylin spoke solemnly after a moment of silence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Conflict with Seal Leylin looked over the immeasurable number of black flowers in the distance as he calculated their progress. As long as all these black mandara flowers were harvested, the headquarters wouldn't have any reason to prevent him and the others from leaving. All the acolytes that Leylin had previously met were currently in the sea of flowers, carrying simple containers made from green vines. Their hands were covered with rings of dark energy particles as they plucked the black mandara flowers with great care. This progress is too slow. With this kind of harvesting speed, Leylin estimated that it would take at least another month before this field of flowers would be completely harvested. The opposing dark magi would never give them so much time. I must find a way to speed up the process. Leylin squatted on the ground. With his hands covered by the dark light of a magic spell, he touched the petals of the black mandara flowers, a light flashing in his blue eyes. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a series of shrill sounds, like those of a small bell, rang. Buzz-buzz. A barrier of white light was emitted to tightly surround the field of black mandara flowers. The defensive spell formation has been activated. There's an intruder. An acolyte started to yell, "Everyone, beware!" Whoosh. Suddenly, a dark silhouette darted out from the high grass surrounding the field of flowers. Crack, crack. Two huge white skulls emerged from the hands of the black silhouette. The skulls didn't have bodies attached to them and floated in the air spookily. Inside each of the skull's eye sockets was a red ball of continuously burning flames. These huge skulls opened their jaws, revealing fine, sharp white teeth as they bit into the white light barrier. Boom, 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 the white light of the barrier was blinking constantly, as if it would break at any moment. "Oh," the black silhouette exclaimed in surprise, seemingly unsatisfied with his own performance. Following which, a black aura consisting of energy particles appeared around his body. Suddenly, the black energy aura emitted a serene light, which turned into two streaks of light as they hit the skulls. Crack, crack, crack. The red fire within the skull's eye sockets suddenly expanded, and the structure of the skulls expanded considerably. Cracks even appeared on the surface of the skull. It seemed that the energies inside were expanding too rapidly, and the skulls were on the verge of bursting. Following this transformation, the offensive power of these two skulls increased. The white light barrier kept shrinking, and in the end, it finally broke in front of the crestfallen acolytes. "A semi-converted elemental magus? We are finished." A more experienced acolyte collapsed to the ground with an expression filled with despair. "Fear not, Lord Leylin is also an official magus." George held the small hand of the trembling Shiera. "What would you know?" The previous acolyte, who had collapsed to the ground, yelled in despair, "Our side only has this newly advanced and outcasted magus. On the other hand, our opponent is a powerhouse who has been an official magus for dozens of years. Being a semi-converted elemental magus, all his spells are stronger by at least half. At this stage, he is simply invincible as compared to those newly advanced magi." Believing that his end was nearing, this acolyte didn't care anymore. He even started to be disrespectful towards Leylin. He. A very interesting explanation, but quite accurate nonetheless. The black silhouette walked unhurriedly towards the flower field and revealed himself to Leylin and the rest. He was a young green-haired magus. He was dressed in a strange black robe, which had a few green skulls and chains embroidered on it. He's from Kurut Academy, which is known for its methods of torture and use of the spirits of the dead. Leylin's eyes flashed as he recognized this magus in front of them. This Kurut Academy was only a tiny faction within the Dark Magi of the South Coast. They produced plenty of lunatics and mentally unsound people. Even the other Dark Magi could not stomach their actions, and hence, they only partook in sporadic missions and were often excluded from various operations. The green-haired magus clasped his hands behind his back and greedily looked over the sea of black mandara flowers. "What an enchanting atmosphere! I can detect the taste of darkness," the youth muttered. Following which, he turned and stared at Leylin with his dark green eyes. "Light Magi, kneel before me, the great Lord Seal, and offer to me your souls and devotion. Then I might consider letting you be my slaves." This magus named Seal had a rather proud demeanor, but Leylin could understand why. The age of a magus couldn't be determined just by looking at their physical appearance, but Leylin could estimate that this seal was around 50 years old based on the energy waves he was unknowingly releasing. His being able to become a semi-converted elemental magus at such a young age did indeed give him the rights to be proud, but he had met the wrong opponent. Leylin smirked, but before he even had the chance to speak, the acolyte that sunk to the ground previously had already hastened towards Seal, kneeling and kissing the ground before Seal. "Esteemed Lord Seal, I am willing to serve you. I will become your most loyal slave." It was clear that the actions of this acolyte was a complete surprise to everyone. Next to Leylin, plenty of acolytes carried expressions of scorn. They clearly didn't know that this acolyte, who normally carried himself rather decently, would turn into this kind of person at a crucial moment. The other acolytes were able to conceal the internal struggle within them such that it did not show on their faces. "Very good, I'll accept you as a servant." Seal revealed a strange smile on his face as he proceeded to extend his left hand and gently wipe the face of the acolyte. "Ah!" White smoke rose, accompanied by the pained scream of the acolyte. Seal's left hand was like a red-hot iron plate as it left a large black charred mark on the face of the acolyte. While the acolyte was screaming, the magus looked extremely excited as he slid his fingers over the acolyte's face repeatedly. A little over 10 seconds later, a complete rune mark was burned into the face of the acolyte. The front of the mark resembled a skull with a chain extending from within. Thank you, my lord, for this gift." The acolyte struggled to salute once more. "Ha, after receiving my mark, you are now my slave forever." Seal laughed, then looked over at Leylin. "What is it? Light Magus, are you scared silly?" "Not really," Leylin shook his head. "I just think he's a bit pitiful, that's all." Leylin pointed towards the acolyte who had half his face ruined, his facial muscles still twitching. "Why is that?" Seal rubbed his fingers as slivers of white gas emerged from his fingers to form the shape of a skull. The elemental particles surrounding his body was faintly discernible as his eyes emitted a dangerous light. Blurg, the acolytes behind Leylin all fell back, and some of them even doubled over and started to hurl. The radiation from an official magus, especially when voluntarily released from a powerful magus with such a high degree of elemental conversion, was something that acolytes found hard to deal with. Will he be all right? George was supporting Shiera as he retreated quite a distance. He then glanced worriedly at Leylin, who had remained behind. "Relax, Lord Leylin is very powerful." As Shiera recovered, she also started to comfort her lover. Even though she had previously seen Leylin in action, she couldn't quite understand how powerful he actually was. She only said those things to comfort George. "It's just that Leylin is still newly advanced. I'm afraid that." George held Shiera's hand tightly. Judging from how Seal acted had before, one could tell he was probably crazy. If Leylin lost, then these acolytes would probably end up for the worse. Shiera could only smile bitterly as she secretly prayed for Leylin. "He'll have to pay the price because he swore his loyalty to the wrong person." Leylin spoke indifferently, as if he hadn't even noticed Seal's previous magic display. "What? You're planning too?" Seal raised his eyebrows. He couldn't understand. From the reports, it was said that this was a newly advanced magus who was a mere potion master. How dare he ignore him? Seal pointed at Leylin. It was as if the large skull had received a command and it charged towards Leylin, simultaneously spewing forth dark green flames. Bang! Leylin steeled himself for the attack with a nonchalant expression and charged forth. "Is he crazy?" Before Seal could finish his sentence, Leylin uttered a single-syllabled word. Immediately, a dark red light erupted forth from within Leylin's body. The falling star pendant's defense activated immediately and formed a dark red barrier around Leylin. As the light condensed, it turned into something that resembled an illusionary armor. Boom! Dark green flames exploded on Leylin's body, though no harm was caused. Leylin advanced, bathed in fire like the incarnation of an ancient fiery war god. He swung his right fist viciously. Bam! The large skull was blown away, leaving a trace of fine bone dust as it spun through the air. Pow! After being sent upside down over a distance, the white skull finally broke apart. Seal was attempting to speak as he pointed towards Leylin. But it was too late now. Leylin kept his face blank and charged in front of Seal. He suddenly slashed with his hand, the red light around his hands extending and forming a crimson long sword. Slash! The long sword broke through the air and appeared in front of Seal's chest. Arg! The muscles on Seal's face contorted, and just as the sword was about to pierce his body, numerous green chains emerged from within his body to form chainmail. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, Optimized and Easy Optimized. And easy the red blade collided with the green chains, causing an intense wave of force. Crack, crack, the long red blade shattered into pieces, and a part of the chain mail armor on Seal's chest broke off. Several green rings had been chopped in half and fallen to the ground.